studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, my friend. It's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you. You know, Luke Morrow and I were talking about it on Friday, and we weren't sure when you were even coming home. So it wasn't if you were coming home.
You're not the only one, apparently.
Yeah. We were all set to do a show on Monday together. So this was it was a welcome surprise when you texted me on Friday and said, "Hey, oh yeah, by the way, I am going to be in studio on Monday."
I will be here. Yeah,
and we're only when does camp start? Like 10 days from now?
The first day of practice is July 29th, which is 2 weeks from Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah. So Wednesday.
So we got 2 weeks and 2 days until training camp begins.
Until we're sweating.
But whoever's in the Hall of Fame game is going to days before that.
Yeah, they start next week. Yeah.
NFL training camp does start very, very soon.
And the rookies show up on July, I want to say like 21st or 22nd or something like that.
But that's where they just, they're not doing anything exciting. They just, they get all their indoctrinations and
onboarding,
education about, not having relations with the locals, lest they, all that stuff. Yeah.
How you been, man? How did last week go? How was it?
It was good.
What
did
I miss?
I don't, oh, God. Hey, Ben, did he miss anything?
Ben's not bad.
We explained to the listeners why Ben didn't want to, why Ben doesn't like to talk on air.
Yeah. We got a taste of that.
No, this is what you missed with the Astros.
Okay.
And I know you watch the games while you're gone, but maybe you don't have your finger on the pulse of what the Astros are doing right now.
Yeah, the states of Idaho and Montana did not give me my Astros pulse.
This is what they're doing. A whole lot of the exact same thing, Sean. Okay? They're going to give you a little and they're going to reel it back. They're going to give you a little and they're going to reel it back.
Okay.
Nobody has any faith in anybody except for Peter Lambert. Peter Lambert is the one guy standing. You left town. You came back and it turned out, oh gosh, the Huns attacked our village while we were gone, and Peter Lambert is just standing there. He's all haggard. It's like they took my wife and family. They took everybody. All my friends are dead, but I stand. And you're like, oh, great. We'll just go seek vengeance with Peter Lambert.
Peter Lambert, let's go. Oh, man. So that's what the circle, huh? I got back, and it's Peter Lambert and Peter Lambert.
Yeah.
And Pedro Lambert and Pierre Lambert. That's it. Oh, man. Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of Lamont Wade.
Yeah, a little Grady.
Jordan's still around.
Yeah, Jordan's still trustable. Yeah, 50 or what? 47 and 51. 30. God, even the record since the Payne and Pendergast reset has dipped a little bit here. 30 and 23 since the P&P reset on May 15th is a scant 92-win pace. We were up in that 97, 98-win pace just for that chunk of schedule, for everybody asking. We know 47 and 51 is not a 92-win pace, but the P&P reset chunk of the schedule, 92-win pace.
Yeah, so the biggest thing, man, yesterday it was kind of like all of the issues of the Astros writ large because, man, you got a home run out of Altuve. That was awesome. They had a rally in the seventh. But if your relievers, like, we can really look at the last couple days, and if your relievers aren't just nails, it's going to be really, really dicey. Yeah. So there's no room for error with Brian King or Josh Hader or anybody else like that. Abreu, we're not even going to talk about him. Abreu did exactly what you expect out of Abreu.
Yeah, gave up a run, yeah.
But then in the outfield as well, I mean, you get like, Bryce Matthews is in center field. We don't feel comfortable with that to begin with. He injures himself in the first inning trying to field a fly ball. Then Trammell almost murders himself twice in that ballpark. Christian Javier is just like serving up guys in the outfield.
I thought the same thing yesterday. I'm like, this feels like Christian Javier feels like one of those quarterbacks that's throwing his receivers into danger. Like he's just giving up these 400-foot bombs into the alley that guys have a shot at.
I thought Devontae Adams was in the outfield there.
Yes.
At the time he said he was going to get murdered, or he had to get out
Jimmy
of there
Garoppolo.
before. Was it Jimmy Garoppolo?
It was Jimmy Garoppolo with the Raiders who was getting him killed, yes.
So you end up, for those of you who missed it, you end up with Cam Smith playing center for the first time in his life.
Hey, and he had a huge play. Mm-hmm. That Cam Smith, that bottom of the 7th, top of the 8th yesterday was Cam Smith time, because that game was, I believe it was tied at the time, and Cam Smith there was a base hit to the left center field gap, and he cut it off. If that thing gets past him, and that would have gotten past most center fielders. I mean, a lot of the reason he got that is he's 6'6" or whatever he is, but he cut that ball off and kept the lead run from scoring, and then hits a bomb in the top of the 8th inning.
It was a little bit of one of those though too, where Cam Smith, he makes it look more. He had a bad first step, but he ends up making it. Because it's a great looking play because he had to make it a great looking play, which is where he is. Like, he still does it. That's what's so incredible about him.
He had never played that position before.
No, you see that, and that's what's so encouraging and exciting about him in the outfield, is that he still routinely takes a bad first step, but still gets to the ball, and he's and his numbers are immaculate. Better time with more experience, and I totally give him a break on that one. It's the first time he's ever played center field in his life.
Yeah,
and that was Jordan's incredible in that ballpark. He continues to just ravage that big barn of a building.
We'll get to this and acknowledge me. How about the graphic they put up? There were 2 graphics they put up right before the game started, or maybe it was right as Jordan was coming up to the plate, which would be right about the time the game started. And the 2 graphics they put up, one was this spray chart of all 19 home runs Jordan has hit at Globe Life Field, which was amazing to see for a road player. The second graphic, you should be embarrassed if you're a Texas Ranger. Jordan Alvarez has the second most home runs in that ballpark this season of any player, including the Rangers.
Including, the other 3 are Jock Peterson, Ezekiel Duran, and Josh Young.
Yes.
They all have, so Jordan's second.
Yes.
Jock Peterson has 10.
Okay.
And 152 plate appearances.
Right. Jordan's got 7 in 28 plate appearances going into yesterday. It's incredible.
You know what I was thinking about yesterday is they mentioned on the broadcast that Jordan said, a lot of those guys just say they just see the ball better in there.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that's, for a team like the Astros that has all these incredible hitters, people have always said that there's just something about that ballpark, whether it's the LED lighting or the batter's eye or whatever, where they just don't see it as well. And gosh, I wish they could see it better. Because if you get the proper lighting and sight lines and whatever the hell else you need, man. Jordan, 200 home runs per year in Minute Maid Park.
It's crazy. It's If they could they got to talk to the engineers that put Globe Life together, man. Just do something to improve that hitting.
I started thinking about that yesterday as they were talking about that, because for those of you who missed it, the the Seahawks got bought by a family that's a minority owner of the 49ers. Yeah. But he's a tech guy. His name escapes me.
It is. I've got it in headlines.
One of the founders of Sun Microsystems.
His name is Vinod Khosla.
Vinod and his wife Niru is going to be actually going to be the person in charge.
Yeah.
And their son, it sounds like their son will probably one day take over. But he's super successful. And I was just starting to think, man, if I were an NFL owner or a baseball owner, I think I would devote so many resources to just all these little extra edges you might get in the ballpark.
Yeah.
Everything's that make it tailor it so that, man, it suits, which lots of teams do. You tailor it to suit a certain type of pitcher, a type of hitter, and then but I would have it one step ahead to where when the pendulum swung and all of a sudden you didn't have that advantage, there was some other advantage you could exploit.
Yeah, or have it be very, very malleable to where if your roster takes a different turn, you're like, we can.
There's little different ways you can tweak it that baseball won't even find out about.
Yes. Yeah. Until Mike Fiers rats you out. And then you're screwed.
Oh, I would just murder those people. Don't get me wrong, man. If I were a billionaire, I would murder so many people. I mean, there would be so many accidental deaths in air quotes, obstacles. Yeah. Don't ever let me get $10 billion.
Dude, $9.6 billion
That's how much the Seahawks were sold for.
That's how much the Seahawks were sold for. It really does. I see these numbers, and it gets me thinking, like, even the most staunch NFL owners that say, we're never selling the team, which I think the McNairs fall into right now. The McNairs have never even hinted at wanting to even talk about selling the team before. Like, but there's got to be a number. Like, what is the number that this approaches when you're still a family-owned NFL team?
Well, okay, so I was thinking about this yesterday because the Seahawks have had a dream ownership scenario ever since Paul Allen bought it in 1997, I believe.
Yes, it was 97. Yep.
97. So you've got a guy who's very independently wealthy, and he's not looking at the team as a way to, as his personal income or anything. 'Cause that's the worst. That's what the Bengals are. The family, the Brown family, that's where they get their income. So they're always going to be stingy because, man, you're, taking out of my kid's college fund to sign somebody that doesn't have a criminal record.
And they operate, the Bengals do. You know, sometimes these family-owned businesses, especially if they're somewhere where, like, tourism is a big thing, then they're a seasonal business. So they've really got to keep an eye on the bottom line. That's how
I can't be spending money in March. We got no money coming in.
That's how the Bengals operate. I'm sensitive to that because Amy and I were just in a part of the country that's very seasonal when it comes, like up in Montana on the lakes and things like that. It's very seasonal up there. So you talk to some of the business owners, like, no, this is where we got to make hay, man. That's how the Bengals treat the regular season in the NFL. Like, boy, we better make our money right now.
We got to make our money now. Except they act like they're. But most of it, it's interesting. I bet in areas like that where tourism is big, I bet in general people are more responsible about setting money aside because yearly they have to operate that way. I don't feel like the Brown family ever just got that memo.
No.
It's like they're borrowing against their credit cards by June every year.
All the time.
But anyway, for the Seahawks. So you've got Paul Allen, and they're huge in the community. Paul Allen was a big-time philanthropist. After he dies, his sister Jody is running the thing, but it's his trust that's doing it. But they have all the resources to throw into everything. They're huge in the community and everything. And likewise, the Texans have that scenario now. And it was bumpy after Bob McNair died, but after everything stabilized, you've got a family that's independently wealthy. And they genuinely care about the community. Like, those are two big assets. And Cal and Hannah have not been afraid to throw resources into it. I would be really surprised for any amount of money because, look, even if, you get into the third and the fourth generation, who the hell knows? Yeah. But one of the reasons that NFL franchises are worth so much is that, they spit out a whole bunch of revenue. Oh, yeah. So there's I don't think that there's any... Just like Paul Allen himself probably never would have sold it while he was alive. I don't think that I would just be surprised. But for now, it's all good.
Yeah. I'd be stunned. It's just one of those things that when you see, and not just the $9.6 billion, Seth. The biggest team that sold was the Commanders for barely over $6 billion. Yeah. Like the number, and granted, it's the Seahawks who just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Everything about that organization is operating exactly like you'd like it to.
You're buying it. You are. This Kozlov family is buying high on this asset. There's no doubt about that. But for the jump to go from barely over 6 to 9.6, that's the question that pops into my head. I'm like, boy, there's a number out there. As Ted DiBiase once said, everybody's got a price for the $1 million man. Mm-hmm. So in bringing up the charity component of this, that whole $9.6 billion is going to charity. Paul Allen decreed that in his will. It's all going to charity. Yeah. That's wild. That's wild. So, I was in...
I look forward to watching on social media as people explain how, no, this $10 billion that's going to charity is all evil and it's no good,
right.
et cetera, et cetera.
Right,
Can't wait for that.
Right. Yeah. I thought about you when I was on vacation when Balogun got his red card suspension overturned. That's. I think about that when I'm out for a week. Sometimes I think about okay, this story pops up. Like, what would the conversation have been like? That would have been fun to talk about. And there's some things that I think you and Luke talked about last week that I did put in the rundown this week just to take a swing at it with you. But that was the one last week. I'm like, oh, God.
This is the kind of thing you cannot have a conversation about without,
stay off the text
without just
page.
people getting PO'd for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah. That was the one story. So, so Amy and I, we're back. We were in Oregon. We made a little stop in Washington, but we were mostly in Idaho and Montana. I almost didn't come home from Montana.
Yeah.
Have you been to Montana
That's what
before?
everybody, no.
It's,
I don't think, no.
Dude,
I don't think I've ever been to Montana.
It was our last state. We've got all 48.
Oh, that was the last one.
The last one for the continental U.S. We still have Hawaii and Alaska to do. But Montana was the last one.
Neither of you ever been to Hawaii, or you're just not together?
Just not together.
Okay.
I've been twice. She's never been. Neither of us have been to Alaska. So that's the theme of this whole thing has been like, we'll close it all out together kind of thing.
You should take one of those Arctic cruises.
That's what we're going to do.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what we're going to. I mean, I don't know when, probably a year from now, but so we have those two states left. Montana is beautiful. It's quiet. It's laid back.
Yeah.
The weather is amazing. It is a hidden gem, man. It is
That's
nice.
what everybody I know that's ever been to Montana in the summer says that. They say it's just incredible.
It's
nice. I have a friend that moved out there. He and his wife live in, is Helena. It's one of the towns that's probably being overrun with outsiders. People locally probably despise him, but he loves it because he is one of those influx of people that moved in.
It's really nice.
They keep inviting us to come out and stay with them, but I'm not a big stay with guy.
Yeah,
I'll go stay in. Can we stay in a tent on your property?
Yeah. I'm a stay near guy.
Yeah.
We'll stay near you, just not with you.
So I bet it's just like hot in the day, but beautiful at night. You got to wear a sweater.
Yeah,
at night.
that's exactly what it is, and it's hot. It's hot, but like it's 80. It's 80, but it's like 83. But it feels hot because there's no clouds. It's just the sun beating down on you. I will say this: like Amy and I went out to breakfast yesterday morning at like 10.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I feel bad complaining about the heat in Montana after just stepping out of your car here. It's really nice.
The thing people make joke about the dry heat and all that stuff, but it is like when it's a dry heat like that, the biggest difference is that if you have shade and a little bit of a breeze, it's the most delightful weather ever.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
We're walking around town. I'm like, man, the difference in the shade, I could live right here in this spot.
Right.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Yeah, we had fun, man. We went to a little town called Big Fork, Montana, just a nice small little lake town there, and did some local things, and drove by Brock Osweiler's old high school.
I saw that. Yeah, you took a picture in front of the gates.
Took a picture in front of Flathead High School and the gates to the stadium where the stories, the anecdotes that interceptions began back in the day.
Yeah, there's a statue of Brock.
Can I tell
with
you,
a plaque with all the story of all of his interceptions.
Is this weird? Okay, is this weird? Brock went to Flathead High School in Kalispell, Montana, and we couldn't get into the stadium area because the gates were locked. That's not the weird part. But we could see the back of the concession stand through the gate, and they have this kind of like wall of fame there. I forget what they call it, like wall of honor, wall of fame. And it's got pictures, like headshots, of probably 25 to 30 people going back to maybe the 60s. It's not up there in Kalispell, Montana, that he's not on their wall of fame.
I don't know. He might not have been. Maybe he wasn't a great high school.
He was the player of the year in Montana his senior year in high school.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird.
It's a little strange, right?
Maybe they haven't been able to get him to come back to like a ceremony or something.
He comes back and I did more research on Brock Osweiler than I care to, Seth. This is not me well-actualing you. I was
I said maybe. Yeah.
He comes back. He comes back every summer to do a football camp there.
Oh,
yeah, it's just
they haven't honored him with a spot on that wall.
Yeah, no, it's not like he's a high school player from Houston where he was probably here. He would have been like the 9th best guy in his own team. It's Kalispell, Montana. He was the Gatorade Player of the Year in Montana his senior year.
Yeah,
just found it strange that he wasn't on the wall. And now he's an up and coming broadcaster. It's just
that's weird.
I found it strange. That's all.
You should write a letter
to the Flathead ISD.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason for that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we get somebody from Flathead on the phone today?
Yes, let's find Ben. Get on that.
Ben, get your Rolodex out.
It's only 5:18 there, so just time it out. By the way, the baseball talk in this segment and on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, coming up next. Okay, I think this story, did the Terry and Arnold stuff come out before or after you guys were off the air?
Immediately after.
Okay, good. I get to sink my teeth into this with you fresh. The Texans worked out Terry and Arnold. Surprising or not surprising at all based on the history of this regime? We got coming next. But first one back, I get to talk about Chris Poulos, my good buddy, and Ruben.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Texans worked out Terrion Arnold, former Detroit Lion cornerback who is in some legal trouble right now. He is out on bond, $1 million bond from being arrested a couple of weeks ago from an incident that took place back in February in Largo, Florida, in which he's accused of 4 counts of kidnapping and 4 counts of armed robbery.
So, real quick, I figured out a way to do like a 30-second synopsis of this.
Oh, good.
Terrion Arnold, in late January, early February, rented an Airbnb with a bunch of his friends and had a big old party. At some point, a bunch of property was stolen from multiple people.
$250,000.
Yeah. Terrion Arnold and his buddies thought they had identified the culprits, which were 2 young men. And basically, according to police, Terrion Arnold and his 6 friends lured these 2 guys to a young woman's apartment and then claimed that Terrion Arnold stayed in the car while the 6 other people threatened the crap out of them and beat them, put a pistol in their mouths, took all their stuff and everything. Police say those 2 guys weren't even the guys who stole the stuff. And meanwhile, all of the other 6 people that have been arrested apparently have said, Terrion Arnold was in on it, even though he wasn't involved with the text messages or anything.
Yeah,
that's where we stand with that right now.
39 seconds.
Oh,
good job.
Okay, good.
Yeah, 39 seconds. Good job.
It's a confusing story, and I'm trying to figure. I'll get it down to 30 seconds. Next time.
This to me is very clear. And we'll get to the Texans component in this in 30 seconds, 39 seconds at least. It's very clear. At the very least, Terrion Arnold was involved in the brain work behind it and did his best to distance himself from the actual crime that took place in that apartment.
Yeah.
That seems to be the case.
It looks like they're saying he's the mastermind behind all of it. All the people as they're coordinating to intimidate these 2 young guys who apparently had the stolen property.
They just got beat for no reason.
The biggest thing in all of that, Sean, was that it's kind of like along with the lines with Stefon Diggs, whether he did it or whether he didn't. Man, it sounds like he was being sloppy as hell in the way he was running his life.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 guys. The one guy's a 19-year-old driver that they had hired. The other one's a barber. And
he was 18.
He was 18.
Yeah.
His girlfriend at the time was 18.
Yeah.
There's just all this stuff where man, I don't. And one of the neighbors that was across the street from the Airbnb basically said, "Man, Terrion Arnold seemed like a really nice, polite young dude, but his buddies were jackasses.
Low rent, they call him.
Yeah, he's just, at the very least, he's definitely not operating the way you'd like your young first-round pick to operate off the field."
Yeah, you saw the same story I did. There's a story in the Athletic chronicling that whole weekend, putting the pieces together from police reports and different accounts of things and whatnot.
But it's 4 counts of felony kidnapping and 4 counts of armed robbery.
Yeah, it's a wild story, and the story in the Athletic is gripping. That chronicles the whole thing.
Yeah.
is a really, really compelling read. Maybe we'll get into that later. Let's get to the Texans part of this. So there was a courtroom session late last week in which the prosecution is still trying to get Terrion Arnold to have to wear a GPS bracelet while he's out on bond. And so there was a courtroom session, a hearing late last week in which Terrion Arnold's he doesn't need one. He can't have one because he needs to travel for work. And so one of the people that testified in this hearing was Nicole Lynn, who is Terrion Arnold's agent, who also happens to be Will Anderson's agent, among other Jalen Hurts' agent.
5 different Texans, yeah.
Yeah. So she's a very prominent agent. She's Terrion Arnold's agent. She testified that there are at least 4 teams, including the Houston Texans, that have shown interest in Terrion Arnold. The other 3 are the Jets, the Colts, and the Seahawks. Now, the Texans, it would appear, at least as of Friday, were the only one that brought him in. They, according to Nicole Lim, brought Terrion Arnold in for a physical and a workout on Thursday last week. So the Texans are, at least as of now, and we've heard nothing from the Texans on this, nor do I expect us to, until something happens, but they're at the very least kicking tires on Terrion Arnold, which I think, Seth, if this were 5 or 6 years ago at least, 10 years ago for sure, I think there's a 0% chance the Texans are even looking at Terrion Arnold just based on the accusations alone and the things that we know to be true about these incidents that took place. That he was even finding himself near something like this would have been enough for the old Texans to say no. I'm not saying the Texans are the Raiders or the Bengals now, but this has been the biggest adjustment for me, is wrapping my brain around the likelihood that if a player is A, a good enough football player, B, somebody they may have had high on their board, and I'm guessing the Texans had Terrion Arnold high on their board, because all the reports coming out of Alabama.
We thought it sounded a lot like the stuff people were saying about Will Anderson.
We thought they were trying to trade up for him on draft night that night.
Nick Saban still sings his praises about
Absolutely.
what a good, solid citizen he was while he was there.
I don't know where you're at with it. This has been the biggest adjustment for me in terms of personnel with the Texans. It's Deontay Johnson, Damon Arnett, guys like that. They're willing to take a look at guys like this.
Well, and they had Damon Arnett in the organization last year for a while. He was active for a couple games, right? And but on the practice squad for a good chunk of time. And Damon Arnett had been, I don't want to mess it up when I get to the legal stuff, at the very least accused of some violent crime.
Well, like a lot of gun flashing and things like that.
Yeah. Like, so it wasn't like, he got caught smoking pot in a state where it's illegal or something. It was rougher stuff. I think that what they've established is that they're much more willing to bring on either perceived character risks or guys with a record, but they're also very willing to cut ties quickly if it becomes an issue. And I think with Terrion Arnold, there's a lot of it that makes sense in terms of just wanting to have a look at him. It is still a pending legal matter, and we don't know that much about it. Now, the Lions chose to cut him, which might be notable.
I think it is. I'm not saying don't sign the kid. I'm saying that is notable.
Oh, it's notable.
Yeah.
It's nototable. Like, it's whatever the Lions learned with their investigation or whatever. Yeah. Now, alongside that, he's been kind of disappointing as a player.
Yes.
As a first-round pick. So, mixed too. But I think between Nicole Lynn being his agent, and the Texans seem to have a good relationship with Nicole Lynn.
Very good, yeah.
The fact that he went to Alabama, and they've got a lot of really good character reports out of guys from Alabama, presumably. And then thirdly, and probably biggest of all, and they've established this, is it's kind of like Bill O'Brien before him. There's just very few guys out there who have the physical profile of a starting NFL cornerback.
Yep.
And it's Tom Brady was on the Heights podcast, the Kelsey Brothers podcast last week, and he had a really interesting bit in there about how, cornerbacks, you don't see slow cornerbacks. Like, if you're not fast, you're not good enough. And it's one of those things, it's one of those positions where, like, the premium of taking a guy in the first round makes so much sense because it's just hard to find the guys with the physical traits. So I think if you see a guy out there who you might be able to get at a perceived bargain at least, who has those physical traits, we saw that with, Jeff Okudah, and this wasn't a legal situation. C.J. Henderson, former high first-round picks who had been disappointed in the NFL. The Texans say, all right, let's bring him in. And these guys weren't legal issues or anything.
No.
They were just disappointing players.
Yep.
But I think the Texans are going to bring guys in who have those elite physical traits as often as possible and see if it can work with him.
At a minimum, to give him a physical and work him out.
Right, yeah. So
pick his brain.
At the very least, and then seeing what happens with the legal side. Maybe he ends up being completely exonerated with more evidence or something. That you know what you're getting, or you know exactly. So just kicking the tires on Terrion Arnold, it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
Signing him, would this be the biggest example of, like, a high-profile guy who's got a really dicey off-field situation?
Yes.
That the Texans would sign and bring into the organization?
Yes, and here's why. Deontay Johnson wasn't a legal thing. He was just a guy. He was like the wide receiver version of C.J. Gardner-Johnson is now, where he was on like 4 teams in a year because he just was hard to be around. C.J. Gardner-Johnson falls into that category. Damon Arnett, from that standpoint, is probably the closest thing. But Damon Arnett was like a UFL stint and like years removed from all his legal stuff. Like he just not played a lot of football.
Well, and you signed him to the absolute minimum.
Absolute
too.
minimum.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, this is like the body is still warm situation when it comes to the crime. He literally had a hearing the day after, you worked him out about an ankle bracelet. So this is definitely, by far, I would say. I mean, this is like 8 counts of really bad stuff.
8 counts of really bad stuff.
Yeah.
As I started, when I'm trying to see it from both sides, and a couple of the legal types weighed in and said, hey, look, I know it almost becomes a cliche, but it is true. You're innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
Like, you're really supposed to, where in the court of public opinion, it doesn't usually operate that way. I think that I'm looking at it, and the one thing I'm wondering about this whole situation and this whole case is that because Terry Arnold, who had stuff stolen from him, but his friends had stuff stolen from him too, that I do it, like in my mind, I can see a scenario where maybe these guys just did genuinely act on their own, and Terry and Arnold may not have been the mastermind. Who knows how much he did or did not know about what they were doing.
Yeah.
But like once they get arrested and they give their version of it, and if they're if giving up Terry and Arnold helps out their prospects at all or whatever, it'll be interesting to see exactly how all that
seems to be the basis of Terry and Arnold's legal case is, hey, these are a bunch of ne'er-do-wells who are diming out the rich guy in this whole thing.
Yeah.
Is what his legal team seems to be doing. Now, the one thing in here, and I know we got to get to a break. The one thing in here, and we'll circle back to this story for sure. The one thing in here that's a little damning for Terry and Arnold is the very beginning of the masterminding of luring what they thought were the two guys that stole stuff from them to the woman's apartment, to Terry and Arnold's girlfriend's apartment, was that she said that Terrian texted me and said, get this guy to come here.
Yeah.
And that feels like it'd be something pretty easy to prove.
That right, yeah.
So, I don't think his fingerprints are off of this thing entirely, but we'll see how it plays out. I just think it's super interesting that the Texans are interested in him, for sure.
I think it's yes. In my mind, most likely it's exactly or very close to what the police are saying it is.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they chose the wrong guys to shake down, too.
Real sleuths.
If I were Terry and Arnold, I'd use that as an example of how you can tell that I'm not actually, I'm kind of new to all this.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't find the right guys to shake down.
Law enforcement. All right, let's get to headlines coming up next. Headlines, the Astros lose 2 out of 3 over the weekend. Where do they sit right now? Hey, we had a draft in MLB this weekend. What was the approach there? And we've got some NFL news, World Cup to get to as well. We'll do that in headlines coming up next. But first, got to get you sleeping better. And I slept great during this vacation.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines here. The Astros lose 2 out of 3 to the Rangers over the weekend. 47-51 headed into the All-Star break. Seth probably would have signed up for that, I would guess, back in mid-May. Hey, they're going to be 4 games. I don't know if I would have signed up for 4 games under 500. I probably would have signed up, though, for in the division and 1.5 back in the wild card. This is a very manageable situation right now.
Yeah.
Division, you're going to have plenty of games left against these teams that you're chasing or you're in the swamp with right now. 1.5 back in the wild card. Boy, and they let one go yesterday. I guess that's the biggest headline. 6-5 yesterday. They lose to the Rangers. So it looked like they came back from a 4-1 deficit, came back to tie the game. Isaac Paredes with a big game-tying single in the 7th, I believe.
The 7th was the big inning.
Yeah, 7th was the big inning. Zach DeCenzo had one of the greatest swinging bunts of all time.
For those of you who didn't see it,
literally
the ball
rolled on top of the line.
On top of the line for 2/3 of the way down the line.
It's incredible.
It was really amazing. And then it stayed fair. It was almost about to go out, and then it hit a little bit of a fleck of dust or something and veered back right onto the. Good job by the groundskeepers.
Thanks for grooming the dirt there so that the Astros could keep a rally going. So the Astros get a 5-4 lead in the 8th on a Cam Smith solo home run, but then Brian King gives up a home run with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th to the 9-hole hitter, and that ties the game. And then they scrape together a run in the bottom of the 9th. The Rangers do against Josh Hader. Only one real hard hit ball. DeCenzo had an error that allowed a runner to advance, and it was. So not a great day for the Astros. They lose 6-5. Would have been nice to go into the All-Star break a half game back in the playoff hunt. They're a game and a half back. So that's where we are right now. Headed to film. What's our confidence level that this can be one of the 6 playoff teams in the American League right now?
I'd say 50-50. There's no confidence in anything right now. You know what really adjusted last week was, I think by the time you had left, we were still talking about bringing in a left-handed outfielder, and we were figuring out exactly, hey, just this guy or this guy needs to come along on the pitching staff. I feel like it pivoted pretty hard to, man, they need a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
Because you can't trust any of these guys. Hunter Brown's going to come around. Yeah, but I figure he'll come around. He's got no command at all right now.
No.
Abandoning his fastball ended up being what worked for him the other day.
Yeah.
But that's not exactly what
his go-to pitch.
Him abandoning his bread and butter pitch, probably not the best thing, but I figure he'll figure that out at some point. I'm excited about the prospects of Lambert being what he has been, but we still need to wait and see. I guess with Javier ends up not looking as bad as I feared that it would, but it could have easily been even worse. It could have an extra foot of distance on any of those fly balls yesterday.
He still gave up 3 runs.
I know. But at least he worked his way back in and was competitive instead of. I was worried that after the first couple innings it was just going to be an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
But no, I don't. Yeah, I don't feel awesome about any of the starting pitchers right now. But I'm intrigued by. That's about it.
Yep.
And obviously Hunter Brown.
Think about what you're saying right there. I don't want to go too deep because we got to get to these headlines. You're encouraged by Peter Lambert, the guy they DFA'd before the season started. They cut him. That's the guy that's the guy we have the most confidence in.
That was one of the 6 guys they brought in, and the one that Dana Brown had deemed most expendable.
Yep.
And they nobody picks him up, and it ends up working out so far. What a disastrous, horrible, ridiculously bad offseason for Dana Brown.
It wasn't good. Not in the pitching
Don't worry,
realm.
he's in charge of the draft. We'll be good.
Okay, speaking of which, first pick for the Astros, 17th overall. Logan Hughes, I need you Red Raiders out there to tell me, was this a good pick or not? Logan Hughes, outfielder, hit a bunch of bombs, hit 375, potential middle-of-the-order bat. That's what they're saying about him. This is what I like, Seth, of what I read. Who do you think I thought of first? Logan Hughes was ranked in the mid-40s in most of the big boards out there. The Astros took him 17th overall. Who do you think I thought of
Marlon
first?
Klein?
Well, no, that's a good answer.
Yeah.
And James Gladstone was what I was going to say.
Oh, James Gladstone did it with everybody. He reached on everybody.
Is Dana Brown trying to Gladstone this thing? What's he doing here? So there's that. So they took Logan Hughes. They drafted a bunch of college guys this time around. So
the one thing, the speculation right now is that when it comes to the trade market, because so many teams are theoretically in the hunt for the playoffs, that there might be a lot more player-for-player trades this year.
Yeah.
And so when you're starting to figure out, how do you position this team better for the playoffs without sacrificing your farm system? them, not have to give up prospects.
Yep.
Now, it's not like you've got a plethora of guys to deal on the major league roster right now.
No.
That you can easily do without.
It's kind of all hands on. You kind of need anybody worth dealing. You kind of need yourself to get into the postseason.
The Astros outfield is like how the Texans' offensive line has been the last few years. You don't feel awesome about any of them, but you desperately need all of them.
Yep.
Because in any given game, you got to play 5 outfielders.
Yep. All right, a couple other headlines. World Cup semifinals are set. Tomorrow it'll be France and Spain. France on Bastille Day, Seth. France and Spain tomorrow.
What happened on Bastille Day?
On Bastille Day. That would be the French Revolution of 1789.
That worked out
Spain wasn't involved in that at all. Spain and France have had their issues, but Spain was not involved in that at all. Wednesday in Atlanta, England and Argentina. The bigger story is that you and Clint are leading the company pool right now. That's where the
Odyssey
pool.
You know, the one big thing is that there's a lot of people that seem to be convinced that because NFL players are bigger and stronger than soccer players, that they'd all be awesome soccer players.
Yeah.
So I think that's...
Or LeBron.
Yeah.
If
Pay no attention to the fact that the best soccer players in the world are these scrawny little 155-pound
Messi
dudes.
is the best player in the world.
I didn't realize. Yeah, just imagine if Messi was 6'7" and 280 pounds.
Yeah, dude.
I feel like Clint and I are proving that theory correct. Yeah, you just need a higher body mass.
That's it.
And he and I know exactly what we're doing.
It's so funny. I saw that yesterday. I'm like, of course, they're leading the pool.
The funniest thing, you know what, though? JJ, somebody asked about the size difference between JJ Watt and Messi. And JJ just tweeted out a photo of himself with Lionel Messi. Didn't say anything about it at all. And all of a sudden, there's these people arguing with JJ, mansplaining to JJ, who owns part of a soccer club. They're like, well, it's a different sport, and your size doesn't help you there. Yeah, JJ's not one of these idiots that thinks that being 290 pounds and shredded is going to make him a good soccer player.
No. He's married to a soccer player. Like, he knows the game. He owns a team. Speaking of owning a team, the Seahawks have new owners. It is the Kozla family, $9.6 billion. And those are your headlines for today here on Payne and Pendergast. All right, coming up next, Seth, I am starting to think that maybe C.J. Stroud is not going to make the NFL's top 100. Starting to think that may be the case.
I've got a counter argument for you.
You do? Okay.
And I don't know if you know this part of it or not.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the counter argument. We will get to that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln. West Point Lincoln.
Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Sam asked on the text page real quick. Well, first of all, we have a few people we have at least one person set that lives in Montana.
Yeah.
Which is where I was on vacation. And I said, no, it was 82, it was 83, it wasn't too bad. They're like, that's Western Montana. Eastern Montana, $110 today.
Ew.
110 degrees.
You can throw all your dry heat theories out the window when it's 110. And then roll that window right back up because you're going to die.
Someone said, Sean, how do you and Amy pick your towns and destinations and plan your trips? Really appreciate it if you could tell me that. That's from Sam. We've been trying to check off states. That's all we've been doing. We've been trying to go to all 50 states. So we plan different road trips based on checking off states, and I'm happy to report that we've hit the whole continental U.S. now. Montana was the last one.
You've hit the contiguous states,
yes.
Not the continental. Yeah, because Alaska's it's on the continent.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, the 48 contiguous states.
I think that's the way it works.
That's okay. It sounds logical to me.
It's the only time, kind of like the only time you ever hear the word confluence is when they're talking about the Steelers stadium. Likewise, contiguous. You never hear that word other than the contiguous United States.
Yes. So, but that's how we do it. We've just been doing that during the break. But you know what was really helpful on this trip for us? ChatGPT.
When you're on
the road.
Yeah.
You don't realize until you actually have somebody that can answer all the questions with you, i.e. ChatGPT, you don't realize how many times you're driving and you go, boy, I wonder this. Or I wonder that. What is that thing over there? What is that all about?
Yeah, you're like, I had no idea that Mark Twain lived here, apparently. Yeah. What's the deal with that? And then he'll tell you all about all the, the when and where somebody lived there or anything.
It was like having a tour guide. It was great.
You know what I like it for a lot is when I'm driving a lot of times is just put it in conversation mode and say, hey, I'm driving to Texarkana on 59. Where's a good place where I could, sit out and eat outside and everything? Yeah. And they'll tell me, there's a rest area with picnic tables here.
It's incredible. And it's right.
Without having to look without having to try to search on Google Maps or anything.
It's really, cool. Really cool. Now, do you keep it in conversation mode when you're in the car with Brandy?
I do, and then I forget that I'm in conversation mode, and I'll just make an offhand remark to Brandy, and chat will be like, that's a great point, Seth. And I look at Brandy, who didn't even acknowledge what I said, and I was like,
See?
Yeah. Just wait until I can put this guy into a sex bot. Yeah.
It's over. It's over. Okay, so the NFL's Top 100 is continuing here over the next several days. We are 30 players into the Top 100 as of Friday. I am starting to get the feeling CJ Stroud might not make the top 100. Now, let me be clear. He in his 2 eligible off seasons so far, CJ Stroud has been 20th, which is after his rookie year, 39th after his season last year, and now the question is, and when you and I were kind of previewing the NFL Top 100, or I was making my predictions as to which Texans would be in and out, I said, I don't know, man. CJ feels like a coin flip. And then they revealed the first few players, and Bryce Young was 98th. And I said, okay, well, CJ's better than Bryce. Even with the year CJ had, even with that bad playoff game, CJ Stroud has got to have a better cachet with his fellow players than Bryce Young at 98. Mm-hmm. And then Brock Purdy pops up at 85, and I'm like, all right, well, I mean, Purdy's probably had a better last few years, and CJ's been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then, so I'm like, okay, there's maybe 50-50. Brock Purdy may still suffer from that 7th-round label that he's got. And Baker Mayfield pops up while I'm on vacation at 77. And then on Friday, Jordan Love pops up at 72. I don't know. What do you think the chances are that CJ's peers think he's better than Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield?
This is what you need to know. It's that the ballots are submitted before the playoffs. The vast majority of ballots are Thanksgiving through January 1st.
I did not know this.
Yeah, I double-checked this, and I'm pretty positive that's the way that it still is.
Okay.
So it's largely voted on in November and December. So playoff failures, disasters, playoff mass murders, basically, might as well have been. They're not factored in. So I think that's where I would go back to, hey, you know what? CJ was ranked ahead of Baker Mayfield last year. Both of them had pretty mediocre seasons. Baker started off a lot faster. But I think CJ still got better, either cachet or just reputation, or just maybe because he's, for whatever reason, amongst players. The year before, last year, CJ was ahead of Baker Mayfield. Baker ended up dropping about 20 spots this year. I think there's a good chance that CJ drops a certain amount too. But CJ had the same year last year that he really had in 2024. Like statistically, looking at it, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
You know, so I think I think he's still in it. And I think people will be PO'd and they'll talk about, and Baker, statistically in a lot of ways, Baker had a better year last year, partly just because he was healthy the whole year. But I think CJ's still going to make it.
I think Baker is hurt by the collapse that the Buccaneers as a team had over the second half of last season. Those even if it's not deserved to be put on the quarterback, that gets put on the quarterback.
Well, no, and think about, even though CJ, look, the box score doesn't look good for the Chiefs game, but CJ's performance in the fourth quarter, it was really impressive. Coming off that Chiefs game last year, and that was right around the time when people were starting to either submit their ballots or thinking about it and everything. Good point. The Texans were on what would end up being an 11-game winning streak, and for all those reasons, I think that, and I still think, just as it is with a lot of the people who watch film and the hardcore analysts and everything, they're kind of waiting and seeing. They still believe in CJ, but they just got to see it. You know, they got to see it for sure. I think that's how a lot of NFL players feel.
That's interesting. Okay, so good. I'm glad you point that out, that the ballots were submitted before the playoffs, because this is the part that was getting really interesting to me, was that we're starting to get into the 60s and then the 50s in this top 100, and we're starting to get into, like, the 60s are a spot where, you know, CJ had an okay regular season. Statistically, it was just okay. I know you probably had to watch him week to week to see the progress that he made within Nick Caley's offense and things like that. And then you just had this playoff just collapse, really in both games, but really bad in the New England game. But that's what was getting interesting to me. Like, before you pointed out that the ballots were submitted before the playoffs, I was thinking the playoffs, that they were submitted after everything was over, these ballots, because the poll itself doesn't come out till this dead time of year that we're in. I'm like, man, we're getting into an area here where we don't know if he's in the top 100. If he is, that's an area like the 60s for the season CJ had in the regular season. That's like total exoneration for that New England game, if the New England game were to have counted towards it.
Right.
Or if he's not in the top 100 at all, that's the more interesting one, because then that's the league saying, well, this is who he is. Yeah, this is who he is.
I'd like it would be cool if they didn't do it until February, and just really base it on all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Too, about some of the players that are already in him. You got to remember too, with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy had just started playing football again in November, so
he was injured. That's right. The Texans didn't even face him in that game.
Yeah. So Brock Purdy had 2 games before his injury, and then ended up starting, I think, mid-November, I think, was when he came back.
Yeah.
So, like, again, back when people start submitting their ballots around Thanksgiving Day and everything, and if they're looking at stats or whatever, Brock Purdy's not really necessarily front and center in anybody's mind.
Nope. So, okay, so good.
The fact that Bryce Young is on here.
CJ's got to be on here.
Yeah. Like, no, Bryce Young is the 98th quarterback on here, and he didn't start doing anything of note until the second half of the season.
Yeah.
I know that I'm not saying it's correct or anything.
No.
And people are going to make a big old hoopla about this, but the Baker Mayfield and Jordan Love dynamic, the Baker Mayfield's at 77, Jordan Love is at 72. It feels like CJ and Jordan Love, as well as the Packers and the Texans, have kind of orbited each other in terms of how people are evaluating these guys early in their career. I think that he ends up being somewhere close to Jordan Love.
My handicap has completely changed with you saying that the ballots don't come in until
they do. They're in before the playoffs.
I'm sorry. Yeah, in before the playoffs. Yeah, that completely changes the handicap on that. This was from yesterday afternoon. We've got weekend radio going on Sports Radio 610. Zach Gelb and Luke Morrow were on Sports Radio 610 yesterday afternoon. Luke, who did last week with you, Seth, and Zach Gelb, probably know from CBS Sports Radio. You and I have gone on Zach's show. He's not on CBS Sports Radio, obviously doesn't exist anymore. And Zach is doing his own thing now. But he did some Sunday radio on Sports Radio 610 yesterday, talking a little Houston. They had Cameron Wolfe on, who I know you guys played the audio last week of Cameron Wolfe saying that the Texans are a Super Bowl contender, right? Cameron Wolfe of the NFL Network.
Yeah.
He was on with the guys yesterday, speaking of Baker Mayfield and C.J. Stroud, and Zach asked Cameron Wolfe, hey, if things don't go well for C.J. this year, and if Baker Mayfield hits free agency, or if he's available, let's say, maybe they franchise him and trade him, Tampa Bay, could the Texans look to Baker Mayfield in 2027?
Why not? Absolutely. I think as much as I think CJ can fix this, I think that this is absolutely a prove-it year for CJ. I think that the pressure's on. I think they've told you through your actions, we are not ready to pay you top of the market money yet. And so go show us. And yes, you're right. If it doesn't happen, then they got to look at other options. And they're a win-now team. They've already paid a lot of their defensive cornerstones. That defense is championship ready. The way they built this roster, they're ready to win. So yes, if it's not CJ, I don't see them just sort of band-aiding it around. I think they go get a real guy. And maybe that's Baker. Maybe that's someone else. But we have seen teams quickly pivot off their young quarterback if it doesn't work. You know, Minnesota is an example of that. Even Seattle, they felt like, you know, they made the swap from Geno to Sam, and it worked out for them. So I think the days of just waiting 5 to figure out if your quarterback is the guy or not are over.
I like the way he framed that, Seth, is that I can't envision this being a team that goes into 2027 with one of those one of the 6 quarterbacks who everybody sees as first rounders coming out of college this year, because the Texans wouldn't be in a position to take the best of that crew. I just can't see this being a team that goes into 2027 with even a first-round quarterback they feel good about long-term as the quarterback for this team.
I think that's where the whole contract negotiation and everything gets interesting. Because I mean, there's part of me, whenever somebody says, like, yeah, maybe they decide to go with a guy like Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield, that my immediate thought is, yeah, imagine if the Browns had let Baker Mayfield stick around, or if the Jets had actually done something to support Sam Darnold in his time, and if you had operated that way. Going back to guys like Eli Manning, who had a much slower start to his NFL career than C.J. Stroud did. You just kind of figure out a way to make it work around those guys and support them like they do. That all sounds good, and I would say that. Like, C.J.'s shown enough promise that I can't sit here as an organization and say we're making the right decision if our solution is to take a guy like Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield, who was discarded by a bad organization earlier in their career, but now we have him.
Baker's 5th team if he were to come here.
Right. Like, okay, why not? How about we be the team that actually holds on to a guy like Baker, Sam Darnold, and figures out how to get the most out of him? The only dicey part of that is there any tension to an extreme degree or to a harmful degree about the contract negotiation and all of that? And that's when I say, you know what? Look, the Ravens and the Cowboys haven't won a Super Bowl or anything, or even many playoff games in the case of so except that as far as how is their relationship with Dak Prescott? How is their relationship with Lamar Jackson? Those two organizations pushed it out to the extreme edge of when they had to give him a contract. Those guys are still there, and they're still playing really good football. And so it's not – I think sometimes people worry, and organizations start to worry, like, oh dear. Oh, our quarterback's going to be upset or disgruntled. Whatever shall we do? Like, you deal with it. You know, so I don't want to – like, honestly, think about the irony of that. Like, well, CJ hasn't really turned into what we want. Yeah. So let's go out and go get a guy who was discarded by a team who didn't think Baker was a good enough quarterback.
It's a really good point. It's a really good point. So what would you say? What would you say the chance? So you think there's a chance CJ? There's a scenario in which CJ plays for the Texans on the 5th-year option in 2027.
Yeah. I think there's. I think it's very, very possible. I think it's one of the dumbest precedents in sport over the past decade has been teams kowtowing to their quarterbacks and feeling like they need to treat them like precious little divas and give them a huge contract after third or fourth, just because.
It is an interesting needle to thread, though, and I'm thinking of the other direction, which is, okay, what if CJ's underwhelming again? What if he has a bad playoff performance in 2026?
If he has a bad playoff performance, that becomes that's where I flip it immediately, and especially like let's say he has an improved regular season this year, but then just completely just falls apart in the playoffs. Then I'd be done with him.
You'd be done with him.
I don't even have to think about it at that point.
Yeah, that's why I think it's a really interesting conversation. It's a very difficult needle to thread if CJ has an underwhelming 2026. You know, like I'm trying to picture that. Like, okay, he has an underwhelming regular season. Maybe they lose in the playoffs in the divisional round again, but it's not really CJ's fault. It's something else. He doesn't throw 4 interceptions in that game. Then maybe it's a scenario where they say, you know, we're just not ready to pay you. You know, we're just not ready to give you what you think you might be worth. Then it's really interesting.
I think the one thing that I don't it's tough because there's people that I agree with, but then they start citing like that CJ's got these playoff victories. I don't buy into that. Like I do buy into it when I'll say that look, CJ's had good performances in the playoffs. But like acting like because he's won three playoff games, that's some kind of a mark of a true champion or something. There's like Mark Sanchez won 3 playoff games in his first couple of years.
Let's break it down. He's 3-3 in the playoffs. He wasn't great in any of the 3 losses, obviously.
Right.
He was good for 3 quarters. Then the wall caved in on him. Not totally his fault, but he didn't do anything in the 3 losses where I go, boy, he fought valiantly, and he certainly wasn't the reason. Like the 3 losses are the 3 losses. The 3 wins, he was outstanding his rookie year against Cleveland, against a team that just whacked them 3 weeks before that. But the Charger game looks better in the box score than it really was. He was terrible for like almost 2 quarters, and then had that play to Xavier Hutchinson that actually started with him fumbling the football.
Yeah.
And then that kind of broke the dam, and he was great after that.
He fumbled the snap in a playoff game, did he?
And then the Steeler game, he wasn't good in the Steeler. Like, he's played 6 playoff games. He wasn't good in at least 4 of them, 4.5. So I'm with you on that.
It's the one thing that holds me back a little bit from, like I just said, okay, if he fell apart completely in the playoffs, then I'd be done with him. I mean, the biggest example of a guy this guy had much better regular seasons early in his career, but was horrendous in the playoffs was Peyton Manning.
Yeah, Peyton.
You know, it took forever for him to even win. He was was his 7th year in the league by the time
Something
he won a
like
playoff
that.
game?
Yeah, it was.
Some of those performances you go through. I mean, he was 14 for 31 versus the Jets in 2003. He was 17 for 32 against the Dolphins in the year 2000, his 4th year in the league.
I can't name one guy on either of those teams, the Jets and the Dolphins, on their defense.
Well, my first thought with the Colts was like part of the issues of the playoffs early on was the defense, or were kind of built. They were built for the regular season. But this is Peyton Manning's first 3 playoff games in his career, which they were all losses. So this was in 3 separate years. Against Tennessee, he went 19 for 42. That's a 45% completion percentage.
Oh my God!
His next bout in the playoffs, he was 17 for 32, a 53% completion percentage, and a loss to the Dolphins. That was in overtime though.
Yep.
And then he went 14 for 31 against the Jets.
Oh my God!
He was ridiculously bad his first 3 times in the playoffs.
All right, let's get to acknowledging big performances from over the weekend, from last week. We will. I will say a name, and Ben Gary, our producer, will
Acknowledge me!
hit that sounder, and on we go. We'll give people their accolades here in a segment we call Acknowledge Me. Yordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge
It's an easy
me.
one. We're going to acknowledge Yordan practically every week between now and the rest of the season. He goes into the All-Star break, Seth, as what seems to be the runaway leader for the American League MVP. He's right in the mix for the first Triple Crown award since Miguel Cabrera led the American League in batting average, home runs, and RBIs back in 2012. Yordan, at least as of yesterday, going into yesterday, led the league in home runs, RBIs. He was second to Yandy Diaz in batting average. So we need something bad to happen to Yandy Diaz, or he needs to fall back. My favorite Yordan stat from over the weekend on the broadcast of yesterday's game is 8 play appearances going into yesterday. Yordan Alvarez had the second most home runs in Globe Life Field among any players in baseball, including the players that play all of their home games there. Jock Peterson, number 1 with 10. Yordan Alvarez, number 2 with 7. He's got more home runs in the Rangers stadium than all of the Rangers except Peterson right now.
The Rangers should be embarrassed, even though they won the series 2-1. I think the biggest thing about Yordan in the MVP race is that at the very least, the Astros are in the playoff mix. And yes, they might be a mediocre team, but there have been plenty of precedents of guys winning the MVP on mediocre teams right here in this division with Mike Trout. But the fact that they're within reach, I think, really, really helps out a lot as long as they can maintain this depressing level of play. At the very least, Yordan can be the MVP.
He can. Aaron Judge getting hurt really helped because Judge feels like that. Yeah. Judge is like the Shohei of the American League. Like Shohei Ohtani, as long as he's healthy, is going to be the leader, the front runner for the National League MVP every year, it would seem. Similarly, Aaron Judge, as long as he's healthy and he's hitting 60 home runs every year, is going to be the front runner for the American League MVP. So I'm with you. The dynamic in the American League where pretty much every team except for 2 or 3 of them are mediocre or bad, and the fact that Aaron Judge is hurt both help Yordan Alvarez. And Yordan, and what he's doing, he's not just having a great year. He's having a potentially historic type. He's having one of those years where Chandler Rome had an outstanding article about Yordan Alvarez last week that I'm guessing you guys talked about, where it interviews his teammates and people he goes against. It interviewed Mauricio Dubon, who, of course, was sort of his, kind of his playmate here in Houston in the dugout after home runs. I mean, he's a guy that teammates and opponents alike talk about as one of the best hitters they've ever seen. Mm-hmm. Not just the best one in the American League this year. So Yordan gets acknowledged. Justin Verlander.
Acknowledge me!
We are acknowledging Justin Verlander because he announced last week that he's going to be retiring. But I know it happened last week, but I think it fits this segment. I would say, Seth, my opinion, I think he's the best pitcher in Astros history. I know a lot of longtime Astro fans will want to debate that guys, maybe Roger Clemens from the early 2000s, Roy Oswalt certainly is in that conversation. I know Nolan Ryan's going to get a lot of love for a lot of reasons. But Justin Verlander, of the 23 starting pitchers in Astros history that have thrown 800 innings or more, he's the only one with an ERA below 3. He is the leader in least amount of hits per 9 innings, least amount of walks per 9 innings. His whip, walks, hits per innings pitched, is under 1. The next closest one is 1.14. These are big differences, in my opinion. He's the best one, in my opinion. And, by the way, his 3 fully healthy
That's
seasons.
All with his tenure with the Astros.
With the Astros, these are just Astros stats, yes. His 3 full seasons from beginning to end, and an Astro from beginning to end, because obviously 2 of the seasons he came here partway through the season in 17 and 23. He was the Cy Young winner twice and the runner-up the other time. Like I'll put that up against anybody else. He's the best.
And then I think the other part of it too is just the fact that he was the move that sparked the genuine entry into the golden era.
Absolutely.
I think the biggest thing, aside from the hurricane, the fact that the Astros had kind of been, I don't want to say scuttling, but not looking like a world championship caliber team right up until then either. There were so many things that just pivoted when they signed him and obviously led to so many things afterwards. And I also like there's a part of him too that the nice thing about him announcing this now is that there's an appreciation for Justin Verlander as kind of one of the last of his kind. That, all right, there's the 300 win pitcher is
done,
dead and gone. It's funny that a guy that has 266 wins is the guy that they're choosing to highlight the 300 win pitchers because it's not going to happen again. And this is the guy that would have had the best shot at it is now retiring, and he's a throwback player in a lot of ways.
Yep, the 300 win club is closed. Not in our lifetime, at least. It's not happening. Bruce Thornton.
Acknowledge me.
Rockets rookie point point guard set Summer League Rocket rookie Summer League record in scoring in a win over Denver in his first Summer League game. 27 points, 3 of 8 from 3, and then a follow-up game against Toronto had 17 points, 3 for 6 from 3. It's interesting. Dunn is his last. I can't remember his first name. Rockets assistant Dunn is the guy who's coaching their Summer League team. And I was reading an article, and he was saying, I probably kept...
Will Dunn.
Will Dunn, thank you. He's like, I probably kept Bruce in there for way more minutes than I thought I would, but I just couldn't take him off the court. I had to have him out there. He's a bowling ball out there, man, and it's interesting because let's hear from Bruce Thornton first, and then we'll share some thoughts.
Productive day for you. What do you think you showed?
That I can compete. I can hoop. Even though I'm undersized, I give everything I got. I'm from Forever, Georgia. That's how we play. I had to put it out here and display what I can do.
Being a two-way player, offense and defense, what do you think the biggest thing that you learned today in this small sample?
Yeah, you better be in shape. Those 24 seconds go by fast, but my teammates and coach staff helped me throughout this week. Be in the best position I can. My teammates helped me so much, and I give all glory to God.
What's it out about working with this group today?
Man, it's fun, man. Everybody willing to pass the ball. Everybody willing to win at a high level. We got like guys on the sidelines. Man, it's just a blessing to be in this position. I mean, I'm so glad to be a Houston Rocket.
Thank you.
So that was Bruce Thornton following that game. I think what's interesting about this is the last time that we had this sort of relationship with a rookie in the rookie league.
Reed Shepherd.
2 years ago.
Boy, man.
Dude, Reed Shepherd at one point in the summer was the favorite for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah,
because
and then teams started paying attention to him.
Well, and then he just didn't play. He was on a team that had a lot of vets. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but in the rookie league though, he didn't finish up. The rookie league didn't end up all that impressive either. They started paying attention to him.
That's right.
And it got a lot more difficult. But when he was just this little dude running around there at first, he was just lighting it up,
popping threes and doing his thing. They were making Steph Curry comparisons. Like, look at him in the mid range. Look at the crossover. Like, fun fact, and I think this is why they traded up to get him, Bruce Thornton, is he's 9 months older than Reed Shepherd right now. Not 9 months older than Reed Shepherd when Reed was, Reed's age when he was in the rookie, like right now. And that's because he was, he played 136 games of college basketball. Yeah. The all-time leading scorer at Ohio State.
I said rookie league. Sorry, I'm stuck in. I'm thinking about the Astros and which pitcher is about to get sent.
Oh, summer league. Summer league is kind of rookie league though. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. So that was good to see Bruce Thornton. We'll see. We'll see how much he contributes. They've done things for they get Fred VanVleet back. They signed Marcus Smart. Probably not a ton of minutes available for a rookie, but it was nice to see him do well over the weekend. Stephon Diggs.
Acknowledge me.
One of the stranger flexes from over the weekend. I want to take a listen to this. In print, this looks like a weird flex. Now listening to the audio, does this sound like a weird flex? Here is Stephon Diggs in a video that popped up on his YouTube stream saying there's no better wide than me in the NFL.
Opportunities aside, people might say it might be like, 7? That's like real one.
Right.
In my opinion, I can compete with anybody. But take those as your ones, right?
Right.
You can't name a number 2 better than you. There's not a number 2 on a team. Like, let's presumably give people the credit to just say, okay, you want to take the number 1 spot away. Name your number 2 receiver right now.
Right.
And tell me how much he makes. And then my last question is he better than me?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me how much he makes is a weird one because a lot of number 2, like Jaden Higgins makes $2 million a year because he's on a rookie deal.
Right. Well, no, but I think he's basically saying that he should be on a team somewhere. How much are these guys making? There's probably guys like Devontae Smith or somebody else that I should be. I should be making that amount of money.
Yeah.
That it shouldn't be that big a deal. I shouldn't be out here.
Yeah.
Well, he is also suing and being countersued by a former employee yet again. The problem with Stephon Diggs is that it's always something with him. I mean, he's at that point where there is always something going on. There was something going on in his personal life when he was in Houston. He had 2 women accusing him of this or that. And whether he settles with people out of court or whether he's found not guilty in a court of law, it's always something. And as he gets older, it's going to be harder and harder for teams to want to deal with the circus that comes along with him. to a certain degree.
I agree. He was also good last year.
Right, I know. That's right. No, that's the thing. He is still. I'm not saying he's washed up or anything, but it's there are a lot of teams out there right now that are probably saying, like, yeah, we'd love to have Stephon Diggs, but we've got these other two young guys. Let's see how it goes.
Yep.
Let's see how some of these younger guys develop, and then we'll figure out whether we're in the Stephon Diggs market.
Yep. No, that's fair. That's fair. I want to acknowledge Jonathan Alexander, the Chronicle, and Keelan Rutledge of the Houston Texans. I don't know if you saw this piece, Seth. Jonathan Alexander had an amazing article about Keelan Rutledge that I highly recommend to anybody about his. I think a lot of people know about the accident that he was in, really in between Middle Tennessee State and going to Georgia Tech. He was literally leaving Georgia Tech after a visit there to transfer there. He was leaving to go to Clemson to visit Clemson, and flipped his truck in the rain. Some car cut him off, and he flipped his truck. He almost lost his foot because of an infection from some surgeries that he had. I didn't realize, too, though, I mean, it's a really insightful and interesting article. Like, Keelan Rutledge's upbringing was not the greatest as well. His dad left him when he was really young, bounced from house to house. His girlfriend and now wife, maybe fiance wife, I'm not sure, is really like his savior in a lot of ways. They met in high school, and she really helped get him focused and take care of him. I'm only bringing it up and acknowledge me because I go out of your way to find the article. It's a really good article about the Texans' first-round pick.
I'll tell you one thing about the Texans is that if you're an offensive lineman who was in a really bad car wreck, they want you.
Yes.
On their team. That was Drew Scruggs' big calling card. If you want to go play for the Texans and you haven't gotten in a devastating car accident, I don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Get out
there in the bad weather.
I'm always intrigued by this because teams love guys who have overcome adversity, but like some of that's just dumb luck. Like, I'm sorry, I've never been in a devastating car crash that I had to come back from.
But that's sort of my point about this article is I only knew about the car wreck. I didn't know the tough upbringing that he had. That part of it is like that's not the only thing that he's had to overcome.
Yeah.
It's a really good article. Go out of your way to find it. I will say that. All right, last one.
He found his foot, though, right?
They found, okay. No, he never lost it to begin with. Yeah, he looked down. He's like, oh, yeah, it's still there. Needs a lot of work, but it's still there. And it works. Larry Zhang.
Acknowledge
Larry Zhang. He's a loyal listener. His girlfriend, Mary Grace, hit me up on Instagram, Seth. And we're happy to do this. It was his birthday last Saturday. Loyal listener has a birthday last Saturday, Larry. She told me that our show, Payne and Pendergast, was the first thing to make him laugh after his dad suffered a stroke a year and a half ago.
Oh.
The show is a big part of his life. He loves Payne and Pendergast. He loves the station. And so, therefore, we love Larry, and he gets an acknowledge me. Give him another one, Ben. It's his birthday, by God.
And his dad's got a good shot of playing offensive line for the Texans.
He's adversity to overcome. Well, I double-checked.
Okay,
I double-checked. Dad's doing better. Dad's doing better. So that's good to hear as well. So, Larry, we appreciate your listenership. Happy birthday. And Mary Grace. We'll acknowledge Mary Grace, too. While we're there we go. And his dad.
Acknowledge me.
We're done, Ben. That's all. Ben's like, does he have any other family members we need to acknowledge? Probably. But those are the only ones I know of. Larry, thank you for listening to the show, man. We appreciate that. All right, that was Acknowledge Me. All right, pugilism in Vegas over the weekend. One scheduled, one unscheduled. One sanctioned, one unsanctioned. The unsanctioned one was way more exciting than the sanctioned one. We will hit that coming up next.
Yordan Alvarez is an all-star starter. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, pugilism in Vegas over the weekend. Sanctioned and unsanctioned. The sanctioned was Conor McGregor getting TKO'd a minute 9 into his fight with Max Holloway. Conor McGregor's return to the octagon after a 5-year absence ends in a little over a minute when he injures his knee. Now, there's some conjecture out there as to whether he was damaged goods walking into the octagon. A lot of sleuthing and zaprudering going on with his walk to the ring and taking off his shoes and whatnot.
There was footage of him warming up where he looked just fine. I think the people that thought that he either injured his knee or showed that his knee was injured right beforehand when he was taking his shoes off. I can't get into that just because I don't like if there hadn't been the injury afterwards, if I just watched that in isolation, there's no part of me that would have thought like, oh yeah, look, clearly his leg is injured.
Yeah. Same.
Did any medical doctors weigh in on that?
No, there was him taking his shoes off and him stumbling a little bit is the closest I saw to anybody finding some sort of evidence.
But even that part is like, yeah, he stumbled a little bit, but he regained his balance, and he didn't put his right foot down because the shoe was still there. I didn't think anything of that.
Yeah, same. So, so that was Conor McGregor, and that was the sanctioned. The funny thing about the weekend was the fact that Bam Adebayo, also in Vegas at the Summer League, went over and walloped Tyler Hero when the two were having a conversation, presumably about some things that Tyler Hero DM'd to somebody and wound up getting outed over talking about Bam Adebayo. And maybe Bam's not that good. Maybe he's not worth his contract. Bam Adebayo's solution to that was to walk over to Tyler Hero and wallop him in front of Tyler Hero's AAU team at some AAU tournament going on in Vegas. So the funny meme, and we'll circle back to Conor McGregor here in a second because there's some fun audio that comes with that. But the funny meme or the funny internet theme that was rolling around yesterday, Seth, was punches landed in Vegas. Bam Adebayo 1, Conor McGregor 0.
Geez. Was it that bad?
Yeah, it was a minute 9. That was the beauty part of it. I'm not a huge UFC guy, so I didn't see the fight live. Actually, Amy and I were flying home, I think, maybe when it was going live. I can't remember. But we didn't see it live, but we saw the reaction to it the next day. And I'm like, okay, I only saw the reaction. I thought he got his ass kicked or something like that. It turned out he was injured. And they said a minute 9. I'm like, okay, well, I can go rewatch this whole fight.
Yeah.
A minute 9, which I did. And so, yeah, it was a tough watch. He got injured, and then Max Holloway just took advantage of it and was wailing. That was his opponent on him. And apparently Max Holloway is telling the referee as he's beating the snot out of Conor McGregor, like, hey, do you want to stop this thing?
Yeah, it's clear that he can. It looked like that one portion of it where this is the first time I'm watching it in its entirety that I'd watched like the little clips of it.
Yeah.
So the 1 minute that it takes to watch it, when he was on his back and it looked like a toddler might kick at his mother or something, and he doesn't want to have his diaper changed.
Yes.
It was like it was a sad look. A sad state of affairs.
This was Holloway after the match saying, I was telling the referee to stop the fight.
I told the ref, stop the fight. He doesn't want to fight. I was like, bro, his demeanor is right. And then he said fight the first time. So I was like, okay, stand up. So I backed up, he stand up, and then he tried to do this hop step where he hop forward, hop back, and then he did it again. And then when he went back, he just kind of grabbed his leg, and he screamed. He said, and I was telling the ref, come on, bro. Like, what you want me to keep it? Like, this guy he brought his kids to the fight. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't trying to beat up a wounded dog.
Yeah.
He brought his kids. The man's got a family.
If his family wasn't there, I would have just gone to
I just
town.
kept going.
I would have wailed away.
Yeah.
So I would have started crying. Yeah, but I wouldn't have stopped punching him. But no, his kids were there.
The funny thing is the memes that have come out of this, like Aaron Rodgers running out with the American flag. Moments before his season ended, 4 snaps in.
Conor
McGregor running into UFC. Yeah.
He was running out with his flag one. I love when that shows up.
Yes.
For anybody who doesn't know the backstory, they must be so confused. No, those were the 4 snaps he played. That was right before he played 4 snaps for the Jets that
running
season.
out with the flag before his Jets debut, and it was over before it started.
So supposedly Max Crosby said that he knew for a fact that Conor McGregor wasn't injured beforehand.
Oh, was not. Okay. Yeah, that's
based on his sources.
Well, and obviously the the whole thing is the payday. You know, like he just wants
right.
to get in the ring so he can get his $30 million or whatever.
If you're just, who knows what you might shoot yourself up with to appear like you're not injured and can warm up and everything. That would be, just to be sure you get out there and get $30 million.
That is true. The interesting thing to me is like, okay, Conor McGregor got embarrassed out there, right? Like it was complete embarrassment. Now he can blame it on an injury, so maybe that factors in. $30 million is a lot of money. $30 million is way above the threshold for me that I would say yes to. To go out and get completely embarrassed like that. I just wonder what the number it was for Conor. Like if this was a $5 million payday, would he have been like, "No, my knee, it's broken"?
The funniest thing though too is because like he's just doing that hop step kick, which is like exactly what you envision. It looks exactly the way it happens when people who envision doing that, despite not actually being good MMA fighters, try something like that.
Yes.
You're like, oh, in my mind, I'm just going to take a hop step and go up and kick. What in reality happens is that you fall flat on your face and then you get your ass beat.
Oh, my God.
Conor McGregor is all of us.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Except for the outside the octagon stuff.
Yeah, there's some
None
stuff.
Of that stuff.
There's some stuff. What did you think of Bam Adebayo walking over and punching his former teammate in the mouth at an AAU tournament?
I support him standing on business. I don't know what Tyler Harrow said or texted or whatever. I would say maybe wait and not do it in front of the kids.
Yeah.
The AAU team. But yeah.
My biggest thing I come away with on something like this is like, if you're Tyler Harrow, or if you're Kevin Durant for that matter, why on earth are you DMing with randos, with just random people, like your opinions on teammates or former teammates or friends or whatever it may be?
So what happens? So Tyler Harrow is DMing people about Bam Adebayo.
Yeah. And Bam.
So like not his. They were just people kind of like a Kevin Durant type of situation where he's interacting with all these people that he knows from online.
I'll read. This is the paragraph in the Athletic art. It's one paragraph at the very end. And I'm surprised, like, the article about this punch, it gets, like, 2 sentences at the end of the article. I'm like, I need a little more, but this is what the article had. Following the trade of Hero to the Bucks for Giannis, a fan leaked a series of screenshots of direct messages that appeared to come from an Instagram account connected to Hero. In those alleged direct messages, Hero appeared to question Adebayo's game and whether or not he was worthy of the contracts he had signed with the Heat.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big slap. What I've learned is that pointing out that some guy may not be worth what he's getting paid is a big point of contention with these guys.
Well, you know what this reminds me of is back when Brady got deposed in the Deflategate scenario. Remember, one of his texts was to one of his buddies about how, look, the debate about me versus Peyton is over.
Yeah.
That is, that's ancient history or whatever. And why didn't Peyton Manning go punch Tom Brady? Why
gentleman.
If you're gonna, no. I think he's a coward. I think he's yellow.
Oh, he should have.
Tom Brady should have. Go defend your honor, Peyton Manning.
This is the other thing too. Just the big lesson. Just don't mess with a guy named Bam. You know what I mean? Like it's like I'm guessing he's got that. I'm guessing that's not his given name. I'm guessing he was given the name Bam because of something physical. So that would be the other lesson in all this. My favorite thing about you bring up the Brady thing, was when he destroyed his phone, as if they couldn't go get the text messages from the cloud or somewhere else. You know?
Yeah, he was.
Took a hammer to his phone.
Bam Adebayo, according to the AI overview, which is about 50-50, he earned the nickname Bam Bam as a baby when he was watching the Flintstones and playfully flipped over a coffee table, mimicking the character
Kids
Bam
flipping
Bam Rubble.
furniture over as an infant, you know? You don't mess with that guy.
It turns out it was a 300-pound coffee table.
Right, it was
that he
marble.
flipped over at the age of 3.
Flipped over a marble coffee table. It was really just a big rectangular slot in the middle of the room. Yeah, you just don't mess with a guy named Bam. All right, so the sanction, I would say if we didn't get to watch the Bam Adebayo versus Tyler Hero, that sounds more compelling than the minute 9 I watched of Conor McGregor getting his ass kicked.
I would say, man, I'm so careful. I don't text really nasty stuff about other people, even to my friends and relatives.
Yeah.
Because I don't for one, try not to say nasty things about
Sure.
about people or whatever. But two, I don't need there to be a text record of any of this.
Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff that gets screen grabbed and sent around and everything.
Man.
And so you especially don't do it with random people on the internet.
No, that's always my biggest takeaway. Why are you texting? Why are you DMing like private things to random people?
I do think that texting has made me a slightly better person in some regards, though. I think more about if I'm going to criticize somebody, and like let's say I have to do it for some reason, like it's a fair criticism. I'm texting it. I try to be as polite as possible about it, even if that person's. I might be talking about a third party, but I'm kind of like, well, look, we're not getting this out of it and everything. Like, because if it were ever to float back to the person, I don't want it to look like it's mean or anything.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's kind of filtered back over into the way I conduct myself in non-text situations. I think I'm a little bit more careful about delivering a criticism or what have you.
Yeah, you need to lose that. It was more fun when you were unhinged.
That's a classic. Well, I try to operate more like, okay, am I willing to say this to that person's face, or would I, and everything, and operate by that dynamic.
Yep.
And the internet plays operating by
Fair,
that
yeah,
standard.
fair. All right, going into the 8 o'clock hour here. Okay, speaking of memes on the internet, this new TikTok trend now has a Texans flip. The new TikTok trend where people are, quote, preparing to discuss a fictional Netflix documentary. I think this would actually be a really good real documentary, right?
Yeah.
We'll tell you who.
There's one big obstacle to it.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
one big obstacle to my real documentary that I want. That's coming up next.
Texans training camp is just 2 weeks. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I had not seen this TikTok trend that's been going on, but I think it's funny now that I know it exists. It was brought to my attention by Seth C. Payne, who sent me the tweet from formerly of Channel 2 here in town, who posted the video of former Texans wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins sitting down on a stool in what looks to be his kitchen, which is, I guess, where he would sit if a documentary crew were in his house to interview him. And the caption on the short TikTok video, where DeAndre looks to be kind of talking to an interviewer, is preparing for the Netflix doc on surviving a pastor turned NFL general manager.
That's funny right there. Yeah. I laugh at that all the time.
There's a trend on TikTok where they just do, make it look like you're conducting a Netflix documentary.
Yeah.
It was out of nowhere a nice little reminder of one of the most traumatic ordeals that this young organization has been through. And a lot of people laughed at it. A lot of other people cited PTSD, and they were mad at DeAndre for even bringing it up.
I think it's okay. Like, if this team were still – this is how I feel about it.
Yeah.
And we can talk about how compelling this documentary would actually be, because when you sent it to me, Seth, I didn't know about the TikTok trend.
I assumed you knew it was a trend.
I didn't know. I was pretty good at staying off the grid on this vacation, better than normal.
Yeah.
So I hadn't seen it. Amy probably had. I think
she got super excited.
Well,
you thought it was going to be a real documentary.
No, I could tell just by the nature of the video, like, this probably looks like a joke. I just didn't know for sure.
Yeah.
But part of me, I even said to you when I replied in the text, I'm like, it would be a pretty good documentary. But yeah, so DeAndre sitting down here. My to people bringing up Easterby era stuff, because obviously that's who he's referring to here, the pastor turned GM, is that they're in such a good place now that if this is what you had to go through to get to where they are now, then okay, it would have been nice to not have to go through that. But if the price you pay is that you've got the roster they have now, you've got DeMeco Ryans as your head coach, front office seems to be in pretty good shape too.
Well, and it was really, he's the reason that Caserio is the GM of the Texans.
Ironically, yeah.
So depending on how you feel about Caserio, I think the meter is still pretty positive with most fans on Caserio right now. I mean, it is one of those kind of things that in a long and winding path to get to a good spot, there was a lot of weird and crazy stuff that happened along the way.
There was, that's the irony in the whole thing. So
it's kind of almost like the way you had a psychotic ex-girlfriend that made you realize, oh, okay, I need to date a woman who ends up being like your wife, like, oh, okay, I've learned some lessons about what not to do.
Yeah. What was the low point for you during that whole thing? Like was it just one big low point for you? You, I will credit you. You were one of the first ones to point out the sociopathic ways of the former pastor.
Well, the biggest, immediate. I was kind of going through this in my head and like, okay, when did I realize there was something off about Easterby? And originally there were two things. One was that they were touting him as this guy who was so good at relating to the players, and guys would confide him and everything, but that he was also the guy who was reporting everything to Bill O'Brien.
Well,
like, wait a second. There's a recipe for disaster here. It'd be like if your psychologist was also going to tell every single thing to your boss that you relay to your psychologist. But the other one, the big red flag for me immediately was that he was listed when they first hired him as the assistant GM in Jacksonville. And when I called and asked people in Jacksonville about this Jack Easterby, they were like, your guess is as good as ours, Seth. I have no idea who this guy is.
He worked for the Jags in some capacity.
No, he was like an intern for a little bit.
That's what I mean, but he
He didn't even work for him. He called himself the assistant GM, and it was not anything close to that.
Yeah.
Not even close to it.
That's
Nobody knew who the hell he was. It was for like a few months or something. And then it was just still stuff would start to filter in it. But I got to the point where I just laid off of it because people were so intent on claiming that the media was misportraying this and everything. And meanwhile, I'm talking to people in the organization and players and everything who are so terrified to it was almost like it felt like wartime They're like, people knew that this Easterby guy had so much power and would say anything to get what he wanted that people were very, very careful to say anything about him because he was so adept at just creating this tapestry of misinformation that people got rolled out of the organization for speaking up.
Yeah. The thing the part that I think of, there's two things. One, back to the very beginning when he was here, and there was, it was like OTAs or something, and somebody from the staff, I was talking to somebody from the staff who's no longer with the team, so it's not anybody who's still there, but they were telling me, like, boy, he was pursued by however many teams around the NFL that offseason. He had hired an agent, I think the same agent that a lot of guys have in that Patriot tree and things like that. I think Bob Lamont is his name?
I think so, Bob Lamont, Kingmaker.
Yeah, and here, he whatever title you want to give Easterby. That was the other thing too, is that anytime anybody asked you what his title was or what he did, nobody ever gave you a straight answer.
Right. Nobody could really tell. He was just all over the place, advising everybody about everything.
There's something to be said for titles and job descriptions.
Yeah.
There is something to be said for guardrails.
Oh, no. And he wanted to go in, and he was just the biggest thing about him, the impression I got was that he was one of these guys that he loved outside the box thinking, but taken to an extreme, that means like you're reinventing everything all the time.
Yeah.
Like, not just because something's outside the box doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Yep.
So like when you have out of the box trade after out of the box trade after out of the box trade, after a while you're not outside the box. You're just homeless. You're elegantly framing this thing where like, no, we actually have no roof over our head.
You don't even have a box anymore.
Yeah.
I want you to pay off on your tease because
I don't think there will ever be a documentary about this.
Yeah, originally I had asked a question. Like, Andre Hop sitting down in this chair doing this internet meme. I'm like, that'd be a pretty good documentary. I think actually, like, especially if the Texans went on to win a Super Bowl anytime soon.
Yeah.
Like going for like the whole storyline arc of just how bad it was then and how good it is now.
Yeah.
I think, like, from a compelling standpoint, maybe it'd be more compelling to people in Houston than it would. Obviously, it would be more compelling to people in Houston than other places, but it's a fascinating story. I think it'd be a solid, like, 8 or 9 out of 10. But you don't think it'll ever happen?
I don't think it. No, because people are still paranoid about saying anything about him. That's the whole. People like this.
Because he might pop up again or whatever.
You get to the point where you're just like, I don't want this guy out waging whatever whisper campaign against me. I would love it if he would sue me because I'd love to get this dude deposed. I would love to have him have to answer for various things that he said.
What are the odds? What are the odds that he would just go ahead and perjure himself?
The odds on that. I would take that bet. Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Minus 1,000, right?
No. Because you talk to people in the organization, it was always one of those things. It's classic, like the kind of person that you find out that he claimed you said something to, like, let's say Easterby is person A, and then person B is somebody else in the organization. And Easterby tells you that person B said something about you.
Right.
But meanwhile, Easterby tells person B that you said something about person B. And you're like, wait a second. Okay, let's get to the bottom of this. Let's all three of us get together. That meeting would never happen. Like there was when it came time to actually answer for he had a very to and fro to where he just always had an answer for when he was called on something that he had claimed. And those people are, sometimes you just have to wait them out in an organization. It's very frustrating. Or sometimes you just have to just quit. And there were some good people in that organization that either got fired or just quit because they're like, what the hell's going on with this?
It's tough,
dude?
Man. Yeah.
The best part, my favorite moment of the Jack Easterby era was when they hired Lovie Smith. And it was clear that, that was a pivot to an extreme degree.
Now, hired him as the head coach, you're saying?
Yeah, to hire him as the head coach because something happened then. Because remember, at that point, one of the finalists in the job was, what's his face there?
Brian Flores.
No.
Josh McCown.
Yeah. And they end up bailing on that. And remember when they introduced Lovie Smith, you could tell. You show up at that thing, and all of a sudden, Jack Easterby was marginalized. Like, where he had been around and involved in everything before that, all of a sudden, Jack Easterby was just kind of lingering in the wings on various things. And it was just a matter of time before, I think, and by that point what had happened is that I know that at least a couple people in the organization, and I suspect Lovie Smith as well, although I don't know about that for sure, had basically just opened the McNair's eyes to what exactly Jack Easterby was and how he was operating. And maybe to a certain extent Nick Caserio too. Nick Caserio had to have his eyes opened about what Jack Easterby was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because Jack basically, he brought him here. So that's I think it would be compelling, man. When you combine Deshaun Watson saga as well, like the 2020 through whatever this Texans era ends up yielding period of time is one of the more interesting timelines in an NFL team's history. No doubt about that, for good and bad. Okay, did you see the guy? I know you did. The guy get tossed in the air by the bison in Yellowstone Park.
Yeah,
that was.
You know what? And
how many times do you have to watch something like that before you to confirm that it's not AI? Like, how many sources do you need to go to on something like that to make sure it's because this is cartoonish.
I hadn't, I think an actual news source or something had tweeted it, so I figured I didn't suspect it too much that it was AI. That's a good point. I probably should have. I know that from watching people get thrown by bulls and wild animals, I know that it always looks way worse than you even imagine. Yeah. Like, you imagine somebody getting tossed by a bull, and in your mind, you're like, oh, this is going to look pretty bad. And it does. Even before AI, you're like, oh, my gosh, how did he flip this guy this high?
Yeah.
I thought, so the other thing I suspected, though, when I was about to watch this video was like, all right, I'm going to see some jackass who is taunting the bison or something. No. This is just some poor old guy who had been, he had been at the park picnicking with his family or whatever, and this bison was just going crazy. For those who
haven't seen it, we'll give you the 30-second description of it. It's Yellowstone Park. It's in a part of the park where there are cars driving on a road, and the road actually separates the grandfather and his grandchild. There's, I would say, at least maybe 50 to 75 yards from this bison, something like that. Across the street, just looking at it, taking a picture with their phone. This gigantic bison is laying on the other side of the road and catches a glimpse of them. And then the tell, apparently, from what I learned from all the zoologists on Twitter, Seth, is that when the bison started wagging its tail, that means trouble's coming. When it stands up and its tail goes erect, like up in the air, that means you better get the hell out of Dodge. And this, you brought this up off the air. The grandfather, who's got to be in his 70s or 80s, did a pretty nice job of avoiding this bison by kind of running through the trees for a little bit. Yeah,
this little cluster of trees. Yeah. He's kind of trying to dodge them a little bit. Yeah, I thought that strategy was working out pretty well, but then I think he tried to make a break for it.
Yeah.
And there's the thing, though. It's because I think if I read correctly, it said that they're entering the rut up there, which is like the breeding season.
It is,
So the bulls are super aggressive. Yep. They got all this testosterone coursing through their veins. And they're just, so he looked at old Grandpa as like some kind of competitor.
I asked.
Grandpa ain't trying to make love to you, bison.
Man,
no, man. Leave Grandpa alone.
He's taken. Yeah. He's taken. The other thing I thought was Gramps' grandchild that was there. I couldn't tell from a distance if it was grandson or granddaughter. Long hair, but kind of maybe 13 years old. So it was, and they were in a distance. But I could tell they were wearing a Dolphins jersey, and I'm like, this poor kid's been through enough. Being a Dolphins fan, they don't have to watch their grandfather get tossed 15 feet in the air by a bison. That'd be trash. I asked GPT the power ranking of looks friendly and docile until it's definitely not animals.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so especially maybe cartoons have led you to believe that these fun, goofy characters.
Or just the personality of it 99% of the time, you know?
I think with bison, I think there's enough of it where you're kind of like, oh, yeah, cows are generally pretty gentle creatures, right?
Bison was number one in the power rankings, probably a little recency bias there. Looks friendly until it's definitely not. Why people underestimate them, it looks like a giant fuzzy cow, and it often just stands around eating grass.
Oh, yeah. They don't look like they're about it. But they just look like they're just thinking about grazing.
Yeah, but if they weigh up to 2,000 pounds and they can run 35 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So the public misconception, he looks chill. Number two. You ever run into a moose before?
No, and there's no way I would ever think that I shouldn't be concerned about seeing a moose.
Well,
I've never what do you mean run into one?
Well,
I've seen them standing by the side of the road before.
Yeah.
Where you just realize oh my God.
So you've seen one? I've never seen one live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen them in zoos plenty of times.
Okay, yeah. No,
and they're massive.
Yeah.
They're just ridiculously big.
I
don't see how anybody would ever look at a moose and think oh no, that thing might murder me without even trying.
The common misconception is people think they have the behavior of deer.
Oh,
that's
okay.
the misconception.
They're going to run away or they're scared.
Yeah, they're scared or whatever. Yeah. So that's number 2. Number 3, hippopotamus.
Oh yeah, and they're nasty.
The most dangerous lurga. Looks fat, sleepy, and kind of goofy. And I think the cartoons here in the United States, that's definitely an animal the cartoons don't do justice for. The hippo, they're faster than Olympic sprinters over short distances.
They're that fast?
And they're very territorial, yes.
Oh, yeah. Remember Pablo Escobar? That's one of the big problems in his old estate. He had all these hippos.
Yep.
And now they're just running free.
Yep. Number 4, elephant.
Yeah.
People think elephants are gentle giants. Many of them are. But a wild bull elephant will charge at 25 miles an hour.
You know what? I wonder how much of this is dated by this point, because of social media and just reality TV show, not reality show, but like documentaries and everything, we've all seen a lot of examples of people being charged by these creatures.
Yeah.
I bet the prime time for people getting murdered by some of these animals where they just didn't know any better was back in the 80s and 90s.
No Nature Channel.
Yeah.
Animal Planet wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
And it was all Dumbo. Your impression of elephants was Dumbo, the flying elephant.
Right. Hippos, it was like hungry hippos.
Yeah.
Like, I control them.
Right.
They don't control me.
That's exactly right. Number 5, elk.
Oh, I could bet, especially with elk. I think elk, I might be guilty of that because more so than the moose, I might think they act like deer.
Yeah.
Like, okay, they're just big deer. Okay.
Apparently during their mating season, total psychos.
Yeah.
During their mating season. Number 6, brown bear. Okay.
How is this 6? Oh, you know why? Because people assume that that's actually dangerous.
Yeah.
You see a grizzly.
Yeah.
If you're not scared of a grizzly when you fool.
Right.
Yeah.
I had never heard of this animal before. Number 7. Am I pronouncing this right? Cassowary.
I don't know if you're pronouncing it right, but that's a bird, right? The big black bird.
It's the world's angriest bird. It looks like an.
Is it in New Zealand?
It is. It doesn't. Australia. Australia basically treats these things with the respect they deserve, is what it says. The reality, it looks like an oversized turkey. Reality is it's a 6-foot-tall dinosaur with dagger-like claws that can deliver powerful kicks. Man, cassowary. And then Canadian geese apparently are
Canada goose.
Yeah, Canada goose. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Your temptation is to say Canadian goose. It's Canada goose.
It's Canada goose.
It's Canada goose. Well, those things have gotten they tried to repopulate those, and now they become. Used to be like, oh wow, geese.
Yeah.
How majestic, how cool.
Yeah.
Now there's like 400 of them on your little league baseball field, and they're kind of territorial.
Okay, 5 honorable mentions. I'm going to rapid fire these to you. You tell me which one you would be most scared of.
Okay.
Honorable mentions: swans, sea lions, Cape buffalo, wild boar, seals.
I'm terrified of all of those.
Yeah.
Seals would be the one that I'd be most guilty of, not addressing it properly.
With the proper respect.
I used to get chased around by a swan on my dad's farm. Our neighbor had a swan who was super nasty, and I was terrified of that swan.
Yeah.
So I've known about them. They're pretty and all, but I'll wring its neck. I'll kill it dead. If you come anywhere near me with your swan, that thing is going home
snapping
dead.
that neck.
Yeah.
Surface weekend of a couple of sea lions chasing beachgoers in San Diego.
Oh, the sea lion would scare the crap out of me.
Yeah, and there's a ton of them in San Diego on the beach.
I would be killed. Yeah, of all those ones that you just listed, a seal would be the one where I'd be like, oh, I just want to see what its fur feels like. It's all slick and everything.
You'd pull out the beach ball and toss it to it. Like, aren't you supposed to balance this on your nose?
Yeah. Hey, are you the one that helps swimmers when they're drowning, or is that dolphins? Oh, you're drowning me yourself.
Sorry. Where's a dolphin?
Dolphins are another one, though. The dolphins are a big one where people don't realize that they'll try to make love to you.
Yeah.
They're not going to kill you, but they're going to love you.
They're going to kill you with love.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Coming up next, if you can pick one of these Texans supporting players on offense to take a leap in 2026, you get to pick one. I've got 5 names. Actually, I got 6 names. Which one would it be? That's coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 listener. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to some Texans talk here. Appreciate everybody's text on the previous segment with the power rankings of animals that look docile and calm, but you don't want to approach in society out there.
Yeah, Sean and I have been spent the break watching cassowary videos.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be messing with no cassowary.
No. These are vicious creatures. We'll read some of your texts in a minute. You can text in 713-572-4610. Seth, I will credit Texans Jacob with this question, and I linked the wrong tweet in the rundown here, just
Sean.
FYI. But he was, I'll paraphrase. Texans Jacob basically said, hey, Texans have, they've got a marquee receiver. They've done some good things to build some depth on the offensive side of the ball, but they're going to need some of these supporting players to take a leap here and
I'm guessing
be better.
I'm guessing he did part of this is because now the ESPN unnamed executives and coaches, the top 10 positions or top 10 players at each position are coming out.
Yep.
And quite a few of these, lo and behold, as they've worked their way over to the offensive side of the ball, don't feature any Texans.
None, yeah.
Interior offensive line, the running back, the offensive tackles.
Dalton Schultz got a few votes at tight ends.
Yeah, he received votes.
Yes.
Or a vote.
Yeah.
We're not sure if it was vote or votes.
Right. But he wasn't even
But at least he was
mention.
listed. At least I could command F his name.
Got to see his name. Yeah, got to see his name. Yeah, so far, defensive side of the ball has been pretty good so far. Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, both in the top 5.
They haven't gotten right. Yeah,
Derek Stingley, second among cornerbacks.
Derek Stingley, second among cornerbacks, and Kamari Lassiter was first among the honorable mention.
Criminally underrated, in my opinion. I think Kamari Lassiter is a top 10 cornerback in the NFL. And, yeah, granted, he's probably 11th on their list because he's first of the honorable mentions, but still, I think he's in the top 10, and I think he's better than some of the guys that are in their top 10. I digress. Back to the offensive side of the ball. So if you can pick one, Texans Jacob listed a half dozen guys. One of them was C.J. Stroud, because the question I'm going to ask you, Seth, Stroud would be the obvious answer to this.
Right, yeah.
Because he's the
supporting players.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to leave Stroud, but Stroud was on his list. So, I'm going to leave Stroud out for a second. But of these guys, non-quarterbacks, that if you could pick one to take the leap to where, like lists that you're talking about, maybe not top 10, but top 20 or 25 at their position, which I don't think any of these guys are right now, maybe, necessarily.
Yeah.
Ursary might be, but whatever. If you could pick one of these guys to be in that having taken a leap conversation at the end of this coming season, who would it be out of these guys? Ariante Ursary, left tackle, wide receiver Jaden Higgins, wide receiver Jalen Knoll, running back David Montgomery, right guard Ed Ingram, and I'm going to throw Keelan Rutledge in there just because I think he's going to have a role on this offensive line. I don't think we know what it's going to be yet necessarily, but I think he's going to have a role on this offensive line. Who would it be?
This one's too easy. This one is very simply and easily David Montgomery because it's really like a 3-for-1 there.
Oh,
that would mean that Ariante Ursary and Ed Ingram were also playing really, really well. And so I wouldn't worry about whether they're top 10 or not. Without an improved offensive line, there's no way in hell David Montgomery is going to be in the top 10 next year.
Yeah.
If the offensive line does improve, then that's how it has to happen.
Yep.
So I think
that's very efficient of you, right?
Yeah, bang for the buck.
Yeah.
That's why I'd be a good GM.
I feel like I just got taken. I was like at a flea market, and this Seth guy came in and fleeced me.
I think, though, if I had to choose, I think based on youth and what it would have meant for the team, I think for Jaden Higgins to be on that list next year, then it's only going to happen if the Texans' offense was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That meant that, and let's say Nico's healthy and everything and doing his normal thing.
That's the big thing, because if Nico got hurt, Higgins is your number one all of a sudden.
That's true. It's hard to make the list of top 10 receivers and be the number 2 guy on your team.
Well, but I would even say just being in the article on there, getting votes. None of these guys would get votes right now for any of this stuff.
Yeah.
He
just wants them to be in the top 20 to 25.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Jaden Higgins and Ariante Ursary would be my two.
Ursary is the first one that came to mind for me. I almost, though, with Ursary, it would be like, but I need him to be, like, close to top 10. Like, I need him to be, like, at worst case, like, in the honorable mentions of offensive tackles next year.
That's true. I put Ariante Ursary as, I think he's got the potential to be a really good left tackle.
Yeah.
So it would almost be a little bit of, top 25 just means that he's, average to below average almost.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's because you're right. My question is a little bit flawed because if Higgins is in the top 25 wide receiver conversation, that's a different thing altogether because you play three of them at the same time.
Yeah.
You only play one left tackle out there,
Yeah, but they would if you're saying left tackle or offensive tackle, then that opens it up to
that's true.
64 starting offensive tackles.
I like your Montgomery thought, though. I like your Montgomery thought a lot. On that round means he had a pretty damn good season, and I don't think this is no disrespect to David Montgomery. I don't think this is a Joe Mixon situation where I think Joe Mixon almost on sheer will and his own skill set was able to get into that. I mean, Joe Mixon was the 58th best player in the top 100 last summer, running behind the Texans' offensive line the year before.
Yeah.
I don't know that Montgomery runs physically. I don't know he's got the same juice that Joe Mixon does.
Right. So, and we saw that last year.
He's going to need help from his line to do that.
Right. The Lions' offensive line was not as typically stout as they had been last year.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that led to just a little bit of a drop-off for him, I think. Yeah, and that's what you hope. You hope it was more of the offensive line than him aging or anything like that.
Yes. Okay, text weighing in now. Someone said that Ben, do you have that noise?
Cassowary?
A cassowary. Now, for those, I had never heard of a cassowary before you and I went through the power rankings of animals that look
like you might be able to pet them.
Yeah.
But don't. Because they're really violent.
Because cassowary look like turkey. And I don't know you'd walk up to a wild turkey, but they don't necessarily look like they would harm you.
They look enough like an ostrich to me. And I know that you got to be careful with ostriches. You know, the ones at the petting zoos are all cool and everything, but ostriches can get pretty nasty. And they're big.
Yes. And apparently cassowaries make a noise that is terrifying. Ben Gary, our producer, has found the noise. Here's what a cassowary sounds like. Dude,
it's like a horse.
It sounds like a monster
It sounds like a dinosaur. It sounds like a movie dinosaur. I bet they use that sound in science fiction movies to replicate alien dinosaurs.
If you like me didn't know what a cassowary was,
there's no way I would think it was a bird.
There's no way I think it was
based on that
noise.
Yeah,
I didn't know what it was. Someone said it looks like a wild turkey, but then it stands up and it's got sharp claws and it can kick you.
It's 6 foot tall.
It's 6 foot tall.
It can be 6 foot 170.
It's so it can be
like Conor McGregor.
Yeah, but tougher.
And look at how scary he is.
Right, yeah. With working limbs, it can kick you harder than Conor McGregor. So imagine a wild turkey all of a sudden standing up with this vicious look on its face and making this noise. Sounds like a science fiction movie, man.
No, screw that.
Yeah.
No, and that's that whole damn continent and all of the Australia and New Guinea and New Zealand down there. There's too many scary creatures.
Oh my god!
And I didn't even really put cassowary on the one that's. I tend to worry about the spiders and everything down there.
Yeah,
this thing's a beast.
It's a beast. Yeah,
and it kicks you like it show. You guys can watch videos of him like doing it. And honestly, I'll go like successfully pulling off those kicks that Conor McGregor was trying to pull off. Mm-hmm. But with more power and ferocity.
Someone said dolphins need to be on the list. You pointed that out at the very end.
Dolphins, okay, so this is what will drive you crazy, Sean. Yeah. One time in my life, I swam with the dolphins. It was awesome. Loved it. But they have to be very careful, and they select for the dolphins that do well around people.
Yeah.
Dolphins are hypersexual creatures. They want to, and they tell you very clearly, listen, don't pet down below a certain portion of its torso because we don't want to arouse these things.
Yeah.
But when you go swimming with the dolphins, half the people there are still drunk from the night before.
They're not listening.
They started drinking rum drinks on the boat ride over to the dolphin place.
Treat those instructions like a hungover person treats the airline instructions.
Yeah, so there's this group of women, and they weren't even doing it like in a scandalous way. They just weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
They were not listening to the people. And I'm watching them pet these dolphins, and I'm like, this this thing's about to turn into a Ron Jeremy film. I got to get the hell out of here. I'm staying the hell away from that dolphin there. No, I did the thing where they push you through the water and everything. Like they put their noses on, they put their nose on your foot and push you through the water, and you like rise up out of it like a Viking ship.
Yeah.
And this is when I weighed 310 pounds, you know?
They were able to do that?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Okay, so they're strong creatures.
Yeah. None of them ever hit on me, though, and I felt a little bit left out.
Especially when they're that horny all the time.
Yeah, the guy won't shut up about how horny these things are, and meanwhile, I don't even get a wink out of one of them.
Didn't want you. You were the ugly chick at the bar, man.
That's why I lost all the weight when I was done playing.
Dolphins wouldn't hit on me.
I don't want to be ignored the next time I go swim with the dolphins.
Apparently there's a seal in Cabo that'll follow boats all the way to the marina for food. He's attacked a few beachgoers this year. They named him Poncho.
Really?
Yeah. Poncho the seal in Cabo, apparently. Evidently.
A lot of cute animals. I mean, really, any animal, any wild animal, they all look cute.
Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, but you just know some of them look more approachable than you should look at them.
Someone said kangaroos should be on the list. You don't see a lot of kangaroos just out and about, though. You know,
I rarely see one in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's like just driving down the road.
Trying to remember the last time.
I had to yell at my family, "Hey, get away from that kangaroo!" when we're in a rest area.
Right.
Well, no, but kangaroos are like one of those things where, like, what are the animals? Okay, if you go to certain countries, and like people look at monkeys like they're just a nuisance or a pest, you know. Whereas us, we look at monkeys as like, oh my gosh, holy crap, I saw a monkey.
Yeah.
And likewise with kangaroos in Australia, they're like, yeah, it's a freaking kangaroo. They're annoying. Right. We see a kangaroo and we flip out.
Yeah.
So what are the animals in America that people freak out if they see? Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I saw a deer.
I'll give you one now. The damn cassowary, after hearing that damn noise that it makes.
No. I'm saying an animal that's an American animal. That like people from other countries would say like, oh my gosh, wow, the exotic whatever, the exotic wild turkey. I can't believe I saw one in real life.
Probably the bison that threw that guy up in the air.
Yeah.
You know, moose. I think.
But see, bison are still kind of exceptions for most of us in the U.S. because they're not out there. A moose for sure.
Deer, maybe deer. Deer are everywhere.
Deer.
Like deer with the big antlers, you know?
And then a lot of deer, even people that live in certain areas, like if you live in a city or in some suburbs where there's no deer at all, they go out. I know when people come out to the country, they're like, oh my gosh, look at all these deer.
Dude.
And meanwhile, you're like, these freaking deer.
The neighborhood,
I can't keep them away from my garden.
Can I just tell you, the neighborhood our Airbnb was in Montana?
Yeah.
It was the houses were pretty spread out. They were pretty spread out, but they all had nice front yards. There were deer every day, just deer grazing in the front yards like they were cows. Not even scared of people. Like it was like they were.
I know.
They were like
pain
pets.
in the ass.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's that's notable to you. Where a lot of people that live in the country are just like, no, deer are a pain in the ass.
That's a good one.
They're all over the place.
That's a good one. Yeah.
I think there's moose in Asia, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. But but somebody from somebody that lives in like down near the equator, if they go up into Maine and they see a moose, that's a big deal.
All right, top of the hour, we'll circle back to the Terrion Arnold story. The Texans worked him out last week. The former Lions cornerback who's recently been accused of 4 felony kidnapping charges and 4 robbery charges. Texans kicked tires on him last week. I'm going to tell you top of the hour the one thing that annoyed me the most about him in the Athletic story, and it has nothing to do with the robberies or the kidnapping. Tell you what that is at 9 o'clock. Up next, Justin Verlander. I was surprised by this opinion, given the location of this person. What cap should he be wearing going into the Hall of Fame in 5 years? We got that for you coming up next. Trajan Wealth.
We sure do. Oh, gosh, my God. You know what, Sean? I'm so busy trying to learn what a cassowary is that somehow I forgot how the clock actually works.
You can have a whole farm of them.
I want to be
Trajan Wealth.
Like if I can, I just want to have the funds to smuggle in what I'm guessing is an illegal animal to have in America.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Good to be back, and appreciate all the texts rolling in about. How did you frame the question, Seth? About
animals that people who aren't from this continent, we'll say. People who aren't from North America or South America, like what animals do they find most interesting or no big
nature.
deal?
Yeah, second nature to us.
Yeah, like so, because we were talking about there's some places like in Australia or like any country that has a lot of monkeys. Yeah. The monkeys are no big deal to them. They're kind of a pest.
Yep.
Where we see a monkey out in nature and we're like, holy crap,
that's a monkey. Yeah.
So it's, you know what? This is a good exercise in gratitude. Because one of the things that a lot of people are bringing up, I'm on a Reddit thread of animals that non-Americans find interesting, squirrels. That, squirrels we don't think much of. Yeah. We do think they're cute, I think. A lot of people feed the squirrels and everything. But a lot of people from other countries see squirrels and they're just fascinated by them.
Yeah.
Where it's like, for us, it's just like the least notable thing you could ever imagine.
Totally.
Yeah.
Okay, does this one fit the question? Then we'll get to Justin Verlander here. People from Europe would be pretty impressed by an alligator just walking around in a neighborhood in Texas,
or on
Louisiana,
a golf course
Florida,
or something. That you see that just, I bet. Yeah, even because I grew up north, and then when I was in Florida, seeing alligators and people not freaking out about it.
Yeah.
That's or swimming in a lake.
Yeah.
Where there's a boatload of alligators.
Right. Little eyes popping up over the.
It took me a while.
Yes.
It actually took me about 3 hours in the Florida sun before I was like, all right, I'm going in the water.
Yeah,
all right, I don't care. I take my leg. I don't give a damn.
You know what I've seen? Guys wrestle alligators before.
Yeah.
So Justin,
hummingbirds too.
Hummingbirds, yeah. Underrated.
Hummingbirds are pretty incredible, like pretty miraculous. And, and it's not like we take them for granted, but still, if you've never seen... And fireflies.
Fireflies also,
I didn't realize that there aren't fireflies all over the world.
No. North, I've seen a lot of them growing up. Justin Verlander announced his retirement late last week. And just some general thoughts. Okay, first, I laughed. Chandler Rome has a really good piece about what Justin Verlander meant to the Astros. And I think, and you said this too, Seth, and I agree with you. The first thing that pops into my head with Justin Verlander is I thought that the trade for Verlander was like the first validation for the golden era of Astros baseball. That Justin Verlander waiving his no trade clause with the team that he grew up with, that he won an MVP and a Cy Young with, that he'd been with his whole career, to go to a team that had never won a World Series before, and it just 2-3 years prior was one of the 3 years prior was one of the worst teams in baseball. That was the first validation, I thought, of the golden era. The Justin Verlander saying yes to coming to Houston.
Yeah, that was remember after Dallas Keuchel had criticized management at the trade deadline, the first trade deadline, for not doing anything.
Yeah,
and they went out and they did it.
Well,
that's where Dallas Keuchel doesn't get enough credit for kind of openly complaining about and maybe putting pressure on the organization.
You know what? Let's give Dallas Keuchel an acknowledge me. You're right, because he did reportedly he kind of gave the sales job to Verlander to get him to waive his no trade clause. Also, he was a big part of the sales pitch.
And I'm glad you pointed this out. There are parts of the Justin Verlander legend, though, that are they're a little bit. There's a collective memory about it that only Payne and Pendergast has been able to correct.
Unearth exactly maybe how non-significant it was. Yeah, Chandler says this in his piece. Verlander's impassioned speech to Houston's dugout after exiting Game 2 of the World Series with his jersey off and his undershirt exposing his arms is remembered as one of the most seminal moments of that postseason run, end quote.
That's what I used to think.
Not by everybody.
When was that again?
That was in response. That was Jose Altuve in an interview on Payne and Pendergast a couple years ago in response to Seth Payne specifically asking him
about that moment, that seminal moment.
That seminal moment that is remembered as one of the most seminal moments of the postseason run. Seth Payne asked Jose Altuve, what do you remember about that?
When was that again?
So I was so embarrassed after I asked that question. I feel better that Chandler's bringing this up now, because I felt like when I asked him that, I felt like, am I a complete idiot? That was a big deal. People talked about it and everything. I went back and watched it. not a damn person was paying attention to Verlander.
They're walking past him.
Yeah.
You ever driven past a median where there's just some psycho homeless person there just ranting and raving?
Yeah.
You just drive by them? That's what they were doing.
There were staffers just walking past Verlander like he wasn't even there.
Yeah,
there was nobody in the shot looked like they even knew Verlander was there. But it got built up in people's minds like they, oh yeah, that was the moment, and it rallied everybody. Yeah, Altuve didn't know what the hell I was.
Hey, real quick, let's get to this bit of audio too. Justin Verlander's he'll crab walk into the Hall of Fame. He'll walk in backwards in there.
He'll walk in
years.
like a drunk cassowary.
Yeah, making that noise. This was Rob Parker, who is from Detroit, and he was on MLB. He's a writer. He's covered Detroit sports for a long time. He was on with Brian Kenny on MLB Network. I was a little surprised to say this is who he thinks Verlander's. This is the hat Verlander should wear going into Cooperstown.
And you're saying he should go into the Hall as a what?
As a Houston Astro, and I say that being a guy who, of course, was a sports columnist at the Detroit News when he broke into the big leagues and covered a lot of his career up close. I was at the Ballpark Comerica all the time watching JV pitch.
But you can't. No, Rob, let me jump in. You take it all. You can't. I mean, it's 14 years and 7 years, right? And he did voluminous work for Detroit. It's not like, well, he was languishing and then he won titles with Houston. He was great for Detroit. Detroit was a powerhouse team, didn't win a World Series. It's got, here it is, what's happened. The ERA, the innings.
Okay.
It's got.
You take it down here, Ben, just for sake. Let me just illustrate something here. The graphic that Brian Kenny calls for there. The only thing that's better about Detroit than Houston is the amount of time, the amount of innings he pitched. He was just there longer. That graphic also had his ERA, which was like a run better in Houston than it was in Detroit. And also the accomplishments.
Right.
2 World Series championships, multiple ALCSs, never won a World Series, went to 1 World Series in Detroit and lost to an 83-win Cardinals team in 2006, I think, or 2000, whatever it was. Yeah, look, it was.
If you take 20 years of my life and I spend 15 of them in prison, ask me which 5 years were the, do I prefer to remember? I think, look, 15 years in prison, they did shape me as a man, but I kind of, I prefer to be remembered for the 5 years I spent out of prison.
Do you want to go into the Hall of Fame in an Astros uniform or a convict jumpsuit? Which is it going to be? That wasn't that bad in Detroit, but I think he's going to go in as a Tiger, and I have no issue with it.
And
either.
there's a little bit of the phrasing of it. Not to get too persnickety about this, but you don't go in as a member of a certain team. You get listed with all of your teams that you played for and everything. But the question is whether the logo on the hat is there or not.
Right.
And that's the biggest thing is okay. So what's the logo? You can have a blank cap when no single team best represents.
I don't think he'll do that.
Yeah.
The Hall picks which cap you wear. The player does not. That's something I did not know. The Hall picks the cap you wear.
I thought but they have the choice to not have a picture on the cap.
That may very well be, but if you're going to put something on the cap, I believe it's the Hall that chooses the team that goes on there. So, yeah.
Do they choose Astros?
Do we lobby for the Astros? Do we spend time on this, Seth? Do we bring a Hall of Fame person on the air and say, hey, man, the Astros. That would be kind of cool if he went in with an Astros thing. I would think. I think the fact that he signed with the Tigers in his final year in baseball here is pretty indicative of what he would probably choose.
Yeah,
Verlander. Although I think he loved it here in Houston.
Yeah, since 2000. Okay, so blank caps. These are the players that have blank caps. Yeah. Greg Maddux, Mike Messina, Roy Halladay, Fred McGriff. So it's not. It's. He might very well go with it.
He may.
With a blank cap.
He may. All right, coming up next, the Texans worked out Terrion Arnold last week. Are people surprised with this anymore, with the latitude the Texans have with the players that they'll look at here? And I will tell you the one thing in the article that listed all the things Terrion Arnold allegedly and his crew allegedly did on the night they committed, allegedly, all these crimes. The one that pissed me off the most had nothing to do with their crimes.
Oh.
I'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Oh, Mokaram injury lawyers. I'll tell you what. You want somebody to pay for their crimes. Somebody hits you.
Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Seth, if you had heard this coming out of a courtroom late last week, before the news that the Texans actually worked out Terrion Arnold, that Nicole Lynn, Terrion Arnold, just to reset, is the now former Lions cornerback, former first-round pick a couple of years ago. In the same draft where the Texans took Kamari Lassiter 42nd, the Lions drafted Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama, 24th overall in that draft. And in the 2 years there, forget about all the crime aside, he's been a disappointment as a player. He's not been a very good player. Now he gets into some hot water here with 4 felony kidnapping charges, 4 robbery charges, all centered around a scheme for him to try to get back some things that were stolen from him. Turns out that he and his cronies got the wrong 2 guys.
They weren't even trying to shake down the correct guys.
They were shaking down the wrong guys.
As evidenced by the fact that those guys went to the police.
Yeah.
Like if they were the actual criminals, they probably wouldn't have gone to the police with it.
Yep.
But.
So they in the 6 cohorts that he had with this whole scheme to try to get their stuff back had all been arrested at various times the previous few months. Terrion Arnold finally arrested within the last week or two. He gets granted bond. He's out on $1 million bond, no ankle bracelet or anything like that. That was all determined sometime late, not last week, but the week before. Well, the Lions cut him anyways. So The Lions just didn't want any more of the Terrion Arnold business. Whatever the outcome of this legal situation is, it's not the Lions' problem anymore. But he is a free agent now with obviously pending legal issues. If I had told you that 4 teams, according to Nicole Lynn, his agent, and she's also the agent for Will Anderson Jr. and a handful of other Houston Texans, that Nicole Lynn said 4 teams had shown interest in Terrion Arnold, would you have guessed that the Texans were one of just 4 teams to show interest in him?
I would have thought there was a possibility.
Yeah.
I've guessed. I don't know, but it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
The part of it is just that I brought this up earlier and I didn't explain it properly. Tom Brady was on the Travis and Jason Kelsey's podcast, and he said something interesting. I'd never really thought about it this way. He said you don't see cornerbacks who aren't fast. Good cornerbacks who aren't fast, which of course that sounds like a no duh moment. But his point was there are receivers who get by and make it work without being all that fast because there's different things you can do to make up for it. Reading coverages, route running, all of that. But for defensive backs, you generally have to have a certain kind of rare set of athletic traits. Yeah. And there's not that many of those guys out there. The Texans have shown in the past, with Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson, those 2 were 2 former top 10 picks at cornerback, and it hadn't worked out for them at all on the field. But Caserio wanted to bring him in and see if, all right, it's hard to find guys that have this physical skill set. Let's see if we can actually get something out of them where other teams have failed.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to. But it was no big deal because they were on small contracts.
Yep.
So I think that anytime there's somebody with those physical traits, regardless of what's going on with them currently, I think Nick's going to want to take a look at them. And I also think that because the Texans, they've had good luck. They've had a good experience working with Alabama. D'Amico went to Alabama. I'm guessing they trust Nick Saban's word a lot. People in Alabama just absolutely gushed about Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
In terms of the character side of things. So going on with him, and he's still innocent until proven guilty. But whatever the hell's going on with him, I think there's a good chance that, all right, somehow this kid may have gotten his head twisted around, but we know that there's a good citizen in there.
Yeah.
And that it's worth thinking about the upside for this. And without knowing exactly what's going on the legal side of things, just don't be afraid to work a guy out without having to sign him or have him be a part of your 53-man roster or anything like that. Just let's have a look-see and see what's going on and maybe have a chance to talk to him about what's going on.
So 4 teams have shown interest. One of them, obviously, the Texans, because they've worked him out and put him through a physical. The other 3 teams are the Jets, the Colts, and the Seahawks. So if you told me, Seth, beforehand, blindly, that 4 teams showed interest, and if interest means just calling Nicole Lynn maybe, making a phone call, and that 1 team worked him out, I would have said, not surprised at all the Texans are one of the 4 teams that showed interest, because I think Nick Caserio will call anybody about anything. I don't think he leaves any stone unturned, so that doesn't surprise me at all. I guess I'd be mildly surprised that they were the 1 team that's actually brought him in, worked him out. And now I will say this, though. And I think you bring up a great point. It's almost like an Anakin Skywalker thing with Darth Vader. Like, there's still good in him. I feel it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
If there is one ecosystem or environment that I think can, bring back the old Terry and Arnold, if there is such a thing, it would be one where DeMeco Ryans is the head coach. He's got some former Alabama teammates in the building. And I think this is viewed around the league. It's the Texans are touting with anybody pushing back on it at this point. It's viewed as one of the better cultures around the league right now.
Yeah.
And they've got so much leadership in there. And I've said this many times, is that sometimes people have this misconception that, wow, we've got all this leadership and we got this great locker room. Boy, we don't want to bring in anything that'll upset the apple cart. Like, no. When you have this kind of leadership, when you have the Will Andersons and the Azeez Al-Shairs and the Kamari Lassiters and Jalen Petrie and whoever else you want to throw into that mix, when you have guys like that, this gives you the latitude that if you do the proper vetting of a guy, that you can bring him in. And guess what? If it's not going well, you cut him after 3 games like C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
That's by far the biggest part of it, is that you just got to be willing to cut ties as soon as possible.
And they are.
As soon as it's necessary. Yeah. And, Damon Arnett had a much more speckled past when they brought him in. Now, they gave him a near minimum contract or whatever it was. So there was very little financial downside to it. And as far as I can tell, it wasn't anything off field or anything that led them to not continue in the Damon Arnett experiment, because he was with the team. You didn't hear anything about him. So I think likewise here, they're at the very least just exploring the possibilities. And then the other side of it is, we brought this up with the La'el Collins. Yeah. When headed into the draft, La'el Collins was supposed to be a first-round pick. All of a sudden, right before the draft, there's a murder in Louisiana, and La'el Collins is a person of interest. And that's all anybody knows. And then all of a sudden it becomes like, oh, okay, well, teams don't want that bad PR or anything and drafting this guy without knowing what's. But he's getting down, he falls out of the first round. And I was just left wondering, what's the downside here from a PR standpoint? Drafting a guy isn't the same as having him on your football team. He doesn't even ever have to become an employee if it turns out bad. And lo and behold, the Cowboys end up getting him in what
undrafted.
Round? Undrafted. He went undrafted.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they pick him up. Like, if somebody had spent a 5th-round pick on him.
I thought the Texans should. I said that on the draft show that day.
Now, that was the story. His agent basically told teams, don't bother drafting us past the 3rd round or something, and because we're not going to sign. Which he then said later on was a bluff. That they would have gone with it. Right. Yeah. Like, that's the biggest. Okay, we don't know if he's guilty or not. Right. Why the hell am I worried about any kind of blowback or anything when I've got, especially at draft time, you've got 5 months before you have to make a decision on whether this guy plays football or not. Yes, and you've got a potential of getting a first-round guy. So the biggest thing that gives me pause here, aside from the actual allegations and the fact that the police department seems pretty convicted on what they think happened, aside from all of that, I think it just becomes a question of, all right, at this stage in the process, why did the Lions cut bait that quickly? And he was a disappointment, but he did show signs of promise, and then he was injured and banged up this year. So that gets added to the mix. The fact that the Lions cut ties so quickly, what do they know, and how has he been operating on the team and in the facility that's pretty different from what we thought we had heard about him pre-draft? On the team and in the facility is interesting. You're right about that, because the only thing that we know is that we know in terms of how he was operating outside of the facility are the details in this article in The Athletic chronicling his crime weekend in Largo, Florida. I'll give you the quick version of this, and then I'll tell you the part that pissed me off the most, more than any of the other chicanery going on. He had $250,000. Let me back up. Terry and Arnold
rented an Airbnb in a nice neighborhood in Largo, Florida, to basically party in Largo, Florida for the weekend. It's in the Tampa area. And so they were going to party. He had people coming in and out of this place apparently all weekend long. Like there was a guy in the neighborhood that they talked to for this article and said there were lots of people, 20 or so, coming in and out of the place. Constant cloud of weed smoke, lots of noise. Spotted
stripper on the kitchen counter at one point, visible through the window.
Dancing, and this does not sound like that kind of neighborhood at all. So there was a lot of stuff going on here. Terry and Arnold and the people that were with him, friends of his, presumably, had $250,000 worth of stuff stolen from the Airbnb, including, I don't know why, the $80,000 chain that he had with his initials on it. Why people wear $80,000 around their neck, I have no idea, but whatever. A bunch of Louis Vuitton stuff. And then Terry and Arnold said, quote, the most important thing, his Bible, end quote. So he also had $100,000 stolen.
We were wondering about the Bible part of it, and I'm guessing it was in the duffel bag with the cash or something. Because I have a hard time thinking that any thief, no matter how you might feel about anything, you're not going to specifically say, "Oh, and I'm taking the Bible."
Steal the Bible so you can read some verses while you look at your, the kitty that you got in the back.
Hey. Imagine in the getaway car. Yeah. Hey guys, wait a second.
Yeah.
I've been reading through this thing.
Yeah. We may have made a mistake.
It's like one of the main rules.
Yeah.
That I shouldn't steal.
This Ecclesiastes right here. So apparently one of the young ladies involved in this caper, this Ariana Del Val, is 18 years old. And
that was Terry and Arnold's girlfriend.
From a few weeks.
The girl that he was dating for the last few weeks.
He met at a club a few weeks before that, and she'd been dating. So she was the one that sent the text to what they thought, what Terry and Arnold and his crew thought were the two guys that stole stuff from them to lure them to her apartment. So this is the biggest red flag for me, though, Seth. With all the stuff that got stolen, why do you have all this cash in the place? There's all kinds of weed smoke, and then obviously the alleged crimes that were committed where they lure what they thought were the two perps stealing all the stuff to Ariana Del Val's apartment.
Yeah.
Under the guise of, hey, we got chicks here, that kind of thing. And then two of Terry and Arnold's crew jump out of a closet and start pistol whipping them and things like that.
Putting a gun in one of their mouths and all, yeah.
The biggest red flag on me, Terry and Arnold, it took 3 cleaners, 7 hours, and 20 trash bags to clean up the Airbnb. Screw that kid, man. I would trash an Airbnb to where the people need to hire 3 cleaners and it takes a full day to clean the place.
Yeah.
That's the biggest red flag for me.
Including a notebook that the cleaner thinks was used to record drug transactions.
Yeah, log narcotic sales. Yeah.
I'm curious about this notebook, though, now. I want to see this. I want to see this just to see if the cleaner knew what he was talking about or if he just watches a bunch of Netflix himself. I think this whole tragedy could have been averted just simply by people not watching so much damn Netflix.
Yeah.
It gets into your brain somehow. They're like, oh, yeah. This is how you operate when somebody steals from you. Yeah. Because you've binge watched so many damn scenarios where this is exactly how you handle it. Yeah. And it undoes a good childhood and upbringing. It undoes everything Nick Saban has ever taught you just because you've got all these streaming subscriptions.
People may be wondering, like, how did they get the wrong guys? Like, don't they have security footage maybe of guys stealing their stuff? No, this is how they connected the dots, Terry and Arnold and his crew of sleuthers. Is that Terry and Arnold, so there were a couple kids were there. One was a chauffeur, one was a
19-year-old driver and an 18-year-old barber.
18-year-old barber. They were there at the whole party, the shindig and things like that. And I think Terry and Arnold used those two guys for those services. At one point, the chauffeur, the 19-year-old chauffeur, mentioned to Arnold that I've got this gig in Miami later on this week, and I'm taking a rapper in Miami. And the day after everything got stolen, Terry and Arnold's sister calls him and says, hey, why are you in Miami? And he says, I'm not. She says, well, you're... Yeah. And so Terry and Arnold's like, well, it's got to be as if thieves wouldn't run to Miami that weren't these two guys.
As if a guy who has apparently at least 2 phones might not have just left one of his phones in the car.
Yeah.
That the driver was driving him around in.
There's that too. There's that too. So they immediately connected Arnold and his crew connected the chauffeur, and they threw the barber in there for good measure. And they
I couldn't tell if the barber had been in Miami with the driver or something. I don't know what the barber was.
But he got lured back to the place, and he got pistol whipped just like the rest of them did. So,
but Terry and Arnold, according to the story, is that he stayed out in the car while his friends went in and roughed up the two mistakenly identified thieves.
He was not in the room. Now, allegedly, they were FaceTiming him out in the car, showing him what they were doing to the kids.
Yeah.
And the people that are accusing Terry and Arnold of these crimes are saying he was directing everything via FaceTime.
But he's not in any of the text messages that organized everything.
They had a group chat for everybody that was doing the thing.
But he'd been in the car earlier that day with the guys that ended up doing the roughing up and everything.
Dude, if his legal team is trying to tell me he didn't know anything about this, then they're going to have a tough case here.
Well, like you pointed out, the girlfriend at one point said, "Hey, Tyrion wants me to do this, et cetera, et cetera."
And Terry Arnold had texted his 18-year-old girlfriend to say, "Hey, lure these two guys that we think stole our stuff to your apartment."
That's what she says in a text, but they don't have a text of him actually saying that.
No, but I guess it'd be easy to find, right? If there were a text.
And yet that's what's unclear to me. I don't think he must have verbally told her that if he told her that.
Maybe, yeah. That could be. You're right. Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
His representation is saying there's none of these texts are linked to him at all.
Yeah. It'd be interesting, man. And I'm very interested to see if the Texans do anything with him.
I'm guessing so they can probably, though, I wonder, can they pull up the GPS data from his phone and everything to show where he was during all that?
This is where technology works against him, I think.
Yeah, but you also have certain privacy rights with your phone that, I don't, it keeps me from committing crime anymore. I just never know exactly how much they can dig into my phone.
Yeah, it's too complicated to commit all these crimes. That's why I stopped. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. All right, coming up next. Okay, one other thing that I saw while I was on vacation that made me angry also in an article, and it has to do with Sean Payton. Two things, actually. One to do with Sean Payton, the other to do with the Texans. And I will have that for you coming up next. But I want to talk to you folks out there right now who are spending too much on your electricity.
Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, yeah, you know they're going to make a Law & Order episode out of the whole Kamari Lassiter thing. They always take these real-life stories. And
Terry and Arnold, you mean?
What did I say? Kamari? Oh,
you
God.
Kamari Lassiter.
Kamari Lassiter. Yeah, no, Terry and Arnold. No, Kamari Lassiter is a saint. You kidding me? He's not kidnapping.
I'll tell you what,
people.
Kamari would have done. He would have identified the proper.
He would have gotten.
thieves.
He would have at least gotten the right thieves. Yeah.
You're never going to hear about this with Kamari Lassiter, because Kamari Lassiter only goes after criminals.
That's right.
All right.
And he doesn't kidnap them and pistol whip them. He gives them a strong talking to.
No, he's like Dexter. You never see, hear, or watch him breathe again.
Chat GPT, write me a script for spin-off starring Kamari Lassiter.
If there were one player on the Texans who turned out to be a Dexter type of serial killer, for those of you who don't know, Dexter was a guy he was a serial killer, but his dad realized at an early age that, like, okay, my kid's got these tendencies, but I got to be sure I channel him into the right thing. So Dexter would only kill awful criminals.
Right.
He had a need to kill, but he only killed the most deplorable of people. I feel like Kamari is probably the best candidate for that. I had to choose one Dexter on the Texans, I think that's Kamari.
I think you're right. I think you're on that one. All right, so there's a big article about Sean Payton by Seth Wickersham on ESPN.com. And when I say big, I'm talking like 20,000 words. Like, this was a long article, and apparently The two of them have a pretty strong relationship, the writer and Sean Payton, Seth Wickersham and Sean Payton, because Wickersham mentions it several times in the article about how tight the two are. But Payton allowed Wickersham to be essentially, practically a member of his staff for about 2 weeks in the postseason. Mm-hmm. He was immersed in the building.
Yeah. Well, you say this is part of this is a long article. This is an excerpt from a book, isn't it? Or is it not?
I don't know. I thought it was. Yeah,
but it's long. Yeah.
It's long. Yeah. I'm looking at it as an article on ESPN.
Yeah.
So and it covers the week leading up to the win over Buffalo, and then the following in the playoffs. That is where Bo Nix broke his ankle towards the very end of the game, and then the week after that, leading into the AFC title game, losing the AFC title game to the New England Patriots. It is a long read. It is super interesting. Sean Payton seems like a psycho. Like, he is one of those, definitely, Seth, one of those coaches that gets way too little sleep, drinks 8 Coca-Colas a day.
Oh, yeah, he's old school
has
in that regard.
No nutrition regard at all.
Yeah.
My guess is the healthiest year of Sean Payton's life, or two, were the years in between being the Saints head coach and the Broncos head coach.
Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, I remember when John McClain called him a fitness fanatic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, he's a recently divorced fanatic. That's he's a fitness fanatic the way any guy who's recently divorced gets himself in shape for a little bit.
Yeah. So it's really good. There were two things about this article though that annoyed me. The first one was this. This just kind of dropped into the article. But I think it's one of the dumbest ideas I've ever heard. They were talking about how leading into one of the playoff games, Bill Belichick, who he and Peyton are both off of the Parcells tree. So they've got a friendship, a kinship there, the two of them. They both coached for Parcells. That's where they were born and raised in NFL coaching trees. So Belichick, I guess, got in touch with Peyton about an idea of like posting bullet points of Mythbusters for the playoffs, like the myth about how important home field advantage is. That's a myth. There were several other things that were a myth. But as sort of just a sidebar to that, it said this: when Belichick and the Patriots divorced in 2024, Peyton considered presenting Broncos owner Greg Penner with a proposal for the ages. Hire Belichick as the head coach of the Broncos until he reached 15 wins, which would be enough to break Don Shula's career record of 347. Peyton would temporarily step down to assistant head coach and run the offense, then move back after Belichick became the all-time leader in wins. In the end, it was too complicated and maybe too fanciful. Seth, what would you have thought if you were a player on a team coached by Sean Payton and he walked in and said, hey, guys, until Coach Belichick here gets 15 wins, which, by the way, could take more than 1 year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is going to be your head coach. And as soon as he gets to 348 wins, I'll be the head coach again.
This is Luke Morrow, when we discussed this, made the very, very, I'm going to guess, accurate take on this, which is that he never actually wanted to do this. This is just pure. This is Peyton claiming that this is what he was going to do.
Okay, here's my follow-up question, and maybe you guys talked about this. Sean Payton has a huge ego. Right. Massive ego.
Gigantic.
Why would you put an idea out there that sounds like one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard?
Because he's doing it retroactively. That he never actually suggested it, like he actually wanted to do it or anything. He's telling a story about. Because it makes him look magnanimous.
Okay.
And it makes him look nice. It's a good look for him.
Yes,
PR. It's PR.
Really? Because
why does it make him look stupid?
It's a dumb idea.
Why is it a dumb idea? Let's say it was in a world where he actually could follow through on this and do it and everything. Like having more smart people in the building, I feel like it's always a good idea as long as you're actually good friends and you can make it work out.
But basically Peyton's the offensive coordinator for a while Belichick's the one wearing the head coach's headset.
He's like in any other situation where you know who the successor is. He's the guy that's just going to fill the role and be the guy when he's gone.
Fair enough. This is the part I have an issue with. I don't like when records are manipulated.
Yeah.
This is a manipulation of the record. I don't like it. I forget what the most recent one was, but I always think back to the women's basketball player Nikesha Sales, where she needed one basket to become the all-time leading scorer, I think, in UConn history, and she tore her knee in the game before, and Villanova or some team let her go down there on crutches, make a layup, and then they restarted the game.
Yeah,
that
was manipulating. Now this, though, I think would be more that Belichick's not going to go in and do it if he's just a figurehead.
I get that.
He's going to go in and get elbow deep in the muck.
I understand. It's just the whole notion of as soon as you get to 348, we'll just flip it back.
This is
the purpose is for him to get the record.
This is what happened.
Yeah.
He messed around they were just having a conversation, thinking creatively and everything.
Yeah.
They thought of that, and then like Wickersham says, in the end it was too fixable. Because he never meant to actually do it.
Yeah.
They were just doing a thought experiment or something, and then he realized it was dumb. But in telling the story later on, it makes him look like a solid fella.
I guess. Well, to his buddy Belichick, it does.
It makes him look, or just in trying to manage the PR or anything. I don't think Payton's at a point now where people aren't going to call him a stupid coach. They're like something that never happened that they didn't even attempt. It's not like all of a sudden people are like, wow, it turns out he wasn't a good coach in the NFL anyway.
Yeah.
It shows that, oh no, he's actually, what a great guy.
Yeah.
That's how much he cares about his friends.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you think he made it up?
I think he made up that it was ever any kind of a serious consideration or anything.
Yeah. Do you think, would you have liked to have been a player in a situation like that where you got a coach who clearly is just kind of coaching until he gets to a certain number? Would that matter at all? I
think, I don't know. I'm always a fan
what if Parcells was chasing that record and you're playing for Coughlin in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
And he says, Parcells is coming in and he's going to coach until he gets to 348 wins and then I'm going to step back up and be
there's no weird situation in life that can't be made to feel normal when you're immersed in it.
Yeah.
And most of the time it's bad things that start to feel normal, any kind of dysfunction or anything. I think in a situation like this, it would be how well the two primary guys actually handle it. And that if it feels like Belichick is genuinely the head coach, the same way as if, I don't know, like when Paterno or Bobby Bowden or one of those guys, there's a lot of other people that are really running the show, but they're the head coach. It can work,
Sure.
So it just depends on how they would handle it.
Yeah, I just don't like the record manipulation, I guess, is the part that sticks in my craw. The other thing about this article that I'm retroactively pissed off at, and this is the Texans I'm angry with, is them losing to the Patriots in that divisional round game. Because a ton of this article was about preparing for the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
And that would have been the Houston Texans, and that would have been some really cool content for us.
Mm-hmm.
So C.J. Stroud and his 4 interceptions robbed us of what would have been some excellent content on what it's like to look at the Texans through the prism of an opponent.
Yeah.
Through Peyton's eyes, because there was a ton of stuff in there about Drake May and Mike Vrabel, tendencies and everything.
Preparing for the Texans' defense, exactly.
That would have been fun.
And that, oh boy,
that would have been good content.
It would have been a whole lot of fun.
Yeah,
and I mean, like Bo Nix, obviously, is like he's got a certain skill set that it was one of the few weaknesses of the Texans that they had this year was. The quarterback, I don't even want to say an athletic quarterback, any quarterback who is adept at scrambling in critical moments, which Bo Nix certainly is. And it wasn't going to be Bo Nix, obviously.
Yep.
But there probably would have been some conversations about, like, what would we do if Bo Nix was here, but we got to change it.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, it's the All-Star break. Astros heading into the break, still in more than shouting distance. They're right in the muck with everybody else in the AL Wild. 4 winners, 4 losers, rapid fire. Astros at the All-Star break coming up next.
Yordan Alvarez is an Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Okay, good text. Just started the show on the Odyssey app. I love Luke Morrow, but the excitement of both your voices at the beginning was like two best friends seeing each other after summer break. One just got back from camp. The other one just got back from a family trip. Very wholesome. That's what we like to be. We like to be the most wholesome show on Sports Radio 610.
That's right. Yeah.
We don't always achieve that.
Wholesome.
Best in the world.
To remain wholesome while we Texans working out a defensive back who's currently being charged with 8 felonies.
And we're cool with it.
At one point, I told the story of how my wife is gone as soon as they learn how to put ChatGPT into a sex bot.
Yep.
But other than that, wholesome.
Wholesome. That's what I think. When I think of this show, I think wholesome for sure. So the Astros are at the All-Star break. Yordan Alvarez. I'd have to go look at the odds. I can't imagine him even on a team, Seth, that's 4 games under 500. And you pointed this out earlier, and I think it was a very astute observation. Is that the muck that is the American League not only helps the Astros as a team kind of hang around in this thing, but it's not like anybody on a great team is having – and I know Ben Rice with the Yankees is right there. Aaron Judge has been hurt. I think that helps Yordan. The Judge isn't one of the ones helping the Yankees be one of the better teams in the American League. But the muck that is the American League, this is the perfect season for a guy like Yordan who's just piling up crazy numbers on a mediocre team to win this thing. I got to imagine he's the runaway favorite right now for the MVP award. He's a few batting average points away from leading for the Triple Crown right now.
So right now, Yordan Alvarez as where am I? Odds checker. He's at 8-13.
Okay.
And Junior Caminero is at 9-2.
9-2. Okay, so that's a big. 8-13 is like minus 175, something like that.
I mean, these other boards.
Yeah, so, that's a heavy favorite.
And then and Caminero's at 9-2.
Yeah. 3-5. I think is like minus 160, something like that. So he's at this stage of the season. Health is probably the biggest thing. Knock on wood. Health is what you got to worry about. I think winners and losers for the Astros at the All-Star break, Seth, I'll rapid fire these at you. I think winner number 1, Yordan Alvarez. We don't need to dig into that. I have winner number 2, yesterday notwithstanding. Winner number 2, Josh Hader. And I know he's only pitched for, a month and a half. And I know yesterday was his first blemish on his record for the season. But Josh Hader has been outstanding since he's come back. And even the game-winning sequence yesterday included an outfield error by Zach DeZenzo. The game-winning hit was as seeing eye a single as you're going to see. He didn't get anybody out, so that's a problem, obviously. But I think even yesterday, notwithstanding, Josh Hader and the way he's come back, he's been the best closer in baseball since he's come back, yesterday notwithstanding. So that's number 2 for me, Josh Hader. Number 3 for me is Peter Lambert, who has gone from being DFA'd at the beginning of the year to being arguably the team's most reliable starter in this kind of small window that we're in here. I mean, this is a team that doesn't know who to rely on. They came into the season wanting to rely on Hunter Brown. He got hurt. He's not been great since he came back. Spencer Arrighetti was the pitcher of the month in the month of May, and now he's not been good since June 1st.
Yeah.
And now, like, Peter Lambert is like the only one where, and Tatsuya Imai, we don't need to get into that. Lambert is probably the steady. If we were to draw a graph of all these guys, his is probably like the steadiest line out of all of them.
Yeah, 100%.
You kind of know what you're getting every time out.
There's no drama necessarily, and it's just more of a matter of like, all right, let's see if this holds up. And with each successive appearance, it looks like it's holding up.
Yeah.
I do find it ironic that of the 6 guys that Dana Brown brought in as pitchers in the offseason, Lambert was the one they least respected and liked. They cut him. Yeah. Nobody picked him up. He finds his way back, and he's the only damn one that's been any good.
It's crazy, man.
Dana Brown can't even screw up properly.
Yeah.
He screwed up.
Yep.
And then signing these 6 guys, tried to get rid of the one guy who had any chance of doing anything. The combined ERA of those 6 pitchers is still around 6, is it not?
Yeah, it's got to be.
And if it weren't for Peter Lambert, the guy that they cut, it would be even worse.
Yep. It's wild.
What the hell?
It's wild. It's definitely wild. Whatever. He's their guy now. Number 4, I'm doing 4 winners and 4 losers. We got Jordan, Hader, Lambert, Stephen Okert.
Oh, yeah.
Stephen Okert's been outstanding this year, and I think the best thing about Okert's got a 2.31 ERA. He's pitched 46 innings. Like, that's, a lot of these bullpen guys, we got to see as they start to approach, 80, 90, 100 innings. I don't think any of them are going to get to 100, but AJ Bluebaugh might. but
Yeah.
Okert has been the best thing about Okert. He can come in at the beginning of a clean inning. He can come in when you're in a jam in the 6th inning, within 1 inning.
His whip
He's
right
been
now,
great.
He's got a .836 whip. He's just such low drama.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. This is why. I mean, for me, the psychological part of the whip for a reliever, especially, is it just tells the whole story about. All right. Look, I can appreciate the guys who might get a little bit trafficky, but ultimately get the job done. Yeah. It just never feels as good as the guy that just simply doesn't put guys on base.
No. We got a texter saying Cam Smith's got to be on the winners list. He's playing great defense, and he's really starting to hit for power. His OPS is still under 670.
I tried to cherry pick Cam Smith's stats yesterday try to feel like over this certain amount of time or whatever, but like it hasn't. Yeah, the power, it's nice. The power is nice.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been good at the plate.
No.
The overall sum total of it is that he's a drain on your lineup.
It's home runs and that's it. So I can't. I put it this way: he's not on the 4 winners list, but I'm encouraged by Cam Smith. Like, I think if you ask me do I bet on Cam Smith? 3 years from now, Seth, is Cam Smith the starting right fielder for the Astros? I'm going to say yes.
I would say the other thing, though, too, that the thing I don't like leaning too much into the defense because I feel like stats nerds either correct me or back me up on this. Sometimes people go to WAR and they'll look at overall WAR, wins above replacement, and when it's heavily weighted by defense, I don't put that in the same category as when it's actually a more conventional a WAR that's with a lot of offense to it. If you're a negative offensively, but you're so good defensively, I feel like, okay, great, you've turned into a specialist. You're a great Jake Marisnik, but I don't look at I'm not going to go apples to apple with somebody who's a more balanced baseball
If you're
player.
asking me right now, would I rather have Cam Smith be a Gold Glove caliber defender and what he and then as an offensive player, maybe slightly better than what he is now, like a 725 OPS guy, or be an 870 OPS guy and be maybe a slightly below average right fielder?
Yeah.
Give me the bat, man.
Some of that comes down to what's the situation he's in. If he's on a team that's got a lot of other great hitters and you're all raking and everything, then it starts to be a little bit more like, oh, yeah, he gives you a home run every now and then.
Yeah, that's right. You can bat him.
They're scoring plenty of runs, and then the defensive part really helps because that 1 or 2 runs saved is a couple of victories when your offense is consistently putting up 6 or 7 runs.
That's exactly right. All right, losers.
I'm genuinely intrigued. The actual stat heads who know what you're talking about. Tell me whether I'm crazy on that or not.
Losers, I'll count down from 4 to 1. Hunter Brown right now, number 4. I think Hunter Brown, in part because he's still an Astro for a couple more years, but he's at that stage now where you're starting to try to kind of pile up the wins in the innings so you can get more money. He's still on his first year of arbitration. He's making $5 million this year. The injury, obviously injury, but he's been. I don't want to get too caught up in the shoulder, because he's been a workhorse since he got to the major leagues, and he came back in a normal amount of time from it. He's just distant. He doesn't have control of his fastball right now, and that's a big problem for the Astros.
Yeah.
So I got Hunter Brown, number 4.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'd hesitate to put him there that conclusively. Or I know this isn't conclusive, but just because he is still relatively fresh on his comeback. Although it's been, how many games has it been now? Is it 4 now?
It's been a handful. Several.
I think he doesn't have command of his fastball.
Yeah.
I just have to. It's not like he's going to go through an entire season without being able to recapture command of his fastball.
We hope not.
Is it?
Well, no, but look, we've seen way worse versions of Hunter Brown than the one we're seeing right now, and he's pulled it out of a tailspin before. So let's see, how many games
his fifth game back.
Fifth game back. So he's been 5 games back. Yeah, and it's been shaky. I'll do
He's had we don't like the quality start because it doesn't feel like an actual quality start. Like when you go 6 innings and you only allow 3 runs. That's technically a quality start, but it's actually a bad ERA.
It's a 4.5 ERA.
If there was any way to go 6 innings and allow 2.6 runs or something, then I feel like that's a quality start. But he's only had 1 since he came back.
Yep.
That's a concerning thing.
Yeah. He's supposed to be your workhorse, man.
No, I'm sorry. It was technically it was technically 1 this last appearance.
It was, yeah. I think
he's had 2.
I think it was exactly 6 innings and 3 runs in the last one. Number 3, losers, Carlos Correa. Just because of the injury, and I think fighting Carlos Correa again. I don't know. There's been a $30 million a year guy who's battled, other than maybe Mike Trout the last few years, that's battled more injuries than Carlos Correa, and he did it in a batting cage. His ankle popped in a batting cage.
Yeah, that's with the lower body injury. Usually you hear a batting cage injury, I'm thinking it's an oblique or something.
Yep.
Nope. Popped a tendon in his ankle.
And he needs surgery, and he's going to be out till spring training next year. It's wild.
That feels like an old man injury.
Yes. And it feels like there's a few more waiting to happen with him. That's just how it's been with Carlos Correa. He's number 3 on my list. Number 2, Lance McCullers. Just same old story with Lance. Just injuries of all shapes and sizes knocking him out. And I don't know that there's a spot waiting for him when he comes back either. I don't know what the future is for Lance McCullers with this team. Now that Javier's back, we'll see how long Javier's back in the rotation.
As long as the starting pitchers continue to underwhelm, they're going to give him a crack.
Give him a try,
See if you just get one last golden
spitball. Number 1, Brian.
Jose Abreu had that one nice, September and October after, which led them to give him one more year of an opportunity.
Oh yeah, no, don't pay him. Do not pay him. And then number 1, Brian Abreu. It's just been a nightmare of a season for Brian Abreu.
Yeah.
ERA of around 6.
I start to look at it as a victory when he only allows 1 run.
I know,
so
like yesterday. Yeah.
Victory.
Yeah, exactly. But he's another one. I think this is a contract year for him.
Yeah.
I think Brian Abreu was thought of as, I think teams that needed a closer going into next year, we're going to look at Brian Abreu's work as an Astro and say, well, he'll be our closer. And we'll get him cheaper than, say, the Astros got Josh Hader because, he's got no track record as a closer, so we don't have to pay him proven closers money. But I think there's a lot of teams, there were a lot of teams out there that were looking at the offseason next year hoping they get Brian Abreu on the cheap and he could be their closer. He has 0 chops to be a closer right now.
Hey, during the break, you and I were discussing, what would the AL and what would the AL MVP have looked like if Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout hadn't been on the Angels over the last few years? The only time that it burned the Astros with either of those 2 players was in 2019 when Alex Bregman was the runner-up to the AL MVP, and Mike Trout won it. The thing that's notable about that one that's relevant to the current Astros, that was a year in which the Angels were 72 and 90.
Yeah.
So, you heard a lot of people earlier on in the season when the Astros were really bad saying, there's not a chance in hell Yordan wins it with the Astros this bad. No, Mike Trout broke that rule a few times. But that was one of the more extreme examples of it was when Bregman, if you're going to go by, okay, you got to at least be on a good team, then Bregman really should have been the MVP.
Dude, I think Bregman, I think that Astros team, first of all, that 2019 team is the best team I've ever seen.
Yeah. That was before there was any kind of blowback from any kind of
that didn't happen until a few months later. Great point. And I think that team won the most games of any Astros team in that golden era. I think they won 107 games.
That was the best team they had in that era. That was when we learned really how hard it was to win a World Series.
Yep. Win 1 home game. All right.
Nothing taught me about how hard it is to win a World Series than winning 2 World Series in the midst of going to the ALCS 7 straight years.
Getting to 4 and winning 2 taught us how hard it is to win the other 2, for sure. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Gentlemen, it's great to see you. Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, missed you guys. Great to see you. Did you have a nice vacation, John?
I had a fantastic vacation.
That's good.
Absolutely. It was very, very good. Except I got a little bit of a cold the last couple of days. But that always happens on vacation.
Maybe you got that parasite that's going around with the produce.
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah. I saw that. There's a stomach bug or something, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, but this is the thing about that parasite is that it takes there's a 1 week incubation period. So it's really hard to track down where it came from.
Oh, yeah.
You eat it, and then a week later you get violent diarrhea.
Yeah.
But you're like, oh, I don't know, what was I eating a week ago?
Yeah, it's hard to find patient zero. You ever saw the movie Outbreak,
But you can't share it person to person, so you don't have to worry about
It's not airborne or anything either?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Hey, have you guys ever heard of a cassowary?
A cassowary?
Cassowary.
I have not.
You haven't?
Cassowary bird?
You haven't heard of it? Okay, because we were talking about earlier. Oh, and Ben left, so he's so he can't hit the.
I'm gonna try to find it.
Oh yeah, try to find the. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. This is look it up.
It's like a big ostrich-looking thing, but it's a violent bird
with a turkey face.
Wow.
But a pretty peacock turkey face.
So until it opens its mouth and it makes the noise that it makes.
Yeah.
But the reason it came up, you guys saw the video of the bison tossing that old man in the air.
Yeah.
So
Great bend on that bison, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you see the way it hit that corner
a
couple
dude,
of times?
Yeah, no, seriously, good lateral movement, no question. So we asked the question, like, what are the most like docile or like creatures that don't look like they're going to harm you? Like a bison just lays in a field and chews grass 99% of the time. You don't think it's going to just get up and just throw you 10 feet in the air.
Yeah.
So we pulled up a list, and bison was on there.
Hippo?
Hippo was 3.
I mean, most dangerous animal on legs, without question.
Hippo?
Yeah, hippopotamus.
Yeah.
We don't adequately fear the hippopotamus.
We've never portrayed it the right way.
Yeah.
You know, and elephants were on the list.
Yeah, but realistically, like, okay, we don't adequately fear the hippo.
Right.
Like, watch out on your way out to get the mail. don't. If you see a hippo by the mailbox, be sure you don't approach it.
Yeah.
I still think everything you said, even though you said it sarcastically, was 100% correct.
Elephant, moose. But then number 7 on the list was this cassowary. You find it, Figgy, or no? The sound effect, it's okay. So for those who haven't seen it,
he's got a brutal little thing on top of his head.
Dude, it's a
Is that a horn?
Yeah.
It's
But
a
it's
creature.
his legs you got to watch out.
Really?
Because it tends to walk kind of like low to the ground, and then it rises up, and it can kick.
Yeah.
And it's got sharp claws.
Yeah.
And it looks like a turkey, which I'm a little scared of wild turkeys. I'm not going to lie. So that's
The
scary.
talons look like a dinosaur talon or some sort.
It's like,
a pterodactyl
if
or
a
something.
dinosaur had sex with the wildest turkey that you could find,
Right.
it would create a creature that makes this noise right here. It's almost a combination of a turkey and dinosaur noise.
Huh.
The beginning has kind of that little gurgling thing going on, and then it just turns into a roar. Yeah, you hear the like you can almost hear the.
That is scary.
That comes from that noise comes out of a living creature that's 6 feet tall.
Birds are
It's 6 feet tall?
6 feet. Well, when it stands up, yeah.
Birds are technically dinosaurs, so this might be the most dinosaur-like of the actual dinosaurs that birds are.
This is the one that made the pterodactyl is in heaven, very jealous of the cassowary right now.
So the next time you're in New Guinea,
is that where they are? Yeah.
Be very, very careful.
New Guinea, I hear that Australia, they make a big deal out of these things, apparently, the cassowary.
Yeah.
I just never heard of it before.
Dang.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Did we put the wild boar in this list? Did that show up?
Wild boar was honorable mention.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were kangaroos?
Much like
Kangaroos
CJ
were not.
Stroud,
Kangaroos got suggested on the text page.
Yeah.
Yeah. Swans can be a little chippier.
Oh, I went right to geese. Geese are ornery sons of guns.
Canada goose. Canada goose was 8th on the list. Yeah.
Dang, I got to see this
Over to
list.
wild boar, huh?
Yeah.
Wild boar, sea lion, seals, all honorable mention.
The Canada gooses, I don't agree with the on that. They're just a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
I feel like if they might attack your toddler and hurt him or something, but that's like pretty much every animal.
Yeah.
That's true.
The Canada gooses are just annoying because you can't chase them away. They're persistent.
Yeah. So what is the question of the day, fellas?
So Saturday night, the Danny Rojas is the character from Ted Lasso. Football is live.
Yeah.
His real name is Cristo Fernandez, and he used to be a soccer player.
You could tell watching the show he used to be a soccer player.
He had a background.
Yep.
Actually got into a professional soccer game in the Is it the UFL?
USL.
Yeah. Saturday night.
Who
played
for who?
El Paso.
El Paso
Locomotive.
Yeah. So he actually got in the game. Big cheers, big moment. So what is your dream professional sports appearance? Now, obviously, Seth's can't be football.
Yeah.
I think I would like to do an Olympic sport.
Oh, that's a good one.
Like the biathlon or something.
Oh, get on a horse.
But they'd have to give me a head start.
Yeah.
I don't almost now. I'm thinking about myself in one of those uniforms, and just how pathetic and bad it would look like at the first hill.
Yeah.
No. Tour de France. I want to one of those stages where they're just kind of all cruising along, and you just ride in the pack where everybody. I don't know how it works. It seems like there's certain stages in the Tour de France where they just all agreed about, let's take it easy today.
Yeah.
I want to be there. Yeah.
I'm kind of with Seth on one of mine. One of mine is Olympic walking.
Okay.
Be cool.
You want to speed walk?
Yeah, just speed walk, a little 5 kilometer, take 10
your
kilometers.
hips moving back and forth.
And I'm just in the backpack, and they can pass, and everybody passes each other.
Professional sashaying.
So they never know that you're dead last because people are always passing.
Yeah, because it's on a track.
Yeah, it's on a track.
Yeah. Okay, so that I think in part answers the question I had before I give you my answer. Are we operating with the same level of athleticism that we currently have?
Today. You get into it today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I definitely don't feel like doing anything strenuous. I'm going to tell you that right now. The Tour de France and even the walking thing. I walk every day, but speed walking?
Yeah, but who cares?
Sounds like a lot of work.
Just go around, let them pass you.
No. Here's what mine would be. I would want to be able to swing the chair that hits somebody that knocks them out in the title match at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
There it is.
I want to decide who wins the title. I want to be the one that hits Cody Rhodes over the head.
But you need to be a handler.
No, I'd be a manager.
Yeah,
That's what I'd be. No, I'd be whoever the bad guy manager is, or I would be somebody who has an issue with one of the two guys in the match, and I would come from out of the crowd with a hoodie on.
Yeah.
I'd hit them with a chair. They'd lose the match, and then after everybody dispersed, I'd get back in the ring. And I would pull the hood back to reveal my face.
Baby.
And everybody would go, who the hell is this guy?
I think it's fitting that the most actually realistic scenario presented here is one in the least realistic sport.
Yes. So that would be mine. Swing a chair at somebody's head.
Now
listen, before everybody texts in, I understand this where they're taking it easy. I know they would drop me really quickly.
Yes.
I just want to ride for
easy
a little
for
bit.
them.
Give me one of those little cheating electronic motors in my axle.
Yes.
I just like the idea of you going for like a leisurely stroll as everybody else is like actively pedaling their ass off. There's just one camera person that is dedicated to staying with Seth as the rest of the peloton has moved far beyond.
You know what?
They're on those long stretches where they're just cruising. They're going like 30 miles an hour, but they're just cruising along in the peloton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was actually, Reggie, you're describing me in what, boy, if I hadn't done this event, my answer might have fit in here, which would be to eat hot dogs against Joey Chestnut on July 4th.
Yeah.
But I actually ate against Joey Chestnut in the kolache eating contest in 2007. The Kolache Factory sponsored it at Minute Maid Park at home plate after an Astros game.
Yeah.
I got asked to be in it like 2 days before by Andrew Eller, my good friend who was marketing for Kolache Factory at the time. One of the guys dropped out and like, do you want to be in it? I'm like, hell yeah. And so I was in it, and I love kolaches. I love the Kolache Factory.
Yeah.
The kolaches that you ate were the, kind of their signature sausage and cheese, the ones that are sort of shaped like an oval and have a sausage and cheese inside of it.
Yeah.
And they put boxes and boxes of them in front of you, like the Nathan's contest with the hot dogs. They said, go. And by like the third kolache, I'm like,
you're done.
Boy, I'm getting full. Well, I ate 7 in 8 minutes. But by like the fourth one, I'm like, man, I don't want to ruin kolaches for me.
Yeah.
I love these. I don't want to like throw up or something and then have it really, like it's some sort of alcohol. Like you can't drink this anymore.
Yeah.
So I just started leisurely, and I'm just like leisurely.
Who cares?
I was basically what Seth would have been in the Tour de France, just like kind of giving a Sunday stroll, but it was eating.
I would have been eating kolaches as well.
Yeah, right, on the bike. Yes,
Tequila kolaches.
Yeah.
Joey ate 56 kolaches.
But you got ranked.
In 8 minutes. I did 10th.
Yeah.
Out of 10. I have 1 point on the competitive eating circuit.
Yeah.
I'm like the Moonlight Graham of competitive eating. It's on eatfeats.com. You can look it up. I got 1 point.
I got to go.
Kolaches sound. Wait, how many did he eat?
Me?
No, how many did Joey Chestnut eat?
56.
See, that's fewer than the hot dogs that he typically eats, right?
Yeah, he ate
because they have
hot
bread
dogs,
on them.
He ate 60. Well, so do kolaches, kind of. This past one last week, he ate 60 something.
Okay.
He won
yeah,
again.
it seems like the kolache would be tougher than a hot dog.
Yeah.
Like, there's so
the bread's thick.
Yeah.
The bread is thick. So, so I lost 56-7 to Joey Chestnut.
Yeah.
But I can say I stood in toe to toe.
There
with
you
the
go.
champ. Yeah.
Well, kind of.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning had some
toes
really
were
bad.
kind of far apart.
Sean, we talked about it earlier. Peyton Manning was pathetic early on too.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
He had some equivalent losses early in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you just got to push through it.
My dream's still alive. Thanks, Seth. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a cassowary to you.
Thank you. I love that noise. All right. I think I hit everybody, right? Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, okay, We're good. We're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Monday to you. You are indeed in Radio 610. The OG John Lopez has returned.
Howdy.
Welcome back, and happy 713 day to you.
Happy 713 day to you. I love your hat.
Yep.
I got that.
Why you rocking the Tennessee Oilers hat?
No,
it says Houston on it, don't it?
That's the Houston.
It says Houston on it, don't it?
Houston
It's got that
Oilers.
H-Town blue.
Yes, it does.
Likewise, I got the Houston Dash H-Town blue jersey on it. It's got some images of Houston.
713 day, baby.
100%.
Yeah.
We are Houston now.
Damn
today.
glad to be back.
I don't believe you, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Hand to God. I woke up this morning. I said, "Let's go, let's go." It's all about getting the recharge, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
He ain't sound like it in the text message.
Yeah,
When
the
Reggie
text
asked-
message, you sounded like you was ready.
He was just like, sure.
No, I said with bells on. They said you're
I thought
in
that was
tomorrow, right?
sarcasm.
You should have put some
Well, it kinda
emojis
was.
behind it or something, man. That was a drive with bells on.
It was a dry
He put a
with
period
bells
at the
on.
end of it too. I was like, I don't think he means
With
it.
bells, yeah.
With bells on.
Put it in all caps or something, man.
All depends on how you say it.
No, 100%.
But I missed a bunch of stuff.
You did miss some things.
And I totally disconnected. I don't know what happened.
Okay, we'll get you up to date here in a moment. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Figgies on
catch
the
me
ones
up.
and twos. We will
Catch-
here in a
Exactly
second.
what I asked Seth the first segment of our show. I'm like, so what went on
happened?
while I was out?
I got questions. All right.
Well, let's answer some of the OG's questions. You join in on doing so with the various different ways you can talk back to the program. There's the text line 713-572-4610, and always we appreciate the Mo Care and Andrew lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. All right, so OG, let's get you caught up.
All right, I got questions.
Okay, let's do
Because I
it
just
that
completely unplugged. I didn't turn on any electronic device whatsoever.
way. Okay.
Where did CJ Stroud end up? 100.
He has yet to show up in the NFL.
Oh, really?
Top 100, yes.
What are they up to?
We are getting numbers 71 and I believe 70 and 69.
Yes,
I
69 and
believe,
70
today.
Oh, man,
and so
Figgy.
we have had the likes of Baker Mayfield,
Oh,
who you
really?
saw. We've had the likes of Brock Purdy. I
Wow.
mean, can you sell this a little
Wow.
bit better?
Wow.
Like before I move it, can you sell this a little bit better? Because you just the bleep eating grin that is on John Lopez's face right now.
Can I? So Seth and I had this conversation at 7:00.
Yes.
Is CJ going to make the top 100 because of the guys who've been revealed so
Right.
far? And Seth pointed out that the voting takes place before the end of the year.
Correct.
Yeah.
So,
Which, by the way, that really upset Raheel Ramzanali. Like he has completely disowned the top
top
100 entirely.
I can't ever quit it. Number 69, the latest player to come out just moments ago in the last 12 minutes. Lamar Jackson.
Really?
Now Lamar was injured a lot last year.
Figgy. I believe was it me? Was it you? Or was it Reggie that said it's a lock that CJ Stroud is gonna?
I didn't use that word, but essentially.
I mean, we all said it in the 90s.
Essentially.
I started questioning myself when Brock Purdy went off the list.
Another
And
question.
and then Jordan Love. I'm like,
Lamar Jackson 69.
Which is indeed nice.
Well, I got another question for you.
But before we get there, I mean, like, this is worth talking about to some
You're
degree,
darn right it
like,
is.
the idea that CJ Stroud has, I mean, if you are to check, because Jordan Love shows up on this list at 72, as our guy Sean mentions, Lamar Jackson today makes the list at 69. I mentioned Baker Mayfield was at 77. We had Brock Purdy earlier on the list. Like, these are guys that I think a lot of people, especially right now, after the end of the season, would look at CJ Stroud and say those guys are better than them.
Yeah.
I'm interested from a perspective of players. The idea that C.J. Stroud would not make this list, especially when Bryce Young makes the very back end of this list, how do you react to that? Like, what is your immediate response?
My immediate response is players give C.J. Stroud, by and large, just my opinion, but just from what we've heard and seen, teammates like him, all that, they give C.J. Stroud the benefit of the doubt more than anyone else, and he is not in the top 69.
That is correct. Well, he's not in the 69 to 100.
He's not in the bottoms.
He would have to have made the top 69, which at this point would also be incredibly notable and worth discussing. So, right? Like if he does indeed make this, which again the caveats being, this seems to be an accounting of like the season up until November, mid-November, something to that effect. Like that would be a tacit acknowledgement of players looking around at him and saying, no, we understand the circumstances that are at play there, and we still see a really good player, which. I don't know.
But
sometimes
that's
I wonder,
changing, isn't it? Because players usually give them the benefit of the doubt, is my point.
I would imagine so. Right. That was my larger point with standing firm on the idea that C.J. Stroud would make this list, as we were seeing Brock Purdy, who only played 9 games, as we were seeing a Baker Mayfield. Right. I was still looking up and going, I think the players understand circumstances and usually give the benefit of the doubt.
But for this to happen?
It does feel like we're getting to a point where I'm stretching my plausibility on this.
But see, I think the other thing that keep an eye out on is, remember they did between Thanksgiving and Christmas, somewhere around there. So this ain't talking about no playoff games. This ain't talking about none of that. It's talking about, well, I'm guessing the previous season up until around that time.
So they might be looking around.
Have Bryce Young right there too.
They might be looking around going, I don't know, man. Just like the rest of us. I got another question for you. How utterly dominant was Hunter Brown in the 2 starts that I missed?
Yeah, so funny about that. Hunter Brown has not.
Did he go 7+ in both games?
He did not. But
2 dubs?
No. No, those are not the case. Again, I would love if you could sell this a little bit better.
Double-digit strikeouts?
Also no.
Okay.
I think, admittedly, I've been a little less concerned, and this has actually been a question that's popped up in my own internal monologue as I'm trying to figure out things when thinking about baseball and other things. How concerned should I be? Because I have not been too concerned about Hunter Brown.
I'm less concerned about him, even though, and I have been facetious here, he didn't look good, especially in the second start.
He said 2, last 3, in fact. Although obviously the third one was before the injury.
Yeah,
but he missed the last 2. Last few have been 6 innings or 4 innings in that, and the one against the Rays. He's given up, and this is going backwards, 3 runs, 7 runs, and 3 runs. The thing about it is, like, the stuff has looked to a point where you go, he didn't have it on the day, but he is doing the things that I imagine good pitchers do to get themselves through innings when they don't kind of have it. The problem is you're starting to stack up games where he doesn't have it. And at some point we go, well, when are you getting it back? Big dog.
Man, USA, how impressive were they in their latest World Cup outing?
I think you would be very proud, because I was disgusted by their outing. And I think you would understand this, right? Like, we were coming in with the appreciation for the fact that they look like they are playing, at least against teams that are not on their level. They're playing like the dominant teams are supposed to handle teams that are not on the level. They got against the Belgium team that you could probably say was still above their level, but felt like, hey, this is an opportunity where you can demonstrate yourself being close. Buddy, they didn't look like they deserved to be on the same field.
Man.
And so, like, that was the disappointing part. I went so far as to say that it undercut a lot of the work that they had done through the early portion of this World Cup. Because
18 seconds in, they had a shot on goal that should have gone in.
Right. And for me, it wasn't even like the quality of the play. It was the lack of heart that they played with.
Yes.
That was the thing that really got me. Were you able to watch this match at all?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was that also how you felt watching this?
Yes, and I got a real James Harden vibe from Christian Pulisic.
Okay, so you were also in the camp that was like banging on Christian Pulisic.
Awful. Inexcusable. And then getting out and then begging out of the game. I mean, come on.
Well, apparently he had a fracture. You also don't believe
Get out of here. Again, James Harden. I got another question for you.
Please.
I did see that the Rangers and the Mariners both have played under 500 or under the last 10 games. So how big is the Astros lead in the division now?
It's non-existent.
They're not leading?
It is non-existent. No, they have. This is the fun thing about the Astros, and of course I say that facetiously because not very much is fun about the Astros unless your name is Jordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
They are not so bad as to get themselves. They're not so good as to get themselves beyond this. Like they've reached
into contention.
They've
into the lead,
which again, I guess that says a lot about the AL in general. but they just feel like they've reached a ceiling of sorts where, whether they win games or lose or win a series or lose a series, it is 2-1, and it's just this kind of 2 steps backwards, 1 steps forward, 2 steps forward, 1 steps backward, where they end up in this largely the same place. But this weekend series felt like it could have been a really big opportunity, and there's a possibility that it was a step back, because now you end up 3 games back headed into the All-Star break, and the Rangers give themselves a little bit of a boost through the weekend by getting those victories. I don't know. They do not have a lead, ultimately, is the thing to say.
Well, you're not answering any of my questions the right way.
Well, I'm answering the way that they're technically correct. Yeah, they're accurate. This was very frustrating, and it really did somewhat stem from the starting pitching as well.
Yeah.
Like, you felt like you were getting guys healthy and that the starting pitching maybe would stabilize, and you've had, from the guys that you would have a few weeks ago said are the guys that you know. Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, neither of them have given you like great outings. Tatsuya Imai did the bad Imai circumstances. The only guy who you look at and you go, that is my guy. He shows up, he delivers what I want, is Peter Lambert, which is not someone that you would have expected starting the season.
Lambert.
Correct.
Peter Lambert.
Correct.
Yikes.
Yeah. I'm guessing you have more questions, but that's all the time that we have for this game. No, that's fine.
The other ones were just, I was kind of curious what big move the Rockets made.
Bruce Thornton played a little summer league basketball, and that's the one that happened.
Okay.
Bogdan.
What other Astros made the All-Star team?
The event P. Yohan Alvarez.
That's it.
That's the one. That's him.
That's all you got for me.
That's right.
Well, I didn't miss nothing.
Hope you enjoyed fishing. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Lopez is indeed as well in the loop and back from a little bit of a vacation. All right, coming up next, the ESPN has been doing their top 10 rankings of various different positions, and they hit the money spot here. Quarterbacks. Where did CJ? Well, let's be honest. How far did CJ fall off the top 10 list? We'll discuss it next.
Texans training camp is just. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that one.
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, July the 13th, 713 Day. Happy 713 Day to you here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez back in the saddle after a little vacation. I'm Reginald Atatula and, of course, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos with you, rolling with us on this Monday. Figgy, speaking of, you got anything special for us on a 713 Day?
I don't, actually.
What?
Every day is 713.
Nah, don't do that. Don't
okay,
do that.
Dad.
I'm doing,
okay, Dad. I love all my kids.
Hey, no, I'm doing
every kid day.
Actually,
is kids
I'm
day.
that was less of what are doing special for this day and being like this roof over your house. Like you got food to eat and a roof over your head, don't you?
I'm doing what the weed smokers do on 420. Yeah. Oh, I'll celebrate 420 every day.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Very good. Now, we got to put something together, man. It's a Houston holiday, man. There's a few of these, but we got to celebrate. And nobody loves Houston like Houston loves Houston. You know what I mean? Like, so we should appreciate it. It's so weird
because I felt like I think a couple weeks ago it was Happy June 27th Day.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And that always throws me off because that feel like it's Houston Day.
Yeah.
And then a couple weeks later, you got 713 Day. So it felt like we celebrating every other week.
Yeah, this is something that I personally had to, and I'm still working on, getting better at, which is, hey, man, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. An opportunity to celebrate, go ahead and take that. Yeah. And so my thing is, hey, 713 Day, another opportunity to enjoy everything that Houston is, I'm going to do that.
What's the most 713 thing you do?
Okay, yeah. Well, you know what? We might pivot on to the question of the day with that one.
We can all talk about barbecue and slabs and all that stuff, but you personally,
what's the Houstonest thing that you do?
What's the Houstonest thing you do?
Okay, I will get to that, but I feel like we got to acknowledge the fact that ESPN continues to drop these top 10 lists at various different positions in the NFL. Interestingly enough, outside linebackers. Inside linebacker. There we go. Is coming up tomorrow, so I'm interested to see where Aziz is because I think that he has a chance to be on this. Unfortunately, C.J. Stroud not on the top 10 list specifically. It is, though, interesting where he does show up in their rankings. And I'm saying this without doing the buildup of where's C.J. Stroud. I think we all know that C.J. Stroud has not felt like a top 10 quarterback. Of late, and that's not even like that's before we even get to the why and the whats and the hows of that. I think we all understand that is the frustration, that is the tension point when it comes to CJ Stroud is that he should and he has capability to be a top 10 quarterback. He's not quite demonstrated that yet for various different reasons that we can then sort out. The interesting thing about this, and it's worth remembering that this is a top 10 list that is put together with votes from executives, coaches, and scouts. So this is a management style list, right? As opposed to the
football
NFL.
People.
There we go. As opposed to the NFL top 100. I also think that this one is they undertake this a little bit later than the top 100 as we found out, which happens kind of at the very latter end of the previous season. But Josh Allen comes in number 1. Patrick Mahomes comes in number 2. We can get into like the nitty gritty of that maybe a little later. The interesting thing is you go through the top 10 of this list, and the back end of the top 10 sees Justin Herbert come in 7, Drake May come in 8, Jared Goff come in 9, Caleb Williams come in 10, and he had kind of a fascinating season, so I understand the love and the hype that happens there, especially with the dynamism that he plays with.
We're taking them hits, bro.
Yeah.
Little bro.
All right, the honorable mentions is where this gets interesting. Sam Darnold comes in as honorable mention. Obviously, this would be kind of 11 for lack of a better way of saying it. Jaden Daniels, honorable mention, 12. Jordan Love, honorable mention, 13. Brock Purdy, honorable mention, 14. Baker Mayfield, honorable mention, 15. Trevor Lawrence, honorable mention, 16. Jalen Hurts, honorable mention, 17. Frustration for you before we move any further with the names that are here?
Sadly, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then after that, you get to a tier that is not even like a tier, right? This isn't fleshed out. This is just an acknowledgement that, hey, some people received top 10 votes. These are the remainders that received top 10 votes. Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, and your Houston Texans quarterback, C.J. Stroud. So he did receive votes. Somebody out there listed him in their top 10 voting, but ultimately he did not receive enough votes to be an honorable mention and clearly not to make the top 10 list. What do you make of this, J-Lo?
Well, at best, if you're just doing the math, he's 18th. At bet, maybe 20th, because there were 3 guys in that bottom tier.
And I feel like this was not there. Like, if you look at the names and the way they're listed, is Bo Nix, it is Daniel Jones, it is C.J. Stroud. That is not alphabetical order, or neither by last name nor first name.
Oh, that's right, it's not.
So that feels like that tells me something about the votes.
So conceivably 20th.
He got the fewest. I mean, I think this is a fair thing to say.
I think it's fair.
He got the fewest votes of the guys of anybody that received any votes. Honestly, there's a plausibility that there was one person that put him in at 10, and then that was what got him on this list.
Well, first of all, on this list, as much as I like the players list because they're playing the game and they're they know their peers and they go against these guys, I think there are a lot of biases in the players list. Like if they like a guy, if they don't like a guy, I think it comes into play. Now, certainly that's possible among execs and coaches, et cetera. But I think it's more accurate. I think there's more actual what they're doing on the field, scouting, so to speak, evaluation from these guys. So this is an important list to me. I think it's probably a little more accurate than the players, just et cetera.
What are we to make of the fact that he is down towards like the 20 area amongst the decision makers in the league? And I mean, to give you an assortment of the things, because we know the things that we tend to look at C.J. Stroud and his strengths, right? Being able to like throw a great deep ball, and generally there's accuracy, even though those issues have popped up at times, right? He has an ability to scramble, even though like he did not utilize that very much after the concussion last year. But I mean, things like looking at Baker Mayfield and seeing a coordinator say he's a winner, he can make every throw. This is something that, again, Baker Mayfield gets love for earlier, right? Brock Purdy got 2 superpowers, layering the ball, short area quickness. Yeah. These are things that, like, again, various different qualities that you could very, very easily look at and go, hey, man, C.J. Stroud might have that, are being represented amongst the players that are above him. And yet those players are all above him, and C.J. Stroud ends up in a bucket of players that are, at best, 17th.
Yeah. I think 2 things jumped out at me beyond the first thing I said. I think I respect this list. But the 2 things that jumped out, number one, I think this might be the most important one. Of all these guys, especially in the AFC, that are above him, do you really see him passing any of these guys? Trevor Lawrence is in a good situation.
I can easily see him passing Trevor Lawrence with a good season.
But Trevor Lawrence has found his coach, has found his offense, and they won. They're a good team. So I think you could argue it both ways. Guys, like Drake May. Do you see him passing Drake May? Really still younger than C.J. Stroud, in a good situation.
I think the only argument, well, maybe not only, but the argument that is ways in which year one situation, like especially schedule, really favored him. I know there's a lot of people that are not as high on the Patriots going into the 2026 season because of the first place schedule and the way that changes. But I understand what you're saying, right? This is very much a system that he played very well in, and circumstances where he gets a better wide receiver in A.J. Brown, and then you go into year 2 or year 3 of him in this system, right? Like those things
still young
should give him an advantage.
I think right now the quarterbacks you just named offensively got a better coaching
That's
situation.
my point. Do you really, like, I see you can pop some holes in this.
Sure.
But I think realistically, good situations, found their guys, kind of rolling right now.
Jacksonville seemed like they got the better offensive scheme for him.
Then you got Justin Herbert. I don't think he can pass him. He's also finding some legs there. Then Lamar Jackson, and then all these other. Like, I don't know. Number one, I don't know if he can really. We keep sitting here and saying, well, he just needs to be average, 14, 15. I don't know if he can pass those guys.
And that's the conversation I think is really interesting, is I don't think that there's a circumstance that's been built, and I think this is probably ultimately the point you're making, so I don't want to make it seem like I'm making something that you were ultimately saying. But, yeah, man, it doesn't seem like the Texans are interested in creating a circumstance that deals with this list. And I guess there's an argument to be said that maybe that should not be their concern at all, right? Their concern is winning football games and not with, like, winning the offseason list circumstance. But within that, like, I think that you could see players in here like a Sam Darnold, who, again, that is also kind of the way that he has played, and he ends up
found his place.
He ends up being the first guy out on the top 10 list. And so maybe that's what would make is, hey, man, just play to your best in the circumstance that we put you in, and you could still get this love outside of it. I think that it would require, though, that they're actually right in getting this run game going, that they actually protect him, and that the system works to also accentuate his strengths on the other side of that.
And then the other thing to me, it ties in with that. So let's assume that it's going to be really difficult for him to take this leap. The second thing is, I think he's got 1 year, man. I think this accentuates the fact that with the window open the way it is, with the defense playing the way it is, this is it. He's got this year. And then they might have to make an interesting decision.
But you know what's funny about that? Like the way that we've talked about the CJ Stroud, and obviously this is looking forward. This is too early, right? Next offseason provided, and obviously the big if is if it doesn't work out, and if for some reason the Texans decide that they don't want to pay CJ Stroud and they want to move off of him. I've always operated under the assumption, and I think it's a fair assumption, that C.J. Stroud would very quickly be picked up and put somewhere else. And I guess that's evidenced by the fact that he receives votes. Everybody on this list receives votes because they are viewed as a quarterback that very much you would want in some way, shape, or form. This is kind of interesting, though, that you have like the decision makers have him so low. And now, of course, we're talking about top 10, and maybe a top 15 quarterback is one that you're like, I would still snatch up. But it makes me wonder, what would be the desire? What would be the appetite for C.J. Stroud if he becomes available? Because I think it would be a large one, and I guess you could say that, hey, man, there's still 15 other teams that I guess in a way you go, hey, we could get better at quarterback. But I'd be very curious as to what the appetite would be for C.J. Stroud on the other.
Would be one, simply because, as we all know, coaches always think they can rescue a guy. That it'll work with them, and he is, it may well.
Yeah, he is peak rescue a guy circumstance, because you've seen it not just in theory, not just pieces. You've seen him put it together for a season where you go, oh, man, this is a really good quarterback
in a different offense,
right? Yeah, it's very curious though. I mean, all this does is make me go, all right, well,
this is it.
Maybe that's the way that you have to look at it. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. Do we want to go Houston with this?
Let's go Houston with this.
All right, question of the day. What is the Houstonest thing that you do here on this 713 day? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We'll talk about it next.
Sports Radio 610.
50,000 active clients today. The market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's what I'm talking about, Fig. I see what you're doing.
Okay.
I appreciate you bringing that energy here on the 713 day here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, let's get to the question of the day. What is the Houstonest thing that you do on this 713 day here in Houston? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We were gonna appreciate the moments that you get to jump up to or like Cristo Fernandez is the man who played Danny Rojas on the TV show Ted Lasso, and he's getting to live out his dreams. But you know what? I think I'm living my dream, living in the best city in the world of Houston, Texas. And so we love ourselves. I always say that, and I know that
if you don't love yourself, who will?
That is to say that, but it really does feel like it's true. I hope that it's not one of those things that feels like just a cliche. Houston loves Houston, man. There's not a lot of places that are so self-involved, I guess, as Houston, and it's because we don't give a damn about what y'all think. This is a very unique place, and we live it every day.
It's literally another country, man.
It is.
People here treat this like it's a whole different country,
and because it is. If you really think about 200 and whatever miles separating Dallas and Houston, and how it's like France and England. I mean, it's
very different places.
It's completely different.
So, full disclosure, I was actually in Dallas this weekend.
Yeah.
I had a friend's birthday.
Catch a game?
Game of what?
Rangers.
No.
Yeah.
No, I went for a friend's birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
The closest I got to the game, I had to go and do work afterwards to go back and watch and see what happened. I had a ticker at a bar that I was at, and I was like, oh, that's cool that they have the ticker, so I'm watching the game there instead of having my phone out.
Just like a normal person.
That's right. I'm a normal human being.
Just in the bar watching the game.
That's right. But larger point is, I was out there just looking at the way everybody's dressed, and I'm like, oh man, I'm not home. It's very clear that this is very different.
Oh, no, that's a good Houston thing you do.
Yeah.
Like you do it, and Figgy does it a lot. Wear Houston stuff. Probably 4 or 5 days a week?
Yeah.
You're wearing a Houston Oilers cap right now.
Houston Oilers hat.
And a Dynamo jersey.
Houston Dash. Yeah, we got to support the ladies.
Yeah.
But yes, it is. Yeah, man, we be wearing Houston. I think that might not be as unique, though, because everybody has their hometown teams.
Here, man.
But yeah, we do.
It's a lot here.
I think also just to that end, sometimes just wearing a white shirt around. Mm-hmm. Right, just a white shirt. You're like, hey man, that feels very Houston. I know that doesn't sound like it, but I think you tied that into a couple of answers that we got here on the text line, which is sweat. 713 even went as far as saying sweat somewhere at a park, then come home and shower in the air conditioning. Yeah, man. Mm-hmm. It is unique. But I think we also, and I don't know if maybe I'm just the weirdo. Are y'all also in a place where y'all go somewhere else and you're kind of miss it, kind of miss the humidity?
Well, yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of.
Really? Because people look at me crazy when I say things like that elsewhere, and I'm just like, I actually kind of miss the humidity. It's a little dry here.
Yeah. So what is the most Houston thing you do? 713-572-4610. This probably happens in other cities. I know it does, but I don't think it happens to the degree that it does here. I truly drive for sport. It's a sport to me because how many times have you gone to San Antonio or Austin, and you feel like those people are driving 10 miles an hour. And you're just like, what in the world? And you're cutting people off, and you're like when you guys drive with me, and I've driven with you guys some places, I always try to temper it.
Yeah.
But I like finding my that little groove, and when it all opens up for you, and you're winning.
You're playing highway chess.
Yeah.
I think I got to the point where when other people are driving crazy, it don't even faze me.
No.
It used to scare the crap out of me.
I drive for sport.
Now it's just like a dude just cutting across 5 lanes and no blinker and all that stuff, and I'm just still having the conversation.
And when you put Maps or your Apple Maps or whatever, if I don't beat that time of arrival, it ruins my day. It ruins, it says you'll arrive at 10:38. I got to get there at 10:35 max. Max.
Can I give you the Houston specific part of that? Because if we're going to talk about driving, and I realize this again, driving up in Dallas where it's different there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say running red lights, but just at the end where it switches from yellow to red.
We all do it.
Running that red, just at the start of it. I'm not running like a flat red, but like
what they call that, like a California roll, or California stop or something.
I don't know
like
exactly what the name is, but beating that red into the intersection, I be doing that, and they don't be really doing that elsewhere. Like. Honestly, it is very Houston to do that. And I realized that I have turned that back up a whole nother notch being back in Houston, because I was up in Dallas and I was like, I didn't used to do this up here.
Yeah, a couple things. I don't know if this considered Houston, but I realized this when I moved here. So I take my ass home when I know it's about to rain.
Oh, yeah.
When it's about to rain, and I thought that was the thing. When I got here, I'm like, man, y'all some suckers, man. Like, there ain't no rain about to stop my joy.
Yeah.
Now, if it starts,
I gotta get home.
I'm like, I'm about to get home. It's about to rain.
Because you can also get stuck out there, right?
Yeah.
Like Houston is just different. It's a very flat place.
Yes,
man.
a lot of people, they pack up when it's about to rain. And the other thing is, I walk around with this. I got a Stanley Cup.
Oh,
Yeti
yes,
cup,
yes.
all the time now, man. Especially when it's hot. I walk around with this bad boy all the time, man. Always throwing up the H in the pictures.
That one.
That's a real good one.
I never did that before because I know throwing up was like another hood or something like that. So I never. Now I'm just like H-Town every single time.
Every single time.
And then the other thing, I walk around with the rag. If I'm gonna be outside all day long. I got to get me a little rag or a towel or something.
I just picked that one up myself, so I'm with you there. 713-572-4610, the Houstonist thing that you're doing. Maybe this one is very obvious, but I mean, you got to have at least one trip to the rodeo every year.
No,
at least.
Or the cook-off, either or both. You got to go. It's like you have to.
Yeah,
it's not a choice.
Yeah, no, I agree. Another one, and I don't know if you have to, but I always encourage people to go to the screw shop. Just go, just walk in there, just buy screw tape, man.
Just a pilgrimage to
I look at that. I look at that as a staple. Like we say, you gotta go to the Houston rodeo. You got to stop at this barbecue spot. Just pull up to the screw shop. Get you a T-shirt or something like that.
You reminded me of two real quick as you're talking there, Figgy. Number one, I think we all hate waiting in line. We just don't wait in line. But at a good restaurant, like the trendy, whether it's the old Turkey Leg Hut or the Breakfast Club or
Trill Burger
or Trill Burger, we'll wait in line for food. Houston, we hate lines, we hate traffic, all that stuff. But if there's a line, and it's a place we want to eat, we will wait in that line. I hate lines, but I'll do it.
I went to the Breakfast Club last week. And it was a nice little line. It was me and my wife, and y'all was doing a radiothon.
Damn.
So so it was a nice little line. I'm like, here, jump in line. I'll find somewhere to park. No argument, no debate.
Nothing. And I hate line. I like with every fiber of my being. I hate waiting in line. But if it's a restaurant or a place, we went Saturday night. We went out to eat. I think Friday, Saturday night, and we wanted to get some dessert and went to that milk and cookies place. The line was around the block, and they all get in line like no big deal. I got time.
You made me think of another one. Just walking around in Buc-ee's gear.
Yeah, Buc-ee's.
By the way,
Buc-ee's hoodie or Buc-ee's cup or something like that.
Rest of the country taking that. I just saw.
They're all over now.
I just saw today they're opening one in the greater Chicagoland area.
Yeah. Yes.
Chicago, dog.
Yeah.
It's one in Mansfield, Ohio. Salute to Cade Stover. Is one in his neck of the hood.
And then the other one you reminded me of, this is so Houston, and I think this might be uniquely Houston. If you're a homeowner, you got to have a generator.
Yeah. That's a good answer.
I've got 3 generators.
He just hoarding all the generators.
Man, let me get one. I need one.
I got 2 of those plug-in ones that are just battery power, and then I got my gas generator. Like if you're Houston and you own a house, you better sure have
That's
a
actually
generator.
great with like
you better damn sure have a generator.
I'm trying to save some money. If you're a generator company, let me know, man.
Yeah, like to that point, it's just like hurricane preparedness. I have a case of water that I don't open. It's just there just in case. Knowing that, hey man, that hurricane could hit and you might be in here where you need water. I got water stacked up and it's like normally I use the filter water, man. But I'm like, just in case.
Yeah.
I'm not putting up the I'm not assuming that the water goes.
I want to know, is this a Houston thing? So I know a couple who just always prepare for anything in case something happened. This couple had like a battery-powered fan. Like a fan that don't have to plug up, is hooked up to a big old battery.
Yeah.
So whenever they go out, they get their lawn chair. Speaking of things in Houston, break their lawn chair out of the truck, and then powered battery fan or whatever, and just post up.
Figure you got to get a generator, man.
I do, man.
You got to get a generator.
I mean, you got a few.
Hey,
help a brother out.
I think about it every time my power go out. And my power go out like 3 times a month.
Yeah. I'll send you a link. That even ones I have a battery one that plugs in and just stays charged, and that's a good quickie. So before you have to go get the gas, and it'll last 12 hours.
Yeah,
even something like that, man.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Wait, I don't know if this is just a Houston thing, but I just realized you started talking about fans. We just be out with fans though, just the regular going out fans, hand fans, neck fans, all this.
Yeah. I feel like that's a Houston thing. Maybe they do in Florida too, but nah, that's definitely a Houston thing.
Somebody else said regarding the Hurricanes, we don't leave.
Oh, yeah, no.
Houston doesn't leave.
I realized
we're the ones that should leave first.
Man, my family was talking about, hey, you want to fly home, try to get home? I'm like, no, I ain't going nowhere.
Good, man.
I used to think that was stupid. But I see some people just like, nah, we going to stick it out. And we not thinking about moving out.
Yeah.
Some people will be like, oh, I'm getting out of Texas.
Yeah.
I'm getting out of Houston.
Hell no.
We just going to clean all this up, rebuild, and keep going.
Shout out to Catherine Shilcutt. She typically says like you're a Houstonian once you've experienced like a hurricane or a tropical storm or whatever.
Yeah.
We all have one. We're like, no, man, I made it through Ike, man, I'm good, right? We're like, yeah, man, I was here through tropical storm. Was it Allison or whatever? Like everybody's got their like war story.
I can go back to the 80s.
Everybody's got their war story of the storm that they rode out, and so never again will they leave.
Yes.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. What is the Houstonest thing that you do here on a 713 day? In fact, and what's popping, I'll get you some of the things that are happening around the city that celebrate and commemorate 713 day, maybe some of the places that you could get some deals. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where Stephon Diggs is talking big stuff as he's still a free agent. Do you agree with them? We'll talk about that and more as we go around the NFL next.
You're done. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you
Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and I'll do this in reverse. Typically, I try and wait till the end of around the NFL to do the NFL Top 100 update, but you've been gone for a little bit, so I wanted to give you an opportunity to get into some of this. Also, there's some very interesting things happening right now in the Top 100, so I'll give you the latest, and if you want to go back and if you're at all interested in going back to any of the other things.
I looked at them.
Okay,
yeah.
And there's nothing that you felt the absolute need to. Very good. Never mind. I don't even know why I'm doing that. Coming in at number 70, Green Bay Packers safety Xavier McKinney. But the very interesting one, and the one we kind of alluded to a little bit at the beginning of the show, coming in at number 69, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, which I don't know if you realize this. This represents a 67-place drop from Lamar Jackson.
I did not realize that.
That's where I was about to get to. I know we was focused on CJ.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. But I'm like, that feel kind of low.
Correct. Yeah, that was the part that shocked me even more. Yeah. Like, once we see Lamar Jackson on here, it does feel like, all right, does this close the door on CJ? But more importantly, what the hell is happening amongst his peers when it comes to feelings on Lamar Jackson? Lamar Jackson wasn't like Brock Purdy, who only played 9 games, right? Mm-hmm. And maybe that's the reason why we go, oh, Brock Purdy kind of low here. Lamar Jackson, who the previous year the players in the league looked at as, the second best player in all of National Football League, is put at 69 here as, he's still throwing the ball pretty damn well as a quarterback. And I wonder how much Lamar's unwillingness to run changed this. He very much felt, and this happened a little bit the year prior, but very much. It felt like in games he was staying in the pocket almost to his definitely to his detriment.
I'm a quarterback. I'm a passing quarterback.
And I was
kind of caught that vibe.
We've gotten to that point where
you don't have to be.
It's very clear. If people don't know by now, they're idiots about Lamar Jackson's prowess as a quarterback. And it got to a point where it was very detrimental to them, where holding the football, admittedly the offensive line wasn't great, but holding the football got him in trouble, got him injured in some instances. And he did throw 7 interceptions, but he had 21 passing touchdowns. But it felt like he wasn't the same threat, or not necessarily threat, but he did not, I guess, execute on that threat to run the football nearly as much as the Lamar Jackson that, was literally a highlight reel. Like in the vignette that the NFL.com did for this Top 100, one of the players, and I can't remember who, apologies, was like, I watch my own film, but if I'm not watching my film, I'm watching Lamar Jackson. Like he came into the league and made dudes that we look at as the best in the world look like children for moments. And that's not how it felt last year in a weird way.
No, I think you hit it right. I mean, it was to his own detriment that he didn't use all the tools in the toolbox.
But even still, 69?
No. That's
the thing,
separate.
right?
Yeah, that's separate. I'm saying I think he was going to fall because of that, but to fall that far is pretty dang remarkable for a player who could still be. He could be MVP this year. I mean, they're the favorite, one of the favorites in the AFC, and he could be the MVP this year. And to fall that far is weird. Now, here's the thing: I've been giving you a hard time, as has Figgy, about the C.J. Stroud thing,
and I'll take it. I stood pretty tall.
I'm not kidding around this time. That is a wrap, isn't it? He's not going to be in the top 100.
I think so. But this is how far Lamar Jackson fell, where I go, what is the decision-making process here? Like, what are they valuing here? Now, I think you're probably right at this point. Like, I am starting to give up on the idea that, C.J. Stroud should be here. We were already getting to that point in the numbers. I thought that mid-60s was the
one that really did it for me was Jordan Love at 72.
Yeah.
That to me is more telling than Lamar Jackson at 69.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lamar Jackson raises questions for me on what's
Jordan
happening
Love,
with this list.
He's better than C.J. Stroud.
Who do you think the next Texan going to be on this list? Like, I know we've been looking for C.J. Stroud. Do you think it'd be another Texan?
I do.
Like
obviously outside of Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Who'll be real high.
Yeah.
Now Nico's on there already, right?
That's what I'm trying to remember what the list is of Texans, because I've been so locked in on the quarterbacks. I'm trying to recall where all the Texans fell to this point. I believe did Nico come in already? Because I feel like that would have been low here.
Yeah, because we just had Aziz, right?
Yeah,
Aziz
was there. I think he might have been the one.
No, Nico is not on.
Yeah,
there
Nico.
Yet.
And I was like, and he shouldn't be. Like that's the thing is, Nico Collins is a good enough wide receiver where we should not be talking about him.
Yeah.
In the portion where we had. Yeah.
I'm wondering if we see another Texan hit this list. That's not C.J. Stroud.
Right. I wonder if the next Texan isn't like Jalen Petrie.
Could be Petrie.
That's where, because I feel like last year was a Petrie glow-up year where people were like, "Oh, okay, he's one of the best playing this particular position of that, like that nickel, that star position, whatever you want to call it." He felt like he really came into his own, or at least people recognize what he does. I think that is reflected in this, but I think he's also so unique in that position where I don't think it ends up being something crazy where he ends up in the 30s. You know what I mean?
I think outside of the obvious ones are Nico, Will Anderson Jr., and Derek Stingley. To me, those are the obvious.
I think Will Anderson, Derek Stingley probably going to be top 25.
High, very high.
But would you pick Petrie over Lassiter? Would players pick Petrie over Lassiter?
That's a good question. Kamari is one of the ones that I'm very, very curious to see where he falls, because he feels like he also was the one that was getting a similar treatment to Jalen Petrie, where people were like, "Oh, wait, do you guys know this unheralded player over here?"
Yeah.
And Kamari Lassiter, I think that he's one of those guys that will get a little bit of love here as well. But it's all defense, right? There's nobody on the offense besides Nico Collins that you go, "Hey, does he have an opportunity to show up here?"
I don't see it. I do think that's a wrap on. Which is quite the story.
Yeah,
I mean, C.J. Stroud not being top 100.
Yeah, I wasn't rooting for it, but I think the bigger story. I think the part that hurts me the most is seeing Bryce Young on that list.
Yeah,
that was why I was so strong in this. I was like, Bryce Young had a good year. Do not get me wrong; it was not so good as to where I put him above C.J. Stroud.
But to me, Jordan Love was the tell. He's by any gauge, if you're being honest, a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud.
Jordan Love's a funny one, though, because I think Jordan Love is not I don't think there's a consensus is the word I was looking for amongst football people about Jordan Love. He has great tape in instances, but it's also not as consistent as one would like to believe.
But the consensus,
from him.
Consensus between him and C.J. Stroud, I think, was.
Yeah, probably in the moment.
Yeah.
If anything, they was kind of similar a little bit, but Jordan Love probably obviously got the edge.
I mean, better team, right? Even that, is that even fair to say better team? I guess more well-regarded because of the night and day nature of offense and defense.
That's the other thing, too. The Texans got a good team, too.
Yeah, but I don't know how many people look at the Texans and go, they have a good team, as opposed to they have an incredible defense.
Yeah.
Like they have a great team by default because that defense is really good and the offense is there. And I think that is harming CJ a ton within this. Not to say that he is not a factor in that, but you get what I'm saying. We continue though around the NFL here. And shout out to Stephon Diggs, still out here looking for another job in the National Football League after he had a little bit of a clarification on the little legal thing that was happening.
I thought you say he's looking for another chef.
He might be doing that. I would probably advise him to be very careful about the way he goes about that.
Yeah.
Maybe, but that's neither here nor there. He is indeed.
It's kind of here nor there.
he is indeed looking for a place to play. And this is the interesting thing, right? I've constantly thought, who would benefit from Stephon Diggs? Hell, there's been conversations here, and it feels like he very much can help a younger quarterback for sure. We've seen that in those last couple stops. Great, still in the middle of the field if you're not necessarily asking him to work off of his speed, but work off of his intelligence and his know-how. Well, Stephon Diggs is out here talking big, and I wonder if this is just like an attention grabber. Hey, man, I'm open for work. He does not say that. What he does say, though, is, in my opinion, I can compete with anybody. He said in a post that was on his YouTube channel. He went further to say, but Tavers and your ones, right? You can't name a number 2 better than me.
Yeah.
And, buddy, I don't agree with it, but I understand where you're coming from.
Oh, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think it's a fair argument. I'll put it that way. Stephon Diggs as a number 2 is in the mix, for most teams. There are a couple that I would agree with you that, they're 1-2 punch, obviously Cincinnati, some of those might be better, but he's in the mix. And I think the bigger thing here, what he's kind of saying is, I'll be your number 2.
Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely what he's clamoring for.
He's not saying, I've checked my number 1 receiver ego at the door.
I know what it is.
Yes,
now.
I know
Let
the
me
score.
Be number 2.
I know I will be your number 2, and I kind of like it.
This is him attempting to be conciliatory. He's like, all right, I'm not going to argue ones with you, even though but you can't tell me there's a number 2 better than me.
Right.
And I find that to be fascinating. The question I have though is, does that serve his opportunity to get a job?
Yes.
Because you think so? Because
absolutely.
When I look at this, I go, what team in the National Football League goes through free agency in the draft and does not have a number 2 wide receiver that they view on their roster?
Well, what I think,
you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to pick up a free agent dude that I anticipate being my number 2 right before training camp does not necessarily feel like it tracks.
No, that's fair. But I think the messaging, as we've all agreed here, he's telling GMs, hey, man, don't worry about me being a problem. And by the way, he really on the field hadn't been a problem.
Do you think that that's how this goes? Because again, we're not talking about him as a number 2. We're talking about him
maybe
as
a
three, right? And so. Honestly, I take that the other way, not to say that he would be this problem, because, again, this was the conversation that they had before leaving Buffalo, and he ends up coming here, right? And we're having to parse between how do you feel, will he have an ego? And it did not feel like that was the case at all in his tenure here in Houston. But I do wonder if that does feel like it carries him, and I do think that this only serves to like kind of give fuel to whatever fire or embers exist within that on Stephon Diggs is going to come here and believe that he deserves more than we are willing to give him or whatever.
No, I look at it the other way. I think he's basically saying, don't worry about me. I'll come in, and he used 2, but I think he'll come into a team that has a wide receiver need and fit the role that that he wants to.
I feel like I don't know it for sure, but I feel like he used number 2, but didn't really mean technically, number 2 or else.
I don't think that's how you can read this. I will give you the exact quote again. There's not a number 2 on a team. Let's presumably give people credit and just say, okay, you want to take number 1 spot away, which speaks to your point, J-Lo. If he's not saying that he doesn't believe that he's number 1. He's just saying for argument's sake. Yeah. He goes further, and I quote, name your number 2 wide receiver right now and tell me how much he makes. And then my last question is he better than me? Close quote. No, he is not talking about I will take a secondary spot. He is literally saying, I will be your number 2 wide receiver, and I think that means like number 2 in targets, number 2 in attention, and I do wonder how well that goes over amongst NFL executives and stuff. And that also brings me to a question of, do you think NFL executives have grown? Because I do think that like maybe 10, 20 years ago, NFL executives do like have a level of hesitation towards like the person that views himself highly, like, oh man, he's got too much of an ego. It does feel like we might have moved to a place where
better. And I think, to parse out his words like that, while I hear what you're saying, I also feel like he's just saying, I will take a lesser role.
I didn't read it that way.
I will take a lesser role. And I think in his heart of hearts, he might say, yeah, I'll come into whatever Team X and compete for the number. But in his heart of hearts, he's saying, no, I'm going to win that job.
I think he's just trying to sell himself.
Yes,
right
exactly.
Here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the sell that he thinks it is. If that's the case.
I mean, obviously, he can't sell himself as a number 1.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he should sell himself as a number 2. I think that he's like a very valuable dude that you bring in that is not a focal point of what you're doing, but comes in and brings a lot of value in the same way that he kind of was there in New England, right? And look, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I also wonder how well that serves him. Now, ultimately,
you don't think he could be a number 2, like a good number 2?
I don't think he should be.
I think he could.
I think he could be all right with number 2.
Yeah.
I don't think he should be. Like, I think that he should not be so centrally focused in what's happening between the injury that happened, I guess a little further back, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, I do think that whatever team adds him will be happy that they do that.
Yes, they do.
Because I don't think that this actually does reach the level of like ego that will be problematic. I just wonder if this is a barrier to him getting to that place.
Yeah.
We'll see ultimately as time moves on. Some other things around the NFL. Shout out to the group that now has bought the Seattle Seahawks. Finally, the late Paul Allen's will has been fully exacted, as he was previously the owner of the Seahawks and the Trailblazers. Both of those teams now have been sold over the last handful of months. And this sale goes to Vinod Khosla and a group that he has led, which, by the way, he was a limited partner in the 49ers before stepping in as the new owner of the Seattle Seahawks. I almost said San Francisco. The terms of the deal have not been disclosed, but league sources are saying
like
$9.6 billion, which is a record for NFL franchises. Of course, the money keeps going up and up.
He is a very rich man.
He is a very rich man. Clearly too many people made too big a deal of the whole Niners thing. It is funny. Because he was a minority or less, whatever they call him.
Limited partner, which I think might be minority owner for just talking about the way this goes.
I mean, he has to give that up. It's not like he's a double agent or something, as some people were talking about. I think it's actually it's one of those things where this guy has a ton of money and wanted his own team. He's experienced. I would be thrilled if I was a Seahawks fan. I mean, he has been in those rooms. He's been one of the guys. Not necessarily the ultimate decision maker, but he knows what goes into owning a team. I think I'd be thrilled if I was a Seahawks fan.
It's a little early to fully understand, but I think that's fair. By the way, his net worth, as we are pocket watching in this moment, apologies to all people for whom that is, I guess something that you should not do. $13.7 billion is his estimated net worth. Like, we're not talking about a particular broke boy. Like, he's got a little money.
That's pretty good.
Here, so I think that for what you're talking about, the investment that you can expect, and I think that, yeah, you should be excited, even though he technically was a part or some level of interest in one of your rivals, right, with the San Francisco 49ers. I think the value, especially nowadays, seeing how detrimental bad ownership can be, of having somebody that understands.
He's seen sausage made, so he knows how it is.
Now, he was a limited partner, so only God knows if he was just clamoring for more power, and this is now his avenue to do that. But I think the more likely thing is he understands maybe to some degree what role the owner should play and when an owner should fall back. And so you've got to do it with relatively deep pockets who's coming in, and I believe knows how to play his role. That's all I think an ownership, or rather a fan base, should be able to expect from their ownership.
No, I'd be happy if that was the guy.
Forbes ranked him 10th on the list of America's greatest innovators, which I don't know exactly what that means, but he founded Sun Microsystems, which is a computer company. That's how he ended up.
About to say, what did he innovate?
Yeah, that's what he do. I feel like that's one of them buzzwords, like innovator, disruptor.
Sounds great, though.
Yeah, it does sound great. But honestly, that's how all these things work. Everything sounds great until you actually see it out. So we'll see what happens. But it seems like the Seahawks will be in at least decent hands going forward. And then right here, before we go around the NFL, I found this to be kind of fascinating. Kyle Juszczyk seems a little frustrated, and I understand why. The 49ers fullback is coming up on a situation where he's going to need to get a contract circumstance, right? Juszczyk was talking about the uncertainty, or the certainty rather. Uncertainty is the way I was looking when it comes to his paycheck, because he is listed as a fullback. But if you know the way that Kyle Shanahan uses Juszczyk, he does a lot of things that look tight endy. And so he's talking about, am I a tight end? Am I not a tight end? I don't know. That's a great question. And he said, unfortunately, I think I'm a tight end and not a tight end at all the wrong times. So I'm like, when it comes to getting this physicality, you're not a tight end when it comes to getting getting this money. When it comes to, hey, we need you to do stuff, now you're a tight end. This is one of those things where, is there any solution that can be brought? Because we've talked about these types of dilemmas. I think at least the one that comes to mind dating back to like Jimmy Graham, where he's like, I want to be considered like more like a receiver, right, than the way the tight ends are paid. In this instance, the tight end side of this is a good thing for Juszczyk. Is there any resolution that can be made in your mind with this? Because this seems like it pops up more and more now as we have kind of, for lack of a better word, positionless football.
You have hybrid players, and I short answer, no. I think the owners and the league is going to basically conspire to make sure that these guys are slotted in particular spots. And he has made the Pro Bowl, multiple times as a fullback.
Yeah.
So I wish that you could play, you could pay a guy for hybrid. He's just a hybrid player. But that's not going to change.
And here's the thing. I guess you could pay him, right? Like the Niners could have a good faith.
Oh, they could do right by
circumstance,
him.
Just do right by him.
Yeah.
But it feels like the pragmatism that is created within the salary cap.
Yeah, it's not going to change.
I feel like Kyle just going to be underappreciated with his money in the way that he feels.
Now, to be fair, he has made a lot of money, but it's been as a fullback.
He's made a good amount of money. Don't get me wrong. But, he could afford to make more from when you talk about the value that he provides to the team itself. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on the text line. Somebody said the most 713 thing that I do is drive 45 minutes to eat at one of my favorite restaurants and not blink an eye. The willingness of how far you are, or how far you need to drive for things, very much is that. Again,
that's another thing. It's away.
Yeah.
Most cities you'd be like, I ain't going.
Yeah. I was talking to some folks literally a couple days ago. They was like, oh, it's not that. That's 20 minutes. I was like, yeah, that's around the corner.
That's nothing.
That's right there. Yeah, 100%. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what do you feel like was more important on this weekend? Was it the weekend series versus the Rangers and the things that we learned from it? Or was it the MLB draft? Let's talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about the
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy 713 Day, as it's July 13th, literally 713. And I hope you're enjoying today in the most Houston way possible. As John Lopez sits next to me, I'm Reginald Attitula. Figgy Fig is on the ones, twos. And the Astros have reached the All-Star break. I guess didn't stumble into the All-Star break quite the way that it felt like they have in the last, handful of seasons. Doesn't it feel like that's just an Astros thing to do, stumble into the All-Star break?
They didn't exactly cruise into it
They
either.
They didn't, but it feels like we're talking about various different degrees of stumble, and this one felt like not as bad of a stumble. Losing 2 out of 3 versus the Rangers in Arlington headed into the All-Star break. Unfortunately, the last game, you kind of lose it with the bullpen very late. But
it's just kind of been a disturbing trend.
It has. There's been a few disturbing trends that have happened, and obviously the series versus the Rangers this weekend helped solidify some of that, as you had starters not looking all that great. Peter Lambert again stands out as the individual that we have to give credit for. But, starters not looking that great. The bullpen maybe demonstrating the fact that you only have but so few of them that you can really trust.
Yeah.
Maybe a little fun development in Cam Smith having to play a little center field. Maybe that is a particular development in the future. Is it the amount of those things that you got? Jeremy Pena, though, returning to the lineup. Is it those things that are more important on the weekend? Or is it possible that the MLB trade happened this weekend? I know there's a lot of people that go, jump scare, did not anticipate that. Yeah, that's how it feels with baseball. I understand it's like the players aren't going to be immediately impactful, but it does feel like baseball needs to get a lot better at like figuring out how to do the draft, because it doesn't feel like this is it.
Yeah, because I don't know if you were like me. Obviously I was on vacation and keeping up with everything, from Rand's Pass and at home and all that stuff. But even at that, kind of took me by surprise. I was like, oh, yeah, that does start today, doesn't it? The MLB draft. And so, yeah, they absolutely need to do it better. I love this question, by the way.
Yeah, but what's more important?
What was more important?
Yes.
The way they went into the All-Star break, winning 4 out of the last 10 games, which is not great.
And it's worth noting, important doesn't mean good, right? It can be telling, right, for what we have with this team.
Or was it the draft? I think the answer, and not to waffle or whatever, but I think the answer is depends on what your goal is.
That's actually a good point.
Like if your goal is let's get to the playoffs, and see what happens, then yeah, you wish they would have won 6 out of 10 instead of 4 out of 10, and maybe gotten some better performances out of down the last 15, 20 games of some of these players. But my goal is not that. My goal is I think this team is really running on fumes, in terms of the standard that they set.
Yeah.
And that's why, and I haven't moved off of this, and I won't. That's why you don't sell. I mean, you don't become a big buyer at the trade deadline because the minor league system and the futures game.
I didn't see the futures game, but salute to one of the guys that you had that played in it. Xavier Nyans is going to move up to high A ball now.
Yes.
And that's honestly notable because that's where, if you want to say there is a strength in this farm system, that's where it is. It's the Nyans, it's the Kevin Alvarez, it's the guys that you drafted that are currently still at the low end that seem like they actually have the high-end possibilities in the league. And that's notable because, as you mentioned, right, you stumble into the All-Star break. Outfielders did not look particularly good,
right?
In these last few games, as if your outfielders have looked great all season long. That feels like it says a lot about what you would need to do if you're actually trying to contend or do whatever at the trade deadline. I just don't know how viable any of that is.
Right, because what I took out of the futures game, and I wasn't plugged in, but I
don't lie to me.
Why you weren't plugged in, man? I paid attention to it.
He had it on a big screen.
You ain't focused on the future.
It was in the bar area. It wasn't on the big screen. The three best.
The fact that you had it on at all,
a little bit. The 3 best players on the field were a Tampa Bay Ray, a Seattle Mariner, and an Oakland A.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That
sounds about right.
And so that's what I took note of.
Their future looking pretty bright.
Their future's looking pretty dang good. I think the MVP was the kid from Tampa. But anyway, so that's my point. If you're going to start buying and buying and buying, then that's a mistake. the more important thing is the draft, because you got 3 dudes that are all 21 years old. The top 3 guys are all 21 years old and clearly are closer to the major leagues than that.
So you're talking about the Tech outfielder Logan Hughes. You're talking about the Notre Dame right-handed pitcher Jack Riddell. Mm-hmm. Wait, isn't he like 6'5" or something?
6'6".
That boy big, right?
6'6".
You got to imagine that's a great leverage that he has there. But yeah, man, you get some of those guys, and honestly, I think that for me is more important. And I think it's because I'm fully leaning into the idea and looking at this team and going, there's just not very many paths to get better. And I'm not just talking about get better for the end of this season and compete in the AL that is it's very clearly depressed. I just can't imagine that the AL remains depressed like this for too long. Like I can't think that this is a year-over-year thing as opposed to an anomaly in this year. And even if you get better enough to compete this year, are you going to be better enough to be what Jim Crane wants the Astros to be consistently? And I just don't see the path for that. Maybe it's the crash course that we have towards trading Jeremy Pena. That is one of the paths to get better. But the path to get better, like the very obvious one, is drafting and getting your talent to build through the farm system again. And the way, first and foremost, the pick that you got from Hunter Brown being a top 3 Cy Young finisher, right? Like I think that ended up being huge because that gets you your first round pick here that you use, or one of your picks here that ends up being very important. Like I think that these are going to be the guys that help you. Well, now first you have to see if you sign them, but these are going to be the guys that I imagine create. Hopefully not the next run. Hopefully you're a level of good before these guys make it to the pros, but are going to help be a large part of whatever the next dynasty is for the Astros if they can do that.
Right. No, that's why I am with you. I think the draft, and look. You and I, you're fooling yourself unless you're just an absolute, college baseball nerd, to break down their games. What we do know,
and also, honestly, especially if you're talking about some of the guys that come up from high school.
Well, for sure. But I'm talking about the top 3 guys.
Yeah, the top guy. Well, I mean, one of them is coming out of Georgia, right? So the high school stuff I can't do too much with. Right. Even the college stuff, that's equivalent to what, like AA baseball, and we have to see them do it against this level of talent. So yeah, I wouldn't even try and do any of the formulation of what these guys would be if I was on that level. But just the idea that you're going to get young guys, and hopefully, again, the
guys that are on a fast track.
Hopefully on the fast track. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
that matters more to me.
In terms of their profile, their prototype, all 3 21 years old, all 3, guys that played at a high level in college, all 3, guys that can get there pretty quickly. That's what I like, and I agree with you. I think that's more important for this team, because this team right now, in terms of, going into the All-Star break, you say they didn't really, go stumble into the All-Star break. It was hugely disappointing, though. The opportunity was there. I mean, the Rangers and the Mariners were struggling.
Well, the Mariners were. I think the Rangers played some pretty good baseball in the last.
They played 500 in the last 10
Well, in the AL, that's basically 700 baseball. Let's be honest.
We actually talked about it on Friday. If the Astros had the chance to sweep,
they could have gotten the first place.
But that's the thing. The Astros haven't really done that this season. It really has been just a struggle. They haven't gotten swept, but they're not doing any sweeping, And so it was like you would have to keep stacking win period of time. It was like 2-3 weeks where they were just stacking series win. Was like 5 or 6 series.
But they haven't gone on that month-long run.
Right.
They've gone on a 2-week, maybe, winning 650.
How possible is that when you're talking about three of your players not necessarily giving you great production at the plate? If you're talking about outfielders, Yordan Alvarez doing so much work to cover up the rest of what you're doing here. I mean, one of the guys that I know that you have been looking at, Christian Walker, had a great maybe month or two. It has not been to that level still.
The answer to your hopes in the American League and even in the division cannot be, Yordan. Yes, spectacular player. But the answer to your division,
he can't carry the whole
and AL hopes cannot be, Yordan, guys, we got Yordan.
Especially maybe it can be Yordan and your pitching is really good.
Right.
But even that has kind of been a little bit of a step down. Yeah, and I think the thing that got me to the point where I'm not fully out and nihilistic, but the thing where I'm all right, I am completely I'm kind of shutting down the the big hopes is. It's not just that your starters aren't doing all that great, the relievers aren't that well, and I look at just the rest of the AL and I go, it's not going to be it's going to be a seller's market, right? There's going to be a lot of teams that think they can compete.
That's a key thing too.
And a lot of teams that aren't selling. And so I think that this is going to be, it falls for me on Dana.
It's going to be a buyer's market is what you're saying.
Yes, buyer's market, rather.
Yeah. And that's a problem.
No, a seller's market in which the sellers have the upper hand, right? Because,
okay. Well, it depends on how you look at it. But and you mentioned Christian Walker. The last 20 games, that's a pretty good chunk. Now, keep in mind, 64 games left for the Astros. They've played 98 games. So the last 20 games, he's batting .216. .216 with a .674 OPS. You can't. The answer cannot be, well, we got Yordan, man.
Yeah.
As you get into these tighter games and these division races, and we saw this yesterday. Well, we saw it all weekend, actually. They're just going to walk his ass.
There's not a lot of protection.
They put the tying or winning run, I believe, on second base Saturday by walking Yordan. They had a tied game yesterday and put Yordan on by intentionally walking him. This is not the answer. Well, we got Yordan. That ain't gonna cut it.
Yeah. And I mean, he's. I said it really early on. It felt kind of Bonzian. It's tough though, because if they could just walk around him, like if they can move around him, then you kind of limit some of the capabilities, especially if you can't deliver on that. Frustrating, definitely a frustrating weekend series, especially because you were there, but your pen couldn't get you over, or your starters didn't give you enough. Yeah, man, this is not what you.
Altuve's batting .238 in his last 20 games. I mean, the draft and the future is too important to just buy.
Well,
and gut some of your front
and I don't know that the teams that would be selling, or I don't know if what you have what they're looking for,
correct,
or if that means as much, right? I guess in whatever value they have there. The interesting thing is you mentioned, and maybe we'll talk about this in What's Poppin', but you mentioned the ages of the players that were acquired, and I don't know. Does that way that a general manager drafts if he does not anticipate himself being?
Good question.
We'll talk about that a little bit more. But Baseball Talk here on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's answer that question that I just asked. But also, Home Run Derby is tonight. How excited are you for that? We'll talk about it and more next.
How about we go fishing, man? How about fishing?
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this July 13th, otherwise known as 713 Day. And salute to everybody involved on a 713 Day, especially if you would like to get out and enjoy some I don't know, some
horrendous storms.
Wait.
That's nasty outside.
Is it? It don't look that nasty from my vantage point.
Yeah, that's very Houston.
That's Houston.
Yeah, they
That's
celebrate 713 Day.
Hey, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
Like the apocalypse.
They said, oh, it's 713 Day? Let's bring you a tropical storm.
Yeah.
You might have deleted them, man. I had a whole bunch of deals that are happening out here for the 713 Day.
I didn't delete anything.
I think you deleted them.
Maybe I did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh well.
So I'll work to see if I can find those. For the time being, shout out to the MLB. All-Star break has arrived. The Astros 3 games out of the AL West after losing 2, including a 1-run loss yesterday that just kind of fell apart at the end. Didn't you? Now you go into the break, as I mentioned, 3 games back, and I don't know how we feel about the team itself. This might be the first All-Star break that I was kind of looking forward to. Like I kind of need the break from the Astros, unfortunately.
Look, I think it's fair to say that I think the Astros need a break from the Astros. Not to say they don't love what they do, and they don't feel like they can make a run. But it's just nice to get that break, man, and maybe reset. A lot of these players, we talked about some in the last segment, that need that reset, Yeah.
47-51 is what their record is, and I guess they will actually get the rest that you're looking for. You wonder if it gets the pitching maybe to get back into what they need to do. Jordan Alvarez will represent the Astros in the All-Star game. But right now, the Home Run Derby is what you're getting tonight. Are you excited for this, J-Lo?
I am. Surprised myself with that. I'm intrigued. Maybe not excited is the right word. I'm intrigued because I think it has a chance. It has a chance to kind of recapture something that it lost, in recent times. I do like the fact that they're not doing the clock anymore. They're, I think it's going to be important. And we'll see. We'll see just how.
So why are you so intrigued by this? What
because the clock reasons? I thought was awful. For the home run derby. Now they get 20 swings and then 15 swings.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think that's the way it is. I think that's going to work. Yeah.
I'm intrigued to see.
Intrigued, not necessarily, excited about it. I'm interested.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to just remember the issues that we had previously had.
You think?
Yeah, I think that this is when we're just pinballing back and forth. Like maybe these are the issues that maybe that's just what it needs to be. Different issues rather than the previous issues that we had. Yeah. I don't know. I'll watch it, right? It is something to watch. And I'm actually very interested in the cat from the White Sox, Murakami, the Japanese cat, because he has been really fun. Like I haven't been able to talk about it as much.
I like the names. I like the names in the home run.
Oh, I thought you meant literally the names.
No, the names.
Like they've got really fun-looking names. They sound good to say.
They have names. No, I do because you got the 2 Philadelphia guys. You've got him who was on a tear until he got injured. No, I do like that aspect. I'm intrigued. I think it's going to be interesting to watch. We'll see how good
is there one that you're putting your stamp of approval on? As you
a favorite, like a betting favorite.
I don't know about a betting favorite. Who are you interested in? Some of the names, as you mentioned, the 2 Philadelphia guys include their Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, also joined by Jordan Walker of the Cardinals, Wilson Contreras of Boston, Junior Caminero, who you saw recently versus with the Rays, Ben Rice, who honestly, when we were early on in the season and obviously further in, when we were talking about Jordan Alvarez being up there in the AL, Ben Rice was the dude who was keeping pace with him when you're talking like OPS and all that. Munetaka Murakami is in it for the White Sox, and Jack Caglione is there for the Royals. Is there one of them that you're interested in that you're like, hey, I think that's my guy?
I always like to see the hometown guys, kind of get the crowd going.
You got to pick one though. I feel like I'm rolling with Murakami. Like it probably isn't one that suits him per se. Like I don't know. I feel like maybe someone like a Harper or Schwarber who've done it before probably can find that groove. But I guess it is different, right? Yeah. So it's been a little while. I don't know that I'm definitely picking the right one, but I'll be just excited to see how it looks. That one goes down tonight from Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Some other things that are popping. I know that you were tied in on the Summer League, weren't you? You were looking at that?
Sure. No, I did just find out some of the highlights. Thornton played pretty damn well.
Thornton played really well in the first game. You really could see like the size and strength that he had, and the idea of him being like really mature for his age. You could really see him directing traffic in this game as well. Didn't turn the ball over, but then this is the thing about Summer League is how much do you make that first game? Because in the second game, he did have some turnovers, was not necessarily as efficient scoring the basketball. And
good from three-point range, but not good overall shooting, which was interesting.
Yeah. I think that he'll benefit a lot from working with Fred, right? But at the very least, I did see that and I saw some people saying this, I don't know if I got this feeling specifically as I was watching it, at least that first game. I didn't watch the second game. I might go back to it possibly. Some people were saying he's definitely the best player on the court, which is something that you want in Summer League. If there's going to be a guy who's going to factor into your rotation, you want him to look like, I'm above all these guys that are probably not going to be in the league, or at least are going to be rookies. It felt like at least it was very much around that. Like he was one of, if not the best guys on the court in that first game, which is necessary for a guy that seems like he might be like role of Aaron Holiday this year. That, the way that Aaron Holiday was kind of your third guard or second guard in some instances. And it's worth noting that, Fred VanVleet coming off that injury, I know that he's excited about it. He feels strong about it. He said that in an interview with Vanessa Richardson, like he's basically being held back by the guidelines right now. Do you think he plays back-to-backs? Right? Those types of things. And
good point.
It can't just be Marcus Smart out here. So I think the Bruce Thornton coming along sooner rather than later is going to be helpful.
Yeah, look, I'd rather him have this type of Summer League performance than not. We also realize, you got to kind of be cautious with that, but I'd rather it be this way. That's for sure.
Yeah. Some other things. Shout out to 713 Day, as I said. Some places that you might want to check out to get a little 713 Day love. BB's apparently is giving $7.13 po' boys, as is Nothing Bundt Cakes doing $7.13 bundlets. Shout out to the Trill OG. Trill Burger is doing the OG combo with the free shake. You get a free shake when you get the combo.
That's the best one yet.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, let's power rank these.
Yeah, I'll put that one.
All right, so that one's the best. So
you get a shake?
I wish they kind of went with the 713 thing, but I'm good with this one.
Free shake on the Trill Burger OG combo is the leader in the
OG combo
clubhouse.
by itself is more than that.
All right.
Then you get a shake?
All right, man.
Yeah.
Is this why
I think that's the bit. But is that better than Whataburger giving you a $7.13 number one combo?
Yes.
Okay, so OG Burger, free shake is still up there. Getting into the zoo for $7.13, the Houston Zoo.
Ooh.
Better than the free shake.
That's a really good one, too. Good one. I'll put that right up there with the OG Burger.
All right, Houston Zoo entry is at the top of the clubhouse right now. Typhoon, Texas, $7.13. Okay.
Those days are over.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the weather also looks like this. It's not as fun to go out there.
Those days are over.
How about going into the Botanical Garden for $7.13?
If you're in the mood, it's a great place.
Yeah.
I got to be in the mood, though.
But not be in the zoo?
Yeah.
All right, zoo's top of the order.
Zoo's still up
This is the last one I'll throw up here. You get the either a chili con queso or an original Ninfarita at Original Ninfa's on Navigation for $7.13.
Slightly below the other two. I'd say Zoo and the OG combo.
Okay, so if you had it your way,
get an OG combo on the way to the Zoo.
There you go. So you get the free shake, and then you go to the Zoo for $7.13 on this 713 day.
Yeah.
Does that feel like what you're doing here?
That's what I'm doing.
All right.
I think you sleeping on the po' boy, man. For
Really?
BB's? Yeah.
I think he is.
$7 po' boy?
That was the one where I was like,
it is good. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not saying you, but
that's just the sandwich.
We just kind of brushed past that one. I think I might go to BB's after this and pick one up on the way home.
Yeah.
Well, that was the goal. That was the goal, was to get you something where you can look up and go, all right, this is what I want. So that's some of what's popping. Anything that I know that you had something that you wanted to get to from the weekend.
Regarding what?
I thought you did for what's popping here. Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. All right. Well, and we didn't answer this because I did throw this up here. MLB draft happens this weekend, and the Astros end up with a few players. I can give you names, but are you going to remember them in all honesty? The interesting part is that you made mention of there's a couple of guys, your first couple of picks, that are older in the way that they're the guys that played in college. There's the Notre Dame pitcher. There's the Texas Tech outfielder. You feel like that represents something? Do you think that maybe is a show of strengths, or maybe like an operation of pretend like you've got the job that you want, so to say, from Dana Brown, who, as we know, notably a lame duck with in the final year of his contract? I don't feel like getting guys that are at least on a faster track to be at the major league level, is some level of indication of somebody that is, I guess, worried for their job per se, or maybe it is. I don't know.
No, I think that's fair, and I think it's probably in play. Dana Brown doesn't have that that luxury of a longer term contract. On the other hand, I think it's kind of the way a lot of teams are going. A lot of teams want to get those fast track players. Keep in mind, the Astros were doing this. Hell, they did this with Bregman, if you want to go way back. They're getting the guys that are close to the major league. So yes and no, which is wishy-washy, and I hate that, but I feel like it can go both ways on that. Yeah,
fair enough. And while we're here, salute to the University of Houston Cougars football team, who obviously Big 12 Media Day happened last week. We gave you like a few nuggets from it. But you get the preseason poll, which I don't know how valuable that is to anybody. In all reality, we often find that it doesn't actually tell you what you need to know going into the season. But there you go. It's something to talk about this time of year. They are picked to finish tied for third in the Big 12. The only teams that were picked to be higher than them was Texas Tech and BYU. Understandably so. Those were the teams that kind of have shined recently. But they were the Cougars received 207 points in a tie with Arizona to be the third best team in the league, which honestly, that's kind of impressive for Willie Fritz.
Real impressive.
We are in what year? Is it year 3? Year 1 really was a year 0, right? I know that college football, we're losing the concept of year 0, and if you're not familiar, the idea is the first year a coach comes in, that first year is kind of just we're establishing what we're doing, which is why it is termed a year 0. This was really a Willie Fritz year 0. So in a way, this is kind of the second year that there's supposed to be like a real contention. And, I guess people in the Big 12 look at the Houston Cougars as probably the third best team in the league.
No, I think that's real impressive. And to be with those two teams were dang good. Obviously, we know how far Tech went. And so, no, I think that's real good.
Yeah. Now, of course, as we note, there's no points that are going to be put on the board from being voted third in the Big 12. But maybe it is some level of indication of the excitement level that should be had for the Cougars headed in to the 26 college football season.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's what's popping on this particular Monday, 713 day in the city of Houston. But coming up next, I've continued my rewatch of the 2025 Texan season. You caught a little bit of this before you left, right?
No.
Okay, I started this when you were gone.
This is going to shock you. I went back and listened to a couple.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. It was shocking.
Last time you did that.
So you were not at work.
2002.
You were not at work, but you were listening to the show. I appreciate that.
I think it was 2002.
You had to search on the Odyssey app.
You're damn right I did.
I'm proud of this. I'm proud of you.
That was going to be a confession.
First, you had to download the Odyssey app.
Hey, I got the Odyssey app.
Well, hopefully.
How does this phone thing work?
Yeah, that's right.
What is the Odyssey app?
Wait, so you were fishing and listening to In the Loop?
No, I did it yesterday. Wait, they have an app?
I like how you were like, I could go and rewatch. No, I'll just listen to Reggie talk. Great for you as well, the listener. But we continued that. I headed to week 5 at Baltimore. I'll give you some of my notes and questions from taking away from this rewatch. We'll do that next.
Yeah, we're talking about the baseball break. It's in full.
Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your 713 day is going right. That's right. July 13th. 713 day. So we're going to turn it into a Houston holiday. I mean, it is, but also we're going to enjoy and get involved with
Houston
that.
got like 20 different holidays throughout the week.
And we deserve more.
I mean, throughout the year.
And
really
we need
do.
more.
Really do.
I think August 8th is DJ Screw Day. Not to confuse it with June 27th.
Right. Nah, man, we enjoying all
and
these.
713 day.
713 day. Absolutely. No, we're enjoying all those here in Loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. Y'all sleeping on the BB's Pool Boys. Oh, I will not. I'll be there.
I mentioned. I
That's
think
a good point.
I think we were, man.
Yeah,
I think we breezed past that pretty quick.
Oh, that's why I was the first one. I just wanted to make sure I got that one in.
Yeah.
In fact, Fig, we going to BB's after? Is that where we going?
Yeah, we can.
Let's go get a poll. Yeah, we got to do a little work here. Keep the people company until 2 when we hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But, I like doing this every year, J-Lo.
I liked it last year a lot.
Every year, and it started just for me, just to go back and rewatch the season so I'm prepared for the next season. I'm not forgetting all the little details of, things that happened 8, 9, 10 months ago. And so I started rewatching and I found, oh man, it's fun to bring some of these topics back to conversation. And so unfortunately for you, or maybe fortunately, I don't know how this goes, you were off last week, so I started it with B. Scott and Raheel. But I've been rewatching the 2025 Texans season to get us ready for training camp, which we know starts on the 29th of this month, in fact, just a few weeks away. I have reached week 5 where the Texans took on the hobbled Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore. No Lamar Jackson, no Kyle Hamilton. It was the JV squad in a lot of different respects for the Baltimore Ravens. What do you remember for this game?
It was easy. It's just exactly what you just said.
It's funny that you say that.
It was easy.
Because one of the notes that
never in doubt.
It really wasn't in doubt, but one of the things that noted, there were some ways in which it was easy, and there were some ways in which, oh no, there's still the problems in this. One of the things that felt very frustrating is, even in a game like this, the details that were lacking were so very clear.
Okay.
Like, there was one play in particular, the one where I took the note, but it wasn't the first one that I saw. There was a play action on drive 4, in the 4th drive that the Texans have, that was just so poorly sold. And there was so many little detailed things that I go, yeah, that's been one of the major issues with this offense in particular, is that you're not getting the deep, and it's because that, and some of it's on the offensive line, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
That feels like that's very strongly the ethos of Cole Popovich. It feels like it's very strongly the ethos of DeMeco Ryans, and to some degree, it feels like that's in there within the large jumble of what Nick Caley wants. I wonder how much better is this team going to be? Because admittedly, this is that early part of that first year under Nick Caley, and it all felt like, okay, this is underbaked, right? I think we all felt that way with this offense. It's just kind of underbaked.
It was week 5, right?
Yes, this is week 5. And I feel like I'm very excited to see how much better they are at the details, because that's also part of what they're talking about. If we're further along in training camp or in mini camp, is that's what that should point to. I'm excited to see what that looks like, because a game like this, I know that they won 44-10. The way that this was situated, they probably should have put like 60 on the board if those details come together.
No, I do remember that. Like there was always like this distant. Kind of squint your eyes. They're not completely out of the woods yet. In the first half. Even though they jumped all over them. How much of that though is, and we'll get the answer. How much of that is on Nick coaching? I should say, because it's Nick Caley. It was Gerard Johnson back then. It was Shaplinski as an assistant. And how much is on C.J. Stroud, the detail thing, and how much is it was early in the whole. Week 5 is still early. In terms of running this offense, comfort level with this offense, etc.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Honestly, it was one of the questions that I had. If you'll remember, there was actually still a lot of pressure in this game. I was kind of fascinated to see that, because again, this was one of the games that I thought was a character in my brain of, okay, you went into Baltimore, you whooped your ass, and then you had a bye week and you went and lost to Seattle. Like, it just, in my brain space, there's just a real quick line note of whoop Baltimore's ass, onto Seattle.
Yeah.
But in seeing the detail of this game, there was a lot of pressure. And there was one play in particular where there's 5 down linemen and Woody Marks in the backfield, and then the linebackers mugging from the Baltimore Ravens. So they're showing like 6 guys are coming.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's kind of a sim blitz. Like the linebackers show for a little bit and then fall back, and it's 4. But because they simmed, your offensive line is kind of stuck in certain places, and there's a free rusher because Woody Marks doesn't stay in. Right, Woody Marks goes out for a pass. And in my brain, I go, "Hey, CJ, in this circumstance, you know that Woody Marks isn't in, and I know that they're showing 6, but maybe they drop out, and they ultimately did. Maybe you know that in reading, but you should look up and go, there's a possibility that they send 6 and I only have 5.
Yeah.
There was no pause to be like, hey, is there some alteration that happens? And in my head, I'm like, I wonder how much of that is a vestige from the Shanahan offense that he started in, where that very much was, there's going to be an answer, don't worry about it. Because it did feel like C.J. Stroud thought the answer is just, I get the ball, I throw a quick pass to Nico. He looked at it and there was somebody in his way, and then he ends up now having to improvise. But it seemed like in the moment his thought was just, get the ball, throw it to Nico. I do wonder how far this offense will go in regards to C.J. Stroud having more of that and Tom Brady-like control, but also diagnostics of, okay, 5, 6, numbers are off. Now what do I do? And do I fix it before the snap? Because it didn't feel like, thinking back to last season, it didn't feel like there was very much operation of the offense from CJ. And I know they talk about him having control and him operating it, like getting guys up to the line. It feels like this offense needs him to be able to make that particular math hey, I got 5 guys in. This guy's going out for a route. There's 6 guys at the line. Change needs to be made. Like, it feels like that needs to be a part of this in the way that this offense works.
No, I think that is one of several, key things for the entire season. What CJ can get done and embrace and execute, whether it's and how much. And I think embrace is about as big as anything, because how much of him is still going to be defaulting to, I've got Nico, I've got this guy, I'm going to put the ball there no matter what, because I'm C.J. Stroud and I can avoid the rush and I can get rid of the ball, versus what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
What he's supposed to do, is that going to be ingrained and it's going to be second nature.
Yeah.
That's the important thing.
And I see Rob on the YouTube page, and I understand, I use this word because I use the name rather, because this is the way that, it's kind of been talked about. But Rob goes, I'm so sick of them trying to make C.J. Stroud Tom Brady instead of letting the kid be himself. Understood, but I think more what I'm saying in that instance is the pre-snap changes. And that's not unique to Tom Brady. There are other quarterbacks that are able to look up and go, I know what my play is, and I'm seeing what's happening, and it doesn't quite fit. So let me make the changes to make it fit. And it feels like more often than not, it was, I see what's happening here. This is my play, and we're just going to run it and see how we fix it post-snap.
Yeah.
I would like to see maybe some of that come in pre-snap, some of that mental portion of it, because it feels like there's been instances like that Saul versus Baltimore. I go, yeah, this feels like you could have maybe made that change during the play so you don't end up in that bad place. But that felt in the larger context of all game long, the Ravens got a lot of pressure. And I'm looking at them, these are light boxes. There's 2 linebackers, 4 down linemen, and they're light boxes. And I'm like, no wonder things looked hard. I mean, this is a JV defense, mind you, from the Ravens. But even then, things looked hard because, I mean, yes, they get advantageous numbers in coverage because they only have 6 here, so that means they have 5 in coverage, fully dedicated to coverage. But they're still able to get pressure in 6 consistently because of the way that they, either stunt or scheme or whatever, or sim blitz. And I'm like, one of these things has to give.
Yeah.
Right? You need to force that team to not be able to get pressure with 6 or with their 4 down, or like force them to get more people in the box. Like, something has to shift there.
It's CJ. It's CJ.
I don't know if that's CJ. I think that's actually offensive line.
No. Well, the offensive line is going to help. But what I'm saying is, being able to get into that in time. I mean, the clock is ticking, as we all know with the play clock. But what I'm saying is, they tried to rewire him last year, to put it very bluntly, and it didn't really fully take. They're trying to make sure that he's rewired this year. It does have to. Ultimately, it does come on to him. It falls on his shoulders. You can coach all you want. You can talk about the offensive line all you want. But go back to that first play you mentioned. And I was trying to remember it. I don't really remember it. I'd have to go back and look. But either way, that is NFL football 101. That's NFL football 101, man.
Yeah, but not anybody quarterbacks to get to a place where they can play that.
He's got to be rewired, and I think that's their big goal. That's their big charge right now.
But my larger point on that was just protection has to be much better, and I'm talking about the protection schemes and having the right ones for what you're doing.
For sure, but the thing that the back is leaving, it's going to be 5-on-4, 6-on-5, or whatever potentially. That is you have to be wired well enough to comfortably do it in time.
I think this is beyond CJ. I think this is like an entire.
I don't.
This is an entire offense thing. Like there's just not a way that you can have. More, and here's the thing. In this game, when they did get one-on-one coverage, C.J. Stroud was beating the mess out of it. Like throwing it up to Nico, throwing it to Xavier Hutchinson for a touchdown. In fact, he had 2 in this game. Higgins gets involved here where when he gets one-on-one, he's throwing with such confidence. It's great football. I think, and I'll be watching this as I keep watching.
Yeah.
I think it's when now he has to account for not just one, there's safety coverage, there's hook defender, and he's trying to account for all these things and make it perfect, and it's kind of making it worse in some of these instances. At least that's the hypothesis I'm working off of. And it feels like, hey, man, if you're winning in such a way schematically where you can get one-on-one, which is not going to always be there. It's NFL football. C.J. Stroud can get that ball there. The problem is we're getting some of these instances where that doesn't happen.
No, the reason I do think it's ultimately on him and the coaching of him and getting the messaging to stick is, even though the line is going, we think, is going to be better, even the best lines in the NFL have multiple moments where the quarterback has to make that decision.
Sure.
Even the best lines in the league are going to be either fooled or overwhelmed, have bad play. It's ultimately on him to be able to do it.
It should not be the way that it happened. At the very least in this game, it definitely shouldn't happen this frequently with the team that definitely was not as good. In fact, it actually brought me to this question because I was writing this down. There were really good runs happening, though. They ran the ball, or they had really good runs because, again, kind of JV defense. They had some of their guys, but they were missing. Which teams on the schedule do you think this year possibly could be letdown matchups? Because we were looking at the schedule before the 25 season going, oof, Ravens there. Right.
Yeah.
That ended up being a stinker from their side of things. And similarly, we're looking at the schedule for the Texans. We go, oof. Are there any teams on this schedule that you go, there's actually a possibility that you look up when we get there and go, this actually isn't the game that we had previously thought? Now, I guess inherently with the question, I'm in
terms of, you think it's a good opponent and they may slip, or a bad opponent and you slip?
Good opponent that may slip. Right, because that's the thing. We looked at that game and that felt like, hey, this is one of the tests on the year, and it wasn't anything. It was anything but. Now I guess inherent with the question and the thought is you won't know, right?
Yeah.
Like we if we can tell right now, then maybe that does not fit the answer. But I think maybe in thinking about the possibility that things happen, I still look at the Bengals with this because the defense we're hinging a lot on. Well, they got these good guys in, and don't get me wrong, Sexy Dexy really good.
Yeah.
Boya Mafe comes in, right, like really good. But I just look up and I go, what happens if those aren't together, right?
Yeah.
What happens if, like, they seem to constantly be one injury away from the whole team not really working? I feel like that's one, but that's early on. Are there any other names?
The Bengals is a good answer, but being the second game of the season, you would think that they're as healthy you can get.
One would imagine.
At that point, whereas the Ravens were just an absolute mess by the time they faced them in Week 5. So I think the Bengals is a good answer. I mean, it could be the Ravens again. Could be the Ravens again.
Could be the Ravens
Week
again.
12,
New coaches, all of that. A good thought from the 832. The Eagles could be one of them. Does that feel like a possibility? They have so much talent, but they just year after year have found, or at least there have been years where they end up in the Super Bowl because they figure things out.
Yeah.
And then there have been years where they don't figure things out and they look like, hey man, why does this team look like this, a la last season with the Eagles? That's a fair one that could happen.
And it's late in the season, Week 16. So yeah, I think the Eagles might be a possibility. I think I'll stick with the Ravens on that one. At home. It's going to be one of those. Although the Texans will have more time to prepare too. They're playing a Thursday night the week before.
Just a thought that came up. Some other things that I'll pepper in here as well. Interestingly enough, Ed Ingram, Jake Andrews, I think you might have heard this when I was talking about it when the Tennessee game. There's just too many instances where I see like the physicality again. Not showing up, guys going across his face and beating him. There was a play in this one where he is pushed into a running back in the backfield. Thankfully, I think it was Nick Chubb ends up making a good play out of it around him. I'm still real terrified about the prospect. Like, or at least I'm more terrified than I'd started settling on the idea of, okay, you've got some guards around him. There's enough instances where he's going to be out here on his lonesome and it's got to look good. I know he's added more poundage to what he's doing there. I'm I'm like this Keith Rutledge thing to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Jake Andrews, always the A for effort, but ultimately too many plays where he just gets overwhelmed.
I mentioned Hutchinson had 2 touchdowns. He's comfort. He's a comfort, right? It's just timing, pitch, and catch for the pass here. But I'm certain that he's going to be a part of this team, and not just on the roster, but like a part of what they do, even if it's not like the biggest thing that they do within this. And then, man, C.J. Stroud had a escape in one of these plays. I don't know if you remember. It was almost the touchdown one where he steps out at the 4-yard line. He's running behind, and
going to his right.
Yeah, going to his right. Woody Marks making great blocks down the field. It's not novel, but his legs are a threat.
Yeah, just use them.
Legitimate threat.
Yeah,
not even like a, oh man, this is a means to an end in circumstance.
No,
it's a legit.
Use them.
He looked terrifying when he took off. I was like, oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. And I don't remember that C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
man,
not enough. Not enough.
No, it's not. Like I remember I asked the question of B. Scott, like, is it possible that he just kind of uses his legs enough, or it might have been with you actually, where he uses his legs enough just when he needs to? I think it's got to be you get back to using your legs in a way that's threatening to defenses, because that's another thing when we talk about slowing down defenses or making defenses think twice. They need to be conscious of the fact that C.J. Stroud can boogie. You know.
And it's going to be interesting to see how that develops, because I think they are conscious of that, but how much are they going to want to embrace that and do that?
I think that shows up. If we're bullet pointing a defensive game plan, that is low. We're talking about we get to 3-4 different points about the offense before we go, hey, don't forget, it's a show up really late, and I think you need to push that forward to maybe force defenses into more advantageous places for you. All right, that's some of the things that I got from rewatching Week 5 of the Texans versus the Baltimore Ravens last year. We will continue Week 7 tomorrow. I want to take the bye so bad, but I will get to the Seattle Seahawks game tomorrow at the same time. But coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, we get you your lunchtime confessions.
Yeah, right now, good time to remind you about low.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident, Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so took a week off. Remember, I joined.
Get out of town, really?
I did.
I thought you were here.
Didn't even notice.
You may not have noticed.
I thought you were here. It felt the same.
It was that smooth or scary. Anyway, so I took. I joined you guys from Aransas Pass on Friday for your
for the radiothon. That's right.
And we started talking about I was going to go fishing for about 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Friday. No, I went Saturday, Sunday, and Monday because I didn't want to go on the 4th because all the crazies are out
taking all your fish.
Right.
Supposedly.
Well, it's really the boat traffic and all the, all this nuts. Anyway, so the week before I had said, man, I didn't catch any fish last weekend. And you asked me how many, keeper fish I was going to catch.
That's right.
And I said, do you recall what I said?
You said 25 was the number that you gave.
I would catch 25 keeper fish.
And I set that as the over-under because if you got under that, you would have to make a donation to the Houston Food Bank.
Yes.
If you got over that, I would make a donation in your name to the Houston Food Bank.
Exactly. 13. Which, by the way, I'm back, baby. I had a really good couple of days fishing. It's just I was just catching smaller fish. Yeah. 13's a good number, but it ain't 25.
If you say so.
So if you check.
You set the line, too. I just want to make it clear.
I did.
I want to make it clear that I wasn't being unfair. Okay,
I was overconfident that I had them dialed in, and I did have them dialed in. I caught a bunch of fish, but I was keeping track. I said I was going to keep track. I was going to be honor system, and I had 13 keeper size fish. So if you check the Houston Food Bank account, you will see a donation from one John Lopez for $150.
The city of Houston appreciates the fact that you're not good at fishing. I'm just kidding. But no, since
salute to you, man. That's dope, man.
Yeah. But it was a win-win.
Yeah.
I caught a lot of fish. I caught some real good fish. I just got too greedy. 25 was too many.
Honestly, it sounded like it. I was just doing the math, and I was like, yeah, I'll take that.
That means I'm going to catch like 7 or 8 keepers a day.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah. That was my math.
Man.
I got greedy, man. Your eyes are bigger than your appetite sometimes.
Yep.
I think I was.
And you're like, oh, that's a lot of food, man.
I might be misremembering because there was a lot of radio that we did and then a whole week of living after that. But I think I gave you the opportunity to amend that number in time, too. Yeah. I think I did.
I was too cocky.
I was like, I tried to be fair to you.
That's part 2 of the confession. I was like, I'm gonna kill this. I didn't. But I was happy. Like I said, win-win.
Yeah.
Food bank, win-win-win. Food bank, caught fish.
I think we all had a win-win because I bid it on the Mike Tyson gloves.
Oh, you missed this. Yeah.
Really?
We had some really cool stuff. Was it 2 gloves? It was just 1 glove, right?
It was just 1.
Okay, got you. But it is signed.
It's pretty cool. I'm glad I did because I was kind of in the moment, like, you know what? I'm gonna go back to this. It was only one person on it.
Oh, really?
And salute to the person because he ended up reaching out to me on Twitter, like, man, you got me for them gloves.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so I waited till about 5:20, right before close. I'm like, let me throw my little bid in this.
Yeah,
end up getting it.
That's awesome.
My wife wasn't too happy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because and the thing is, I told her, this is not my confession, but I told her, like, I think I might bid on the glove. And I guess she just thought I was faking.
Yeah.
And then
he ain't gonna bid on that glove.
She saw me post it on Twitter.
You're like, oh no.
I think on Instagram, and I hear from the other room, you bid it on the glove.
You did what?
At work. I'm like,
that's never a good sign when she says Edward.
Yeah. I'm like, I told you. You the one didn't believe me.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I went and hung out with a friend for his birthday. It was a whole group of friends that went. And we ended up at a sports bar where we were watching the soccer matches, or actually the second of the soccer matches, whichever one that was. I think that was the Switzerland-Argentina game. A mess. But also, this same sports bar at the same time was hosting a UFC watch party. They had people come through to watch McGregor Holloway too. And so, at some point you get it feels like it's kind of a soccer crowd, and then very quickly it becomes a UFC crowd. And I got to admit, did not enjoy the UFC crowd of it all, right? Like, and the energy was clearly there, like the excitement, but it was very clear for me, I am not UFC guy. You know, like I just you know how you're standing next to somebody, you're like, okay, I'm not appreciating this in the same way that they are. That was very clear, right? The dudes were. I mean, it was the fight before. I think it was it Benoit or whatever, Benoit St. Dennis, I believe that's his name. I definitely didn't say that right, but apologies to me. There we go, Saint Denis. Thank you. Yeah. During that fight, at one point, Buddy gets one of them gets the other on the ground, and just like. The idea that some of the punches start. I'm not paying attention. I'm looking at the soccer match, but it's kind of like in the corner of my eye. And it's just, and I look at these dudes, and it's like, oh, this is what cavemen would have looked like when they were like taking down a hyena or something. Like it wasn't rage, but it was crazed. They were crazed eyes around me. And I was like, hey, guys, I'm not
that guy either, to be honest. Yeah.
And like, I don't know if that's everybody. Maybe that was just the seemingly like late 20s, early 30s dudes that were out in the place that I was at. But I didn't like it. I realized that I didn't like it. As much as I think I'm a boxing guy, that's my line. MMA is not really where I'm at. Those guys made it clear to me that this also isn't my space. And so, yeah, I learned something about myself this weekend.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, I'm nothing against UFC, but those crowds can get, like, they want to fight. Yeah. Like it seems as if they want to fight.
Just imagine there's around way back BC when they seeing Julius Caesar versus a lion or something. yeah, come on.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I think I'm too nice of a guy, man.
And why? What happened?
Yeah, so remember the last time I told y'all about me answering the door and just having a 30-minute conversation with the Jehovah's Witness and just having such a good conversation to the point he was trying to leave. And I'm like, whoa, hold on, man. I still got more to talk about, man. Hold on. Where are you going? But this happened to me again on a Friday night. I was out and about. I was about to walk into a little bar. And it was two guys that looked like they was dressed to take me to the mental institution.
What?
They was in all white with a little name tag. And the guy said, hey, do you work here? Because I was kind of standing outside of a bar.
Right.
And I'm like, nah, what's going on? He's like, hey, how you doing? My name is Jake.
Oh, no.
This is Matthew. And just how's your day going?
Latter-day Saints?
I think yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I had no clue. I never even heard of this.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, yeah, my day pretty cool. Good Friday.
They got you.
Yeah.
They got you, Biggie.
We sat and talked for about 20 minutes, man.
No.
And then he hit me with the, hey, you mind if I read you my favorite verse?
Oh.
I'm like, sure. All right. I guess I got nothing else
You are too nice, by the way.
Yes.
You are too nice.
Yes, man. I ain't want to be rude,
Just
man.
be rude.
Yeah, so I'm like, go ahead. He like, all right, this is from the book.
Ahead.
He said, this is from the Book of Mormon. I'm like, whoa,
Yep,
the book of who? I never heard it. I'm like, the book of who? He like, yeah, man, you know, the Bible is, it got some truth to it too. But the Book of Mormon, he started breaking everything down.
God.
I kind of
let him cook.
Yeah,
I let him cook.
Yeah.
I let him cook. And then at the end, he like, hey, do you mind? Did you want this book? And I'm like, I got to be honest with you, man. I'm probably gonna set it down somewhere.
Yeah,
like I ain't got nowhere to put this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, cool, man. Have a good one.
Man, next time we go to Figgy's house, he's gonna have like a 50-pound bag of rice and a 50-pound bag of flour and
pamphlets. He's gonna have a pamphlet section.
No,
in
they
his house.
store food like in mass.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying, it sounds like Figgy's the guy who always takes the pamphlet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he's walking by, hey, do you want to take this this pamphlet? I feel like Figgy always takes the pamphlet, and you probably just have a spot at the house.
I'm the guy to take the pamphlet. I would take the flyer. Like if you outside the club and they passing out flyers for the next event, I would just go on and take it and put it in the car.
Figgy, don't ever wonder anymore.
I'm too doggone nice, man.
Don't ever wonder anymore if you're too nice. You are.
Yeah. No, I hate that, man.
You are.
Like I wasted, I mean, no disrespect.
Yeah.
But I wasted about 20, 30 minutes sitting here letting them cook. Knowing damn well I ain't buying nothing y'all selling.
Don't let OG lead you down the wrong path. It's better than not being nice enough, big dog.
No, there's a sweet spot. Be nice, just not that nice. Come on, not that nice.
I felt bad too because in my mind I'm like, I know I'm not I'm good where I'm at religiously. And so he probably thinking like, okay, I think we're going to get him.
I got one.
At the very end.
We got a hot one.
Nah, I'm good.
We got a hot one.
Just reel him in, baby.
Yep. Nah,
reel him in.
Yep. Nah, I'm good. You wasting my time, I'm waste your time.
That Mormon, he donated to the food bank too. I got to keep her.
Actually, Fig, there is something to be said for it. You might need to make that mental shift of it's nicer to let him know early that you are not invested so that he can use that time to go and evangelize to more fruitful and more, I guess, fertile soil.
Yeah.
I think the part that get me, though, like, I didn't even see it coming. Like, it would have been better if I knew what he was about to talk about. I was like, nah, I'm good or something like that.
Yeah.
But he was just like, hey, do you work here? I'm like, no, I don't. Hey, how you doing? How's your day going? And I'm saying, my day going good, man.
Let's talk.
Yeah, so I'm like, I got to be more aware of my surroundings, man.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about some winners and losers of the weekend. Did you see any winners and losers of the weekend in the world of sports and otherwise? 713-572-4610. Would you consider Cam Smith one of those? We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about ability trees. Lewis, Florida.
Free Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. Why don't we? 713-572-4610. Let us know if somebody that you, somebody in the world of sports that you believe is a winner or loser on the weekend. I mean, we can start pretty simply. If you did watch the UFC event this weekend, seeing McGregor Holloway 2, you would have seen that I think Conor McGregor very clearly a loser, literally, but then I think in the sense of coming back from, what was it, like 5 years away? Is that what it's been? Mm-hmm. The way that he lost, very unfortunate. Looks like there was a knee injury that happened on a kick that he tried to throw. And so it was like kind of non-contact in a way in a sport that is very much contact and combat and all of that. And so it was very sad. In fact, when the fight was stopped, we were kind of looking around like, wait, is it like stop for real? Or are they like pausing it? Like, no, we are done here.
Yeah. It was sad. You said it. In his last two fights, the first one, 5 years ago, he broke his leg, and in this one, he tore his ACL. And I mean, that's it. That's if you're looking for a sign, that's it. Like Figgy being too nice. If you're looking for a sign, you just got it. If you're looking for a sign that's it, that's the sign. And they could have stopped that fight. 20 seconds in when he did that awkward kick that it was kind of a leaping, weird, overstretched kind of kick that he made. It was very bizarre, and that's clearly where he tore it.
Yeah, I don't have enough cachet in MMA to criticize that particular kick. Like, I don't know if that sets anything up or what he's going for. So I'm not going to speak on that. I do know that I've seen athletes who are beyond their time and the way that it goes, and it does look like your last couple of fights ending in injury to where they have to stop the fight. I feel like that speaks to something, does it not? Like
yes.
This, and shout out to Raheel, who was on for you Friday, made mention of that. Well, not necessarily the injuries, but that this is not going to be a good fight, and it did not exist as that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah, some other winners and losers. Is it fair to say C.J. Stroud is a loser in the weekend now?
How so?
When you have the NFL top 100, we're getting to a place where Lamar Jackson shows up on this list at 69, and I think we are getting, at least I will speak for myself, I'm getting to the point where I'm going, probably
I was going to say, you throwing in the white flag on this one?
I don't want to, but I mean, I'm very, very close to this. Like, it's the only thing that I have.
And here I am. I didn't think he was going to make it after Bryce Young made the squad, made the list. Excuse me, I just snorted. But either way,
we heard.
I think it might be a little premature.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this and I'm just going, it feels so unlikely, and if he does show up on this top 100, it's different. Plus, you take it to the ESPN's top 10 list of quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud comes in not in the top 10, not as an honorable mention, but as in also receiving votes, which means that he is anywhere from 17 to 20,
18 to 20,
or 18 to 21, and it feels like it's more 21 to the point where maybe he got one or two votes and just was not at all in the runnings here, which feels like a pretty far precipitous drop from where, at the very least, you felt like he was in 2023, or at least after the 2023 season.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I have a question for you before you get to the other winners and losers.
Okay.
Can I add one?
Always. It's your segment. It's your show.
This was going to be one of my confessions, and I know I want to add it because it's probably not the most popular opinion. I think FIFA was a winner with that send-off of Ebola. I really do. Like, it was so much different.
Oh, the dive, because he gets a yellow for simulation. Which
he got the yellow earlier.
Yeah, the previous yellow.
Yeah, and then so a second yellow means you're obviously expelled from the game, and ejected, or whatever you want to say, and then can't play the next game, which doesn't really matter at this point. But like, it was so different from the previous one with the American Balogun, because that was like accident on him, and I defended him on that one because the intent was not there. This one was all about intent. To me, that was the difference. And everybody's like, oh, they during the game, if you saw Switzerland and England, a lot of the announcers, I think it was Landon Donovan, saying, I get it, but you don't want to send off a player. No, to me, the intent was everything. Like Balogun, there was no intent. We argued that. I mean, we talked about that.
Yeah.
This one, the intent was to fake a dive and draw a penalty. I think they got it right.
The frustration was...
It's frustrating.
The frustration is that FIFA, again, they used the tool outside of their rules. Right?
Maybe,
so they got the call right, but they did it in the wrong way, which still feels like, damn, FIFA is just... They're doing things that they feel like benefit them in the moment, but don't follow the rules.
Yeah.
And then you go, all right, if they continue to operate in that way, what else can they do? Right? Because right now it's the right call, but what happens when it's the wrong call and you don't follow the right processes? Because in theory, what they looked for was mistaken identity. So they say that so as to say we can go and review and make sure that we got the right call on the right person.
And then so that was done.
But then they went back and looked at it and they were like, actually, while we were there, he was faking, so give him a yellow card, which is like how, some of the replay in other sports, it's like, hey, you can't change that on replay. This is one of those things that you can't change on replay, but they re-officiated the game through replay. I think that's what people are mad about, not necessarily that they got that call right.
I get the frustration, and as I mentioned, I know it's unpopular, but here's the other part of that. I kind of wish other sports would do that right.
Really? You want them to re-official?
Like they go back and they might go to replay for a guy being out of bounds, and then they see a penalty otherwise.
Pretty much what the NBA do.
Yeah. Say, you know what?
We're changing that.
He pushed off, something like that. I don't mind it. Because I know it's not popular, but I think they got it right.
I think, and I typically hate when we end up using this phrase, but I think that ends up being a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Because then, what stops you from just changing anything and everything as you're going back and seeing it on?
I mean, ultimately, and we discussed this with the other red card. You want to make sure that the play is done right, that the call is officiated the right way.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I feel like Peter Lambert, absolutely a winner. He just consistently is the guy that is there for the Astros doing what his job is, and honestly kind of above what I think his job is, at least when you look relative to the rest of the team. He is the winner. He is the guy who pitches in the winner that you have.
He's a revelation.
Really, truly.
He really is.
6 innings, 7 strikeouts, only 1 earned run on Saturday in a 9-3 win versus the Rangers. And this, I will say, we give Dana Brown a lot of hell for the guys that he has brought in that have not worked. Peter Lambert has worked way better than you could possibly even imagine.
No, he's been a revelation for this team. And who would have thought you could say these words? Where would they be without Peter Lambert?
Yes. In a way, AJ Blueball also, I think he might be a winner because he is very desired right now at the trade deadline. And we'll talk about this more in the next segment. But it's just, this is an interesting one where I think you might be creating a mini dilemma. I guess dilemma is too strong, because I don't know, is really dilemma at the trade deadline. But it seems like he is desired and he has control. He is serving as a relief pitcher, but he has the capability of a starter. I think the Astros have to make a pretty strong decision about whether or not they see Blue Ball's future as somebody that's meaningful to them, or is he going to be a trade chip that they utilize?
Yeah, no, it's again very weird. Something you did not expect to say. I kind of like AJ Blueball just where he is, and I wouldn't want to move him.
All right, I feel like this is absolutely a loser on the weekend, which is the UFC's production team, because they've done this before when people show up at fights, whether it's UFC, MMA, other MMA promotions, or boxing. If you're celebrity ringside, you can expect to end up on a camera where someone's showing you off. Right, that's part of the appeal to let it be known. Hey, this is a big and poppin' event. Well, Shakur Stevenson, who is a big-time boxer and honestly a big-time get for Dana Brown's other venture, Zuffa Boxing. We talked to Andre Ward at a Super Bowl about that. This is like, hey, man, big guy that's here. Well, when he shows up on the camera, they have the wrong name. In fact, he shows up as Jalen Williams. You'll remember him as the wing player for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
Well, this was Dana White in his post-fight press conference, being a little upset about that.
I tell you all the time, my production team, we just did the White House. We built a arena on the south lawn of the White House, and it was the greatest thing in the world to be there live and to watch it on TV. I just paid Shakur Stevenson a load of money, and for some reason we can't figure this celebrity out. They put him up as a OKC NBA. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But we are the absolute worst to ever do the celebrity thing. When we put celebrities up, we are the worst. I just had this debate in the back with my guys while I was screaming at everybody back there, and they said, no, soccer's worse. Soccer shows the people, and they don't put up any graphics. Oh, no. We put up graphics and put the wrong guy's name on it. We win. We're the worst ever to do it.
How many people were fired?
More than zero, non-zero. Somebody left that without a job. That's got
more than 3.
I don't know. I don't know how big the production team is. I don't know how big the production team is to even say that.
He might have gone into that room and said, "All y'all." I don't
know if you ever watched Entourage, but there's a scene where the super agent Ari walks into and he has a paintball gun. He's just like, "You're fired by hitting people with paintball." I could see Dana White doing that, right?
Dana White's kind of a winner on this one. He didn't pull. I mean, a lot of people would have just ignored it,
right,
and just moved on.
That was a hell of a promo cut, right there.
He did cut a promo, and I guess he ends up as more than any other league or promotion or I guess team, he ends up being a decent amount of the face of what's happening here. So there is that, but. I don't know. I feel like he might have made this bigger by not might have. He definitely made this bigger by doing that. It is a funny note to be like, yeah, I don't think they know who that is, right? But I don't think that it actually undercuts the value, especially of a UFC promotion that is just giant. Now, I had somebody ask me, all right, so what's the difference between boxing and UFC? And MMA has become the Kleenex to your facial tissue, right? It is that prevalent. I don't think the showing Shakur Stevenson and putting the wrong name is really knocking that in the way that he's getting up here. But I get want to be perfection.
I think that's just the straw that broke the camel's back right there. Yes, they are bad at doing this. They do.
I hadn't noticed, to be honest.
I think this is the second time that I've seen it, but I don't know. Maybe they do this more.
I saw it a few times, confusing rappers and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I thought they were doing it on purpose at this point.
And he goes, "We win." We're the worst.
I just thought they was doing it on purpose.
Yeah. God, that was great. I think he's a winner.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right. I guess you can do that. Do you think Michael Harris is a winner here? Michael Harris, outfielder for the Atlanta Braves. He, in a weird way, has become a fan favorite of English nationals, people that love the English national team. In fact, Figgy, do you have any audio of the English fans going to an Atlanta Braves game and cheering him on? So there you go. That's them in outfield just cheering for their new favorite. And by the way, I'm pretty sure this happened. They just randomly picked a dude.
They did because he was the left fielder.
They're like, "You're our guy now."
Left fielder, yeah.
And so he's their guy. So much so that he has now been asked about England games. And he's actually good at this. So shout out to winner of the weekend, Michael Harris, who made this prediction about the upcoming England game. And see if he got it right.
And you predicted the score right when they played Mexico. Do you have a prediction for Norway tomorrow? He doesn't want to jinx it.
Tougher to get it right twice, but I honestly want to go with the same score, but
do it.
I say England 2-1.
Hey now.
England 2-1 was the final.
How about that? Let's hear what he says about Argentina. And
that's too much pressure at that point, man. You got 2 right in a row.
Yeah, I was
not even just win, just score. The actual score.
Yeah,
we gotta just not give any more.
You cannot do it again, man.
You got 2 in a row.
Come on, what are you guys doing?
He
has to.
See, this is how you end up losing money.
He has to.
Yes, walk away with that money.
No,
but
actually, he's not betting.
This says he's betting with his integrity. This says a lot about our different personalities.
Yeah.
You could tell I'm just not a gambler. I'm like, you got it right. We're done. We're done here.
But for the sake of
he didn't even want to do it this time.
He has to.
No, he
has to do it.
Oh, can I give you one more loser?
Please,
here? Jack Easterby again.
That was fake, right?
What?
The DeAndre Hopkins thing?
No, that was real.
So this has become
trend. No, I'm saying it's not a real
no, it's not. So there's a trend that's happening on social media right now where you know how Netflix kind of has this almost stock way of building up their documentaries where
I know what he said is real. I'm saying that's not a real,
right?
Because that would be an awesome
and
documentary.
that's what I'm setting up is that there's kind of a trend happening on social media where they kind of, you know, how sometimes documentaries has the interviewee sit down and kind of like they do that as look at who's being interviewed. Well, DeAndre Hopkins falls along with this trend and he jumps in. He sits down and is preparing for the Netflix doc on surviving a preacher turned NFL general manager. So basically a shot across the bow from DeAndre Hopkins. Honestly, deserved. It's just Jack Easterby, not supposed to be front and center by any means.
I walked away from that saying, please.
Yeah,
please do that.
I heard the morning show talking about this too, and they were like, "This doc will probably never happen.
No, it was fake.
No, I'm just saying, like ever. Like even if they wanted to,
please do it.
I think it could happen if some of these players get together.
And it's not just a local thing. I think the nation would love a documentary.
Yeah, all you gotta do is get some of these media people that been talking about it, us.
Yes,
and then DeAndre Hopkins and a couple former players.
JJ, man,
this feels like a doc that we have to.
Andre Johnson.
Yeah,
this doc feels like a doc where you wait like another 10 years, and it's probably like. People
maybe not 10. It's got to still be
too far.
Kind of timely.
I think it can happen. Obviously, the NFL probably don't want that to happen, but I think
they might have nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
Well, the reason why I say a little bit longer is I do wonder, like, some of the things that I would love to know happen with people like in the building, and so I would love to get people that are no longer like that once they're kind of phasing out of being in the building, getting those levels of insight. Because I think some of the stuff that happens on the outside, we've gotten some of that. I would love to get some of the interior, because I think that's what makes the documentary, if it ever does happen. You know, like getting some of the more anecdotes of how he actually was able to usurp power up close and personal. I would absolutely love to see that, because that's the big question: is how the hell did this happen?
Yeah, get David Culley on there. I'm sure I talk right now.
You're right. You guys are right about that. Like, what is he risking getting another head coaching job?
Yeah,
like,
what am I not going to get a job?
Yeah, he can tell us right now. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Astros are at the All-Star break. So how are you feeling about them being buyers versus sellers right now? And let's take a little reflection on the first half. We'll do that next.
Yordan Alvarez is in. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. 713-day vibes happening here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're enjoying the Houston of it all on this fantastic day.
Wait. Be quiet, man. This is the national anthem here.
My bad.
Wait, is it?
In Houston, yes.
I mean, is it? Because
I think so.
Look, there's actually debates that's been had about this, about which song is the most Houston.
To me, I think that's a different conversation. I think when this song come on, everybody stop what they doing, sing this word for word like it's the national anthem, man.
Okay. All right.
This just
I can maybe see it. I can maybe see it.
This ain't the words on this one, but this is like the national anthem right here, man.
I respect it. Hope that you're doing something special for this 713 3
Salute
days.
to Zero, too, man.
100%. I hope that it doesn't rain too much because I feel like
it's been bad. Have you been seeing all these?
Well, here's the thing and this is very outside of the realm of things that actually people care about and moving around. But from our vantage point, Hyatt, where we are at our broadcast location, it never looks as bad as when you're actually down street level outside.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at it, I'm like, it doesn't look like it's that bad, but I can imagine you're probably right. Like, you probably get outside and it's actually pouring or something.
Hey, another most Houston thing is you could be somewhere else. You could be at Pearland, be sunny as hell.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
It be pouring raining right here, but then you go over to Clinton Park.
People listen to
nice and
it ain't
sunny.
raining?
Yep.
It ain't raining.
Yeah, because all the like this, we just have so much land here, man. You are under the sound of our voices here, and you could be at various different places that are 2 hours away from each other.
Literally.
Yeah.
You could be driving on 610, go through a rainstorm, and then look, a couple seconds later, it's dry.
That happened to me yesterday.
Yeah.
Happened to me yesterday. I'm like, oh man, this is a terrible downpour.
Yeah.
15 minutes later, I was like, damn, did it even rain over here?
How many times, I know this is a tangent, but how many times has your wife or someone called you and say, man, I'm going to be there late. It's coming down buckets.
You're looking
and
outside
you're like, ain't nothing happening, you
I
liar.
see the sun right now. What are you talking about?
I was on the phone with her. She was like, it is pouring down, raining.
You're
rain.
like,
the
what?
power went out.
What?
I'm like, what? Where? What city you in?
Yeah.
All right, complete change because I guess that's can be how it feels like with the Astros sometimes.
When it rains, it pours. See what you did there.
Some days it's pouring. Some days you're like, hey man, Peter
A+.
Peter Lambert is cooking, and here comes the lineup with multiple people hitting home runs. It's just kind of day to day in some instances with the Astros. You get a week of reprieve as we've hit All-Star break. Astros 47-51 after in which they lose to the Rangers. In fact, they lose the final game 6-5 yesterday. But we're here. All-Star break ends up often being an opportunity to stop, reflect on what your team is, and especially for a team like the Astros, 3 games out of first place in the AL West. I haven't even checked the wild card, but I have a feeling that
Boston's making a run.
It's a handful of games out of there as well.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about them being buyers versus sellers at this point as we've finished the proverbial first half?
Well, beyond that, yes. So let me just answer that first. Same. I've felt the same way. Some people, when the Astros were maybe a game and a half, I think is about as close as they got to the maybe a game, whatever. Like, man, you got to buy. And I'm like, maybe slight margin, low, cost type player, but that to me is not really like buying. Buying to me is, hey, starting pitcher, hey, another big time reliever, or outfielder, whatever it is. I'm in the same place. I do not want to do it. I do not want to do it. I don't think it's the smartest thing you can do. But that doesn't mean they won't do it because their manager and general manager are playing for their jobs.
Yeah, again, that one comes back to Jim Crane on what did you expect with this particular circumstance? That this was a possibility, especially understanding that. I do want to stop and pause because somebody earlier was like, well, Jim Crane needs to spend money. And in some ways, yes, like I think that farm system probably needs to be better funded in some ways. There's a lot of money on this roster. We were going through this a little earlier. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about $30-something million for Carlos Correa, who's not playing right now. $20 million for Christian Walker, who is landlocked at first base. Obviously, 30-something million, 20-something million for Yordan Alvarez, which no one will weep about whatsoever. McCullers is like 18 million, 18 million on Imai, something in that same range for Christian Javier. Like, you've got a lot of money tied up in places that aren't giving you nearly the same production. But that's also part of what we're talking about here. When you get to this place and you're looking for production, can you take on money in order to make this happen? When you talk about buyers or sellers, I feel like they can't even really be buyers, not even because of desire, but just ability.
Ability.
I don't think there's an ability for them to really buy. I think the only thing, the tough thing about it is a lot of your talent in your farm system is low. Shout out to Xavier Nyans, who moves up to high A ball. That's one of your chief prospects. Kevin Alvarez, both of those guys playing in the futures game. That's one of your top prospects. And I wonder whatever teams are actually selling, because you look at the AL and it's like 13 of the teams are within some level of contention, which means that they could all convince themselves that, no, we're not selling. We're not moving on from pieces that we normally would in a circumstance where we were out of it. That just means there's fewer teams that are actually selling players, and that creates a bunch of teams that probably want to add something, or at least could plausibly do that, and not a lot of teams that are selling. And then you look at the Astros team and you just go, what do you have to sell? It has to come from what you're already using. Is it AJ Blueball? And do you want to?
I don't want to do that. Because not even just for this year. He's still like 25. I think he's 25. And so I wouldn't want to do that. Look, there are so many teams that are either have a better shot than you to make the postseason, or about the same as you. They're going to be doing the same thing you are, versus the deal. That's first of all. And then the whole argument of, all right, so what are some of the arguments of the Astros maybe adding, significant player here or there?
Well, I mean, it's just
they're in the hunt.
Yeah, they're in the hunt.
That's one. But there's a lot of teams in the hunt, as we just talked about.
Correct.
I mentioned the Red Sox. I think they've won. They've been on a big stretch right now. I don't know exactly what it is. Another argument. Well, you have starting pitching. You're getting guys back. Okay. How's Hunter Brown looked and coming back? And
Wait, hold on. I just realized the Red Sox are on a 9-game win streak.
Yeah, no, they've been hot.
How did I miss that? Goodness gracious, 9-1 themselves.
Yeah,
in the last 10.
When you fire your manager, right?
Yeah. Okay, maybe, but so you're like, okay.
What are you trying to say, Fig?
No, I feel like that's an MLB thing, man.
Yeah,
it seems like every time somebody fire their manager, they get to the World Series somehow.
Another argument to be a buyer is, well, you're getting pitchers back. Again, how's Hunter Brown look so far? I think he's going to be, fine, but he has struggled. I think he's got a 6.8 ERA in his last two starts. How good are you feeling about Ronel Blanco and Hayden Wesneski when they come back? You think that's going to be the answer?
I mean, probably not in the longer scheme, not in the short scheme of things, I guess. I like Hayden Wesneski.
I like him, but I don't have the confidence that all of a sudden plug and play.
Right, fair enough. I mean, and you shouldn't with the recent track record of the Astros returning guys from injury.
So my point is, yeah, you can make some arguments. I don't know what your confidence level is in any of those arguments, at all. And then to I say gut, even a one player like a blue ball that's already in the big leagues or a very high prospect is kind of gutting a team that has the 28th or 29th, depending on where you look, best farm system. I just wouldn't do it.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that. And it feels like that's evident. The only place that I can imagine is, does Dana Brown manage to find one of these, as I would probably say it, like your trash for my trash, which again is disrespectful, so I don't actually mean it that way. It's just the way my brain goes, where you go, hey, I don't need this, or maybe you need this more, and then you can give me something that I need more. And so it's not really, I guess, what you would term like a big buy or a big sell, but it just kind of, you find somebody
change of scenery for him versus change of scenery for
there
him.
You go. Someone that just kind of fits what you're doing. Because it does feel like you need to figure something out. If you were going to do some level of contention, which again is the big conversation point over all of this, do something to help your outfield, or have something that's actually productive out there. Do something to help your pen, to give you another arm that you can trust in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. And then the other big argument, which, I mean, he's having an incredible year, the best season of his life, and that's saying something. People lean on, well, you have Yordan Alvarez. Number one, what has that gotten you so far at the All-Star break? Where are you? 4 games under 500, 3 games back?
Correct. An MVP candidate, though.
Again, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I said this earlier. Your plan of attack cannot be, we've got one player. We've got Yordan. That is not a sound plan. Simply because, as awesome as it is to watch him, hit a baseball, good Lord, and then just his approach and everything else, he's so damn good. That's not a strategy to win, over the long term. First of all, they're going to walk him a lot more now, and secondly, as hot as he is, you got behind him now. You got a guy that's batting .216 over his last 20 games in Christian Walker, and Jose Altuve is batting .238. He's the heart of the team over his last 20 games.
Could you make the argument that, hey, these are guys that are can play better, and that you're, again, hope hoping that once they play better, right, if you make those small acquisitions, they end up kind of multiplying each other into a better opportunity.
You could easily make that argument. But again, there's a lot of hope involved here.
Correct.
Yeah.
The question I have then, because clearly I think we're out on the idea of them being buyers, whether it's that they just can't or that they shouldn't.
Right.
Do you think that they should be like actual sellers? Because again, they move from getting really close to winning the AL West, or being at the top of the AL West, I should say, and now they're sliding back again after losing the weekend series.
You can't have one without the other. If you don't think they're going to get it done this year, and I do not, and I could be dead wrong, but just based on everything I just said, I don't see it happening, then you should probably do the other. You probably should.
They should listen.
Yeah, you should probably do it. Because of the farm system and getting back to contention, legit contention, quicker.
To what level? Is it now the Jeremy Pena move that feels like it might be coming? Is it now, or do you just
first of all would you buy into that too?
The idea that Jeremy Pena
that you should go ahead and sell a significant piece and add something?
I don't want the way that this team has continued to play, and I know that cuts both ways. And the way that the AL is, I think that you just kind of let them keep trying to figure something out. So I would probably be a stand pat more than a seller here in this moment. But I think that it's fair to say, like, the way that the larger trajectory of the organization, you probably need to kind of find the places where you can retool and give yourself an opportunity to come back stronger.
I get it. And certainly injuries have hindered some of the things that you're doing, whether it's at first base or third base or whatever. But you have some players that Isak Paredes is having a really good year. And he would bring you something. A contender would he would bring you a legit high-level prospect. Legit. He's one that I would look at. But again, the messaging is not going to be what fans want to see.
No, that's fair. And then the question,
and he's 20 going on 28 years old.
Oh yeah, the idea for trading him remains really interesting from the same way early on in the season. I guess for the Astros themselves though, you really are gutting this thing at this point, right? Like the idea of being able to cobble a team together that can go out there and play, you would be absolutely, not to play on it, like selling on the whole season, which I do wonder how does that go over in the clubhouse?
That's a great question.
Do you care about that at all? Right? Like,
no, you asked me what I think would be the better play.
Sure.
Buying and sacrificing a lot, or just admit it and sell a big piece like that can bolster that farm system. I would do that. They will not.
No, and I hear you.
They will not do that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I just asked the question of, if you get to that point where you're like, hey, let's start selling this off, does it matter at all to you how that maybe plays in the clubhouse? Because you got a whole bunch of you got a lot of veteran type players. Now you got some young ones in there as well, don't get me wrong. But do you think that it all matters in the longer scheme of things if you kind of give a very clear signal that, no, we're shutting this thing down for the season in a way?
Yeah, no, I think it would not play well with the veterans that are remaining, specifically Altuve and some of these other guys. Christian Walker's going on 36. He's 35 years old. And so it wouldn't play well with him. Maybe he's a candidate. But then again, who's playing first base, et cetera. Yeah.
No, that's the thing that I worry about is maybe a little strong, because you would hope that the professionalism that they show generally continues to carry over. But yeah, that is a question of how do you feel if that carries on through other years? An Astros note that I should mention before we go here: the Astros have decided to nullify the Mike Burrows AAA assignment, and he'll be placed on the 15-day IL. So, you nullify the option that was there. I imagine that is the mechanism there that matters there, so that you don't have that option, taken away from you.
Yeah.
But that's another pitcher going to the IL. Now, Mike Burrows is kind of problematic anyways. I feel like a lot of Astros fans have probably gotten to the place where they don't want to see any more Mike Burrows. But here you go. Going to the IL rather than just having a minor league assignment.
What is it, elbow neuritis or something like that?
Yes. Which
it's a new one.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that. How much of that feels like a little bit of an opportunity to use the IL versus like something that was clearly there, right? Because if it was something that was clearly there, it feels like that would have been the way that they made the decision, right?
Yeah, I think it's
unless they found something late.
Semantics, one of those things.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, brother?
Yeah, we got to salute somebody. We got to salute the world's strongest and toughest grandpa. And y'all probably know what I'm talking about that. Not you, but I wonder if you would go through something like this.
Ooh, okay, let's find out next.
Texans training camp is
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident. Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Hurt in the accident? Injured? Don't wait. Visit callthesheriff.com today. I wonder if this grandpa needs to call the sheriff.
All right.
With this one, because he was clearly hurt in the accident. I don't know if y'all saw this viral video.
Oh, yes.
I want to say it happened yesterday or a couple days ago. But a grandpa, and I'm guessing he's a grandpa. Everybody kept referring to him as a grandpa. He was at Yellowstone National Park and ran across a bison. And that bison he wasn't too happy. So he ran around the tree, ended up getting hit by the bison and went up, I want to say, about 8 feet in the air.
Yeah, I think that's what was officially said. It looked like 13 to me, but, I don't know.
Yeah. So here's NBC News with the story, because they actually caught up with the person that was recording. And he was kind of telling this story. But this is the whole story for those who didn't see it or missed it.
Everyone's bison! Look out! Bison! Look out!
This scene at Yellowstone National Park, a bison charging toward a man and a young person. Moments before, the two taking photos from a distance as it lays down when the animal gets up and bolts in their direction. They try to run and hide as the bison chases the man around a tree, shakes another one. And then the bison slams into that man with brutal force, throwing him feet into the air.
It was like watching a bulldozer move out at 45 miles an hour.
Photographer Mike McLeod recorded that video but stopped and ran to help.
And when you approach this man, how is he?
He was in a lot of pain. He was conscious, I think, the entire time.
The National Park Service confirming a 65-year-old man was injured by a bison and taken to the hospital. McLeod says he's in touch with the man's family.
It sounds like he has a broken leg in several places. The doctor said that he probably would recover, but it's going to be a long recovery.
The man's family telling NBC News he underwent surgery and remains at the hospital. This incident, the second in just 2 months at the park. In June, a 12-year-old was also hurt by a bison. The National Park Service says people should always stay more than 25 yards away from them and to run away if one charges.
Man, salute the grandpa, man.
I'd be dead.
Like
DED.
Man.
Dead. Yes.
And he was hauling ass around that tree too, man.
Yeah.
But
he was moving.
Yeah.
But the buffalo, or the bison rather, great bend.
I mean, agility, speed, all the characteristics.
Out there looking like Will Anderson Jr.
First round grade. First round grade for sure.
Yes.
I do love that the official word on what you should do if a bison attacks you is run away. Because, I wasn't about to do that.
Yeah.
I do love that they were like, hey, just in case, if it starts running, you also run. Thank you for that.
And it sounds easier said than done, but man, just like the photographer said, he said it's like a bulldozer going 45 miles an hour.
It's terrifying.
45 miles an hour?
Yeah. Good
Man.
gravy, that thing.
Man.
That was terrifying, and I can't believe that guy. Obviously, very serious injuries, but all things considered,
is he the world's strongest grandpa at this point? I know he's recovering and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like you said, you would have been, dead? DED?
DED.
Yeah. Shout out to him, man. I thought that off of the video, it seemed to me, the uninitiated, that he was a good distance away.
Yeah, he was.
The bison just seemed like he was like, all right, I am messing with you in particular. That's how it read to me watching the video. It didn't seem like they did any, because sometimes you'll see videos.
They didn't do anything out of the ordinary.
Right.
And they were relatively far away.
I thought so. Sometimes you see people looking for it, so to say, and you go, yeah, that's what your dumb self gets.
Yeah.
This didn't feel like that.
No.
I will say, though, I don't know if it was just like every man for themselves at some point, but he was with a seemingly young woman there who I imagine was his granddaughter. I don't know.
I want to say it was a child.
There was a kid there, too. There was a kid there, too, yeah.
When that Bison, I saw him running, and it did not seem like he was like actively like, yo, trying to save whoever that person was.
Yeah.
I saw some people like, oh, so he just left her. And I don't know what the case was. She ended up behind like the trees in the video, so you couldn't see.
Yeah.
But it did feel like he was just like, Find your way home. I'm going. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, he was the one that the Bison attacked.
I think a part of it was the Bison picked him out. Like there was not going to be.
Clearly, he's coming after me.
He's coming after that dude for whatever reason.
It's kind of like that dog that picked one person out the group.
Yes.
And just going after that one person.
Yes.
Everybody else standing around. I'm gonna go after you.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that was scary.
It was.
It was wild. I mean, it's funny to watch when it's not you, and you know that everybody like lives on the other side. But yes, that's such a wild thing to happen. But yes, I would draft Bison first round, because just can you imagine a tackle that would have to try and stop?
Good hips,
good lean, turns the corner pretty fast, got up to speed real quick too. Like it didn't take a while before it was just on him.
And the boys talked about this a little bit earlier. Bison are dangerous animals. You want to keep your distance. But that's not the first one you think of as like, oh boy, we got to get out of here. Because they look kind of lumbering and stuff until they're not.
Right. Yeah.
And then they come after you at speeds like that and weight like that. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Because in my mind, they don't think dangerous. Maybe this is like the cartoonification of it. Moose.
Moose is extremely dangerous.
Right.
Yes.
Do you think people view them as dangerous?
I think more so than before.
Yeah.
Moose are really dangerous.
With the fact that they're much bigger than you think.
Isn't there a stat that they've killed more people in the last whatever years than sharks?
That sounds probably that sounds viable, if no other reason than sharks and people have significantly less interaction than we give it credit for.
Well, I mean, surfers and all that. So there's a lot.
Yeah, but
it'd be a lot of shark attacks, though.
Yeah, but moose
compared to like moose and the ways you could cross paths with. I keep wanting to say meese because goose, geese, moose, meese. But yeah, moose. It feels like
It's crazy, man. It's a mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Lopez. Happy Father's Day, man.
Father's Day?
Yeah.
Well, didn't we already have that?
Did we? I just want to tell you Happy Father's Day, man.
Well, thank you.
I'm glad you had that reaction because here is the Raging Italian.
Oh, yeah.
Lord.
Yeah.
So his son decided to tell him happy.
He didn't say, well, thank you?
Not really. Not really. So the Raging Italian had a long day. I guess he was working outside in the yard and all that stuff. He sat down. He was tired. And the son decided to tell him, Happy Father's Day.
What's up?
I'm tired, dude.
I'm exhausted.
Working outside.
Just want to wish you,
Wish me what?
Happy Father's Day.
Are you f***ing kidding me?
What do you mean am I kidding you?
Father's Day was like 2 weeks ago. What are you talking about wishing me a happy You didn't wish me happy Father's Day then? I don't give a shit. You're going to tell me now 2 weeks later?
I literally...
That's like going to someone's funeral 3 months after they die.
I literally wish you happy Father's Day. Talking about.
I don't remember.
Oh, well.
Why the f*** would you wish me happy Father's Day today?
And happy early 4th of July as well.
Why are you wishing me happy Father's Day today when it was 2-3 weeks
ago? Oh, no,
ago?
I said happy 4th of July as well, early.
It's not even the 4th of July yet. What do we just name? Why don't you just wish me Merry Christmas?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's cross them all off the list.
Jinx, yeah.
Let's cross them all off the list so you don't have to do nothing the rest of the year.
Happy late Father's Day.
What kind of bullshit
and happy early 4th of July.
And happy Thanksgiving and happy Halloween and happy Merry Christmas and happy New Year. Why don't you name all the... What the kind of bullshit is it?
God, I love that guy. He's probably going to live to be like 110. Just because he lets it all out.
Are you sure about that?
I don't think that's how that works.
Too many people are just suppressing their feelings and they get to internalize everything. He's just like, screw this, and he just lets it all out. He's probably going to outlive all of us.
I don't think that's. I don't see that at all. You think? Do we understand how blood pressure works? I just feel like his heart
he lets
is
it out.
pumping. Is that what lets it?
He's gonna have a stroke at some point, man.
That one you could have easily walked away from them when he was ready to get upset. Like, I think that he kind of likes it. Yeah. Because there's some times where his sons do this, and I go, y'all are being some jerks. Yeah. He got himself way more riled up than he needed to in that moment.
Yeah, if that was my parents and I did something like that, they'd be like, boy, get out of my face.
No, they'd walk away?
Just move. Or ignore me. This one, he just got so worked up, man. Like, why are you, at this point, I'm like, why are you getting so worked up over this, man?
I just like the way it triggers so fast. He's like, man, what the people are you talking about? Just like over, like in a second.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel anxiety listening to him because it just feels like this is gonna be the one that takes him every time. It's like, oh, this is the one. He's good. He's gonna be yelling, and then he's gonna pass out, and then we're gonna hear that the raging Italian is no more, and I'm gonna be very sad.
Yeah, man. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. I'll get y'all out of here on this. I'm just throwing this out there. I'm not saluting into anything, but a couple overseas went viral for a contract they decided to sign, and this contract is for the new Grand Theft Auto 6 that's set to be released on November 19th. So I'm going to go through what they had on this list. I think the guy came up with this contract to have his lady sign. And I think they both signed it. So I'm going to go through this. I want you to see if this is going too far right here. So in the contract, it says, allowed to play GTA 6 as much as desired from November 19th through November 29th.
Wow, 10 days.
Yep. So you can play as much as you want during that time. No time limit, no time to go to bed or anything.
It's not sounding good already.
Yeah, and don't stop there. The next one, prohibited from crossing in front of the monitor during missions or cutscenes.
Okay, so permission to cut in front of the monitor?
Prohibited.
Prohibited. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Also, right. Like, just don't walk in front of my TV.
Yeah, I don't want you in eyesight.
Yeah, my wife is good for that, man. I'll be sitting there playing Madden. As soon as I snap the ball, she just walked right past.
Oh, no.
She's like, what? Like, nothing.
Move.
Yeah, nothing.
Well, yeah, you can't do all that, though, because that's going to start an argument that you didn't even need.
I was just like, nothing. It's cool. It's 3rd and 26 now. Some other things he had in his contract is violations will result in some type of penalty. So I don't know what this penalty is.
Kind of vague.
Yeah, very vague. Forbidden phrases to say when the game occurs. Just the game, right?
Oh.
We can do it later.
Oh.
Haven't you played long enough already?
Yeah, no.
So these are a couple things she cannot say. He also put in here, hugs, conversations, and requests for favors can be postponed until after missions end or upon arriving at a safe house, which is inside the game, I guess.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep. And then decide who covers the game costs can invalidate one rule. So whoever buy it can, I guess, take off one of these rules.
Oh, gotcha.
So a lot of people are pretty much applauding this contract. Do you think this is too far?
Yes. This is his wife?
I'm guessing so, yes.
Yeah, this is his wife.
Yeah.
First of all, you can sign all those contracts you want. It ain't going to be worth the paper.
It don't mean a damn thing.
It doesn't mean a damn thing. We all know that. It's going to be worth anything. And I think just the contract itself already kind of sets the stage for strife. For conflict, right?
Yeah.
You want me to sign that?
Yeah. Now they both signed it. She actually took a picture with him with the contract. So
who cares?
She's on board with it, but
that's what she says.
Yeah, I mean, it was similar to yours, which is, I mean, a contract is only as good as as you can enforce it.
Yeah.
And I would love to see the circumstance when you're like, hey, you violated rule number 2, subsection B, and then actually see how well that goes for you.
Yeah. When I saw this, I thought about, remember when Mike Tyson was on a TV show, or I think it was like a morning show or something like that on TV.
Yeah.
And the guy brought up his sexual assault situation, and Mike Tyson got mad and started cussing, and the guy like, hey man, we on live. He like, what you gonna do about it? And the guy kept going on with the segment. I think a woman would be like, what you gonna do about this kind? I don't care if I said, what you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I signed it. Who cares?
Yes.
I walked in front of the TV.
Yep. Now
and I told you to stop.
Yeah,
You've been playing long enough.
What you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
Just like in the words of Mike Tyson, what you gonna do?
Exactly.
When she's mad and doing whatever she does to punish you, whether that's like not talking, not cooking, whatever it is that y'all in your relationship.
Man, you need to come with me to the grocery store. I don't care about no little contract.
Yeah.
Right. You can decide whether you're gonna want to be right or whether you want to be out of your situation.
Exactly. You got a choice here.
And that choice will always be available to you. All right, that's another fantastic edition of the Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. If you see something Mixtape worthy, hit our guy Figgy Fig up on social media at the Figgy Fig on social media. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Before we get there, though, there's a question that we kind of neglected to ask when we found out that this would be JV's final year. What's he going in as? Let's have that discussion next.
Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy 713 day to all who observe it and just enjoy the city of Houston. Thanks for rocking with us on this Monday. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment, but a couple notes worth noting. It will be Kyle Schwarber who is leading off for the Phillies or for the NL rather in the All-Star game, and I believe Mike Trout is going to have the honor for the AL. If I am reading things correctly. Of course, Yordan Alvarez is the AL representative. I imagine he'll be hitting very, very high up in that particular order when it comes time. So we'll see what that looks like tomorrow. But tonight it is the home run derby, and you seem very excited to see what the rule changes.
Don't go crazy now.
My bad. All right, my bad.
Don't go crazy now.
Didn't mean to do that.
I said it's going to be intriguing. I do like the change of the format. Now, I've seen some people on Twitter, some people on TV talking about they think it's going to be a disaster. Like just back to that's why they changed it. You know, it takes forever. I didn't like the clock. I think they rushed them too much. Home runs. You couldn't appreciate some of the really long home runs, because they were already to the next pitch and all that. So intrigue more than anything.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I'll be watching. It's a Monday, and in the middle of summer, it feels like you watch the home run derby. I do hope that it has a little bit of pep to it, because that is the thing that always felt like it sucked about the home run derbies, that it felt like it just took a long time. Now, in moments where it was dramatic, that kind of added to the drama. It was kind of incredible to have that. But I wonder how aggressive it will feel when you look up and you go, man, everything about baseball moves so much faster now.
Yeah.
How much more notable will it be the time that it takes?
Fair.
It might be a little better because it ain't no outs in this either.
Right.
So I think that was kind of making it a little longer too, especially if he was just knocking home runs out, only had one out or whatever, however many outs. This one is straight up, I think 15 swings.
20, then 15,
like
and then either 10 or 15 again. Yeah.
I mean, fair point, because also that was another thing is that dudes just got tired from taking all these hacks. So maybe it keeps him fresher. Maybe it makes it a better feel. So excited to see what that looks like tonight. The home run derby. I do have to make mention of this because it's a developing story. Did you see Aaron Donald is working out at the Rams facility?
There's been like Zapruder video of him walking across a field in L.A. I was like, ooh.
And this
feels real.
That got to be clear as day,
It
right?
feels real.
It feels realer.
I feel more confident in that than where LeBron going to go next.
That's right.
I saw this weekend that Myles Garrett did put up like a video of Aaron Donald's jersey, the old kind of the old that was almost like brownish before they updated to more vibrant colors. He posted one of those, and I just thought this was just like, they're kind of continuing to have fun with this.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like this is going to happen. I'm still fascinated by the idea that he's like, Myles Garrett, now I have to go back and play with all the other things. One Super Bowl, all that. Like, no, this is something that I have to go see. So we'll see if we actually get some level of insight into that. But a question that popped up, obviously we know now that this is going to be Justin Verlander's final season in Major League Baseball. What is this, his year 43 season?
Whatever it is.
Where's he
18?
playing at?
Is it 19th season? I think it's his 19th season.
Where is he playing at?
Tigers.
He's back with Detroit.
With the Tigers?
Yeah, he's back with Detroit. The ill-fated time with the Giants didn't quite go well.
Mets, I can't keep up.
But now, he's back because you can always go home. He's back with the Detroit Tigers, which leans into this question, right? It's evident he's going to be a Hall of Famer. It would be some level of dereliction of duty for Hall of Fame voters to not put Justin Verlander into the Hall of Fame as soon as humanly possible.
Right.
What cap does he wear?
It kind of made the rounds, and first of all, first ballot if ever there was one. I'm looking at it right now. 3 Cy Youngs, Triple Crown as a pitcher, 2 World Series, MVP.
Correct.
4 no-hitters? That I didn't see that. I think it's 4 no-hitters. I mean, just ridiculous how good he is. Here's how I would put it. It would be so cool, like extremely cool, if he went in as an Astro, because he did get his 2 World Series as an Astro. But he's got to go in as a Tiger. He really does.
I want to make the argument so bad.
He really does. 12 seasons.
12 seasons, tons of all-stars.
As a Tiger.
Yeah.
As a Tiger. Obviously, he develops his name there, which is not nothing.
He was the face of the franchise. And as much as he was one of many great faces of this franchise, he was never the face of the franchise.
When I think about Tigers, man, like recent
it's Verlander.
Yeah, I think of Verlander.
Yeah.
He's very much up there. Yeah, you're right. Like, he probably has to... There is the argument about, obviously you mentioned, he had more Cy Youngs in his handful of years with Houston than he did with Detroit, and he had clearly his most success as an Astro. It's just hard to fight like the amount of time, the development, the ways in which like he did only win the Cy Young once while he was there, but he had a number of like Cy Young top finishes.
Oh, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, like It would be hard for him to not go in as a Tiger. I just feel like he also loved his time there. This is the thing that I wonder is like, does the heart at all take over for him? Because he did love his time here.
How much of I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot to mention, how much of a say do you actually have?
I don't actually have a good answer to that.
I feel like you have a large say as a player if there is some sort of, not mystery, but there's some sort of argument that can go one of two ways. I wonder if, as much as I think he should go in as a Tiger, probably will go in as a Tiger because he does owe that city a lot and did accomplish so much right there. I wonder how much of him really kind of quietly says to himself, kind of want to go as an Astro, though. Chips.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think anybody around here would be mad if he doesn't go in, or I mean, let's be honest, probably when he doesn't go in as an Astro, right? Like, I don't think anybody would be upset because there's some of these instances where you go, hey man, that feels unfair to us. I don't know that anybody would be upset. It would just be kind of cool if that's
what I'm saying. It would be really cool if he went as an Astro, but I think it's right that he goes in as a Tiger.
Do you feel like we neglected actually talking about the NFL's or ESPN's top 10 when it comes to quarterbacks? Because we did talk about the fact that C.J. Stroud ends up on the low part of it. I don't know if you recall actually like what the top 10 was, but did you take any umbrage with the actual top 10 that ESPN puts out here?
Not in the least bit.
Really?
No, I think it was pretty spot on, to be honest.
All right, so Mahomes comes in at 2 behind Josh Allen, who's number
fair.
1.
I mean, look, obviously not the resume in terms of championships, but where you are, because I think this is based on going into this year.
Sure, fair enough.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
I do find it like, look, Mahomes still has that deference. Matt Stafford getting that step up to 3rd. It does feel like that's kind of been the career arc of his or the trajectory of his career. He's reached the point where now he's just kind of unassailable, and he's up there. It's it's wildly impressive that he is starting to tick up there in age. Like we don't give enough credit. Yeah, and he is very well and reasonably looked at as one of the premier quarterbacks in the league. It gets a little interesting once you get beyond like Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. Nobody's upset. Dak Prescott at 6 here.
I think that's fair. I think clearly the Cowboys continue to underwhelm when it gets to or even go to the postseason, but he's never been a problem.
I think he has suffered from like short seasons. The statistics are all there.
His performance.
His performance is always been there. Justin Herbert at 7 is one that I know there's a lot of. I know under the sound of my voice, the listening audience is like, why do we keep having to deal with this?
I think it's a great question why we keep having to deal with this, but I'm a big Justin Herbert fan, and I have no problem with this one either. I get the counter. I totally get the counter.
It does feel like Justin Herbert, as much as like there's still really good play in that. In the write-up that ESPN has, they mentioned like his previous coordinator, Greg Roman, not like being more of a running game guy than he is a passing game guy. It feels like he does benefit from, I don't know what privilege it is, but it is some privilege that he benefits from when we talk about the analysis.
Because he looks the
part of Justin Herbert.
He's central casting.
And I say this as somebody who likes his game.
I like his game. I defend him much to my own detriment in some instances. But he is a central casting quarterback.
In fact, and I should let you know that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. The size of the grins that are happening from the fellas of the drive. Today, it is Ron the Show Hughley and
Paulie G.
That's right, Paul Gallant.
Paulie G. Real quick, the Facebook memories come up. I got a Facebook memory with Paulie, I think yesterday. You may have gotten it as well. 11 years ago?
Yeah, man.
He's been around 11 years.
Yeah, time flies. It flies really quickly now.
It wasn't the memory. I was like, damn, that was 11 years ago. I was like,
damn. I just hope we all, if we just realize and understand that he is one of these guys that gets to just kind of shake loose of all the rules that we generally
correct
put towards. If we can all just, and it's just because when we watch him, you're like, damn.
Yes.
Looks the part,
and
also.
it's totally biased, in my opinion. I think he's really good.
Like he just, for some reason, like and sometimes some people try to do it, and I do it because I do. I'm one who feels like the C.J. Stroud, and we'll get into that today. The C.J. Stroud narrative is just out of this world in control. Like because we've gone past like can he win the big one? It's like man, can he tie his shoes? Can he play?
It has
like can he play?
Rub his
like
tummy
can he
and
just
pat
be
his
good
head.
enough? Like and we got who was the last like Mike Florio talking about? Are they going to have the stomach to be able to bench him if they had to? I mean, I've watched Justin Herbert waltz his ass up in here and go for like 14 for 32 and threw 4 interceptions himself, and nobody was out there saying, "Hey, they might need to look at Easton Stick or Trey Lance, man. He like, and I'm not saying they should have, but no, I mean, it is nowhere near where he is. And I just wish we just make sure we understand the rules that he does not face the normal
unassailable
rules. And we see it. I mean, he allowed Trevor Lawrence to come back down 30 and they just tracked him down. Trevor threw 4 interceptions.
He's CJ Stroud
him down.
And
tracked him
all
down.
the first half. Now, the thing with Justin Herbert that gets to me, so to what you're saying, John, yeah, every now and then he does something that's really incredible. But to what you're saying, Ron, the different rules, it's because the people who like him are the worst. They're the worst.
Wait a minute. I like him.
Yeah.
I like him too. I watch
Wait
it.
a minute.
Damn, man,
I'm nodding my head.
There's a specific group of people online, and they all come across as the biggest dorks, the biggest
I'm not
nerds.
a truther. I'm just saying I like what he can do.
Hey.
I love what he can do.
I mean, if you say it out loud.
About you, John.
You're not in this group. There is a group of NFL media, and I think that they are generally analytically inclined, and they at one point decided Herbert's awesome and you don't get it.
Yeah.
And they're very annoying with how they push that at you, which makes me not like
now
Herbert.
you're talking about Reggie.
Here's the funny thing is, like, I understand
taking
what you're
shots
saying.
at both of us.
The big frustration. I'll take the shots. It's cool. I probably earned them, honestly. The thing that gets me about the Herbert is it Uchiwali or is it one mic, right? It's like, hey, we're over here with Justin Herbert, and we were willing to look at, these are the circumstances that have created a place where he can't get this done or whatever. And that rarely translates to other guys. It is very much, we decided that we liked him, and now we are reverse engineering the ways that we get to where we avoid, like you mentioned, Ron, the various different conversations that we've decided, whether right or wrong, are the conversations that we have about quarterback. For some reason, it literally in this write-up that ESPN has, we're talking about, but you got to remember his offensive coordinators this. And I'm like, people don't get this.
No.
I'm
just saying, if we say it out loud, and I know it, I'm doing this. Like, he gets other rules. Like King Griffey Jr. didn't do anything in the postseason, but he gets it. He gets different treatment.
Cool as hell.
He's cool as hell.
Cool as hell.
Hats on backwards.
Justin Herbert.
Swing was smooth as hell too.
If you say it out loud, Justin Herbert has an elite head coach, and has had one for now 2 years. Jim Harbaugh is as crazy as you want to be.
Going on his second year, but
he's had Jim for 2 years.
Going on his third year.
He's had him for 2 years. He's had him for 2 years. Like, and as crazy as Jim is, he's an elite head coach.
He didn't have his tackles last year, though, Ron.
I don't know if he still is.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Okay, well, we'll disagree. Then I think
he is.
I think Jim Harbaugh is. I mean, he came in and they've won double-digit games and they've gone to the playoffs.
Yeah. He looked dazed and confused in that Patriots-Chargers playoff game. I remember looking at him on the sideline. I was like, that man.
So did his quarterback.
That's
but
I think your bigger point here, and I'm not. I know you guys are going to talk about it. We're already up against it, but is that they are so willing to pull the trigger on C.J. Stroud? Like this list makes it clear. This list makes it clear.
That was the fascinating.
Because I want to go. Because because I'm not going to take this because I got some stuff I want to take here. But Paul, I want you to be ready for this. This is coming to you and Tyler later. But if we walked into last year, because where he is situated in this, and I did say that, where he is in this list is he is in the receiving votes category.
And the last of those, mind you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, and I choose to believe they did this in order.
Yeah.
May it just
that's what Reggie said.
That's how I choose to
it's
believe.
not in any alphabetical order.
That's how I choose to believe.
Yeah.
He's
So
down there. Like, if I rolled through this and I said, well, like, not the season. I want everybody to answer honestly. Even you jackasses who text in every day or on YouTube and Twitch who have just turned completely. It is too many of y'all who were all CJ. Oh, Ron, look what he did against the 49ers. Look what he did against. And now it's too many of y'all who hate him now that said all these things last year. If I were to say to you before the Pittsburgh game, not the season, before the Pittsburgh game, y'all think he's better than Bo Nix? Yes.
Come on, yeah.
You think he's better than Daniel Jones? Yes.
Yeah.
You think he's better than Trevor Lawrence? Yes.
Yeah.
You think he's better than Brock Purdy? Yes. You think he's better than Jordan Love? Yes. You think he's better than Baker Mayfield? There might be some people there, but I think
I don't know how many.
First half of last year, no.
But I think most people before the playoff game started, you thought he was better than that. Sam Darnold, get out of here. Absolutely, you would have said CJ's better.
Correct.
Now all of y'all, I'm getting people. I get people coming here. No, man, he's not. I think many of you would have said he's better than Jalen Hurts.
Maybe
because of the situation, situation that he's been in.
Yeah.
And now we got people talking about. Yeah, man, I think I grabbed Daniel Jones with an Achilles on him.
I have been fascinated by that. The other quarterback thing. I don't know if you've been keeping up with the NFL Top 100. Lamar Jackson came in at 69.
Yeah,
nice. He was number 2. Very much considered that he was number 2 in the top 100 last year.
Crazy.
And I was like, what
happened?
I don't understand the way we evaluate quarterbacks, but I guess nothing is new.
No, that list is dumb.
Bryce Young made the list.
98, baby.
Yeah.
That list is dumb.
I'm bigger than him.
Like, that list is dumb as hell.
Yeah.
Brock, because what I should be led to believe, and if we're talking about this happened before the regular season, like this voting happened before the playoffs.
It was in December.
So
I think.
CJ should be in the list when you look at Brock Purdy played 8 games and he threw more interceptions than CJ last year. All right, in his 8 games, he should be in the list, but he shouldn't be in the list over Lamar.
Yeah.
That's crazy as hell. And now, like CJ, like if he ain't on this list, it is just wow. Someone texted, Ron should be on CJ's payroll. No, I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
I feel like Ron would go harder if you were on the payroll.
Y'all, like, if you listen to this show and you have listened to me for the last 6, almost 7 years, I do not. I don't have any kind of special space in my heart. Like I'm not like this is. I just look at what I see, and what I've seen is C.J. Stroud has played 55 games, including the playoffs. He's got 2 games that are strong outliers, or especially one game that's a strong outlier for the rest of what he has been.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking at. People, as Paul so eloquently said, can this joker tie his shoes on the feet before he runs on the field?
Yeah, people coming back to that S2 test, and I was like, all right, guys, come on now, we can't do this.
Oh, Knicks. Like we're gonna sit there and act like they wasn't playing musical chairs at left tackle. Yeah. Him next to a rookie left tackle.
That's the thing is like we're
gonna sit there and act like they got a high. There are high school centers that are bigger than Jake Andrews that they got trotting the hell out there. He's 260.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is this? The late 80s?
He had a little weight.
Come on, man. Yeah, man. Nico was out there in that playoff game. Yeah. Schultz was out there after the first series.
Yeah.
Now, come on, man. Yeah, he was bad. He stunk. This is not the first quarterback, Justin Herbert. This is not the first quarterback that has played poorly.
Yeah.
In a playoff game.
2 playoff games.
Two playoff games. Fine. That we have then turned around. Like, I have nothing against the thought of, hey, man, can he play in a big game?
Yeah.
Like,
that's fair.
Can he play in big, even though he has played in big games and he has been successful? We forget about that. But can he step up to the moment? I get all that. Coming back, man, boy, they need to give some thought to bench him for Davis Mills.
The thing is, they are.
I think they are in that building. Well, they're fools. Yeah. If that's what they're thinking, listen, I love y'all. I'll be honest. They're fools if they're thinking that. And I mean, they have shown some fool's tendencies. They sat back and said, "Yeah, man, rookie quarterback, shown us big time play." I'm not talking about this year. Going into last year, rookie quarterback showed us big time play. We're gonna trade Tunzel. This is our plan, guys.
Yeah.
ham robbing that tackle. Hey, let's get a couple of guards all under $5 million while he's on his rookie deal.
Yeah.
And we haven't paid Will yet either.
That's
what they said. Meanwhile, Drake May is in his rookie season. They're going to get A.J. Brown, Romeo Dobbs. They're going to get the guard from the Jets. Nah.
Hold on, Joe.
They went and got Danielle Hunter's ass.
Tucker. Yeah, no, yep.
Like that's what. So they have already done foolish things. Could you imagine that? We ain't got it on a rookie deal.
Yes, I can.
They said,
I can't imagine
Lincoln
it.
Tomlinson.
We may have talked about that a couple times.
You could just look at how much these guys' contracts were to
Lincoln
let your ass know we're gonna trade him and bring it. We're gonna bring it.
City Sal.
City Sal, man.
I'd be feeling bad for him because he didn't do that to himself. He didn't play himself. And they just told him to go play, and he did his best, and it was just not very good.
And now we roll into this season, and now CJ got to go be the one to go prove something. He the only one who. Yeah. I can't wait till Nick Caserio got to go prove he could put together an offensive line.
Buddy. That was beautiful.
Oh, man,
I can't wait for the remaining 4 that's coming.
CJ's got to play better. That was awful. He took a dump in the middle of that field.
Correct.
In multiple places. I've watched Peyton before he won a Super Bowl take a dump. I watched Patrick Mahomes take a dump in the Super Bowl against the Eagles repeatedly. A game very similar to CJ's. We've seen quarterbacks take a dump.
We have.
And then back to where it all started. Justin Herbert. Man, he's a 7 quarterback ain't done a damn thing in the playoffs.
A reminder that just because people have jobs in the NFL don't mean they grade them. All right, J-Lo, I'll catch you tomorrow for a Tuesday show. Yeah. We leave you in the very capable hands of the best damn afternoon drive show in all of Houston, Texas. All right, appreciation again to DNM Auto Leasing. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right, baby. The drive is live, and we are live as Clint is out today, but Paul Gallant. This ought to be special. This ought to be fun. You just never know what he is going to break out and do.
You're on a roll, though, to open this thing up.
I am, and I didn't even want to be on a roll. That's not where I wanted to get to.
I will move
with
to the
CJ.
side.
I didn't want to. CJ, we'll get into more at 3 o'clock. We'll get into more at 3 o'clock about CJ.
Justin Herbert just triggers some people.
I am the one. I know Justin has not done a damn thing to deserve to be placed 2 stops from Lamar Jackson. I know he's not. I know he hadn't. And if Lamar showed up on this top 100 list, that means I don't think Herbert has yet, and he's going to be above Lamar, and he shouldn't.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
And I watch Justin Herbert, and he gets me. He throws it so easy. That one time he had like a finger issue, and he's like, I'm in it. I'm into him. I mean, my man waltzed in here 2 years ago and threw 4 interceptions, was 14 for 32 in the game. Passer rating, the 40s. Nobody shaped their mouths to talk about him being traded.
And it was all about
Nobody shaped their mouths to say maybe Trey Lance they should think about benching him for Trey Lance. Go look it up. See who's got a higher MVP finish in their careers.
He's got his Illuminati.
C.J. Stroud or Justin Herbert.
Herbert's got his Illuminati online that are
C.J. Stroud for those scoring at home.
Constantly caping him. And where with C.J. Stroud, you just do not have this big group of people who nationally are behind him in the same way. And you can't be now. But it is interesting to what you said. That Texans defense bullies Justin Herbert in that game. And the conversation was, well, Justin Herbert needs more around him. It's Jim Harbaugh's first year, yada, yada, yada. I get the frustration with that, especially when you're taking a look at where Herbert's ranked in this quarterback rankings at 7, right? And C.J. Stroud's not even on the list.
Well, yeah, he's 20th. That's how I choose to look at it. They got him down there 20th. And by the way, as a side note in that, he went against the Texans defense. You know who happened to be the number 1 defense in football that year?
The Houston Texans?
No, the Los Angeles Chargers were. Oh. The L.A. Chargers were the number 1 defense. And C.J. went 22 of 33, 66% of his passes, 282 with a touchdown and a pick.
It was a weird game because it was started off rough early, and then you have the snap that goes through his legs.
And he had to go make a play.
He makes the great play to Xavier Hutchinson. And from that point on, he played a lot better.
To Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah.
So he did. That's not where I wanted to go. We'll get into CJ a little bit more.
You're going back, bro.
We're going to see this a little bit more because I wanted to go off on something else. And before we do that, I would like to say the baseball talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Paul, I want to do this, and Tyler, I think about this with you and all of our listeners. I really want to believe that the Astros can make a run.
But you don't.
I really want to, Paul. I think they've got the best player on the planet right now. I mean, he is just insane. More on him later as well.
But you can intentionally walk your way around him, as we found out yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he showed why he's the MVP over the weekend.
Getting the Bonds treatment.
And specifically that inning. We'll get into it. But you got the best player on the planet right now. I really want to believe it. Hunter Brown was a Cy Young candidate last year. Like to him to get to that again this year.
My buff boy, Hunter.
Hader is great. When Payne is healthy, he's big for you. I want to believe in the championship pedigree that they have. But Paul, man, in this series, they just do way too many things that bad teams do. And consistently.
Where would you lead off with those bad things?
Oh, I mean, just a laundry list. Like, this is the top of my head. And this, like it used to be, Tyler, Altuve's going to do something stupid on the base pass, something like that. Or that did. Now, like, it starts from the top. Right? They don't have a good roster. I mean, they don't. And maybe there's some constrictions for Dana Brown, but he sure was right on it with some of these guys. Right, they don't have this thing positioned. They've got one of the worst outfields in the sport,
which we were told would be addressed.
Yep,
it has not been addressed.
No, man. They got guys who don't know how to wear the right cleats out there.
They don't know
Taylor
how to tie their
Trammell
shoes.
almost killed himself out there because he didn't have metal spikes on, and he slipped and fell. It's the first thing the Rangers broadcaster were saying. He must not have metal spikes on. Everybody knows you got to wear metal spikes on that. I mean, it's Trammell, it's DeCenzo, it's Zach Cole, it's they got a
Joey Loperfido.
They got a second baseman who's playing center field who killed himself before Taylor went out there. They got one pitcher. Max, and God love Peter Lambert. Shout out to you, Peter Lambert. It's your 6 innings, 1 run, and you had the swing and miss stuff going. But I mean, I don't think many people really are saying, man, I trust Pete Lambert.
No, you shouldn't. At some point, it's going to come back to earth like it did with J.P. France, among other pitchers that we've seen for this team. You love that you're getting what you got out of them, but go all the way back to last year, Ron. This team has not had starting pitching depth that you really believe in. It's been a while since they have had that. I mean, honestly, when you had Framber Valdez, and I think you're all missing him, even if he's not doing what you thought he could
in
Detroit. You don't want to deal with all the headaches, but you would love some consistency right now. And in your starting rotation, where is that coming from outside of Hunter Brown? It's not coming from anybody.
And I'd like for him to get it together.
Yeah.
Could he get it together?
But, I mean, this is the problem now is the best players on your team, you're expecting them to do everything they possibly can on a night-to-night basis. But yesterday, Josh Hader, 3 singles he allows in the 9th inning. He can't be perfect every night. Hunter Brown can't be perfect every single time he's on the hill. And as I said a little bit ago, you can pitch around Yordan Alvarez. To me, the big issue, you mentioned the outfield, the lack of starting pitching depth. This was the thing that they've had for years and years and years. There was always another arm that would come up through the ranks, and that guy would come in, and he'd give you 5 to 6. Now I do not even know who I'm looking to in this rotation.
But Paul,
after Hunter
they
Brown.
got depth. They just ain't good. Like we can rattle off the names, right? They just don't. I mean, Peter Lambert's the one you trust the most, but they got Peter Lambert, they got Spencer Arrighetti, they got Christian Javier, they got Homer Mike. Well, he's been put on the IL. We'll get to him. I mean, they got Lance McCullers, who may make his way. Ronel Blanco is getting close, right? But Wisniewski is pitching wherever. Imai is up there. We got a whole bunch of people. None of them are any good.
Yeah,
they got some.
At the very least, depth. None of them are top 3 caliber anymore.
I just want to believe. I really do, because this AL sucks.
The West too.
The West sucks.
It's just letting you hang around despite not doing anything.
Yeah, it's just, and you have some great, like you have the potential of a great starter. You have the best hitter on the planet right now. The most feared guy that changes the game for everybody around him. You got a great closer, despite what he did yesterday, in Josh Hader. You got some spots, but you have bottom
third.
They make poor decisions. I mean, the first inning of the first game. All right, Tyler, we say biggest series of the year. Jeremy Pena, you're a veteran. You're an ALCS and World Series MVP. You get picked off on a fly ball that anybody could read and just blow away an inning. You're in scoring position already. Altuve can't turn a double play that extends an inning. Zach DeCenzo has probably played 4 times in the last month. Critical. Hey, man, hold this thing to a single. Nope, the ball gets under his glove. There's the winning run at second base.
These nuts.
I mean, Jesus. There's not a pitcher, including Hunter Brown, that can't walk somebody, that can't stop walking people.
There's no way to fix this.
I just want to believe they can, man. You look at the standings; it's there, Tyler.
The only way
we've watched championship level teams. These guys are the Angels.
Do you think if we got Dana Brown and everybody else in the Astros front office some, I don't know, nun costumes and give them some armed, give them some body armor and rifles, do you think that they could actually do something at the trade deadline? Because I don't see anything changing between now and the end of the year without an actual robbery.
If he could pull off a Kikuchi again, that's the best thing I think he's ever done. If he could pull off a Kikuchi again.
I think the best that they're going to be able to do.
But everybody is looking for a Kikuchi this time.
Exactly.
Around. And you don't have much to give to get that Kikuchi.
Ron, I feel
like I need to step out of that, don't I, Tyler? Yep.
No, I didn't.
Now that you said that, I definitely know that I need to step out of that. I definitely
stretching Kikuchi tonight.
I'm just saying. The White Sox could use a Kikuchi. The Guardians could use a Kikuchi.
All use a little Kikuchi.
The Yankees probably could use one. I mean, all right, let me get out of this.
I think
Spit on that.
I think at this point, what you're going to end up seeing at the trade deadline, Ron, is the most pander of all pander moves. And I jokingly suggested this on Channel 11 on Sports Extra a couple of weeks ago.
All right, shout
George
out.
Springer. It's going to be something like that. Some pander move for a guy who's in the last year of his contract, who's 37 and not playing particularly well, and maybe the Blue Jays are looking to shed salary. You bring in a guy for the vibes. It's the Carlos Correa deal all over again.
That might be vibes. That'll help the outfield, though. I'll tell you that. All right, coming up as we continue, it's been the weekend. What's your thoughts about the Texans bringing in a guy that we would have never thought they would even take a look at? And by the way, not only does he have legal struggles, he has actually sucked when he's actually played football. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Yordan Alvarez is an all-star starter. Happy 713 Day, H-Town. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in. Clint is out today. Paul Gallant is in.
Yo.
And I want to know from you all, you can text in and give your thoughts. But you, Paul, this kind of came down Friday that Terry and Arnold, who was a former first-round pick of the Detroit Lions, and he is by Lions because he has had some little legal issues, facing 8 felony charges in Florida, including counts of kidnapping and 4 counts of armed robbery. The charges carry a maximum penalty of life in prison if he's convicted. But a judge didn't force that he had to have a GPS on him, so he's able to work out for other teams. And one of the teams that he worked out for was the Houston Texans, and they did a physical and worked him out last Thursday, and his agent came out and spoke of it. I'm curious, because I know my thoughts I was shocked by it, but what's your thoughts about this decision from the Texans?
Makes you wonder why.
Yeah.
And they said it's due diligence, and considering this is a team that brought in C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah, former first-round picks at corner. Okay, that makes sense. Former first-round pick at corner, screw it. Let's bring him in. Let's see what's up. So that's generally what I think of. But the other side is the Texans never bring in this kind of guy. They never have.
Ever.
This is very different, and it makes you wonder why. Is there some sort of Alabama tie with Arnold that's making it a little bit easier for DeMeco Ryans to stomach this? It seems like there must have been some sort of actual conversation or intel had this far with it. And they're not the only team that's done it. There's some other teams that have also at least scheduled a workout or whatever.
But also, behind you, Paul, you would think this is one that goes through the McNairs, right? If you're like, especially what it seems like they have kind of established themselves I've always said it feels like, I've covered 2 NFL teams extensively, and I will say these 2 teams have 2 completely different red flags.
You know, when I saw that Arnold got released, I was like, Chiefs.
Yeah, they have a different red flag. They got a type, and then the Texans have a different red flag where they just don't roll in. So, and they had to, I would think, the thought. And I think they trust DeMeco, obviously, and Nick. But still surprising that they went through that. And, Paul, I don't typically think that this is a position of real need, especially real need for somebody who, again, I want to say that, what was it, 8 counts, 8 felony charges, and not like these bad boys just kind of happened a year ago, man. He is in it. Like this is fresh.
And facing life in prison, theoretically, based off of the max charge that could potentially be dropped on him. Yeah, that side of it is really interesting because it's the best 1-2 corner tandem in the league, I would say, in the eyes of most people who follow the league, with Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
And I know that they feel real about Jalen Smith. At least that's what we hear coming out.
They spoke up highly of him, DeMeco himself.
So it's due diligence, but it's a weird due diligence from a team that doesn't seem to need to do any diligence at this position. So
do you like it, Paul? Do you like it that they appear to be open to opening up their red flag?
I don't like it. No, I don't. I don't. I've always enjoyed that the Texans were the team that seems to have a backbone when it comes to morality.
You like that, Tyler? You on that backbone with the Texans, choir boys?
We used to.
You know my position on that.
On a night, we used to get callers here at night. It'd be once a month. I remember this all the time when I was doing Gallant at Night way back in the day, where someone would say the Texans have too many Boy Scouts and they just need to bring somebody in, as if bringing in somebody who's, I don't know, organized a kidnapping is going to make the Texans defense take that next step. Let's bring in Greg Hardy. Let's bring in some of the other folks. There would be one a week, and it would start off with they got too many Boy Scouts, and then at a certain point it would be everybody deserves second chances regardless of what they did with the first chance that they blew.
Yeah, my thing is he's been one of the worst corners in football. Like that's the part that just, like, someone texted, I was absolutely stunned. I was literally asking myself if it was an April Fool's Day.
Oh, like he's the Belgium coach.
No, yeah, I mean, I was like, I'm just like, hey, man, look. The Chiefs were like, yeah, man, we're going to go after Frank Clark. I'm like, yeah, I get it, man. He beat the hell out of these chicks, but I guess they're saying to themselves, yeah, but this guy gets 15 sacks. And I'm like, oh, okay, I don't love it either. You know, and the amount of guys, the Tyreek Hills, the Rashee Rices, the amount of guys. But this guy sucks on the field. Like, he's literally been one of those. He gets penalties.
This guy stinks.
I mean, he was picked in the same draft of Lassiter in the first round. I mean, he's nowhere near him. So I mean, like, when you combine all of it, and again, that real clear thought of he has sucked on the field.
It's got to be a matter of they know something. They've had a conversation behind the scenes, and maybe the Alabama ties are what enabled that. Maybe this is a make good. Maybe this is someone scratching a back. We're going to say, hey, we brought this guy in also to, I guess, help him testify about his character in court. I don't know. I'm just spitballing at this moment in time. It's strange, and I think ultimately it's just a matter of, with Jeffrey Okudah and C.J. Henderson before, the Texans will bring in a guy who they think has like that top elite talent, and they'll say, all right, well, maybe in our system it'll work out better for him than it worked in.
But in that case, we didn't know what Kamari Lassiter was. Kamari Lassiter was a rookie. Yeah. They had just drafted when they brought all those guys in. All right, you can see that. I mean, you got, I think, Tremont Smith, you got probably 4 that you feel pretty comfortable to go to war with right now. Or maybe, I know Clint brought up the thought that maybe he's insurance if they don't sign Lassiter in the future. I don't know. But again, guys, like, I understand that D'Amico has a special touch, and I think you'd be better in this defense than others with his coaching. But I mean, he has sucked on the football field. Like that's the big part. All right. Believe it or not, we've started this where there are a couple of things that have been talked about in the offseason that it feels like they want in that building off Kirby for us to believe and that they believe. Do you believe it? We'll do that coming up next.
Texans training camp is just 2 weeks away. Are you ready? We are. Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Is Monday coming up an hour from now. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. I think there's a lot to choose from, so you could jump in with that. Paul Gallant in the building with us as Clint is out today. Should be back tomorrow, so he'll be back in. But we're in good hands with Paul today. And Paul, we have started this a little believe it or not action. There have been multiple things that the Texans have discussed and talked about, and wondering if this is something that we believe or not. And I want to get to that from here in a second. Text line coming in. Y'all had me till you said Tremont Smith. Again, we're talking about third or fourth corner, and Tremont Smith is fine. He's fine.
Yeah,
and he's been better than Mr. Hansy, and more than in multiple ways.
That's about to say. Mr. Kidnapping.
I mean, allegedly, you got to get the right people. I mean, that's the thing, Tyler. I mean, my man went after and got the wrong people. They went allegedly kidnapped the wrong people.
He's locking people down though, against their will.
I mean, y'all
allegedly.
I mean, if we had to think about him comparing that to his football life, y'all thought C.J. Gardner wrong people at times. Wow, he may start picking up tight ends when he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be in zone. He's supposed to be in man. He can't even kidnap the right people. Allegedly,
it happens.
No, man. They're fine at third and fourth corner because if Stingley or Lassiter go down, this changes everything.
Changes a lot.
Changes everything. Now, I do think that D'Amico and Matt Burke will be able to figure some things out. I mean, they've dealt with some injuries, but I mean. Again, Tremont Smith has been better on the field than Arnold. And he's been really bad. I wouldn't say that the Lions were potentially looking to get out of that, but
with how quickly they moved, you would think that there was a part of them that was thinking about doing this already.
And I will be honest, 8 felonies and kidnapping the wrong people allegedly will make you move quickly.
I frown on that.
That'll do it.
I disavow what he allegedly did, okay? I'll be the first to say it.
Now, to tell you the truth, I do believe if Amarant St. Brown did it, they may be a little bit more patient.
You think? Jameer Gibbs?
Yeah, Jameer did it. Maybe a little bit more patient. But
I don't know.
They went in a different direction. All right. A little believe it or not. Believe it or not, Paul. Jerry Slapinski, if that's how you say his name. Jerry Slapinski, if that's how you say his name, is an upgrade at quarterback coach. Believe it or not.
Well, this is tough because Gerard Johnson once coached me to improve my 40 time in 10 minutes. He cut my 40 time down by 0.2.
Even
it's at the Sports Radio 610 Combine about a decade ago.
Okay.
So I'm a little biased with Gerard Johnson.
Biased, okay.
Because Gerard Johnson got me down to a 4.8. So I was
remember
pretty
as a listener that event. Like,
yeah.
I remember y'all all doing that Combine event. That's hilarious.
I'm glad they don't do that anymore.
He did coach me down 0.2 seconds. So there's a side of me that always will be thankful to Gerard Johnson for officially making me, 1, faster than Nick Wright, and 2, a sub 540. On the other side of things, while I do not know what Shaplinski is going to bring to the table from now he is the quarterback coach perspective, it does make sense to have a quarterback coach who is from the offense that you're trying to run, right? You know, is Gerard Johnson going to be as capable of teaching this offense to Stroud as this guy is? Probably not. It's just totally different perspectives on it. So from that perspective, I think that he will be better because you're just asking this guy to better make Stroud understand an offense that I think you could argue last year he did not have a complete grasp of.
Yeah, I think that's the big reason. I don't know if he's a better teacher. I don't know if he's a better coach. But I think just the continuity of, as you talked about, the offense and him knowing Kaylee, and probably him and Kaylee don't even have to have conversations about certain things because he already knows or Caserio what they expect and what they're looking for. And as you said, this is the offense they've lived in, and they're tight. Now, I don't necessarily think we get down here and we say, yeah, man, like he is a better coach than Gerard. I don't think that. But like you said, the sequence of him knowing this offense and coaching this offense, and they can all be on one accord.
Yeah, it's having a teacher that teaches you a foreign language who's actually from the country that they're teaching the language of, versus somebody who maybe it's their second language.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean that person is even better at speaking the language, by the way, but you would trust this person to understand what they are teaching more than you would trust the other person. Yeah. Fair or unfair.
Yeah. So, I believe that. Believe it from that standpoint. So, I'll give it believe it. All right, believe it or not, the Texans' offensive line is ranked 31st after additions. When they rated the entire offensive lines in the league, and this is the number one thing that they worked on, they were ranked 31st. Do you believe that or not?
I don't. And I've seen them ranked 32nd as well. Is this the worst offensive line in the league? It's definitely not an offensive line you want. There's no denying that. But
What's an offensive line they wanted?
Last year, I thought they got better over the course of the season, and they seriously upgraded the offensive line this offseason as opposed to last offseason. So I don't know where this offensive line is going to be at the end of the year. Best case scenario, I'm hoping for, middle of the pack. That they're 32 after this offseason. Maybe it's because we're so close to it and buying this is the worst.
Yeah, it better not be 31st.
You're definitely right about that.
Yeah, it better not be 31st. Listen, I have some real questions about what this team will look like in terms of when teams know they've got to throw the football. And everybody in the house knows you got to throw the football, and how this group will be able to handle that. Because I think every one of them, their strength is their physicality and their run blocking. And I think that will greatly improve over what we've seen the last couple of years. I think they will be able to run block better than they have, which has been a problem. I mean, Joe Mixon is the only person that's been able to run behind any of the offensive line since D'Amico has been here with some level of consistency.
And it was a miracle that he was doing it to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, he
had no
was
help.
that good. Yeah, he was that good. So I definitely think they will be better than they should not have a 3 at the start of their ranking.
I hope they don't. You're right. They will, I would think, be at the very least in the 2s.
There's a 2 in there?
At the very least in the 2s.
There's a 2.
But I think what's going to be really interesting, you actually have legitimate competition this offseason, and how much can you figure out just because of the lack of reps for offensive linemen, who's the best? It's tough. And I think the Texans are probably still going to do a lot of that rotating and mixing and matching stuff that they've done. But I feel like this offseason, there's a lot more competition at specific positions, and that should breed a better unit.
Yeah.
Should.
It should.
It's always going back to should, though.
Like, again, I don't know this is going to be the complete fit. I think there are some real questions with some of these guys. I wonder, is Wyatt Teller still a guy that can be. Now, I feel good about feel good about Ursary in year 2, potentially what that looks like. But I think there's some questions.
Trent Brown, can he stay healthy a full season? Is Braden Smith going to have a relapse with that very strange, obsessive compulsive religious?
Where will Rutledge play, and will he be
right?
Will
That
he
too.
be ready to go? Yeah,
that too.
Be center,
yeah. Religious scrupulosity. That was
YouTube.
What we dealt with
YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you jumping in. Gerald Harris, is that a sweater vest? Come on, Ron. Come on, brother. My bad. It's just an ugly shirt. No, it's a
hoodie vest.
It's not a vest. It's a jacket. It's like a windbreaker.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I thought you were wearing a same colored shirt underneath. This is a jacket.
It's just a jacket.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a jacket.
No,
It's like good for a rainy day.
It's like a rainy day.
I thought legitimately, I thought that was a vest until just now, too.
Does it look? Have you ever thought this looks like a vest?
No, I thought you were wearing like a rain jacket pullover type deal.
It's a rain jacket. It is. Yeah, my hood, man.
Little H-Town blue flavor to it. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's more green, but I hear you. I think it's green. Yeah, it's
teal.
Like a Seattle Seahawks type of thing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Damn, y'all.
Reggie had a sick hat on earlier today. That Oilers hat?
Sucks, yeah.
That was filthy.
Yeah. Yeah, Oilers, man. They don't go over that. Titans just really try to take over that.
Oh no! Then now they got this logo on the side, and it's just a circle with stars in it. It does look a little bit like a Nashville bachelorette party if you look at it the right way.
Yeah, they tried.
And Oilers.
It looks better than what they be rolling with, though.
I agree. It looks better than the thumbtack on fire, the flying thumbtack.
Yeah, the old T. The thumbtack. I like that in you. All right, coming up, we'll get to this. Executives, coaches, scouts, they rank quarterbacks, and C.J. Stroud made the list barely. He barely made the list, and I think we got to discuss where he is in the rankings and what his importance is actually going to be to this season, because I think it's a little bit more than what people are thinking. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow. Lawyers, 281-222-2222. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Happy 713 Day, H-Town. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 1 hour down as we are live here on The Drive Sports. And Paul Gallant is in today as Clint will be out today. If you're on YouTube, he's throwing up an awkward peace sign there.
What was that awkward?
The first time, the first one you did it was a little.
We did a little effeminate lift.
Yeah, it was a little Richard Nixon kind of like.
I'm not a crook.
Peace sign. I try to set you up for that. We'll knock those pens down. But no, Paul is in with us, and as you can see, T-Mill is in there. Fresh off of Boots for Troops, man. Good for you,
yes,
man.
sir. Shout out to the fine people over there.
Another good year. I saw the photos of you. You were clean. You did have on Jordans with the suit, and that's fine.
Yeah, the purple ones were pretty electric, must admit.
That's fine.
Morrow's somewhere cussing. Luke Morrow hates it whenever guys wear some version of tennis shoes with a nice suit.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that camp.
You're not supposed to do that.
I'm kind of in that camp.
Well,
I'm not in it as much as Luke is. I think Luke drinks when people do it. Like he gets that mad, he just starts.
Sounds like it.
Drinking. He's that upset.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of it.
Sports on TV normalized it. I mean, now you got dudes wearing a hoodie underneath a button
blazer.
down. Yeah, blazer. What are we doing?
On TV. Yeah. I mean, I can understand the comfort. Like your feet hurt a little bit. But now it's like a look. And it can look better when the pants work with it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes them pants just don't be working with it. And
That's fair.
Come on, man. Vince, you just threw on some and ones. Vince Young is one who looks really bad in it. Not Young. I mean, Vince Carter is one who looks really bad in it.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to take
what's
you out,
Vince Young been doing recently?
Trying to stay. Hey, man. Trying to stay up. Trying to stay up in these clubs.
Doing better than Manziel post college football. That's for sure.
I don't know, man. Manziel's making some cash, man. Got these podcasts rolling.
Oh, yeah, these celebrity fights.
Yeah, these celebrity fights.
Yeah.
Good for him, man. You better win that fight. And
I'm a party boy.
Did better than Connor. All right. Executives, coaches, scouts. We've been doing the rankings all year. Spoiler alert, as we just talked about, believe it or not, the Texans' offensive line, they did not have a soul in any of the offensive line rankings, and not just the top 10, but not a member of anyone in the honorable mentions for interior offensive linemen or tackles, not anyone in receiving votes. No one, not any of the five.
I mean,
I don't mean to just derail this.
No, I want you to.
You
did a great job derailing it earlier.
We don't like that.
Tyler, we're in year 4, going into year 4 of the rookie deal where you haven't had to pay your quarterback yet. And there are about 40 to 50 names that NFL execs, coaches, and scouts have all looked at offensive linemen who they think are generally the top 25 at those spots. And there is not a single Texan in it. And this is the point where you don't have to pay your quarterback. You can spend and they've got how many first or second round picks have they used on offensive linemen? How many guys in free agency?
Bust.
They don't have one.
Yeah, but if you were looking at Pro Football Focus at points last year, Ed Ingram was one of those guys, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
I know Big Ed was.
They're just disrespecting.
I just like NFL scouts, executive, like not one. And I'm not saying it's the end all be all, and they're all, but not one. Doggone it. I mean, not a single.
Well, when you can't run the football at all, can you put a Texans offensive lineman there?
I'm not sitting here going to sit here and tell you that they have somebody that got screwed.
You're lamenting that there's not one yet.
Saying,
I get it.
Like, if you have a promising quarterback and he showed you to be promising, like, you don't have one offensive lineman that executives, and I promise you, last year they didn't have one on there either.
Well, what does it say that they moved on from the guy that was that for them, Laramie Tunsil?
Actually, you know what I like? Titus was probably a honorable mention, or at least one of the top 25 names of people that got votes.
But his superlative would have been most versatile, most correctly paid for the skills he brings to the table.
He wasn't that versatile.
He was expensive.
It is just wow. Anyway, it just blows me away. You look at that, like the rookie deal, man. Go look at Caleb. Caleb, they went and just anyway. Let me stop. All right. They ranked Stroud dead. I mean, if you want to look at it, he is the absolute last name on the list. And there are 20 names on the list. He is the absolute dead last.
They think he's mid.
Name on the list. And I will go through. They've got Josh Allen, Mahomes, and then Stafford, Burrow, Lamar, Dak, Justin Herbert, Drake May, Jared Goff, and Caleb Williams. That's the top 10. Honorable mention: Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, and Jalen Hurts. And then Knicks, Daniel Jones, and they snuck C.J. Stroud in right there. Your honest thoughts when you see these rankings where he sits.
No matter if I think there are a couple of guys there that he should be above, what I saw against the Patriots and against the Steelers and at certain points in the last couple of games of the year, I want the punishments to keep coming. I want him to be constantly reminded of him coming up short. And I hope that makes him stronger and helps him perhaps turn this entire thing around. But how can these rankings, for the sake of what? For the sake of stepping up for my guy? No. He was god-awful in that game. They could have won it if he was just marginal. And he was so damn bad. And he was bad against the Steelers. And he didn't think he played bad against the Steelers. He thought he played well against the Steelers. So to me, every single possible reminder that he can get of that last year wasn't acceptable enough, it needs to keep on happening over and over and over to Ron. At least to me. And there are a lot of guys I would take him over in this league. Is he the 20th best quarterback in the league? He's probably a little bit better than that. But at the same time, I'm very cool with this. I'm very fine with this.
Yeah. 20th on the list. Yeah, I disagree with it. But I even moving past it, to me, I disagree with him. If he is 20th on this list, I will just say, like, if he is around, I'll be honest with you, if he's around 15 to 20, like if he is in that little 15 to 20 range where Bo Nix and Daniel Jones and Hurts without A.J. Brown and other these players, Trevor Lawrence is outperforming him. Let me tell you something. The Texans don't have a shot at getting to a Super Bowl.
If he's in that realm?
If he's in that realm. No, I will not have to be jumping out in any planes, Tyler.
Hold on, so
They will not have a shot. For this team to get, and that's why when I hear nonsense, like if Davis Mills has to come in, and Mike Florio talking about they've got to be honest with themselves and maybe have to talk about benching him. Again, I'm not going to do this to Davis. I like Davis.
D-Mills gets it done.
Seems to be starting a nice young family. Married his wife. They seem happy. I know he was 3-0. And I know we're going to ignore that Denver game that he played the majority of, that they lost. I know he was 3-0. I want you to just take a gander at his numbers. Just go and just take a gander at his numbers during those three. I'm not going to do it. Okay? I'm not going to tell you that his completion percentage didn't start with a 6. I'm not going to do it. I think maybe the Jacksonville game was a moment, baby. Was a moment.
It's a miracle.
And it was huge, and he played his ass off, right?
That scramble.
And he made a hell of a throw to Nico Collins against the Titans to get them in field goal range. They went scoreless against the Titans in that first half.
Yeah, that was
13 to get it. Like again, I'm not gonna. I'm just telling you right now, what the Texans are going to need is not just C.J. Stroud, as you just said in that game, to be marginal. They're not going to win anything big if he's just marginal. They need him to be the thing that uplifts everything around him. I don't think they have an above-average offensive coordinator and play caller right now. I don't think they have a creative just based off what we've seen. I don't think they if we did a list, I did this the other day, we did a list of OCs in the league, I don't think he would be top half. I don't think Nick Caley would be. Clearly we see
gets cute too much.
Clearly their offensive line is not one that people believe in. As we're seeing
31st, 32nd.
I mean, it's clearly 33rd. They don't have a single person that's even receiving a damn vote as a top player in the league. So the offensive line, you would think, is below average. Their skill positions, Barnwell did his skill positions deal of the best supporting cast around the court if you take the quarterback out and the offensive line out. And they were 24th on that. And that's below average. The thing that will potentially pull that together and make their offense be, even with this defense, like and I try to remind people, even with this great defense, the New England Patriots scored 21 points themselves on full field drives. So even them, and this is a New England Patriots offense that's going to be better this year, you're going to have to score some points. They're going to, whatever combination of AFC. Now, last year, they may be able to get away with it. Whatever combination of, they might have to go through Denver, Buffalo, Kansas City. They might have to go through Cincinnati, the Buffalo.
There's a lot of
They
arms.
might have to go through Baltimore. And they can't win all three of them. Maybe the defense is so good, they may get one of them. Hell, they may get two of them. But they're not going to win 3 games to get to a Super Bowl if C.J. Stroud isn't the one that's playing at a certain level that he makes up for having a potentially below-average offensive coordinator, potentially below-average offensive line, and potentially below-average skill position. He's got to be the one that raises this. And if he doesn't, they're not going to be able to be a good enough offense to beat those teams.
The inability to raise up everything around him is why I'm where I'm at with him. Because I saw him do it his rookie season. I haven't seen it the last 2 years, and I don't know why. And to me, I
think you can think of some reasons, Paul. I think you can look up and think of some reasons that involve him and other things.
I mean, you can talk about the constant offensive line changes, the different offense, the offensive coordinators, everything.
Now, he's a part of some of this too.
But that's what I mean. Yeah. What gets frustrating for me, Ron, is not that I should listen to some of the fair excuses that are made. It's not that. It's more that they just are constantly made, and I'm like, yes, I get it. I get that all these things could be better. But I saw a guy his rookie year who lifts everything around him up, and then I haven't seen it since then. And to what you're saying, this is why it's different in the AFC versus in the NFC, because a lot of people have been making the Sam Darnold comparison this offseason, right? Oh, well, Darnold did it. But first off, Darnold's deep ball passing this past season was ungodly. It was so damn good.
Well, Darnold wasn't just riding in the passenger seat all the time.
No, he wasn't. And I think that comparison's been made a couple times. And also the other thing is too, to what you were saying earlier, the NFC quarterbacks versus the AFC quarterbacks, it's night and day. There's just way more good ones in the AFC than there are in the NFC. So someone like Darnold doesn't necessarily need to get in a shootout in any of these games. And by the way, the 49ers game was over like when it started, and the Rams game, that was a back and forth. But
when he had to 2 times that year.
Yeah.
Both the last 2 games they played against the Rams, he had to.
They did get help that one. They did get help from that weird call for sure.
No, they got help from a weird call, but even with it, they put up 30.
Yeah.
They put up 30.
He led them down the field, and this is a guy who had way more questions about him going into this season than this past season than Stroud had, at least until this year, you know? So can he rise the level around him? I hope so.
Well, I'm just telling you that for this, if you look at their offense and their team, I'm not even haggling anymore about where he is ranked, whatever. If you think that he's the 20th best quarterback, we just disagree. But what they're going to have moving forward is you look at that offense and you look at this, and we're not just looking at this from the standpoint, Paul and Tyler, of can they get into the playoffs? We're beyond that, right? We're looking at this for them to break past this damn spot that they've never been able to break past. You're not going to ride this defense, and they're not going to shut down these combination of teams like this. You're not going to get this is Drake May got a dream scenario, right?
Yeah, he didn't play well most of the playoffs.
The most difficult quarterback, especially including to this list, was the first one he faced, was Justin Herbert. He got to roll through Jarrett Stidham in a snow globe. Mm-hmm. He got to roll through a C.J. Stroud who was without weapons, who was shaky. All right, and he got Sam Darnold in the playoffs. That's not normal. That is not normal. Patrick Mahomes has had to and he has been the best. He's had to run into Josh almost every year. He's had to run into Lamar. He's had to run into both of them multiple times. That is like the Burrow. That is like the normal route. They're going to, and this defense is incredible. It is incredible and maybe the best. I just don't think you're going to be able to get away with the Ravens type of situation again.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
You're not going to get. And God
you're
bless
generally
him.
Playing 4 playoff games. It's not 3, it's 4. It's 4 to get the Super Bowl victory. And that's tough. It's tough to be that for an entire playoffs. And to what you're saying too, Drake May, not a great playoffs all the way through. But against the Texans, he did make a couple of plays in that game.
No, and that defense was all over his ass.
Right.
They still got 21 points.
Yeah. I mean, he threw another touchdown pass.
That's why I'm saying against that defense, without Nico and without Dalton Schultz, and the offensive line was, we remember Trent Brown got injured, so then Titus had to go back, and they were playing. Like, I know how the game went. I'm not as confident that Davis Mills had 3 touchdowns in him.
No, I don't think he
3
did.
touchdown drives, and even without the turnovers, they had to. Because remember, they never scored off the turnovers. Now, I'm not going to say they didn't change anything, but Davis Mills without Nico and without Dalton Schultz, I'm not as certain as some of you are that he would have scored the 21 points that they at least needed.
I'm just surprised that anyone feels that way about him. I mean, I thought it was fun to just throw gasoline and chum in the water to let everyone go after each other when Mills was stepping in for Stroud, because I thought it was funny. To me, it was fun to just let the bag of poo on Old Man Jenkins' porch, light it on fire, and leave. Like, that's what I was doing with those stupid political ads. I was doing, like, Davis Mills is a quarterback that you can understand, or you can relate to. I didn't actually believe it. I can't believe that there's people that believe that. Like, do you have eyes? If you watched him play, it's one thing. It's another thing if you're looking at the stats and the victory at the end of the day. But I don't believe you watched him play. When I'm watching Davis Mills out there, like, I'm gripping onto something because I'm nervous. Like, I'm waiting for something to mess up. Anyway, that's the Davis Mills experience. He's not better than Stroud, guys.
The scariest thing is you know that. Tyler knows that. I know that. Are we 100% sure that it's inside the building that actually can make the decision know that? I don't. I think there's a part of me that thinks that they could win a Super Bowl with Davis Mills.
Yordan Alvarez is an all-star starter. No surprise at all. The big fella is well on his way to an MVP season and will be representing the Astros in a big way as the American League's designated hitter in next week's Midsummer Classic. Congrats, Yordan.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Happy 713 Day, H-Town. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Seven 713-572-4610. Appreciate the interaction. I love it. Darnold and CJ comparison unfair. One had a competent OC. Here we go. Show setting up excuses already. Blame everyone but CJ. He's garbage show. No. I know you heard it. I know you heard what I said. I know you did. And I know you generally, and many of you hear what I said. I know you heard me say he took a dump all over that field. I know you heard me repeatedly say that he's got to pick up his play. And again, however you put it, you've been here, you've seen it, guys. Matt Schaub, he can get a game. But you always knew, Paul and Tyler, because I've lived this life, you always knew, how can we get through this playoffs without avoiding Peyton, Tom, and Ben? How can we, with Matt Schaub, how can we avoid to get through it?
The what if that's always going to get asked is, hey, if he doesn't mess up his Liz Frank or whatever he did in 2011 when, what's his face, Dirty McDirtysonsville, Alfred Hainsworth, when he, popped his foot underneath the pile. Because, they almost beat the Ravens with TJ Yates nearly throwing 20 that game. So that's the one you can go back to. But you're right. And I remember as somebody who had come here with the perspective of you only matter if you are on the Patriots level. And I remember thinking in 2012, especially after that Packers game and, of course, the Letterman Jackets game, no, sorry, guys. No.
Yeah, because it was
Schaub.
Because it was just like, can Schaub get all of them? And that was the thing is, you think of yourself, maybe with this whole team, Schaub, maybe they'll get one of them. But the likelihood of them beating two of them, let alone all of them, to get where you need to get is tough. And that was the excitement level, because I could see it in Tyler's eyes. Even though he bought that Davis Mills jersey that he regretted to buy, I could see it in Tyler's eyes midway through that first year. He knew we got a guy that can play, because now it is, how are we going to be able to avoid Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar? How can we do it? And yes, you almost slipped into it last year. And yes, the Patriots slipped into it last year. They avoided all of them and got to a Super Bowl. That was last year, man. That's probably not going to roll through again. And it's more than that. Joe Burrow's no walk in the park, right? Like it's more than that. And the deal is, that's why I'm telling you, the Davis Mills stuff, stop it. And the deal is, you felt and believed it, and you were right to feel and believe it, EJ, for the first year. And hell, I think you felt it and still believed it most of his second year. They got to have that guy, which we know is in him, to make plays to pull everything, because he don't have to make as many plays as others. He don't have to make as many plays as Schaub had to, because this defense is something else. But they're gonna have to score 24 points
at some point, yeah,
against some of these teams. And Davis Mills limits the hell out of you. And when you look at everything else around this, they're going to have CJ be the one to pick it up. To pick up everything else around him, like you talked about he did. Like he could go into a game to face T.J. Watt and Highsmith in his prime, and he's got Austin Deculus and George Fant as his tackles, and they blow out the Steelers as they're able to find a way to pull those groups of players that shouldn't be on the level, but to pull them through.
And to get that performance out of him, don't you need him to go into one of these games with a mindset of, and pardon my French, but just put it on the table.
Put the hog on the table.
Here it is. Here it is. And I wonder if that still exists. I miss the arrogance that he approached his second offseason with, thinking the league was easy, even if it was an unrealistic way for him to look at things. And maybe that's the reason he's here at this moment in time right now. I want that back. How do you get possible to get it back when you've lost it? Did he lose it as a result of his brain getting bludgeoned on those couple of concussions that he's dealt with now over the last couple of years? Is that mentality still in him? Because you can lose it. I'm assuming the most successful athletes in the world have gone through their moments of self-doubt, but how do you shake out of it, especially after just a public humiliation like he had against the Pats?
Yeah, to me, I wonder, with all of it, how they function, the game against the Patriots and the Steelers. My biggest question on that is not as much does CJ still have it in him, is would he be allowed to put it on the table?
No, I think they're looking at him more of a game manager now.
You know what I mean? Would they allow him, like the conversation, I've said this a few times, the conversation has been different. I will never forget the very first, I'm talking big game, win or go home that he played in was that rookie year. Remember the Texans didn't have any primetime games, and they flexed them playing the Colts, which was basically going to be for the AFC South title. And the winner was going to win the AFC South. And they went on the road to go play the Colts, and Tank Dell, of course, was injured. He about had one receiver in Nico Collins, and he went in there, first play, bam. They put the hog on the table and said, go get us one. They get a big play, and he just goes nuts and plays his ass off in front of everybody. It was on ESPN in front of never. It was either at halftime or at the end of the game. D'Amico said, we go as far as C.J. Stroud takes us. This is his team. We go as far as he takes us. That is not seem the way that they are approaching things now.
No, and
they seem to be approaching things a different way. So I don't know if they'll let him. I'm hoping they will. I am hopeful that those smart football minds understand and know, like, he's got to, like, we need him to show that he can be capable to play in those games and beat those guys.
The hope is, and the nerd pundits specifically are pushing this. I'll point to Ben Solak of ESPN and the Mina Kimes of the world are going to say, well, you run the football, then you can throw the ball over the middle of the field because linebackers aren't going to be sneaking back. So you'd be able to do all those things that you've done with Nico Collins. But to go back to, hey, are they going to allow him to put his schmenzer on the table, to go back in time? I do really wonder about this offense and the whole death by thousands cuts mentality that Stroud seemed to not be the biggest fan of when he brought it up earlier last year before everything really hit the fan.
Well, I wonder if they're being honest, Paul, about the stuff they talked about of like, hey, we're putting in things that multiple people like, that he likes, some of the things that he wants to do. I hope that is the case. Listen, I know a lot of people say this, and me and Clint kind of is like, I don't think you have to be some electric leader to be a great quarterback. Like, I don't think you have to.
Russell Wilson, Jalen Hurts.
It'd be nice. Like, I don't think you have to be. I think Jalen's a pretty good leader. I don't think you have to be. I don't think you have to be and to go and make plays. I don't think Aaron's a good leader. Like, I don't think you have to do that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. I don't think Joe Flacco, all those years in Baltimore, was the top leader on his team. But he would,
very loved to go make plays.
Yeah,
they were looking to Ray Lewis.
Yeah, to go make plays. I don't think you had to do that. Right, like you don't have to be a rah-rah guy on 3rd and 7. We need you to go make a throw.
But you do have to have everybody in that locker room
to believe
and in that huddle to think you can actually get it done instead of being like, I don't know.
How many guys? Honestly, how many guys? I know we hear stuff. How many guys you think don't believe it? Have lost belief?
I would assume that a lot of players on defense. And I know that they've all said the right things this offseason, but I mean, what else can you say? But I just think back to
they're real aggressive about it though. They're real. Like,
yeah, and it's annoying.
Like
I'll be
they're
honest.
Real aggressive. Like they really believe it.
I get it. He's their teammate, but I mean, I think Ryan Clark had some clip that popped up on one of those Speak for Your Pizza shows this morning about like how I've talked to David Montgomery because my son trained. Them blobbing this and that, Derek Stingley specifically, and I'm like, I don't know. I remember that one moment during the OTAs where Derek Stingley's being asked about the offense getting to the line of scrimmage a little bit more quickly, and Stingley's like, thinking for a second about it, and I'm like, was that a Freudian slip there? I think there's definitely players in that locker room who have.
I'm not saying there aren't any. Yeah, I'm not saying there aren't any, but. It seems like the important ones. I feel like most of the locker room still believes in CJ, and I think they should.
I think they like him. I don't know that they believe in him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you've played 55 games with him, and the vast majority of them, he's been good to great.
Yeah, but the big games. Go back to that Packers game, not this, the October one where he threw for like 90 yards or whatever. That is where I feel like questions started being asked. And if you just keep on asking more and more questions over time, you forget what he did against the Buccaneers his rookie year.
Yeah, or I can show you the Chargers game in the playoffs. I can show you.
But that was a mixed bag, when
it came down to it,
you're right.
He went out. Yeah, he's got big games that he's played in as well. They're big games. All right, we gotta get out of here. All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Tyler is the absolute worst. Texans training camp.
get it done. This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The world of sports doesn't stop just because it's everyone else's weekend. Don't worry, H-Town. Clint, Ron, and T-Mill will get you up to speed. It's Weekend's Best and Weekend's Worst on The Drive.
Shout out to the big voice, man. We got a little open for this sucker now. There we go. This thing's official now. Got open and music here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Clint is out today, but Paul Gallant is in, and he will hold down his Weekend's Best, Weekend's Worst. I'll start off with Weekends. I know Tyler likes to go with the worst. I'm going to start off with the I'm for my inner Tyler. I'm going to start off with my Weekend's Worst.
Yeah, man, you got to get the bad out of the way so you could really hone in and focus on the good stuff.
So my Weekend's Worst happened, and I'm going to put it on myself. I think I could have made a better decision at the whiskey bar that I was at on Friday. Great spot, permissions, beautiful spot, enjoyed it, great drinks. But I had to use the restroom and got there, went to open it. From those one stools. And there's a couple of us kind of waiting out there. And the guy came out, opened the door, but I could see this guy really had to go. And I'm like, well, hell, man, let me get in here and knock this out real quick. But I close the door behind me and I lock it, and I see, Tyler, there's a stall, and there's a urinal and a toilet.
Little privacy.
And I thought, wow, I guess I could let him in, but I didn't, man. I went ahead and just took care of mine.
Yeah.
Feed, washed my hands. But I could tell that guy behind me, he had to go, and I felt bad a little bit.
You let him sweat it out.
After I washed my hands and I kind of looked at it and made sure I looked all good, I didn't rush it. And then I got out. He was like, "Oh, thanks, brother." And I think as soon as he got there, he was thinking, "Damn, man, you could have let me pee right here on this." Yeah, I did. So I was selfish. I was selfish on that.
You never know if the person who seems to be holding it in is holding in the one or the two, and you don't want to be sharing for someone who says, "I don't care, man.
You're right.
I don't care."
I wish I was thinking that. I just think when I closed that door, I said, "Well, I've already closed it, man. Let me lock it up."
I think you made the right call.
That's the right call. All right, what's your Weekend's Worst?
I'm so sick of soccer. I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it.
We got to talk about this.
This weekend, my God. So first off, for anyone who knows me, you've known me long enough. I am Irish, French, Canadian, Scottish, and from Boston. I hate the English. I just hate them. I don't like them. I don't like the way they talk. Look. I don't like their stupid. Yeah, because they're all janky teeth.
You sound like you're from London.
And these people still have a monarch. I mean, they're the worst. And I hate that their team is still playing, and they got a lot of help. They got a lot of help from something that's driving me crazy with soccer, and I have enjoyed some of these games. But please, for the love of God, explain to me why you have VAR. A ball went off of the effing rope that holds up the sky cam, and you can't VAR to take a look at that, but you can take away a Norway goal where some dude flops against Hovland in the box. I was getting very upset watching that game, and then the game happens at night in between the Swiss, famously, who stand for so many things, versus the people who allowed a certain group of folks to escape their country at the end of World War II. Between those two countries, the flopping and flopping and flopping some more. Some guy got tossed for flopping. Saturday's soccer made me angry. I'm done with the World Cup.
I'm not done with it. I just... And I know a lot of it is probably my American ways of watching it, and I just don't watch soccer a ton and understand the this is kind of the culture of it. But I've told Tyler this. I've told this, and you continue to watch it, and that Argentina-Switzerland matchup was just the latest is Like, they just have a lot of things that don't seem to fit, like the penalty. Like I understand, like, James Harden flops his ass off a lot. Right? Many players flop their asses off. I don't think that there's any way that we should go to the tape and then kick them out of the game.
I love that. That's the only part of this that I like.
You kick them out of the game and make the other team play with a less man.
But this is what I'm watching for now.
And again, like just the penalties seem to be so severe. Like for the United States, nothing about that said, all right, miss the rest of that match. Be down a guy and then miss the next one. Now, I know that it got rectified, but it just seems like when I watch it, boy, the penalties just don't, or the crime does not seem to fit the penalty, which is just it's something to me. So the officiating and just the culture of things is just odd to me. All right, my weekend's best. Bruce Thornton, old Tank Thornton. Listen, he had him a nice little summer league. 22 points, 4.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 4 steals a game, including 27 in his first game out. 6 of 14 from 3, 43%. So shout out to Bruce Thornton. Now I know Reed Shepherd went off in summer league and I think then played like 11 games the next year. But hey, better that he looked like this than he sucked. So shout out to Bruce Thornton that had him a nice little opening 2 games in summer league.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's going to figure it out. This year's going to be fine.
We'll see.
Roll it back with Fred VanVleet's exploded knee.
No, I didn't say that. But
and Mac is smack.
Good for him, man. Get him a 27 in his first one. Go ahead, Tank.
I will pat myself on the back. I love to go to T-Bones on Saturdays for karaoke. If you've never been, you do not know what you're missing. It's a really cool, like, low-key, casual dive bar, and they have fun karaoke on Saturday, and you just see a very wide range of characters. And Daddy came to the table, and he brought himself a little Scott Stapp voice in his pocket, and he belted out My Sacrifice, and I just enjoy it. We were celebrating the girlfriend's birthday week. We wrapped it up.
Oh, this birthday week celebration.
Birthday week, and we wrapped it up at T-Bones. It was a hell of a time. I love karaoke. The voice is still a little gone from that.
Oh,
Me higher.
I bet Paul gives it everything he's got.
I did.
Karaoke.
I did.
I bet he does. I went to karaoke with Tyler one time. Now, he showed up an hour late. On his birthday, but I did go to.
I was wasted, man.
Yeah, I know you were. He was wasted, but kept telling me he was close.
I didn't even know I was late. I thought I was perfect.
I know you were. You texted me you were close.
Good state of mind.
I will never forget. I sat in the parking lot watching the Louisville, Florida State ACC championship game, waiting for their arrival. As I sat there. But yeah, I bet you'll kill karaoke. Coming up, Dirty's Daily. He's not in, but we will hold it down for him. And I wonder, are people ready to have this conversation? This is a tough one, especially for guys like the Fighting Tylers. This is a tough conversation, but I think we reached it. We'll do that coming up next.
Baytown Badass.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
You my dog.
Sports Radio 610 listeners. Wow. For a second straight year, you
doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. 2 hours down. There is no Clint Stoerner today, but we will hold down Dirty's Daily for you. Paul Gallant is in the building. That's the voice you've been hearing throughout today. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You are involved as well, as we're having a good time on a Monday. No baseball, all-star break. We've talked about the Astros a bit in and just a tough weekend series. The way that now. Shout out to Peter Lambert and Yordan Alvarez. Thank you for coming to play. The rest of you jokers. Maybe somebody else. Anybody else that maybe gave him all they could. Cam was all right.
Yeah.
He was all right in the series. Jeremy Pena went ahead and set the tone with just a bonehead pickoff. Bonehead double up for no reason.
It was a vibe killer. I mean, these last two series, you had a chance to at least hit 500 by the break, and you lose to the Nationals, you lose to the Rangers as well, and the way that you lost on Sunday, too, was pretty damn frustrating because you blew a lead late. I want to, in the same way that you were earlier in the show, Ron, I want to believe myself. I don't see where it's coming from unless some absolute stud pops out from the minor leagues and is going to do some sort of like rookie of the year or Angels in the outfield crap.
How it comes is
it could happen. Thanks, JP.
That's what you brought to the table today, huh? One more time.
Championships have to be one on their own. It's a rule.
That damn Tony Danza, man. I wasn't ready for him to be in a different role. He's always Tony. Yeah. What was his last name?
Mel Clark.
Yeah. What is he on? Who's the boss? Tony Baselli. Tony
Danza.
Tony. Yeah, I know his name wasn't the show.
In Angels in the Outfield?
No. In Who's the Boss? That's what he was. Is Tony Maselli or Baselli or something?
I don't know.
I feel like I'm saying the offensive tackle.
Yeah, Tony Baselli.
You nailed it.
Texan Jaguar legend.
What is it?
Tony Maselli.
It is Maselli. It was Tony Maselli. Yeah.
Don't doubt yourself, bro.
Because he was banging Angela. We knew it from the start.
Old Judith Light.
Shout out to Judith Light.
Foxy.
All right, let me get out of here. Man, Champ Slice. I knew I was close. Maselli, somewhere in there.
That's anti-Italian discrimination.
It's somewhere in there. Somewhere, and I knew it wasn't Danza. Yeah, I wasn't ready for him to be. I wasn't ready for him to be like Mel Clark,
a chain-smoking ace who's going to die after the season's done.
I wasn't ready for that.
I could do a thesis on that movie.
And I just believe that Emmett Brown shouldn't play other roles. I think he should be whatever Al was. He shouldn't play any other roles.
No, he's just
Emmett Brown. That's all he is.
Doc Brown. That's it.
He's Emmett. He's Emmett Brown. All right, but no, man, it was a tough weekend series. But I wonder if many of you are prepared and ready for this. I just want to make this statement. Yordan Alvarez is going to be the greatest Astro to ever play, right? Is everyone ready to accept that?
Well,
are you? Because unless he continues to get hit by a car or that's
smoke in the outfield,
slip on a home plate that they've got to rough up a little bit, or he tries to stretch one of those singles to doubles or something like that. If he stays relatively healthy, I mean, I know Altuve to me is the GOAT. I'm sorry, the championships and stuff, all of that, big moments matter. I mean, this is it's gonna happen.
Altuve had a stretch where he was arguably the best hitter in the American League for 4 years. Right now, Jordan looks to be the best hitter in baseball, and we've had brief moments like that where, unfortunately, Shohei Ohtani will take the spotlight away from him from time to time. And I think most people would agree Ohtani's the best baseball player alive.
Yeah, Ohtani Lord, how am I just drawing a blank? Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge and Jordan. And Jordan had the injury thing, but a couple of years ago, to me, coming out of the World Series and the playoffs, those 2 years, 22 and 23, I felt like especially we start seeing him in clutch moments. He was having regular season moments. I felt like he was kind of right there with Judge. And then obviously Ohtani is
for sure. Look, I think to what Champ Slice does on YouTube, he needs another World Series. I think that helps him. But also, I think Altuve, one of the reasons that he got the MVP in 2017, it was a bit of a make-good on just what he had done the 4 years before that. He led the American League in hits 4 years in a row. I mean, that was insane. We obviously talk about 2017 because that's the year where they won, but the Astros don't become the Astros without Altuve being what Altuve was 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017, of course, the cherry on top where he gets the MVP. He was so damn good those 4 seasons, and perhaps it's because we're getting a little bit further away from it, and now we're watching Altuve, and he's definitely not the same Altuve he used to be. But I need a stretch like that from Jordan. That's not to say Jordan can't do that, but I feel like there's got to be there's got to be another 150 game season in him, which it looks like this season, knock on wood, is trending towards.
He's going to win the MVP unless something really terrible happens to him injury wise. Now, Lord knows that has happened, but he's going to win the MVP, which he will match his, and it won't be an overtime. It is he is winning the MVP from the toughest spot to win, and that is something Shohei did as well. But that is being a primarily being a DH, and you aren't really participating in the outfield or defensively, and you still win the MVP. And it's just, and again, it's not right now. Obviously, the resume is there's been more time. He's 36, almost 37 years old, and Jordan hasn't played as long. And I'm just saying, projecting. I said this to Tyler, and Tyler is one of the biggest Altuve fans, if not the biggest that I know. When I watch those two, and obviously Altuve, and I remember, man, stolen bases, everything. I'm like, in their primes, I got to have Alvarez. When they're at their best, to me, and I understand everything he brought to the table, but this dude is nuts. He just changes. He had the inning yesterday where they actually ended up tying it. Is he was on deck, runners on first and second. Jeremy Pena got every pitch to hit that he wanted because they do not want to face him with the bases loaded, and he drove one and nearly hit it out. But they catch it. They get they go ahead and get the sacrifice fly. Then, in a 2-run game, they walk the bases loaded with him and put the tying run in scoring position in a 2-run game late, and which also sets up a bases loaded situation where you can't you got to be in the strike zone because you don't want to walk in runs with Paredes, and he got him good. The amount that he is involved in and how much he impacts is insane, man. I just think in 5, 6, 7 years, he's going to continue to hit like this, and it's just going to be like, man, this dude is the best to put the jersey on.
I will give you this. He's the scariest Astros hitter ever.
Someone's checking in, and you don't remember how good Bagwell was. I'm sorry, man. I've got to.
Jordan had a game-winning, World Series-winning home run.
Yeah, he's got moments. He's won a championship.
Right.
I got to, in a vital part of the championship.
That post series he had against the Mariners too is insane. Jordan has done more on the big stage than Bagwell did. And I will say this, if Jordan can catch Bagwell from the home run side of things, Jordan's 29. Jeff Bagwell hit 449 career homers. To this point, Jordan Alvarez has
over 201,
I think 201. So, I mean, I think you got to surpass Bagwell in that department. Could he do that? For sure. But given the injury concerns, we're hoping for
like
about 30 homers a year.
He may have to do that for you. Like I can look out there and see he's better than Jeff Bagwell. Sorry, Jeff.
That's fair. I'm not even going to argue.
I'm not
going to argue. He had the 2022 playoffs.
Yes.
Jeff Bagwell never did that.
And then the 2023 playoffs, which
That
he
too.
was insane. I mean, career postseason. Like to me, to be in this, which to have the conversation with Altuve, is you have to have. I think you got to have an MVP or MVPs. You got to be a part of a championship and a major part of a championship. You have to have big moments that we remember, like on the biggest stage. And like he's going to have some. Like the only thing that he does not have right now is the consistency in the years, and that's because he's 7-8 years younger than Altuve.
Right.
But he is most definitely, to me, going to get there. He plays another 5 years, man. It's for the let him DH and don't fool with him out there. I'm telling you, someone texted in your wrong show. I in 5 years, that dude is God.
Yeah.
God. Man, if he stays healthy, I mean, this dude, like his postseason you were talking about, he's got 60 career playoff games. He's hitting 294, 12 home runs with 41 RBIs with an OPS over 900.
Yeah, it's nearly 1,000. and then I mean, look at Bagwell. Bagwell for the playoffs, his career was a 685 OPS, he had 226 batting average, and 2 home runs, 33 games. I get it, half the games that Jordan has played, but I think he's already taken it from Jeff as far as the best power hitter this team's ever had and the scariest hitter they've ever had, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Best Astro, though, it's going to be tough to overtake Altuve. I mean, because of the hits, the stolen bases, which I didn't even mention the first time around. He actually also led the American League.
I said the stolen base. Yeah, I understand everything he brought to the table. I understand it. Tyler, come on, man. You ready to admit this, Tyler? Tyler's a big Altuve fan. You
No lies detected, dude. And as you've laid out very beautifully, like I am one of the biggest Strogoat fans you're going to find in Jose Altuve currently. And that's what Altuve is currently. But if this guy keeps hitting baseballs the way he does, yeah, he's going to be the GOAT. He's going to be the GOAT in Houston for sure. He's just got to stay healthy and keep doing it.
It is pretty wild just looking at the numbers.
Yeah, he's
and then he had a season taken away because of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was probably a good one for him with those knees. He had really.
Honestly,
and last year he basically had that one taken away, missed over 100 games. But like someone texted in just now saying, you're wrong, show, because it's not just the years, it's the production over the years. If he puts a Hall of Fame career like Bagwell did, added with his postseason, yes, he is better than that. Guys, he is going to the Hall of Fame. Like, stop this.
I mean, he does need to play more.
I'm not saying he doesn't need to play more. I mean, but we're not foolish here. Again, unless he is going to have been hit by a car or something catastrophic right now, or has something where, I mean, this is a 4-time All-Star already. He's a multiple-time Silver Slugger Award winner, ALCS MVP in 2021, Rookie of the Year, as you said, vital part. Like, he's one of the best postseason performers that we've seen recently. Yes, guys.
I'll agree over Bagwell. I think Altuve, I feel like I'm not allowed to say that.
No, and I'm not saying right now. He's got it like this. Like the comparison I made with Tyler is this is very much a Mahomes-Brady-like feel to me. Like, many of y'all can say what you want to. I sit down and I watch. If I sit down and I watch Patrick Mahomes and I watch Tom Brady, I know who I believe is the better player. By watching them. By watching them. Now,
I'm the biggest Brady honk there is, and I get what you're saying.
But Brady has 7 rings and has gone to 16 AFC championship games and has done, and how many, 10 Super Bowls?
Never had a losing season.
Never had all of that. He's that.
At least with New England.
He's all of that. And, yeah, Mahomes doesn't overtake him. Now, Mahomes got to win at least 2 more Super Bowls, some more MVP. Like, there's got to be more stuff that he does. But right now, if I'm looking at him like player for player, when I watch them, like he is that 15's has a few more bags, a few more things in his bag. And when I watch Jordan, and you ask me, who the hell do you want at the plate? Who do I not want to face in their prime? And I love Altuve. I feel like Altuve's going to get himself out, potentially. Now, he might hit a bad ball out of the ballpark, depending on what ballpark he's in. But Alvarez, there ain't nothing I can do with him. There's not a lefty I can bring out that I feel comfortable with. There's not a righty I feel comfortable with. There's not a pitch. There's not a fastball. There's not a zone. There's nothing. You just hope and cross your damn fingers, or you're just walking.
He's the one lefty where you bring the lefty in, you might be worse off.
Yes.
You might be worse off. I always thought it was fascinating just seeing the 2022 postseason in particular. The Mariners just throwing some lefty out there. Boom, gone. Next pitch, gone.
I still to this day, Tyler, I remember standing up and losing my mind. Scott Service was thinking.
He wasn't.
He had
honest to God,
Texas had orange derangement syndrome.
Texas almost did it. We're getting close to seeing him walk in runs.
I'm surprised we're not there yet.
And the only person I've ever seen personally seen it is Barry Bonds.
Same.
Buck Showalter, Arizona Diamondbacks, and they won the game.
Yeah, it made sense.
The right move.
It was the right move.
Like, honest to God,
why would you pitch to him?
If the bases were loaded at 4-2. And instead of first and second in the game yesterday, if they were 4-2, I think it would have made more sense to walk in the run and face Paredes.
Hell, there was a moment.
I would.
There was a moment, I think, Friday in Astros Rangers, and I was watching this at the bar, and I remember just being blown away. And it worked out for the Rangers. But I was like, why would you pitch to him in a close game? Why? What is the point?
I don't know. Yeah,
I would walk in a run. Not even thinking twice about it.
Yeah. A friend of mine just texted me and said, "Yep, I know Wemby's got a lot of things to do with David Robinson, but right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, Victor Wembanyama's better than David Robinson."
Damn, disrespecting the troops.
Sorry, Admiral. I agree. I can't go Tim Duncan yet. But I think
that's fair.
I think I can project that Victor's going to be better.
An 8-foot tall dude with the most complete skill set we've ever seen for a big guy since Wilt. Yeah.
All right. Coming up, old Raphael Stone. He spoke, and I'm sorry, at the Summer League, and he spoke about a few things, and I think Rockets fans were hoping to feel better about things after hearing him speak. I'm not sure if you did. We'll discuss and let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
Yordan Alvarez is in. soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Happy 713 Day, H-Town. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 713-572-4610. What's the craziest thing a girl's ever said to you? 713-572-4610. Paul's going first. What's the crazy?
Their text line's about to be wild.
You just dropped that on me?
The one like that. Come on, you can say what I will never forget. I will. I'll lead off.
I cannot say it.
Proceed with caution.
I'll lead off. It was. I don't know why you're ignoring. You know how crazy I can be, and you know what I'm capable of.
Hold on, so.
Whoa.
That was the text.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Well, at least she knew she was crazy.
I was teaching in school suspension at the time, and I had to retire myself to the restroom to think about how I was going to attack this. But yeah, I will never forget reading that one.
So this could be a text, and this could also be.
Yes.
All
right. I don't know why you keep ignoring me. You know how crazy I can get. You know what I'm capable.
That is scary. Did you block her?
It didn't. That didn't work.
It didn't work. You don't say.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
Just had to survive,
you know what
man.
I'm capable of. Clearly, you didn't.
Had to survive, man. Had to survive 8 months.
What do you think the worst thing would have been as far as what she was capable of? We're talking slash tires.
Oh man, I'll have to tell you off air.
Lighting
some of the
your pet on
maneuvers she
fire.
did.
Okay. Okay, I'm just asking.
Oh man, I'll have to tell you off air.
Yeah, I think
sitting on the back of the trunk of a Cadillac, their legs swinging outside of your job.
I definitely can't say what I was told. I
thought you could go with this. Paul was gonna go.
I thought about it.
Oh man, I mean,
I thought he was gonna go.
No.
I know Tyler says staying out of this one.
I'm thinking.
I'm tempted. I'm tempted.
Could you imagine reading that? What do you mean what you're capable of? Paul's over there trying to figure out, all right, what's the worst? What's the worst?
Would she go to killing?
Okay, that's where Paul's going.
I mean,
worst case scenario.
Is killing the limit, or is it south of killing? What if I
told you?
Text line coming through. I won't put your names on it. I put the baby in the closet. You can come through.
Whoa.
Can we have relations in your family cemetery?
Yeah, girl.
You be one with the spirits.
That put the baby in the closet one. That's interesting.
I'll put
you turn that
baby
one
in the closet.
Like you turn that one down, right, Tyler?
Yes, you turned that one down.
Well, I mean.
Well, what if there's a bassinet in the closet?
Well, I'm just saying.
You don't put the baby in the closet.
As Clint would say, we're probably not going to get to Raphael
I think they
Stone.
said that on Dirty Dancing.
Sorry, boss. As Clint would say, untied and undefeated. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, it's just. You're right. You're right, Tyler. It can't be that untied.
No.
What do you respond with that? Are you kidding? Maybe you block immediately. Someone here, a girl thought I was hitting on her once, and I wasn't because she had a boyfriend. She texted me saying, I've talked to my boyfriend, and he doesn't like you. If you have a problem with that,
I wonder why.
You can talk to my military boyfriend.
Wow.
Yeah, I think you're bringing the worst into the table when you talk about my military boyfriend.
Goodness gracious.
Tyler, the text line's going to go crazy.
Yeah, this is one of them.
Yeah, man. That was a tricky situation there. You're right, man.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I have to tell you, man.
I'm glad you survived.
Yeah, man. Survived, man.
You did not get whatever was going to happen.
No.
Whatever she was capable of.
You just had to. You
never figured it out.
No,
if we're being honest.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
Would you ever just? I mean, now I know you got a family and all. Would you ever be like, "Hey, what were you capable of?"
Absolutely
just out of the
not.
blue.
Absolutely not.
She shows up on your front door like it's that Obsession movie that just came out.
Absolutely not.
Crazed look in her eye.
Boy,
yeah.
Man. No. That ship has sailed. You got to move on from that one.
I've never been scared of anyone I dated. I've heard absolutely crazy things said by them,
but never got you scared.
No, I've never been scared of a significant other. It's more like scared, like this person could lead me down a bad path.
Yeah, I don't know that I got scared. I was like, this is getting dicey. The hell? I responded. I did respond.
You did respond.
I responded. I got a little honest. Like, hey.
Well, I mean, I'd be curious. I want to know. Would it be fun for both of us? What you're capable of?
She broke up with me. That was the fun. She broke up with me, Tyler. I was walking off, man, trying to get over it.
Yeah. Well, you thought.
Hold on, so.
Here's what Raphael Stone had to say about Reed Shepherd.
I was wondering how we were getting to this.
Twist to Reed Shepherd. Raphael Stone was at Summer League talking about the Rockets. This is what he had to say about Reed Shepherd.
You know, he's put on a ton of good weight, a bunch of muscle, and he competes, and he has a couple special skills. So,
like making shots.
He can shoot the thing
far
for sure.
In my mind, I want to believe that since the season ended for them about a month ago, in my mind, Paul, I want to believe that Raphael Stone is saying that Reed Shepherd has put on good weight in the last month. That's what I want to believe.
I want to believe that he's handling the end of the season so poorly that he's become White Goodman at the end of Dodgeball, sitting on the couch, just lathering himself in big tubs of ice cream. Imagine like Reed Shepherd's just like fat and morbidly obese, stuck on the couch like he's Brendan Fraser in The Whale. I didn't get to play enough this season. I've let myself go.
You think Raphael thinks that they're really championship contenders right now?
Bro, I don't like listening to him talk.
Do you think so? Because he was talking about he loves the switchability between Jabari and Tari and Amin and Marcus Smart, and he loves the unique build and physicality of Bruce Thornton, and he's very excited about Marcus Smart's versatility. And the health of Fred.
The worst is going to be if you use this quote next season at some point and say the Rockets are underwhelming, which seems very likely. He will complain and whine about his words being taken out of context in the same way he did about like, oh, this might not be our year at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I don't know how you swing out of those words.
I don't ever want to hear him talk. Like it's just like with Falcone in The Dark Knight, where his blonde ladies next to him go, like, what makes you think I want to hear you talk? I don't want to hear Raphael Stone talk ever.
I'm serious. I've watched Reed Shepherd, and maybe I need some side-by-side photos over the years. Like, when did he put on this good weight? Again, are we like
creatine diet?
Is he going to come back next year and he is going to be jacked?
Oh, that would be sick. He can't even fit through a door. His shoulders are so wide now.
Is he gonna be jacked?
He's got that weird posture that some guys get when they finally go to the gym and they work on their delts.
Hey, Russ on the road, I know you're a P1 listener, but I can't read that on the air.
Yeah, we can't do that one.
Text line coming through, Tyler. I'm a better lover than your sister.
That is old. That is brazen. The real question is, did this person show that text to his sister?
And again, Tyler, with that text of I'm a better lover than your sister, let me show you, you handled that the same way as the earlier one in which it said, I put the baby in the closet, come through, right? You handle those two the same way, right?
Similar, yes. Similar arenas, not quite exactly carbon copies, but yes, similar handling of that comment.
I've had some time, fellas, to think of the. I'm moving on.
It's always
I've had
dangerous.
I didn't want you to get, but keep sending them in.
Yeah,
because Tyler and Paul didn't want to step up to the plate. Just like I took all my clothes off when the United States was scoring goals and put myself out there to get naked out here and do this show alone, and you and Clint didn't do it. I did it alone.
I just couldn't think of anything.
I can't figure out the way to frame what she asked. That's in the same way that texter wrote that. I don't know the way to properly frame what was said on the air.
That's all right. She's listening. They made the Terrion Arnold decision to bring him in, get the physical, try him out, kind of work him out. Over the weekend, it led me to start thinking something off of that. Because if they're willing to do that, then they should be willing to do something else. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Texans training camp is just 2 weeks away.
With Chase, that's good for kids and good for your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Germany is in rebuild mode, but never count them out. A tenacious central midfielder drives the engine room while young forwards bring speed and creativity. Their tactical discipline and tournament pedigree remain formidable.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
H-Town, I'm back.
Happy 713 Day, H-Town. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we all agree, right, that you're surprised that the Texans have shown not even any level, but even the level of interest they have shown in Terrion Arnold. If you guys don't know, we talked about this last Friday. And Terrion Arnold, he is the gentleman who was a former first-round pick for the Detroit Lions in the 2024 draft. And he has played a couple of seasons there. Just being from a football perspective, he's just not been very good. Any metric you look at it, from penalties, he was really, really, really penalty heavy as a rookie. Pro Football Focus has had him as, I think he was 97th out of 114 corners in the 2025 season. So he has not been good on the field. I heard Sean Pendergast earlier dub it as disappointed. No, he sucked ass, Sean. I mean, we can just go ahead and step that on up. He's been awful as an actual player. But then he also has that 8 felony charges in Florida. This is a recent development.
We don't even know what he's capable of.
Including 4 counts of kidnapping and 4 counts of armed robbery. I'm not saying this is where he's headed, but the maximum penalty is life in prison. So, this is somebody who is got some real red flags in a way that we've not seen the Texans take. So when you combine all of that, and you could argue their strongest position group is the cornerback position, even with Smith, who they drafted last year, who they seem to like. Tremont Smith and Jalen Smith, both of them they like. We all agree. We were surprised they even, and they didn't just entertain him, and they got a physical and worked him out.
I was surprised seeing it when I first saw it pop up. I was waiting to see, hey, is this from an Adam Schefter? There was a part of me that thought somebody was just doing a little engagement farming. Yeah. This is a person that they could sign, not this is a person that they're actually bringing in. Because I thought the team that was going to bring him in first was the Chiefs. Just
got a type.
The Chiefs have a type. Maybe the Bengals. The Bengals also have a type.
But see, the Chiefs got a type. But when they watch that tape, the Chiefs usually take their red flags that can play.
Yeah, and this is not a red flag that can play.
At least he hadn't shown it.
So it's another former first-round pick at corner that has struggled. And a couple of off seasons ago, when the Texans drafted Kamari Lassiter, they brought in Jeffrey Okudah and C.J. Henderson, former top 10 corners from, I think, the Jaguars and the Panthers as well, and they didn't do anything. In fact, I don't think Henderson even made the team. I think Okudah was hanging around for a little bit of time. So this is, in my opinion, them just doing something similar, but I guess the difference is this time around, it's not a guy who has struggled and been a disappointment. It's a guy who's struggled and has been a disappointment, and on top of that is under speculation for 8 felony charges.
And you were, at that time, you were sitting there with, if you remember, if we look at that example, you were sitting there with a Derek Stingley who we didn't feel had been proven that he can finish seasons at the time.
that was the big question. And at that point in time, I think people thought Sauce Gardner was better than him. That has changed.
Yeah. But couldn't finish the season. And You didn't know what Kamari Lassiter was. He was a rookie, right? Yeah. That we hadn't seen him yet. He was a rookie. We were in there like, man, he's beat them cats already. First day he was with the ones. This is a different one. You're more established. I just look at this. If they're going to entertain this, to me, and I think that maybe the Texans feel differently about their skill group, but I think they should entertain Stephon Diggs. To me, if you're going to entertain this, because I would argue the receiving group has more questions than that, right? You know what Nico is, but Higgins and Noel, you're not sure of. Tank is definitely a question. We'll see if he's able to go, immediately. But you've had Diggs, and now all we're hearing is reports, and maybe there's something different, but all the reports we heard from was everybody seemed to enjoy his time here. We heard D'Amico talk about him as being an energetic leader, and all the concerns that many of us had about him coming in that first time we never heard from. CJ seemed to have a good rapport. Now he has a good rapport apparently with almost everybody, but Nico and Tank and everybody, it seemed like there wasn't anything of him being somebody that drug anybody down. He knows the system, you know him. And, like, we just talked about it. I don't know if Buddy can play. Arnold, this dude is coming off of a 85 reception season, over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns, leading receiver for the Patriots who went to the Super Bowl last year. So he can still play.
He was better with the Patriots last year off of a torn ACL than he was with the Texans.
Yeah. Now they also had Nico and Tank at times also with him. But this is, to me, with the questions they have in the skill position, especially at receiver, to me, far more questions than they do at the cornerback spot.
Yeah, it's about year 3 jumps.
And I know he's got his thing. He had he was found not guilty for the felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault and battery in May, and then he has this kind of unusual active civil defamation lawsuit going with this gentleman who's accusing him of some other things. But like, it ain't nowhere near 8 felony counts of kidnapping and robbery. I just, like, if you're going to look at that, then hell, he's somebody you at least take a look at.
I think the Texans are looking at it from the perspective of, well, we put a lot of capital, second-round pick, third-round pick, into 2 guys who didn't really get to play all that much last year, in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. So we have to at least give them the chance to breathe, especially considering Christian Kirk got in the way of Noel being able to get out on the field last year. So that's what I'm wondering about. Hey, in this specific situation, it's not about like, hey, do we need somebody right now? Well, they're hoping that one of those 2 guys is going to step up. With Diggs, what's interesting to me about him still being available and talking about, hey, I'm the best number 2 receiver in the game, name somebody who's better than me. Maybe T. Higgins. I'm looking to be a start. Diggs right now, though, and I'm wondering where the interest is, because he was great last year.
George Pickens would like to have a word.
That's also as well. Why is no one interested in him when it seems like the charges with the chef were dismissed? New England moved on from him pretty damn quickly, considering they got all the way to the Super Bowl with him.
Yeah, I can understand New England moving through. Right, what they did and what they were able to do. They got younger and they got
to get Brown and to get Dobbs. True, but still, like, they moved on so quickly from him.
Yeah, I'm just saying the Texans situation to me is, again, we're talking about this team. And I'm viewing this team as getting to an AFC championship game or beyond, right? And if there is a chance to get a player, and we clearly know that your red flag has extended.
I'll say.
And to me, if you're looking to get the best that you can, and you got to remember, Tank ain't played past week 14 in his career and hasn't played and didn't play last year. Right, Nico gets hurt and misses significant time each and every year, and then you just have the questions of those 2. I just think, man, you got to take a look at it. If you're willing to do that, and again, it's I think what you said at first is a big key. Is I think they don't believe that they need more from a skill position space, which I think is insane, especially if they feel, you know what, I think we can add another corner.
It's very strange that this is the route they're looking to perhaps put their morals to the side for. A cornerback. I'm with you there. It's weird, and I truly do not know why there is so little interest in Diggs. Say we maybe look at the Texans and say that they actually have enough. I'm with you. I think the idea that it's enough is insane at this moment in time. It's all based off of hope.
Somebody brought up something you brought up as we were talking about this in prep. You're not thinking about the contract and the contract Arnold will get. I'm telling you right now. I mean, Stephon Diggs is still sitting out here. I'm gonna be surprised if Stephon Diggs gets a great contract. And that could be something that's holding it back. I will be surprised I'll be surprised if he gets a great contract. Deebo Samuel gets a great contract. Hopkins, like all of those receivers that are out there. I don't think that they are sitting there and somebody's offering them 15 or whatever. I don't think he's going to get paid a ton.
At this point, I think you're right. But at the same time, he's definitely better than those other guys you mentioned. I'm trying to think of who is available right now at any position.
Tyreek Hill is available, but he's returning from an injury. And still not right yet. And he's just going to go to Kansas City. But
that's what he's waiting for, right?
Yeah, that seems to be something that both sides seem to understand.
Rasheed and Tyreek.
That's right, man. That's why you hire Eric Bieniemy. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock as we continue through 3 hours down already. Mike Burrows. He's not quite going to Sugar Land yet, baby. He has got some injury concerns. We'll let you know the latest of that. The All-Star starters are out. How many people do you all know? How many people do you all know? There's about 4 of these guys that I do not know. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Sports Radio 610 listener.
Ambulatory.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty's not here, but I don't feel comfortable calling him this, but Paulie Kittens is in the building. Show T Mill, aka Psycho T, and unfortunately for you, those are the same people. Have the latest, and the latest is many of you all have had some ladies say some crazy things to you.
Yes,
very crazy,
very crazy.
Yeah, very crazy. That was a fun exercise. If you missed it, craziest thing a young lady has ever had to say to you. You can text them in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. But also, as they head into the week at 4 games under 500, there is some news with Mike Burrows, as we call him.
He's back.
We call him Homer Mike over here because that guy just gives up home runs every time he pitches. It's amazing. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
It's not fun.
No, it's not. But he had his minor league option nullified and is going on the IL with a right elbow issue. So maybe that's what it's been.
Yeah, that's all you can hope for at this point, because otherwise this has been a disaster of a trade.
So Paul and Tyler, this scares me.
Yeah?
Because it feels like, I don't know who's in the driver's seat more, him or Imai, but it feels like Dana Brown is hell-bent on making sure he doesn't look stupid with those two. And he is going to give every opportunity and every chance to run with those guys and make them turn it around somehow and seem like they were a viable option and the move made sense. And I am nervous that they view what Mike has done as an injury, Paul and Tyler, instead of, yeah, man, Mike just ain't got it this year.
Doesn't that make them insane then if they're just expecting different results? At least with Imai, you have moments where you get it. He's just so wildly inconsistent and so expensive for said inconsistency. It's tough to palate it. But what is the reality of Mike Homers, as you called him?
Homer Mike, what they will say is that he goes and gives innings.
Burrowhead.
I think there have been multiple times where Joe should have pulled him out. I feel like some of those...
Like Monday?
Yes, that would be a good example. In ways that he has yanked others.
The last time we saw him, the U.S. was...
You know how many times he's got like a 6-inning, 5-earn, 6-inning, 6-earn?
Way too much.
Yeah, so his innings, he's been eaten up. I feel like Mike's been about on the end, like 5 different times he's been on the end of, hey, man, you got to take one for the team today.
Yeah.
We need you to get in.
Just leaving him in there to continue to take it, like the last stand. Except for he's getting killed very quickly in this last stand. It's not a very productive last stand. I did the show last Monday night with Patrick Creighton, Area 45, and while the U.S. is getting pummeled by Belgium and embarrassing the world, you know what we talked about more?
Mike
Burrows, because of how bad he was. Patrick was pissed.
Yeah. Him and the goalie that night were really in the same vein. Yeah, I just hope this is not another potential excuse to say let's give him another shot. Like I said this, there should be, by my count, about 7 guys that should get the ball prior to him.
7.
Like there's like
That's a lot.
I would say Javier, McCullers, and he's been terrible. McCullers, Ron Blanc, Ethan Paco guy, whatever.
So 4 dead guys
that guy
who were injured, and then
I think
the guy whose name you don't even know.
I know it's Ethan. He was the pitcher of the month, but his ERA is still in the 4s. Kaiway, he should. I'm up to 6. I feel like there are
Peter Lambert.
Well, obviously Lambert, Arrighetti, and Blue Ball. I would put in front of him. Obviously Hunter Brown Arrighetti and Peter Lambert and Emeyer without saying. But I mean, he should not touch the field again. I mean, I'd like to see where J.P. France is. What happened to the Eiffel Tower and those glasses? Damn it, man!
It's a good question. I mean, I think the odds of us seeing Burrows again.
Not if Dana has anything.
The rest. Well, why would you want him back out there if you're in the middle of a contract year? I mean, at this point, if you're Dana Brown, you're doing whatever you can to hide your mistakes, wouldn't you?
Well, Paul, he did. They put him in the bullpen for like 2 days, and then somehow he got back on the damn mound.
There's no depth. That's why.
He got back on the mound.
Yeah.
No, there was. He got back on the mound with Christian Javier up. He did.
He's hoping.
By
Dana
the way,
Brown,
Christian makes $21.5 million this year.
That's a lot of money. He's also expensive. Dana Brown is 100% hoping that all these injured guys who are coming back are going to come back at the same time so he can pull out his tried and true. Well, it's just like trading for guys at the trade deadline. Quote, the single injured Astro over the last 5 years. It feels like that at the very least at this point. But I feel like he is praying that all these guys who are going to come back in make it so that he never has to put Burrows back out on the hill. I don't think he's that crazy.
Yeah,
it's out of necessity. They don't they're leaving him in there in these games where he's getting shelled because the bullpen's getting overworked and the starting pitchers are already overworked.
I don't know. They don't leave Emeyer in. And damn, Christian Javier is just sitting down on the bench down there, just not getting the ball. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I kept it real as a true professional
I know you
myself.
did, Dana.
5 o'clock fire.
Keep it real on your own self. All right, the All-Star game is coming up this week, and the All-Star starters have been announced. I look at this like maybe
You're not alone, bro.
Listen. Now, I'm not going to say I don't know. There are a couple of these guys I don't know. I'll be honest with you, Tyler. I don't have Drake Baldwin. He is starting.
Oh, yeah, Alex, third younger, bro. I don't know.
Starting catcher. He's the starting catcher in the game, and apparently plays for the Atlanta Braves. I don't.
He's an NPC. He's not real.
I don't have him. I wonder how many people have Ernie Clement. He did play on Team USA.
He's not real.
And he played for the Blue Jays.
Sure, he did.
So my man right here, Ben Rice, has got like 28 home runs.
Who?
I played for the Yankees.
Paul
had no clue.
I asked Paul before the show, I'm like, who the hell's that?
Do you know who Ben Rice is, by the way, Tyler?
Sounds fake.
Hell no, I do not.
Sounds fake.
What?
I regardless of it, man. And Riley Green is a really good hitter for the Tigers. I think he's really good.
I don't think he's real either.
Ozzy's a good player for the. This just don't look like the All-Star team that I remember.
I think as we've gotten further and further away from baseball having the kind of profile it did in the late 90s and the early 2000s, the older and older we get, and the more hyper-focused we are on specifically the Astros on a night-to-night basis, it does make it rather easy to all of a sudden see a lot of new names in the All-Star game and wonder, wait, what? We're just not paying. Like, do you go out of your way to watch a national baseball game when it's not the playoffs? Because I don't. And I think if I did, I think I would recognize more of these guys. I used to when I was younger. I just don't now.
But Paul and Tyler, how long has it been before you started watching non-Astro? Like that's been a thing for a minute. It's been regional for a minute.
Mm-hmm. I cannot remember the last time I tuned into a baseball game.
Like you didn't just start that.
But World Series maybe?
Yep. It was probably last
non-playoffs.
Postseason.
Yeah, non-playoffs. Like you just don't do it now.
But I'm just saying, man. You remembered the guys. You knew the guys in the damn game.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point.
Listen, I'm not gonna sit here. I've been following Ozzy, but Max Muncy's a nice player. Like that didn't used to be the damn third baseman in the All-Star game.
It sounds like the next head coach of the Titans.
No, Max was a first baseman for a minute. I mean, he's played all around the diamond. I look at this. Kyle Schwarber, I got you. Soto, got you. Freddie Freeman, bam, I got you. C.J. Abrams is starting to come into his own, but he used to have to fight through shortstops for years to get up there. And then it goes Brandon Marsh.
Is that Stan Marsh's dad?
Brandon Marsh is it. Andy Pagan, who Tyler repeatedly just called Pages. Like that guy. He's like. This is just not the All-Star game.
Mike Trout, I haven't seen him play in 3 years. Is he real?
Mike Trout's
he was just on the injured list.
He's leading off, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
He's leading off in front of Jordan. Bobby Witt, that's a damn shame. Put Bobby in.
God, why would they play him or allow him to play in the All-Star game?
I didn't have Shea Lagerliers as an All-Star. I just didn't have him.
That sounds like a Game of Thrones character.
He's the ace catcher. It just doesn't. This isn't the same, but should be fun. Wow. The days of Tony Gwynn was a reserve.
For me, the All-Star game peaked in 99.
How many times did Jeff not start in the All-Star game? Jeff Bagwell. How many times did he not start in the All-Star game? Good God. Now Ben Rice is over there, who you have no idea of. Jesus. You kidding me here.
I go back to the 99 All-Star game. That was the one that took place.
Is that in Boston?
In Boston, where you had Pedro pitching to just a ridiculous lineup. And in a row, it was, I want to say, there was Tony Gwynn, both Sammy Smith, Barry Bonds. It was just insane. And then it's just not the same that it used to be. And it bums me out a little bit because I used to love baseball on a level that I know I never will again. Thank goodness the Astros have been good for all this time, but what we were talking about a little earlier in the show, it doesn't feel like this is going to be a magical year either.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I feel bad. These guys, it looks like a bunch of good players are in there and not all-stars. And I feel that.
I'm sure they're wonderful young men.
I'm sure they are.
Their mothers love them.
5 o'clock fire.
Ben Rice is deserving. I look at this list and I feel like, man, there's some Astros that should have made that list. All right. Aaron Donald, he was spotted working out at the L.A. Rams team practice facility on Friday, and he is still mulling over the thought to come back. Adam Schefter today on Pat McAfee said Aaron Donald told the team that he wanted to go to the facility and work out. Apparently, that is not as uncommon as you would maybe think. It's something that he has done before in these 2 years he's been retired. But Adam Schefter did say, my guess is in the end he will be coming back to play for the Rams, is what he thought.
You think he's just using them instead of going to 24-hour fitness?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Do you think Aaron Donald's a lunk alert at Planet Fitness?
Yeah,
the lunk alarm goes off when he drops a weight?
I feel like he's an LA Fitness guy. That just...
Oh, yeah. He's a class above.
He's a class above.
A class above, for sure.
He's not purple enough.
There is a part of me that hopes that J.J. Watt sees this and at least thinks about it. I know we're never going to see J.J. again. I think J.J.'s resigned to it. I still what? Who does?
He looks like Soda Pop from The Outsiders. He's...
Well, if he takes the Reed Shepherd diet per Rafael Stone, he'll pull it on weight in no time.
I think he's enjoying Iron Eagle.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he's sitting over there about I feel like Tony knows. I feel like Tony Romo knows. I feel like we all know that JJ's about to take Tony Romo's job.
JJ's been good at it.
I feel like you know what? I don't think Tony knows. I think Tony's completely oblivious to it and thinks he's rolling it.
I don't know, Jim. We'll have to see.
Yeah, because I don't think Jim enjoys it. And the last time Jim did enjoy it, Phil Simms' ass ended up being in the booth, and now Phil ain't even out there no more.
Phil Simms. I blocked Phil Simms on X because I could not stand him as a broadcaster so much. I have three.
Blocked him.
There's 3 people I've blocked, and it's legitimately just as a bit, and I will never block more than them. It's just 1, Phil Simms, 2, Chris Broussard, 3, Joel Osteen.
Yeah,
those 3.
And I don't like Phil's old teammate. Jim can kiss my ass. By the way, do you all
forgot about that?
You all think Aaron Donald comes back? Does he play for the Rams?
I say yes.
I do too, man. I don't think.
Just got Miles. Wouldn't you play with him?
Yeah, take you a couple of years off, man. Get you a ring. Get you a second one.
Yeah, put him in on third downs.
Those 2 of the best defensive players of this generation.
But again, I don't think he's going to come in there and let me play third downs. I feel like he's going to get in there and it's going to get the best of him. Like, I mean, it should. I think he could still go.
That man is scary. Aaron Donald back out there doing those. Remember those drills he used to do where he's like practicing with a knife on a dummy?
He used to do them dumb. It just used to juggle the dumbbells, man.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
Bad MFer.
Yeah.
5 o'clock fire.
By the way, one of the embarrassments, we haven't talked about it today, Conor McGregor is undergoing surgery, but plans to fight again. He is now 22-7. After it appeared he suffered an injury to his right knee in the opening
right away.
seconds of
He's like Aaron Rodgers.
His bout against Holloway, who said he kept trying to tell the ref to stop the fight, and after the fight said, "Man, that guy brought his kids and his family in here. I don't want to just beat up a wounded dog." Is what he said. But he's come out and is spoken on social media. Surgery, prehab, return to martial arts practice, go again. But he said he is not done fighting. He is going to return to the ring to fight in UFC. So Conor McGregor, that was a tough one.
That sucks.
I'm sorry for people who paid for it.
Right. I mean, you're super excited to see him back out there because it had been a hot minute since he'd been in the game, and like for it to go down like that. Yeah, I'm with you. I did not for the old school kind of pay-per-view. I guess it's on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, I got
now.
Paramount.
So
and
at least you can watch it that way.
I got Paramount, and I still didn't watch it.
Yeah, I didn't either. It's something has changed, I think, too, with just this sport and all the matches that we're seeing now, whether it's boxing or UFC. It feels like it's all like kind of like, hey, it's a celebrity novelty more than it's.
I feel like this is the last time, fellas, that Conor can talk a fight. Like I feel like this is. Maybe I'll be wrong.
Talk one into existence, you mean?
Like get people to like. I think there are people who invested in this. I think his age and where he is, and now watching this, like whenever he gets back in the ring, as he promises he will, I don't think people are just going to just like, oh yeah, Conor's fighting, I'm going to pay for it.
I think we're getting to the point for guys like him and others. It bums me out that a lot of martial art / boxing sports have become, hey, this washed up dude is going to go back in and try it out one more time. Yeah. And now McGregor's part of that. I mean, he got injured before he even fought.
Come on, man, you tore your ACL before
God.
Come on, man, you did a hop, skip, and it's down. And like again, like I'd like for him and Serena to just stop.
It's tough. It's an addiction.
Just stop. All right, coming up.
Plus the money.
Yeah, that's something. Coming up, executive coaches and scouts. They've been doing rankings by position, and they finally gotten to quarterback. C.J. Stroud is on the list. Barely. We'll discuss that coming up next right here, Drive.
Yordan Alvarez. 22. The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
Happy C-Day, H-Town. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Clint's out today. Should be back tomorrow. Paul Gallant in the building.
Yo.
Stay tuned. Wait, we got to figure out some things with T-Mill's best bets. I don't know what he did Friday.
1 for 3.
Damn it.
Had 4 bets, but one of those was canceled due to rain.
Yeah, he was rolling, folks. I mean, I'm talking 7 for 8 on Wednesday and Thursday, including a 4 for 4 on Thursday.
It was a heater.
It was a heater.
A bit.
That the flame was turned out on. And we'll discuss.
Was extinguished.
We'll discuss T-Mill's best bet through the week because baseball is on hold until the All-Star game. And clearly we're never making another home run derby bet with Clint.
What did he wager?
You remember we all picked a guy, and whoever finished last year had to host a pool party.
Yeah. I've been invited out to Clint's house a few times. That has not happened.
And that didn't happen. So
air quotes invited to his house.
And then he sold the damn thing, and now he didn't have one. Not even have a place for us. We're not betting that, but we'll figure things out because baseball's on hold and the All-Star break, so we'll discuss that. But T-Mill's best bet, damn, he really had it rolling last week. All right, executives, coaches, scouts, they ranked the quarterbacks this go around, and C.J. Stroud was ranked. If you look at the listing, they do the top 10. And then they do the honorable mention, and then they do the others who receive votes. And C.J. Stroud was not in the top 10. He was also not in the honorable mention, and he was in the he was in the receiving votes category, and he was dead last in that one. I choose to believe that's how it was put together. That they put it in a not alphabetical or random, but it seems like they went in order, and it was Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, who has a torn Achilles, and C.J. Stroud, and he ended up being 20th on the list. Paul, I am curious. 713-572-4610 YouTube, and I'm curious your thoughts on those rankings and where he ended up.
Yeah, I think it's right where he belongs for now. It is. Don't get upset about this. I understand the idea you ride for your players if you're a diehard sports fan.
Some people just ride for the truth, Paul.
Well, the truth is that CJ, as you eloquently put earlier in the show, had accidental trips to the bathroom in round 1 and 2 of the playoffs. And I'm sorry, just like some kid who pees their pants in school, you don't get over that right away unless you're coming back to school with a new look, or if you're going to another school altogether.
I'm glad that you admit that you're still are. Do you admit that you're basing a lot of your opinion on CJ based off the 2 games?
They were that bad, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think what's troubling is I think he's gotten a little careless with the football, and I know that people have been kind of diving into what this past season was for Stroud and pointing at specific moments and saying, like, well, hey, here are some moments where he was good. And, yeah, the game against the 49ers, he played really well in that. The game against the Cardinals, I thought he looked really good in that one, too. But there have been a couple of moments, and I feel like it's just gotten worse the last couple of years, where he has gotten careless. And we talk about him as a ball placement specialist. Is this something he can put in the rearview mirror? Potentially. But, we're all prisoners of the moment, and I cannot get myself out of this one. This is a CIA black site after those two games in the playoffs. I don't know where the hell I'm getting out of this thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. Last year he was 11th. He was the first honorable mention ahead of Jordan Love and in front of Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, Tua, and Bo Nix. And then right behind Baker Mayfield and Jalen Hurts, who were 9 and 10 last year. Listen, I take it to this point. I disagree. I think I would still to this day, those two games, I've seen a lot of quarterbacks play a bad game, bad two games, turnover heavy. Hell, there are guys in the list. I've watched Justin Herbert have a 4-interception game against the Texans. I watched Lamar Jackson against the Tennessee Titans the year he won the MVP have three turnovers in that game. I've watched Patrick Mahomes throw pick six and have multiple turnovers and interceptions in the Super Bowl against the Eagles. So I've seen guys and seen quarterbacks have bad games. So I disagree. I'd take him over Nix. I'd take him over Jones. I'd take him over a lot of players. And I'm not saying you wouldn't, but I would take him over those. But for me, it is. He cannot be the 20th best quarterback in the league, and this team, he can't be the 18th. He can't be the 17th. And this team get to where you all want them to get to. And I just want to make sure I make that very clear, Paul and Tyler, to so many of you all are listening, because some of you all have convinced yourself, and I don't know why, that y'all can just be at quarterback. That you can just be, hey, just don't F it up. And all have convinced yourself of that, and I am telling you that is not the case. It is not the case. And many of you want to get to your comparisons. Listen, man, Trent Dilfer's not walking through that door, and neither is that level of AFC or that level of league or that level of defense rolling through. I mean, they faced Kerry Dam Collins in the Super Bowl, followed by Rich Gannon, Steve McNair, rest in peace. Okay, that's their run, and somebody not worth a damn in the first round. You're not rolling. You're not rolling through that. You're not what. That's not
different era too.
And you're not even gonna get what the Patriots got last year. The odds of that, of Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar all missing the playoffs, and you don't have to run into Josh. Like, no, you're generally not getting that.
Right.
And that's all. I just want to make sure people are clear. Whether it's Davis, whether it's CJ playing at that level, you're not gonna get to where you want to get to with him playing like that. So you sure as hell better hope that he isn't the 20th best quarterback, because this defense is a great defense. They're not dragging the 20th best quarterback to the Super Bowl.
You think it's possible for him to be better than where he's being ranked? And, hey, all those quarterbacks in the middle, I just don't have the energy to fight for Stroud over these guys because of it. To what you were saying a little bit ago, is Bo Nix? But no, I'd take Stroud over Nix. There's some of those other guys who are listed. I'm like, no, I would take Stroud over him. But I'm at the point now where know that he is capable of doing what you think he needs to do to get this team to a Super Bowl. I don't know if he's capable of 3 to 4 clean games in a row.
That's fair.
And I don't know if he's capable of winning 1 or 2 of those games along the way. Because you are right. It's not just about what your defense does and the quarterback who's along for the ride. We are perhaps more than anyone in town on the air quarterback snobs from the perspective of we followed specific teams that had such elite quarterback play for such a long time that you kind of we don't take it for granted. We know you got to have that guy. If you don't, you're just not going to be in that same spot every single year. Like
we've seen with the Patriots and the Chiefs.
Yeah, listen, I'm not trying to diminish the defense. I think the defense is great. You can in your mind make up the scenario of teams that the Texans may have to run into. And you can imagine the quarterbacks and the offenses and the coaches that they may have to run into. And you can have a run of Denver in the first round, Baltimore in the second round, Buffalo in the third round. You can have a run of the Chargers in the first round, the Chiefs in the second round, the Bills in the third round, the Patriots in the first round, the Bengals in the second round, the Chiefs. You're going to have somebody come to the table, right? And I thought you made a great point. Everyone likes to talk about Sam Darnold didn't play like the 20th best quarterback. Sam Darnold didn't play like the 18th best quarterback, and not just in the playoffs. This wasn't like a Joe Flacco thing where he just came alive. Sam turned the ball over in the regular season, but Sam threw and played like a Pro Bowl level quarterback. He played like a top 12 quarterback. And then in the postseason, he even picked it up. Now, he had a running game that helped him and a defense that helped him, especially against the Niners. But when he had to go get it against the Rams, he played and outplayed the MVP Matt Stafford and went blow for blow and made plays.
And last year, there were a lot of moments where Darnold was doing things that, sure, he maybe did a little bit with Minnesota the year before, but the deep ball passing, the numbers, and just watch it, he took another step doing that. And when's the last time Stroud's taken a step forward with any element of his game? Like, where's the last time we've seen improvement from Stroud? Because it was so good his rookie year, but you're always evolving, you're always adapting. Where has it adapted? Darnold adapted, and the Seahawks adapted that offense around him. Well, hey, we're going to throw the ball deep with Darnold because he's a damn good deep ball thrower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Take a look at the numbers. And he helps out Jackson Smith and Jigba, too.
Yeah, Clint Kubiak. And it helps when they say, hey, man, what'd you say? We found out what he does well. Let's do it.
Over and over.
You think that's what CJ find out what he does well and let's do it?
No, I don't. No. I'm with you on that one. And I think the real question is how do you meet him halfway? And
I'm hopeful everything we're hearing is that's what they're saying. That he said it. Nick Caley said it. We've heard some people say, hey, Davis Mills said it, doing some things that he likes, we like. Hope to see that.
If the running game is better, it should allow for opportunities to do some of that. Because he definitely wants to throw it 10 yards downfield.
Yeah. No, yeah. And yeah, they have got to. I hope that is the thought process like Clint Kubiak did. Let me do what he does well. Let's try it. Because when we've seen him play at we play at a high level when he does what he does well. All right, T-Mill, we'll get to how we're going to look at best bets. And Astros, 3 games back in the West, game and a half back in the wild card, coming off of losing back-to-back series, but they get a little break. They've got almost really as healthy as they have been, to be honest.
Low bar.
Do you believe this team can make a run? You still believe second half they can make a run? We'll discuss that next.
Texans training camp is just 2 weeks away.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Happy 713 Day, H-Town. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets. What are we taking off the week? We're coming back when baseball comes around. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, I figured. I mean, because if I'm doing best bets during the All-Star break for Major League Baseball, then I'm going to be betting on things that aren't guiding people towards some good money.
We got
I'm
Sparks,
be talking on my butt.
Sparks Dream.
Yeah,
Mercury Lynx. You got WNBA rolling through. You could have bet on the home run derby.
Nah, too gimmicky.
Could you bet on somebody in the WNBA throwing a shoe at somebody else in the WNBA?
Might someone get ejected?
Yeah.
Straight props for WNBA.
That's the best part of the WNBA. Like, listen, the basketball might not be the best, but the score, they settle scores in that league.
I enjoy the best. They do. They clothesline you.
They fight. It's great.
They'll hit you with the shoe, too, and they will you up. By the way, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will look at the QB ratings, as we just talked about. C.J. Stroud getting votes. No Area 45 tonight. No Area 45 tonight. Right, Tyler? Hopefully the fellas back tomorrow.
They should be back tomorrow night, yes.
Should be back tomorrow night. Clint should be back tomorrow on the drive as well. To shout out to Dina Smith on YouTube. We appreciate you. CJ can't read defenses. I don't think you know that. He can barely get out of the huddle.
That could be better. And hopefully this priority that they put into this offseason of getting out to the line of scrimmage more quickly helps Stroud make those reads at the line of scrimmage more quickly.
if you're constantly running behind schedule, sometimes things slip through the cracks.
I wonder who that's on that they're not getting out of the huddle. I wonder who that's got to be a combination of.
It's a combo. So in Seattle, it was always Russell Wilson. They were always slow getting to the line of scrimmage. They would get called for delays of game regularly. But we've also seen on the sideline multiple times where it looks like Nick Haley's still getting the play
Still
in
getting
late.
the play, yeah.
Right, and D'Amico's getting on his ass about it.
A combination of that.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
something
combo,
we've been seeing. And we shouldn't have to huddle damn near every play. That's just a part of the offense.
That's how football works, guys. Chip Kelly did not work at the NFL level.
I'm not easy to watch his demeanor. I pray he plays lights out. Yeah, I think those are questions, the demeanor and everything. I just would say CJ has clearly things he needs to answer. All right. He was god awful in his personal performance, especially to his standard, and really in that last game, almost any standard, he was terrible. But also, he's played 55 games, and you weren't thinking these things 53 games ago. Especially to this extent, you weren't, and I mean you, and I mean most of you weren't thinking this.
I wasn't.
53 games ago.
I was a massive believer, and that's what the last 2 years have done to me.
And so for me, it's, and I see people, you're an apologist, and all of this. That's fine. You listen to the show. I have no problem being critical of CJ.
Hold on, show.
But let's not get insane. We also have to put in context of everything. Like CJ getting slow to the line of scrimmage, and not always just CJ just having a blast or talking slow in the huddle. It's. I'm not gonna say sometimes it ain't him, but I mean it's like, and there's between that combo of OC and players. There's only one person that has shown to be proven to be elite at its job before.
Yeah, it just happens to be. It was in 2023.
That's fine. I'm just saying, but to come and think like, man, that damn CJ, it's got to be CJ, not this coordinator, or not other things around him, and not other parts around him. Even though you consistently see them do weird things around a young quarterback.
It's more what I saw his rookie year made me believe that he would rise everything around him, and that we have not seen in the last two.
No, yeah, and I think what's happened, and I think what's happened around him has probably gotten worse than it did from the start. So,
yeah,
I just think that's a part of the context. He needs to get it together, too. But he ain't the only one who needs to get it together. I think is the major point. It seems like that's just where it stays. And, hey, when you're the quarterback, sometimes you get that. You get that. All right. Do you believe the Astros can make a run, Paul? They're there. You look at the standings. That's what Tyler's been saying all year. God, I don't think they're very good, but you look at the standings, and it's just like, damn.
Well, what's believing them? Does that mean win the division? Does that mean win a playoff series?
You believe they can make a run to get in the playoffs? You believe in the Astros that they can do that? They're 3 back right now in the West, a game and a half in the wild card.
Since 500 teams make baseball's playoffs, I'm exaggerating. Baseball's playoffs are more expanded. I mean, you've just seen the Boston Red Sox win, 9 in a row and all mixed. There's no doubt they can get in on the wild card. Anyone can get in on the wild card, especially with the American League West not separating itself at all at this moment in time.
I'll see you in October.
But where are they getting stability in the pitching staff from? Are all these injured guys coming back going to make it better?
They got to add somebody. I mean, they just have to.
And how do they get that guy?
That's a good point.
That's what I wonder.
That's why they pay Dana the lame duck big bucks.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Good one. The lame duck big bucks. That's why they pay him. I really want to, Paul. They just do from top to bottom. They just do a lot of things that bad teams and organizations do. Like they pay guys they shouldn't pay. Like they put together rosters, moves, and make moves that shouldn't work. Like, I mean, they got the worst arguably the worst outfield in baseball. And no consistency in it. But it's like 7 guys that could be liable to go out there and play over the next week in the outfield. And anybody but Cam.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
They have injuries all over the place. I mean, they got one pitcher you trust in the rotation and one pitcher you trust in the bullpen. I mean, that just doesn't seem to fly. And that one person you trust in the bullpen, you gotta get to about 6 guys to get to him. I mean, and they just make so many bad team mistakes. They can't throw a runner out to save them lives. Although shout out to Yiner throwing out Evan Carter. First time Evan Carter's been thrown out this year. He threw him out. So good for Yiner. That damn near threw a party for him out there. I mean, Jeff was so excited. But I mean, they just do so many things. They get picked off at first base for no reason, running blunders, and it's not just Altuve. They just do so many things that bad teams do.
It's the late stage Roman Empire. All things come to an end.